Her name was Haohao, the eldest and most beloved daughter of the Mu Financial Group. She was a woman who had been blessed with everything stunning looks, an impeccable family background, a life of gilded perfection. But fate is a cruel mistress. For all her gifts, she was cursed with a short life, a story that ended abruptly and tragically at the age of 20. The sky wept on the day of her funeral. Persistent drizzle soaking the black umbrellas of the mourners. A man stood before her tombstone, his handsome face a mask of sorrow as he gently placed a bouquet of white and gold flowers at its base. Whispers rustled through the crowd like dead leaves, lamenting what a pity it was for such a wonderful girl to be gone so soon. An older woman, draped in pearls, dabbed at her eyes, mourning that so young, not even married yet. Suddenly the suffocating silence was broken. 4 more young men, devastatingly handsome, dressed in sharp, dark suits, walked through the rain, their expressions grim. Each one held a bouquet of flowers, their gazes fixed on the cold stone bearing her name. They approached with a solemn purpose, their presence shifting the very atmosphere of the graveyard. The first man, still kneeling by her grave, looked up, his eyes shadowed with a grief so profound it seemed to hollow him out. One of the newcomers, his face a perfect sculpture of indifference, looked down at him and asked who he was. The man's voice was quiet but firm, a declaration that echoed in the heavy air. He was Mu Haohao's boyfriend. The claim hung in the air, a shocking, impossible statement that sent a ripple of confusion through the entire funeral procession. This was my story. Or rather, the story of the character I had become. The truth was, my name is not Mu Haohao. I was just a regular person who had the misfortune of transmigrating into an R-rated novel with not one, but 5 male leads, becoming the story's only female lead. My cowardly attempts to navigate this twisted plot were finally over. I had reached the end, and it didn't matter anymore. I had already decided to end everything and return to my real world. I closed my eyes, letting the digital world dissolve around me. When I opened them again, a blinding white light gave way to a shocking sight. A man was looming over me, his face so close I could feel the warmth of his breath. My heart seized in my chest. Gingland, one of the 5 male leads, why was he here? A robotic voice echoed in my mind, glitching and frantic. Teleportation failed. Space-time distorted. My blood ran cold. I wasn't back in my world. I had returned to the very start of this R-rated nightmare. This was a trap. A gut-wrench scream of pure terror ripped through my mind. Why did I reincarnate? Was there no way of escaping that indescribable, tragic ending? A memory of being tangled with all 5 men flashed in my mind, a future I refused to accept. No, I had to think. I had to find a way to trick these 2D men and escape for good. But a horrifying thought began to dawn on me, a possibility so chilling it made my skin crawl. This time, the difficulty felt different. It felt like hell mode. Could it be that they had reincarnated it as well? A tiny floating creature with pink hair and horns appeared before me in a flashback, her voice filled with urgency. It was my system, Yang Yang. She had warned me, her host, that the favorability of the 5 male leads was already at 80%. Leaving now would cause a space-time distortion. But I had been at my wit's end. 80% was my absolute limit. I screamed at the system, my voice raw with desperation. How could they expect me, a good girl who had never even been in a relationship, to get a unified ending by grinding out the remaining 20%? It was an impossible, horrifying task, especially with 5 of them at the same time. Seeing my resolve, Yang Yang had finally relented. She acknowledged my decision and began the transport sequence to send me back. I closed my eyes, feeling myself dissolve into a sea of blue light, a single thought echoing in my soul. Real world, I've returned. But when my eyes fluttered open, a man's voice asked if I was awake. Him. Gingland. A wave of panic washed over me. He was one of the 5 male leads, and he was here, in this luxurious medium, surrounded by familiar photos. My heart plummeted as the system's warning echoed in my ears. The teleportation failed, space-time distorted. I was back at the start of the R-rated world again. I frantically called out for my system, for Yang Yang, but there was no reply. Only a deafening, terrifying silence. Suddenly, his hand shot out, his fingers wrapping around my chin, forcing me to look at him. His voice was a low, dangerous whisper laced with a chilling amusement. He asked if it was fun deceiving him. Before I could process his words, he leaned in closer, his lips brushing against my ear as he promised that today, he would let me know the consequences of deceiving Gingland. A strangled no was all I could manage as he pushed me down onto the sofa, my mind reeling. What was happening? The plot wasn't like this in the previous world. In my first life here, I had gone to my classmate Gingland's birthday party. There, I had met his older brother Gingland for the very first time. I had only spoken a few casual words, a polite greeting, saying I'd heard of him from King Yi. Then my own brother had arrived and hurriedly picked me up. That was it. That was all that happened. But now his touch was possessive, his gaze burning with an intensity I had never seen before. He effortlessly lifted me into his arms, and I struggled against his iron grip, my voice trembling as I told him to let go. I stammered that my brother would be coming soon, pleading with him to put me down. His eyes, however, were filled with a dark, unfamiliar emotion. He spoke of the last life, his voice thick with bitterness, telling me how he had loved, respected, and doted on me, only to receive betrayal in return. His grip tightened, a silent warning. He forbade me from ever letting him hear me talk about another man again, not even my brother. He carried me down the long, opulent hallway, his steps determined. He declared that since going by my wishes led to a fruitless path, then in this life he would crush the cause and effect right here, before everything began. I begged him to calm down, explaining I was only here to celebrate his brother's birthday. Just then, a voice called out. It was Gingland, his younger brother, looking confused. I saw my chance, desperately pleading with Gingland to put me down, swearing I would never come to the G home again so as not to incur his wrath. But Gingland didn't even spare his brother a glance, his focus entirely on me. I cried out to Gingland for help. The younger brother stepped forward, asking what his classmate had done to offend him. Gingland turned deceptively gentle as he addressed his brother. He told little Key that today was his 18th birthday and he should just enjoy himself without worrying. He would send me away immediately so that I wouldn't disturb him. Gingland protested, insisting that I was his classmate. Gingland just scoffed, offering to find him a girl with a similar look if that was his type. His voice dropped, becoming sharp and final as he told his brother to mind his own business. My brother lunged forward, yanking Gingland off me with furious strength. His voice was shaking with rage as he spat out the words that confirmed my deepest fear. He demanded to know how Gingland could dare to break the promise they had made the moment they had just returned to this life. The world tilted on its axis. An electric shock of realization shot through me. This life? Could it be? They have reincarnated as well. Gingland sneered, straightening his shirt. He taunted my brother, asking what he would do even if he did break the promise. Did he really take him for some hothead besotted by love? His face twisted into a snarl. He grabbed my brother's collar, his voice dripping with venom as he declared that he had returned for revenge. My brother's eyes flashed with fury. He challenged Gingland, daring him to see if he had the capability to step on his corpse and take that revenge. With a guttural roar, he swung his fist, landing a brutal punch that sent Gingland staggering back. Overwhelmed by the violence and the horrifying revelations, I clutched my chest, my voice a small, broken whisper. I told my brother I wanted to go home. My brother turned his back on Gingland, his body a shield between us. He warned him that he wouldn't get to the bottom of today's events, but if he ever dared to force himself on his sister again, he would kill him. He then shrugged off his own jacket, his expression softening as he looked at me. He told me to come. That brother would bring me home. He gently draped the jacket over my trembling shoulders. Taking my hand, he led me out of that terrible room. As we walked away, Gingland's voice, quiet and wounded, reached me from behind. He asked if I hated him. I couldn't bring myself to answer, keeping my face turned away as my brother led me to safety. Gingland watched us go, a bitter twisting his lips. He didn't regret what he had done. His thoughts were a dark promise. If Muchongle hadn't interrupted, I would already be his. Suddenly, he gasped, clutching his chest as a sharp pain shot through him. It was agonizing. He whispered my name to the empty room, his voice strained. He thought of how I would never know what he had to sacrifice just to come back and see me again. The city lights blurred past the car window as we drove into the night. My brother's voice cut through my daze, sharp and scolding. He asked stupid I was, questioning if I didn't know about the rivalry between the G family and ours. He accused me of having nothing better to do than to dare come here. I weakly explained that I only came for his younger brother's birthday party, since Gingland was my classmate. A heavy silence fell between us. I had to know. I gathered my courage and asked him carefully, pointing out that just now he had mentioned this life. I asked what he meant by that. My mind was a whirlwind of suspicion. He suddenly reincarnated, and I had no idea changes had occurred in this world. Needed to be cautious to scout out the situation clearly. My brother feigned a perfect confusion. He asked if he had said things like this life or last life, suggesting I must have heard him wrong. I stared at him, my heart pounding. Did I really hear it wrong, or was my brother hiding some from me? But in the privacy of his own mind, the truth was clear. He knew. He knew they were all reincarnators, but he thought it might scare me, and so he resolved not to tell me about it yet. Finally, back in the safety of my own bedroom, I collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long, shuddering breath. I was so confused about what had just happened, and there was still no response from Yang Yang at all. Just as despair began to set in, a cheerful, electronic voice filled the room. Database upgrade complete. Binding successful. System Yang Yang 2.0 will now provide the host with home away from home service. A tiny floating version of Yang Yang materialized in a shower of blue light, waving excitedly. She greeted me, her host happy to be of service once again. Washed over me. Yang Yang. She had finally appeared. I sat up, my voice urgent. I demanded to know what the situation was. Shouldn't I have been transferred to the real world? Why had I returned to this point in the plot? And why had everything changed? Yang Yang's cheerful expression turned serious. She reminded me, as she had numerous times before, that if I left while the favorability of male leads was at 80%, it would trigger a distortion of space-time. Now, a deviation had occurred in the world's plotline and timeline, causing both to merge. She projected a screen showing the 5 male leads. She explained that my current timeline was now at a point where the male leads already had 60% favorability towards me. In their eyes, I was already their girlfriend, but then she pointed to a new, terrifying metric below the favorability bar. They now had an additional antagonism value, also at 6%. My blood ran cold. Another meter. Previously, just one favorability meter was enough to make me fret to death, and now there was this. I had to be sure. I asked her directly if my brother and Gingland had reincarnated as well. Yang Yang simply shook her little head. She explained that the system data didn't show that the male leads had reincarnated. Besides, she reasoned, they were characters in a novel. Something like reincarnation logically shouldn't exist for them. I was thrown back into confusion. Could I have really heard wrong? Maybe distortion of space-time had created some kind of bug. Yang Yang gently patted my head, trying to reassure me. She said the current situation was actually quite for me. I could choose to either grind the favorability to maximum or reduce the antagonism value to null. As soon as I completed one of the tasks, I would be able to return home. Obvious. I was definitely willing to reduce the antagonism value to 0, but could I completely ignore their favorability towards me? Yang Yang's expression turned stern. She said I couldn't do that. I must maintain the leveling with the 5 male leads. In other words, I had to reduce the antagonism meter while being the girlfriend of all 5 of them. The mission had been explained. With a deep breath, I pressed the glowing start button. The system wished me good luck and a profile appeared before me. Target, Gingland. Favorability, 61M. 60 same. A heavy sight my lips. Ah, the days of carnage return. I flopped back onto my bed, utterly exhausted. A frustrated scream built in my chest and I let it out, venting to the empty room. I didn't want to be the queen of the sea, the recipient of so many men's affection. I didn't want to be a bitch in this god-awful situation, and I certainly didn't want to face bloody carnage. A sudden, gentle cough from the doorway made me jump. My brother was standing there, a cup in his hand, a calm smile on his face. He told me, all right, don't be afraid. He said that I should just be the queen of the sea in peace. With such ambition, he would naturally support me till the end. He took a slow sip from his cup, his eyes twinkling with an unreadable emotion, his gentle smile sending a shiver down my spine. Under the velvet canopy of a star-dusted night, a quiet mansion rests, its windows glowing like sleepy eyes. Inside, the silence is shattered by the insistent ringing of a vintage telephone, its shrill cry echoing through the room. A man with impeccably styled hair and glasses, clad in silk pajamas, lifts the receiver. His voice is smooth as he asks if this is Ji King, then, with a hint of confusion, he asks if they are looking for someone named Haohao. On the other end of the line, a wave of pure, unadulterated panic crashes over Haohao. Her heart stammers in her chest. Ji Gingland? Her brother answered the phone. Her phone, a frantic fumbling in the pockets of her yellow nightgown confirms her worst fear is gone. A cold sweat beads on her forehead as the system's warning flashes in her mind like a neon sign of doom. She is already, technically, the girlfriend of all 5 male leads. If another one of them calls now, if her brother, of all people, picks up, the carefully constructed charade she's been forced to maintain will shatter into a million disastrous pieces. Her mind flashes back to earlier, a chibi version of self sweetly asking her brother to fetch her a glass of juice, a moment of carelessness that has led to this catastrophic oversight. Taking a shaky breath, she forces a saccharine sweetness into her voice, asking the boy on the other end, Ji Kingshi, if he could possibly hold onto the phone for her. She promises to get it from him at school, her voice trembling. He agrees without a fuss, his tone casual. She addresses him as Mu Hao Hao, trying to keep up the pretense. His voice comes through the line, laced with a surprisefulness. He apologizes for the events of the evening, assuring her that while he knows she's dating Su-se, he won't breathe a word of it. He explains that he's worried Su would hate him, because Su-se is his best friend. The words hit her like a physical blow. Su-se is Ji Kingqi's best friend. Her mind reels. That can't be right. In her past life, the two of them were practically strangers. A dizzying sense of vertigo washes over her. Could it be that when she returned, the memories of everyone around the male leads had been altered as well? Just as the question forms, a cheerful ding sounds in her head, and a tiny, adorable sister dressed as a cow pops into existence. The system, whom she calls Cutie, explains the situation with bureaucratic cheerfulness. Because the plot and favorability had reached 80% in her previous life, the world had stabilized. Upon her return, every character was now at perfection, no longer simple NPCs, but fully realized individuals with their own complex histories and relationships. A chilling understanding dawns on her. This game just became infinitely more dangerous. Pushing the thought aside, she asked Ji Kingqi if Su-se told him they were dating. He denies it, saying he found out on his own. He adds that it seems to really like her, that he's changed so much for her. He promises again that he won't tell him about tonight, suggesting they just let the matter die. He assures her not to worry, no one else will ever know. With that, he hangs up, the click of the phone echoing the sudden silence. In the room with Ji Qingqi, another man, his features a colder, sharper version of Haohao's, watches him with an unnerving intensity. It's her brother, Mu Chonglei. He asks if Mu Haohao is dating a boy named Susi from his school. His face darkens, a storm gathering in his eyes as he presses further, asking if Susu happens to have an older twin brother. Ji Qingqi confirms it, explaining that his brother is Susi, a well-known genius in their grade. A slow, predatory spreads across Mu Chonglei's lips. He questions how Ji Qingqi can be so certain that the one Haohao is dating is the younger twin, and not the older one. He turns away, the smirk still playing on his lips, a silent, menacing confidence radiating from him. His thoughts are a venomous whisper in his own mind. The Su twins are part of the five. His eyes narrow, a flicker of pure hatred directed at the unsuspecting Ji Qingqi. Sometimes he thinks his fists clenching at his sides, he just wants to choke him to death. Several days later, the familiar ring of the school bell signals the start of another day. Students mill about the courtyard, their chatter a low hum in the air. At her desk, Haohao lets out a long, shaky sigh of relief. She's finally back at school. Her brother, ever the protector, had been so worried that Gingland would ambush her that he'd insisted she take sick leave. Her return doesn't go unnoticed. A group spots her, their faces lighting up as they call out that the class bell is back. But the welcome is cut short. A voice, sharp and laced with fury, slices through the noise. It's Susu, his brow furrowed in a thunderous expression. Before she can react, a basketball comes flying through the air, slamming onto her desk with a deafening bang that makes her flinch violently. He looms over her, his shadow casting a dark pall on her desk. His voice a low growl as he snarls that she is so dead. A system notification pings in her mind, cold and clinical. Antagonism with Susi has increased by 5. His favorability is a precarious 60, but his antagonism is a terrifying 65. The system helpfully reminds her that he is the male lead with the worst temper, his antagonism having started at 5 from their very first meeting. She lowers her gaze, her heart sinking into her stomach. The confrontation is interrupted by the booming voice of the director of teaching, who storms over, demanding to know what trouble Susu is causing now and dragging him off to the office. As he's pulled away, whispers erupt among the other students, gossiping about how the Su brothers are total opposites, one fire, the other ice. In the ensuing calm, Ji Qingqi approaches her desk, a gentle smile on his face, as he holds out her phone. He explains that he couldn't return it since she was absent for days. She offers a grateful, if distracted, thanks. The teacher claps his hands, calling for quiet as class begins. But he's interrupted by a figure at the classroom door. He looks up, his expression softening as he recognizes Susi. Susi, the very picture of calm and collected genius, explains that the class workbooks have arrived and he needs a student to help him collect them. The teacher's eyes scan the room and land on Haohao. He tells her to go with Susi. An internal scream of pure agony rips through her mind. As she walks down the pristine school hallway beside him, every step feels like a march toward her own execution. First Susi, now this day was a direct path to her doom. Her mind races, thinking about Susi from her past life. He was the easy one, the male lead who gave her the least amount of trouble. Gaining his favorability had been almost effortless. A memory surfaces, the two of them studying quietly together. He probably only dated her back then because it was logical. Their families, their looks, they were compatible. She wasn't a bother, so it just happened. They reach the resource room, and Susi pushes the door open. He turns to her, his gaze steady, and asks who was absent for so long and why she didn't answer her phone. She offers a weak excuse about being sick and her phone being broken. He immediately offers to buy her a new one after school, but before she can properly refuse, he steps inside and pulls the door shut behind them. The soft click of the lock sounds a jail cell door slamming shut. She hastily tells him there's no need, that her brother already bought her a replacement, but he ignores her, stepping closer, backing her against the door until her shoulders against the cool wood. His voice drops, becoming a low, intense murmur that sends a shiver down her spine. He informs her that they are going on a date tonight, a movie, dinner, whatever she wants. But it is not a request. He will be everything a boyfriend should be, he says, his eyes boring into hers. She will be everything a girlfriend should be. His gaze is sharp, possessive, a stark contrast to the gentle boy she remembered. And then he delivers the final, soul-shaking blow. He tells her that in this life, he will not allow her to two-time, or rather, 5-time ever again. Shock renders her speechless. Who is this person? He feels completely different from the Isai she knew. Desperate to escape the suffocating intensity, she forces a bright, placating smile and explains that her brother wants her home early. Susi merely hums, his expression unreadable, but she can feel the chill emanating from him. In her last life, he was a refreshing summer breeze. Now he's a terrifying, unmovable mountain of ice. She asks meekly if she'll see him after school, her voice barely a whisper. She offers another strained, yielding smile. He leans in, his hand bracing the door just beside her head, trapping her. He whispers a single word into her ear, "Okay." The warmth of his breath on her skin makes a blush creep up her neck. As he pulls back, a satisfied smirk touches his lips. Through the small window in the door, she can see Sususi watching them, his face a mask of betrayal. The younger twin looks utterly devastated as C walks past him without a second glance. Susi hands her a stack of workbooks, telling her they're for her class and that he needs to return to help the teacher. She seizes the opportunity to escape, offering a quick farewell and practically fleeing the room. But his voice stops her. He calls her name, and when she turns, he's smiling that same knowing smile. He reminds her not to forget their date tonight, his voice carrying a deliberate weight as he emphasizes the word lovers. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she hurries down the hall, a frantic drumbeat of panic. She touches her flaming cheek. A real date with Susi, a strange, unsettling feeling coils in her gut, a premonition she can't quite name. As she disappears from view, Susi's calm is shattered. Susi lunges, grabbing him from behind. He shoves his older brother hard against the lockers, his face contorted with rage as he spits the word hypocrite. He draws back his fist, ready to strike. But Susi catches it with ease, his grip like iron. "All's fair in war," he says calmly, his voice dangerously low. He points out that Susi waited for the director of teaching to be gone to try and attack him. He reminds his twin of their agreement with Muchonglai no tricks against Haohao. He warns him not to ruin his date. Susi's voice is raw with anguish. He protests that he met her first, that in the last life, Susi stole his identity to become her boyfriend. Susi's retort is cold and cutting. He asks his brother if he really thinks Haohao would be his without his help, listing their rivals. Gingland, Shen Tinglan, Jiu. What advantage could they possibly have against them? His eyes gleam with a chilling light. Their biggest weapon, he declares, is that there are two of them. In a flash of chibi-style anger, Susi warns him not to take liberties with Haohao, threatening to punch him. Susi just taunts him, asking if he could even land a punch. Returning to his calm demeanor, Susi blasts a hand on his brother's shoulder, telling him to go back to class. But his inner thoughts are far from brotherly. In the last life, he used Susi's identity. This life, he can use the other's identities in the same way, until he is the only one left. A cruel smirk plays on his lips. Haohao, he thinks, if you have the audacity to be the queen of this sea of men, then you'd better be prepared for the consequences. The final bell of the day rings, signaling freedom. Haohao walks out of the school, musing that she fully expected Usa to hunt her down for revenge after his meeting with the director. To her surprise, he'd simply taken a leave of absence and gone home. A wave of giddy relief washes over her. Susi meant no drama. She had survived another day. A voice calls her name, and she looks up to see Susi leaning casually against a tree, the picture of a perfect, waiting boyfriend. He asks where she'd like go for their date. She puts on a bright smile and suggests they go see a movie. In the darkened theater, they sit side by side. Haohao finds her attention wandering. The movie is painfully cliché, its only redeeming quality being the attractive leads. Suddenly, the on-screen couple dives into a passionate, open-mouthed kiss, complete with breathless moans of love. Haohao's eyes go wide with horror. She can hear everything, every mortifying loud sound. She wants to file a formal complaint with the censorship board. She averts her eyes, cringing, only to see another couple a few rows down doing the exact same thing. A low voice murmurs her name, and she jumps. Susi is leaning in close, his face illuminated by the flickering screen. He asks if she's not enjoying the movie. She panics, her mind a blank. Flustered, she shoves the popcorn bucket towards him, stammering that the popcorn is delicious and he should try it. He smiles, a slow, deliberate smile that makes her breath catch, and leans over. Instead of taking a piece with his hand, he leans down and takes the kernel she's holding directly from her fingertips with his lips, his tongue brushing against her skin for a fraction of a second. She freezes, completely and utterly stunned. Her mind is just a loop of a single, screaming thought. He's sucking it. He pulls back, his eyes half-lidded and impossibly seductive. He murmurs that it's delicious, very sweet. Her brain short-circuits. Where was the ice mountain? The stoic, expressionless character from the novel. This was not him. Her face burns with a furious blush as the truth hits her. He was seducing her. He was actively, intentionally seducing her. When the movie finally ends and the lights come up, Susi stands and says they should go, reaching for her hand. She instinctively pulls away. He stops looking at her with a questioning gaze, asking what's wrong. She forces a nervous laugh, explaining that she's afraid someone from school will see them. Dating is against the rules, and besides, her brother would never allow it. She pleads with him to just play it safe. The warmth in his expression vanishes, replaced by an icy stillness. The system chimes again, antagonism. Up by 5. Her stomach plummets. Is he really this upset just because she wouldn't hold his hand? She screams internally as she sees his hand clench into a white-knuckled fist on the armrest. But when he speaks, his voice is smooth again. He says he was negligent and had forgotten about the rules. He suggests they get a meal instead. Later, standing outside her apartment complex, she thanks him for the evening and tells him to get home safe. Just as she turns to leave, his hand darts out, grabbing her wrist. He pulls her back, spinning her into his arms. From nowhere, a bouquet of perfect red roses appears in his hand as he leans leans in, his intent to kiss her clear. At the last possible second, she jerks her head to the side, and his lips brush her cheek instead. Flustered, she pushes against his chest, asking what he's doing. His eyes are cold as steel. He asks if they aren't dating. He reminds her that she agreed because she said she liked him. She stammers that yes, that's right. Internally, she's scoffing, like him? As if it was all for the mission. How could she ever fall for a male lead from a smut novel? He leans in again, his voice a silky, dangerous whisper. Then she won't hate it if he kisses her, will she? She splutters that of course not, but it feels too fast. Trying to bargain, she suggests maybe just a brief one. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. He leans down, but instead of her lips, he presses a soft, lingering kiss to her forehead. She blinks surprised. That's it, her forehead, but the system dings again. Antagonism +5, she wants to tear her hair out. It went up again? Even after she let him kiss her, he pats her head gently, telling her to go inside and to text him when she's home. She feels utterly defeated. Her hand was practically bitten in the theater. She endured this awkwardness, and all she has to show for it is a 10-point increase in his antagonism. At this rate, she'll be trapped in this world forever. The moment her door closes, she collapses onto the floor in despair. Miles away, Susie sits on a park bench by a shimmering pool. His phone buzzes with a text from her letting him know she's home safe. He types a quick reply and lets out a long, slow breath. As on cue, the night sky explodes with a dazzling fireworks display. He watches the colors burst and fade, a bittersweet smile on his face. This brilliant spectacle, he thinks, is his gift to her. But the smile fades, replaced a deep-seated melancholy. He knows the truth. She's not thinking of him. She's only thinking of how to escape him. An image from their past life flashes in his mind. Haohao, asleep at her desk, her face so pure and innocent, while he watched over her. He had restrained himself back then, wanting to protect her, not scare her away. But she had deceived him. He clenches his jaw. This time, things will be different. He won't be soft-hearted anymore. His eyes, reflecting the dying embers of the fireworks, are filled with a cold, unyielding determination. The oppressive silence of the Su household at night was broken by the quiet purr of a luxury car pulling into the drive. Inside, the air was thick with unspoken tension. Suji, the picture of cold authority in his crisp suit, stepped through the door, his eyes immediately landing on his younger brother. His voice was like ice as he demanded to know why Susie had returned so late. Suso, still in his athletic wear from his date, stood his ground, scent of evening air clinging to him. His brother's interrogation was relentless, a series of sharp, cutting questions. He demanded to know what he and Haohao had done, sneering at the idea of a simple date, questioning why he hadn't come straight home after a meal. A humorless, condescending smirk ghosted across Suji's lips. He taunted his brother, telling Susu to stop deceiving himself. His dripped with venom as he painted a picture of their evening, listing every intimate act a couple might share: eating, strolling, watching a movie, hugging, kissing, sending her home. Susu's jaw tightened, his eyes flashing with defiance as he shot back that he had, in fact, done everything that should be done. The confession sent a tremor of rage through Susi, and he slammed his fist against the wall with a deafening bang. But Suji was unmoved, a chillingly calm playing on his face. He questioned if Susi was truly serious, if he was really playing this game despite everything. He spat Mu Haohao's name like a curse, calling her a fickle lover who falls for every man she meets, his voice disgust as he asked why his own brother would dare to go against him for such a woman. The accusation was a slap in the face. Suji's composure finally cracked, his hand flying to his own tie as if it were suffocating him. He snarled, asking what business it was of his brother's what his feelings were. In a flash, Suso lunged forward, his hands gripping the collar of Suji's expensive suit. He roared that if Suji liked Haohao so much, then he should be the one to withdraw. Suji's eyes blazed. He shoved Susu back, his voice a low growl as he demanded to know why he should be the one to withdraw. He had invested sincere feelings too, he hissed, and he wouldn't back down now, not after she had played with him. The shove sent Susu stumbling back. Suji's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, his lip now split and bleeding from the struggle. He vowed that not only would he refuse to withdraw, but he would play her the exact same way she had played him. He would drag her through the dirt, trample her spirit, and ensure she was damned for eternity. His voice was raw with menace as he pointed a trembling finger at his brother. He warned Susie that if he was so capable, he had better protect her well, and not to come crying to him when it all fell apart. As a final venomous blow, he added that Haohao had been avoiding Susu all night, that she didn't like him at all. A slow, knowing smirk spread across Susu's face. He saw the truth beneath his brother's rage. He softly commented that Suji was angry. Suji's glare was his only answer. Susu pressed his advantage, observing that his brother had a strong ego and couldn't stand being cast aside as a rebound. But then expression shifted, becoming earnest, almost vulnerable. He insisted that he was different. He wasn't looking for revenge or vindication. He truly loved Haohao, he confessed, his voice filled with a desperate sincerity. He wanted to marry her. Suji scoffed, the sound sharp and dismissive. Marry her? He laughed at the joke he called sincerity. With a final, chilling declaration that a woman like her would never cross the threshold of the Su family, he turned on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Left alone in the echoing silence, Susu's bravado melted away. He murmured to himself that it seemed everyone harbored evil designs towards Haohao, everyone but him. In his mind, the conclusion was simple, inevitable. She had to choose him. The next day at school felt blessedly peaceful. Haohao let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the volatile Su twins were nowhere to be seen. She sat at her desk trying to focus on her studies, the end of her pen pressed thoughtfully against her lips. The calm was shattered when her friend Ji Qingqi bounced over, bubbling with excitement. She told Haohao about a basketball match between their high school and the college team, insisting they go watch it together. Another friend chimed in, adding that both Susi and Suji would be playing, promising it would be an amazing game. Haohao's smile felt brittle. A shiver of apprehension went down her spine as she remembered her last encounter with Susi at the basketball court. The image of him throwing the ball at her head still vivid in her mind. She was honestly a little scared to see him. She quickly tried to make an excuse, murmuring that she had something else to do that day. Just then, her phone vibrated against the wooden desk. She picked it up, her heart sinking as she read the text message. It was from Susi. The words were a blatant threat, a suffocating ultimatum. Come to the basketball court to watch his match, or he would go to her classroom and kiss her. Haohao squeezed her eyes shut, her face contorting in pure frustration. She couldn't believe how impossibly annoying he was. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was electric, the air buzzing with excited chatter and thunderous cheers for the players, especially for senior Suji. In the stands, two students whispered to each other, one sharing a rumor that the college team was known for playing dirty, for using sinister tricks to get their opponents penalized. Haohao finally arrived, rushing to meet her friends. She apologized for being late, explaining that something had come up. Her friend waved it off, telling her not to worry, that a good spot had been saved for her. As she settled in, her gaze swept across the court, searching. Her eyes found him instantly. Susi was in his element, a blur of motion and fierce concentration. It was as if he could feel her stare, because he suddenly paused. He looked up, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. And then, his eyes locked with hers. A faint blush crept up Haohao's cheeks. She couldn't deny it. As she watched him, she remembered his role in the novel. He was a male lead, and despite his explosive temper, he possessed an undeniable raw power. She had to admit, his appearance was incredibly striking. A lazy, confident smirk spread across Susi's lips the moment he saw her. He had her attention. Re-energized, he turned back to the game, dribbling past a formidable opponent from the college team. The ball was a seamless extension of his hand. He launched himself into the air, a perfect arc towards the basket, but in a flash of green and white. The opposing player slammed his shoulder brutally into Susi's side. The mid-air collision was sickening. Susi hit the polished floor with a heavy, painful thud. The referee's whistle shriek. Suji was at his side an instant, asking if he was all right. Susu didn't answer, his earning with silent fury as the player who fouled him sauntered over, a smug grin on his face. He taunted Susu, asking if he couldn't handle a little competition, dismissing the blatant foul as an accident. "You bastard," Susu snarled, his body tensing. Suji grabbed his arm, warning him not to be rash. From the stands, Haohao's voice through the noise, her plea for him to calm down reaching him across the court. His fist was clenched, trembling with the need to retaliate. The opposing player's eyes slid past Susu, landing on Haohao with a lecherous gleam. He chuckled darkly, asking if that pretty girl was his girlfriend. His gaze roamed her body in a way that made her skin crawl, as he made a crude comment about her figure. A dangerous, primal rage ignited in C's eyes. His voice was a low, deadly growl as he dared the man to say that again. Before anyone could react, Susu lunged forward. His fist connected with the man's jaw with a sickening crack. He roared, daring him to keep looking at her. He threw the man to the ground and pounced, his knuckles already scraped and bleeding. Haohao screamed his name, begging him to stop. Suji desperately tried to pull his brother off the bloodied player. She was going to beat him to a pulp, that this would become murder if he didn't stop. Panic seized Haohao. She scrambled down from the stands, her heart hammering against her ribs. She called his name, her voice trembling as she reached him, placing a gentle hand on his heaving chest, pleaded with him to listen, to leave the match. She would take him to the infirmary, she promised. Her touch, her voice, seemed to pierce through his blinding rage. The fire in his eyes softened as he looked down at her, and he gave a single, shaky nod. As they walked away, she noticed the blood dripping from his hand and begged him not to walk so fast. He stopped, turned, and pulled her into a fierce, desperate hug. She froze, her eyes wide with shock. He buried his face in her hair, whispering her name, begging her not to speak. He just wanted to hold her, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion, just for a little while. He confessed that hearing her voice made him want to kiss her and do other things. Still wrapped in his arms, Haohao's concern overrode her shock. She asked what was wrong, if he was feeling unwell, suggesting they hurry to the infirmary. But Susu shook his head, looking down his battered hand. He dismissed the infirmary as useless and they'd go to the hospital instead. She immediately agreed. They arrived at the stark white building of the General Hospital. Later, Haohao carefully relayed the doctor's instructions to him. The wounds were deep, she explained, and he had to keep them dry for a few days in return for daily dressing changes. As they walked out into the late afternoon sun, Susi's arm was neatly bandaged. He glanced at his phone, noting it was already 8 p.m., and asked what she wanted for dinner. Worried about his injury, she suggested something light. Susa nodded, pulling out his phone to look up directions to a mall he remembered being nearby. But as they started walking, Haohao steps faltered. Her breath caught in her throat. She saw a figure that sent an icy dread through her veins. It was Gingland. A dizzying flashback consumed her, a dimly lit room, his voice a low whisper telling her not to be scared, that he would be gentle. The memory was so vivid, so real. Her mind supplied the details. Gingland, perfectionist lawyer, the male lead who had slept with the protagonist of First. A hot blush of shame and fear washed over her. As if sensing her turmoil, Gingland turned, a cool, knowing smile playing on his lips. He watched them from a distance, his gaze unreadable. Acting on pure instinct, Haohao ducked behind Susa, using his taller frame as a shield. Confused, Susa looked down at her and asked what was wrong, his eyes landing on a nearby cotton candy stall. He wondered aloud if that's what she wanted. Grasping at the excuse, she quickly nodded, asking him to help her pick one. Susa studied the colorful, fluffy creations. He pointed to a sweet pink bunny, telling her it was just like her, and asked if she liked it. She thanked him, her voice a little too bright, saying it was very cute. A faint blush dusted Susa's cheeks as he thought about how utterly adorable she was. He suggested they go eat, and she readily agreed. From the steps above, Gingland watched their retreating figures, a cryptic on his face, as he murmured that the little one had certainly become more capable. They ended up at a small convenience store, the mall having been too far to walk. Seated at a tiny table, the fluorescent lights felt harsh and exposing. Haohao's mind was a whirlwind of anxiety. She prayed that Gingland had only seen her and Susie, and that he hadn't realized she'd seen him too. She watched as Susie struggled to open a package with his one good hand. Seeing his frustration, she gently reached over and took the onigiri from him. She told him softly that his right hand was injured and it must be inconvenient, offering to hold it for him. Susie's heart skipped a beat. A warmth spread through his chest, so potent it made the pain in his hand disappear. He suddenly felt that getting injured had been completely worth it. A quiet beep sounded in Haohao's mind. The system flashed an update. Su's antagonism value dropped by 10 points. She was stunned. Just this small act of kindness had such a big effect. She mused that despite his violent temper, Susie was the most pure-minded of all the male leads. She held the rice ball to his lips, and he took a small bite. A wave of guilt washed over her. She knew that a single piece of candy could make him happy for days. And it was this simple, trusting nature that made her feel the most conflicted. He took another bite, his face lighting up as he declared it the best rice ball he'd ever had. He offered her a bite in return, and she accepted with a gentle smile. But beneath the smile, her heart ached. He had such a pure heart, and here she was, treating him with calculated kindness purely for a mission, never offering him a shred of true sincerity. She thought that perhaps, if being nicer to him could ease her own crushing guilt, then that would be for the best. Later that night, back in the safety of the Mu household, she lay in bed, reflecting. Another day was over. Susie's antagonism had decreased. It was progress. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She reached for it, her eyes widening in alarm at the name on the screen. Gingland. A cold dread settled in the pit of her stomach. Was this just a coincidence, or had he seen everything tonight? The warm glow of her bedroom lamp did little to soothe the nervous flutter in Haohao's heart as she clutched the phone to her ear. On the other end, velvety voice, a voice that always sent a shiver down her spine, asked where his little one was, and if she'd gone out to play. Haohao's fingers tightened on the sheets of her bed. She stammered that she hadn't, that she'd stayed home all day doing homework. From his seat in a sleek, white convertible, the city lights blurring into a glittering tapestry behind him, Gingland listened. His lips curved into a knowing smile, his long, dark hair framing a face that was devastatingly handsome. He murmured that it must be hard for her, all that work. He then offered, his voice dropping to a dangerously intimate tone, to help her relax for a bit. The word relax echoed in Haohao's mind, sounding so utterly strange and suggestive coming from him. Her thoughts immediately spiraled back to the novel, to the character of Gingland. He was the quintessential restrained, refined rascal. A man, in the original story, had only realized his obsessive lust had blossomed into genuine love at the very end. Since reincarnating, she had treated him with a frustrating mix of hot and cold, a calculated dance that had somehow managed to raise his favorability to a precarious 80%, but it hadn't yet secured a strong, genuine interest. Snapping back to the present, she forced a cheerful tone, insisting she was very relaxed already and just doing homework. She tried to end the call, telling him not to talk anymore. But he was persistent. He suggested a movie, mentioning he'd just returned from abroad and they hadn't seen each other in ages. Haohao's patience frayed. She cried out that he was being annoying, complaining that she had too much homework to even think about a movie. A low, amused chuckle came through the phone. Gingland's voice was laced with a triumphant silkiness as he informed her that was her second rejection. His next request, he purred, would be his third. He then dropped the bomb. He wanted her to come for a date at his house this weekend. A gasp escaped Haohao's lips, her body going rigid with shock. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her. She had completely forgotten the ridiculous rule she'd made with him in her past life, a rule designed to keep their strange relationship afloat. During a phone call, she was allowed to reject him twice, but the third request, as long as it wasn't complete outrageous, had to be accepted. His voice slid back into her ear, a venomous honey, telling her to remember to dress up. If she didn't, he mused, he'd just have to help her clothes off and change himself. Defeated, Haohao could only whisper that she understood. The moment the call ended, the phone slipped from her nerveless fingers. She was such an idiot. Collapsing onto the floor, she curled into a small ball, overwhelmed by a wave of self-pity, imagining herself drowning in a puddle of her own miserable tears. The next morning, the school buzzed with the usual energy, but Haohao felt none of it. She walked through the gates with a great yawn, her body feeling heavy and drained. The thought of going to Gingland's house over the weekend had tormented her all night, chasing away any hope of sleep. She felt like a zombie, a tiny ghost of exhaustion escaping her lips with every sigh. As she trudged down the bustling hallway, letting out another weary sigh, a figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Susei, his expression as cool and unreadable as ever, a guitar case slung over his shoulder. Before she could react, he shoved a paper bag into her hands. He told her it was for her, a thank you for taking him to the hospital yesterday. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ah? She breathed, staring after him. The exchange hadn't gone unnoticed. A wave of whispers erupted around them. Students couldn't believe their eyes. Susei, the famously aloof beauty of Class 5 who seemed to have a personal vendetta against the entire female population, had just given a girl breakfast. The gossip was relentless. They whispered that Susei wasn't the kind of person who would be so grateful for a simple trip to the hospital. The conclusion was immediate and scandalous. He must be trying to pursue their class belle Haohao. Hearing their hushed speculation, a fresh wave of dread washed over her. Oh no. What if this got back to Susei? As if summoned by her fears, a sharp voice cut through the noise, ordering her to come with him. It was Susei. Her desk mate murmured in surprise, wondering if Susei was there to help with moving resources again. But Haohao knew better. She thought, her heart sinking into her stomach. He must have heard the rumors. Her friend, oblivious, spoke up, asking Susei if he had come to the wrong class, since they hadn't ordered any resources. Susei's gaze, cold and intense, was fixed solely on Haohao. He asked her, his voice dripping with sarcasm, if he needed to give her breakfast too before she would be willing to come out. A collective gasp rippled through the classroom. The students stared, their minds reeling from the sheer drama of it all. Susei's eyes narrowed, and he asked if she really wanted to continue their conversation here, in front of everyone. Flustered, Haohao quickly stammered that they could go to the moving resources room. In a swift, possessive motion, Susei grabbed her long ponytail and began pulling her from the classroom, leaving their classmates in a state of stunned silence. What was going on? Could it be that both of the handsome twins were pursuing her? They reached the resources room, the sign on the door seeming to mock her. The moment they were inside, Susei shut the door and the lock clicked ominously into place. Haohao's nerves were shot. She reminded him meekly that class was about to start. This was all too familiar, a chilling sense of déjà vu prickling her skin. Susei seemed unconcerned, calmly stating that their classmates had seen them come here together, so the teachers wouldn't suspect anything. Then, to her horror, he reached out and drew the curtains close, plunging the room into shadow. Her mind raced. What was he going to do? She tried to sound casual, asking if he had something to say, suggesting they talk after school. She reminded him of their agreement not to let the teachers discover their relationship. He leaned in, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath. He was afraid, he whispered, that C would take her away from him before then. With a deliberate movement, he trapped her against the wall, his arms caging her in. Feigning innocence was her only defense. She told him she didn't understand what he was talking about, her back pressed hard against the cool surface of the wall. His eyes burned into hers, sharp and accusatory. He demanded to know why she had accepted Susei's breakfast. Putting on her most convincing smile, Haohao claimed that Susei had been injured in a basketball fight the night before. She had simply taken him to the hospital out of concern, and the breakfast was his way of saying thank you. But Susei wasn't buying it. His expression remained hard as he pressed her, asking why Asa had to be the one to take him. There were so many other people on the court, teammates, a coach, even teachers. Why her? She stammered, caught in his relentless interrogation. He moved even closer, his voice softening dangerously as he murmured her name, Haohao. His hand found her waist, pulling her flush against him. He asked if she did it because Susi was his brother, if she cared for him because of his connection to him. He made a devastating promise. If she would just admit it, just nod her head, he would make his brother back off. That's not it, she finally cried out, finding her voice. She explained that Susi had looked terrible, and she was sure anyone who knew him would have been concerned. The fight was chaotic, she insisted, and everyone else was too busy trying to break it up. No one was available to help. With a defiant lift of her chin, she declared that even if Susi wasn't one of her mission targets, she would have helped him anyway. She demanded that he release her. Susi's grip loosened and he stepped back. A terrible thought, cold and sharp, pierced through his jealousy. Could it be? Could Haohao actually like Susi, that bad-tempered, academically challenged, yet painfully frank and sincere twin of his? The image of his brother's smiling face flashed in his mind. Seeing his troubled expression, Haohao asked what was wrong. Susi's jaw tightened. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a new, desperate resolve, and announced that they were going public. No! The word flew from her lips in a rush of panic. She reminded him frantically that they were seniors, that the college entrance exams were next year. What would happen if the teachers found out? Susi was unnervingly calm. He argued that as long as their grades didn't suffer, the teachers would only caution them to be discreet. As for her brother, he could talk to him. If necessary, he'd even have his parents speak to hers. He looked her straight in the eye, his voice thick with emotion. He told her that they liked each other, that she was his first girlfriend, and he was tired of hiding in the shadows. He wanted to be seen with her, to bring her breakfast and walk her to and from school openly. Haohao's mind reeled. The system required her to raise the favorability of all 5 male leads. Going public, Susi would destroy any chance with the others. It was time for her killer move. Looking down, she apologized softly, promising she would never again accept breakfast from another student, male or female. Then she looked up at him, her eyes wide and glistening, her expression the perfect picture of contrition. She begged to be angry, not even with Susi, her voice trembling slightly. Susi froze, his breath catching in his throat. He stared at her, completely disarmed. In 2 lifetimes, she had never, ever spoken to him with such a sweet, pleading tone. Haohao mentally patted herself on the back. Acting spoiled really worked. Her victory was short-lived, however, as the doorknob to the resources room began to turn. A teacher was outside. Susi's heart hammered against his ribs. Terror flashed across Haohao's face, but Susi, ever the quick thinker, whispered for her to stay calm and not be afraid. He instinctively moved to shield her from view. In one fluid motion, he swept an entire stack of papers from a nearby shelf, sending them fluttering to the floor like a sudden snowstorm. Just as the door clicked open, Susi turned to the teacher with a polite, apologetic expression. He explained smoothly that he and another class's commissary were looking for resources when a gust of wind blew the papers everywhere. They had to lock the door, he said, just to get them organized. The teacher peered in, saw the scattered papers, and nodded in understanding. She told him to keep up the good work and that she would leave them to it. Haohao quickly agreed and knelt to gather the papers. A new respect for Susi blooming within her. She never would have expected a model student like him to be so skilled at deceiving teachers. Later that day, Haohao sat alone by the school's running track, the distant sounds of a basketball game echoing in the air. She called out for her system, Yang Yang. The tiny cherubic creature appeared, and Haohao poured out her heart, confessing she's dying from anxiety. She hated playing with the feelings of 5 different men. It made her feel like a terrible person. Yang Yang floated down and patted her head comfortingly, reminding her that her mission was to stabilize the world's spirit energy. The system gently explained that when she completed her task, all the male leads would be freed from the constraints of the original plot, allowing them to live new lives. She wasn't toying with them, she was helping them. The logic made sense, but Haohao still felt a heavy weight of guilt. Changing the subject, Yang Yang asked about her plan for steadying Susi. Haohao admitted she'd been trying to lay low, but today's incident proved that she had to actively manage the male lead's antagonism while dating them. She wondered aloud if she could just break up with 4 of them, focus on one, and then move on. Yang Yang confirmed there was no rule against it, but warned her of the risk. What if their favorability dropped to 0 after a breakup? They might never agree to get back together. An idea began to form in Haohao's mind. Maybe she should test this strategy on just one of them first. Someone easygoing, someone whose antagonism wouldn't skyrocket if she broke his heart. Her thoughts immediately went to Susi, remembering how happy he looked eating the rice ball she'd given him. Yes, Susi. He was the kindest to her. He would have to be her first guinea pig. A fresh wave of guilt washed over her as she mentally apologized to the unsuspecting boy. At that very moment, in his classroom, he was lounging at his desk, headphones on, enjoying a snack. His phone, which was plugged in on his desk, began to buzz. The screen lit up with her name, Haohao. His eyes widened in surprise. Yang Yang, watching from the sidelines of Haohao's mind, cheered internally. This was the first time Haohao had ever initiated a meeting with him at school. Susu snatched up the phone, a brilliant, hopeful smile spreading across his face. He couldn't wait to hear what she wanted to tell him. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of anxiety and resolve. Standing before the equipment room, she took a deep, shuddering breath, the cool air doing little to calm the fire in her chest. This had to be done. Steeling her nerves, she gave herself a silent pep talk, a desperate prayer for strength. She could do this. She smoothed down the skirt of her neat school uniform, the fabric feeling flimsy and inadequate, like armor for a battle she was destined to lose. With a final, trembling push, she opened the door. A brilliant light spilled out, and there he was, Suso looking like a sun god in his sportswear, casually spinning a basketball on his finger. His eyes sparkling with an easy confidence that made her stomach clench with guilt. He was a portrait of carefree youth, so bright it almost hurt to look at him. He turned and, with effortless grace, tossed the ball through the hoop behind him. A playful smirk touched his lips as he sauntered toward her. He leaned in close, his voice a low, teasing murmur as he asked why his good girlfriend had taken the initiative to call him out. He wondered aloud if she had missed him. His fingers found hers, lacing through them with a familiar warmth that sent a jolt of longing and sorrow through her. She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Oblivious to her inner turmoil, he promised to take her shopping later, his expression open and affectionate. A wave of self-loathing washed over her. Evil, hellish bitch. Thord screamed in her mind, a brutal judgment of the part she was forced to play. With a strength she didn't know she possessed, she pulled her hand from his grasp. The warmth vanished, replaced by an icy chill. She forced herself to meet his gaze, whispering that he couldn't bring her breakfast anymore. He just smiled, easily agreeing not to bring it to school, and then cheerfully suggested bringing it to her house on the weekend instead. Frustration and desperation clawed at her. He wasn't getting it. She had to be cruel. Her voice rose, sharp and strained, as she declared that he shouldn't send her anything ever again, no matter when. She explained frantically that everyone in her class was discussing it, that even Class 1 had heard, and that she was terrified the teachers would summon her. As the final, devastating blow, she told him that his brother, Susi, had come to see her. Taking a shaky breath, she suggested that maybe they should take a short break. The change was instantaneous and terrifying. The playful light in his eyes died, replaced by a storm of disbelief and fury. He lunged forward, his hands gripping her arms with bruising force. He demanded to know if she was breaking up with him because of Susi. A roar of betrayal. He snarled that he would never agree to it. Before she could react, his mouth crashed down on hers. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It was desperate, angry, and possessive. She struggled against him, but he was too strong. Panic seized her as she realized she couldn't push him off. She had never, ever seen this side of Susu. He pulled back slightly, his teeth grazing her lip in a sharp, painful bite. He growled that even if he were to die, it didn't mean she would be the survivor. Just as the shocking words left his lips, the equipment room door was thrown open with a loud bang. Standing in the doorway, impossibly calm and collected in his pristine school uniform, was Susi. His eyes swept over the scene, a cool, calculating glint in their depths. He asked what a good student like her was doing on the turf of bad boys like them. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face as he announced that he had simply come to pick up his girlfriend. Susu stared at his twin, his grip on Haohao tightening. He demanded to know what Susi was doing there. Susi merely arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with condescension as he asked if his brother liked what he saw. An inferno of rage burned behind Susi's calm facade. He had waited 2 lifetimes for this, to see her, to have her. He refused to stand by and watch her be intimate with another man, even his own brother. He reached for her, his voice a low command, telling Haohao to come with him. Haohao's mind went blank with sheer panic. She wished she could become invisible, that the floor would swallow her whole. Susi pulled her behind him, shielding her as he confronted his brother. He accused Si of posing as him to ask her out, painting Haohao as an innocent victim who didn't know the truth. But Susu wasn't buying it. He grabbed Haohao's other arm, yanking her back toward him. He snarled that Haohao was his girlfriend, interrogating Susi, asking if he was blind to what they had been doing when he arrived. The tension snapped. They were like 2 predators fighting over their prey, and she was trapped in the middle, her heart threatening to shatter from the strain. A close-up on her hands, each held captive by a brother. Susi's voice was cold as ice as he demanded she make it clear to them both who her boyfriend was. 2 pairs of identical, yet terrifyingly different, eyes bored into her, demanding an answer. She whimpered, begging them to let her go first. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the equipment room door, startling all 3 of them. Susi saw his chance. He leaned in, his voice a smooth promise, telling her to come with him and that he could defuse the entire situation. Susu scoffed, sneering at his brother's act. He declared that Haohao was his girlfriend. It would be the one to help her. The choice was hers. He demanded she say it, to pick one of them. She stood frozen, a deer in the headlights, as the door creaked open to reveal a huddle of students, their eyed with shock and excitement. They were caught. Whispers erupted from the crowd, students buzzing about the real-life campus drama unfolding before them. The two-hand school hunks, the twin brothers, confessing to the same girl at the same time. Susi's eyes blazed with uncontrollable rage. Both brothers turned on the audience, roaring in unison for them to get out. The students scattered like frightened birds, leaving the trio once again enveloped in a suffocating silence. That was the last straw. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Haohao. She ripped her arms from their grasps with a furious cry. She screamed that she wouldn't choose either of them. And then she ran, fleeing the wreckage of her own making, leaving the two stunned brothers in her wake. The scene dissolved into a nightmare of whispers and rumors that followed her everywhere. The entire school was talking, calling it the most dramatic show ever. That night, hiding under the covers in her bedroom at the Mu family home, she was inconsolable. Her little system spirit tried to comfort her, but Haohao wailed that no one would ever like a girl who dated multiple men. Their evilness meters must be skyrocketing. She sobbed, convinced Susi and Susi were heartbroken and furious. Believing she had cheated on them both, she blamed her system for forcing her in this impossible situation. The system, however, argued that this was a 1 versus 5 erotic novel, and being caught might actually lead to both brothers accepting her at the same time. Haohao could only stare in disgusted silence. The next day felt like walking into a lion's den. The air in the school was thick with gossip. Girls whispered jealously, wondering aloud which twin she would choose. One even joked that she should just pick both. As Haohao walked into her classroom, a hush fell over the students, and her blood ran cold. Standing at the front of the room, as if they owned the place, were Susi and Susu. Each held a bag. Susi offered warm milk. Susu offered breakfast. The classroom erupted in a frenzy of hushed gossip. Haohao wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Her system chirped excitedly in her ear, announcing that Susi's evilness meter was 75 and Susi's was at 45. Haohao couldn't comprehend why it was so happy. The bell rang, saving her. She shoved the food back at them, telling them to get to class. She collapsed into her seat, utterly exhausted. Her friend Chukin laughed beside her, noting how tiring it must be to be the popular girl. She asked if the twins were really trying to win her heart. Haohao thought grimly that it was less about winning her heart and more about the fact she'd been caught two-timing them. Chukin sighed dreamily over Susai, the untouchable top student, and marveled that he'd even chase a girl, finally understanding that his requests for help with materials were just excuses to be near Haohao. The teacher's arrival thankfully cut the conversation short. As the lesson began, Haohao stared blankly ahead. The system was right. This world, these characters, they were all becoming painfully real. A deep sadness settled over her. At this rate, she wondered, when would she ever get to go home? When the final bell rang, she packed her bag in a rush. Chukin grabbed her arm, suggesting a shopping trip. It was the perfect escape. Haohao latched onto the idea, planning to use her friend as a shield to avoid the inevitable confront twins. She forced a bright smile, readily agreeing, but it was too late. They were already there, standing just outside the classroom, calling her name. Chukin, delightfully oblivious, linked her arm through Haohao's and chattered about an accessory store, pulling her forward. Haohao played along, trying to make it a quick getaway with her friend. Behind them, Susi and Susu stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions identically dark and stormy as they watched the girls hurry away. The silent war between them was far from over. The afternoon sun's long shadows between the towering city buildings, painting the streets in hues of orange and gold. Strolling down the sidewalk, Chukin hugged her friend Haohao tightly, her voice full of genuine affection. She declared that Haohao was so sweet, she wished she could turn into a man just to marry her. Then, her expression serious. She gently cupped Haohao's face, her thumbs stroking her cheeks as she told her she couldn't keep avoiding them. Her voice was a soft but firm whisper, urging Haohao to make up her mind. She insisted that if Haohao didn't like them, she should just reject them and not be afraid. Haohao's heart felt heavy, a knot of indecision tightening in her chest. She couldn't meet her friend's concerned gaze. With a forced, bright smile, she quickly changed the subject, suggesting they talk about something else. It had been a while since they'd hung out, she chirped, proposing they think about what they would do for fun. A moment later, a sleek, expensive-looking car slid to a silent stop by the curb, its polished black surface gleaming. Haohao paused, a flicker of unease stirring within her. She murmured that the car looked familiar. Her violet eyes widened in sudden, heart-stopping recognition. It was Gingland's car. A cold dread washed over her as she realized where they were. This was his territory, a glittering, dangerous city built on casinos and entertainment, a place where fortunes were made and lost in the blink of an eye. It was a world of high-stakes gambling and endless nights, a world she wanted no part of. Haohao quickly pulled Chukin behind a building corner, her heart pounding against her ribs as they peeked out to watch. The car screeched to a halt before an imposing, modern building, the sound sharp in the quiet afternoon. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out. It's him. Gingland, looking impossibly handsome and utterly terrifying in a crisp white shirt, his profile sharp and his gaze as cold and hard as steel. Haohao instantly ducked back, pressing herself against the wall, her breath catching in her throat. She prayed he hadn't seen her, her mind racing. Her friend, oblivious, commented on how scary the man looked, wondering aloud if they were filming a movie. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a punch followed by a grunt of pain echoed from a nearby alley. A desperate voice cried out, pleading for more time, promising to pay off the money. Chukin's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of alarm. Her face went pale. She told Haohao she recognized the voice and had to go see who it was. She urged Haohao to head back without her, that she couldn't go shopping now. Haohao grabbed her arm, her own fear spiking. She warned her friend that it was dangerous, but Chukin was already pulling away, running towards the source of the sound, calling back that she would call her brother for help. Inside the grimy alley, a man was being viciously kicked by two thugs while a third, their boss, watched. The beaten man begged them to stop, promising he'd win back double what he owed. The boss, a man named Mr. Yang, took a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes filled with cold contempt. He sneered that he had heard enough of the man's crap, adding that he would have already killed him if it weren't for the fact that his daughter had a pretty face. He then lunged forward, grabbing the man's hair and yanking his head back. He offered him one last chance. He demanded to know which school his daughter attended, snarling that he would go pick her up himself. He then held up a photograph, and the world seemed to freeze. It was a picture of a smiling Chukin. Her father, the man on the ground, could only tremble, his hand clenching into a powerless fist. Haohao found Chukin still hesitating near the alley. She had already contacted her brother, and that they needed to leave immediately. But it was too late. One of the thugs spotted their shadows and shouted to Mr. Yang that two people were hiding there. A minute later, they were dragged into the alley. Chukin, though terrified, stood tall and defiantly told him to let go, warning them that her brother was the famous Mu Chonglai. Haohao's heart hammered in her chest, desperately hoping the powerful name would be enough to save them. Mr. Yang's eyes widened slightly at the name. He let out a short, harsh laugh and conceded that she was lucky to have such a good brother. He told her she could leave. He wouldn't hurt her. But then his predatory shifted to her friend, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He identified her as Su Qin, the daughter of the pathetic gambler Su Da. In an act of ultimate betrayal, her own father pointed at her, his voice sickeningly eager as he presented her to Mr. Yang. He boasted about how pretty she was, that she was under 18 and surely still a virgin. Chu Qin stared in utter horror, the world crumbling around her. Mr. Yang's smile was triumphant. He grabbed Chu Qin's chin, his touch rough and possessive, declaring that he was satisfied. Chu Qin struggled, screaming that she wasn't Su Da's daughter, her voice cracking with despair. A surge of pure, unadulterated rage coursed through Haohao. She snatched a loose brick from the ground. With a guttural scream, she swung it with all her might, smashing it against the side of Mr. Yang's head. The man staggered back, stunned. Haohao didn't waste a second. She grabbed Chu Qin's trembling hand. She screamed at her to run, and they bolted down the alley, their footsteps echoing against the concrete. Behind them, Mr. Yang roared in fury, clutching his bleeding head. He bellowed at his men to get them, screaming that he didn't care whose brother she had. He was going to teach them a lesson. They ran until their lungs burned, but the alley was a dead end. They were trapped. As the thugs closed in, Chu Qin whispered Haohao's name, her voice trembling with fear, asking what they should do. In that same instant, a powerful arm wrapped around Haohao's waist, yanking her backwards with shocking force. She was lifted completely off her feet. She thrashed wildly, screaming for him to let her go, crying out for her brother. A deep, impossibly calm voice murmured in her ear, telling her not to be scared. He pulled her flush against his chest, and the familiar, intoxicating scent of him filled her senses. He said it was him. She looked up into the dark, intense eyes of Gingland. Her mind went blank. That voice, it was Gingland? The thugs froze, their aggression evaporating into fear as they recognized the man. Haohao's panic shifted. She clutched at the front of his pristine shirt, her voice desperate as she begged him to help her classmate. Mr. Yang, trying to regain some semblance of authority, explained the situation, holding up the signed IOU. He claimed the girl's father had agreed to give him his daughter to settle the debt. He insisted the document was legal and that he hadn't hurt Haohao, but rather that she had attacked him with a brick. A man in a suit by Gingland's side examined the document and confirmed its authenticity. Without a word, Gingland scooped Haohao into his arms as if she weighed nothing and turned to leave. Panic clawed at her throat. She struggled, demanding he put her down and help Chu Qin. To silence her protests, he leaned down and crushed his lips into hers in a fierce, demanding kiss. As he pulled away, he whispered a single, chilling word, "All right." Mr. Yang laughed cruelly at the terrified Chu Qin, taunting her that even Mr. G wasn't going to help her now. He leered, telling her be a good girl and come with them. She backed away, screaming for them to stay back as they advanced on her. Gingland carried Haohao through a series of opulent corridors and into a spacious, modern office. She was still pleading with him, her voice weak, telling him her friend only got into trouble because she was with her. She begged him to help. He ignored her, his face an unreadable mask as he gently set her down on a large mahogany desk. The coldness in his silence was her breaking point. She glared at him, her fear replaced by a fiery defiance. She declared that if he wouldn't help, she would rescue Chu Qin herself. Unlike him, she wouldn't abandon her friend. She tried to slide off the desk, but he slammed his hand down, blocking her path. He caught her wrist, his grip like iron. His voice was dangerously low as he asked what she thought she could possibly do. He told her coldly that she would accomplish nothing except getting herself hurt. Tears of helpless fury streamed down her face. She screamed that she could call the police. She could ask others for help, that she would do anything and everything she could. She wrenched her arm, trying to break free, telling him this had nothing to do with him and that he should let her go. His expression remained unchanged. He calmly informed her that her brother, Mu Chonglai, was stuck in traffic and had been the one to call him for help. Therefore, he couldn't do her the favor. He leaned closer, his voice a silken threat, adding that he didn't want to help anyway, and a man like Mr. Yang was an expert at evading the police. He mocked her again, asking what else she could possibly do. Panic seized her. He was just playing with her. Time was running out. Taking a shaky breath, an idea sparked in her desperate mind. She thought of her other targets, the Su brothers, Shen Tinglan, Jiu. Gingland watched the shift in her expression with a predatory curiosity, remarking that he never knew she was so well connected. But then he added a chilling warning. She thought those men, who were not kind-hearted like him, would ever help her. That was it. She yanked her hand from his grasp, a blaze of reckless courage in her eyes. She told him it was because she was dating all of them. She stood up straight, her chin held high, and declared that just like him, they were all her backups. He was merely a backup boyfriend, and if she didn't choose him, she had plenty of other options. She jabbed a finger into his chest, her voice dripping with contempt, asking who he thought he was. She spat that she didn't care if a cold-hearted man like him helped or not. Then, with a defiant tilt of her head, she asked if she could leave now. The air in the room grew thick and heavy. Gingland's face became a thunderous mask of fury, his eyes darkening to a terrifying shade. Her bravado faltered. She stammered that she would be leaving then. Just as she turned, his voice, low and strained, stopped her. He told her to come back. He would do the favor. He took out his phone, his movements sharp and precise. He made a quick call, ordering his men to retrieve the girl from Mr. Yang. After he hung up, a strange, unreadable smile touched his lips. He informed her that his people were on their way to rescue her classmate. Then, the smile vanished. His gaze turned possessive, dangerous. He told her that now they needed to talk about what she had just said. About her many boyfriends, about him being a backup. He cornered her against the desk, his hand tilting her chin up so she was forced to meet his smoldering gaze. He asked if he was truly just one of her options. A nervous, shaky laugh escaped her lips. She asked if he would believe her if she told him she was only kidding. His answer was a kiss, not tender, but a brand of ownership, deep and punishing, stealing the very air from her lungs. When he finally pulled back, his board into hers, he demanded to know why she was doing this, why she was dating 4 other men while she was with him. Her mind blanked. There was no explanation she could give, no way to tell him the truth of her bizarre reality. He held out his phone, the screen glowing ominously. His voice was pure ice as he commanded her to call them now. He ordered her to break up with every single one of them, and then he would pretend this never happened. The threat was unspoken but deafening. He leaned in, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered that she was lucky she wasn't an adult yet, otherwise he wouldn't be so gentle. With a trembling finger, she scrolled to Mu Chonglai's name and hit call. As soon as it connected, she cried out for her brother to help her, but Gingland snatched the phone from her hand. He answered calmly, his voice smooth as silk as he informed Mu Chonglai that his sister was with him and that there was no need for him to come. He would drive her home himself tonight. His fingers, surprisingly gentle, brushed against her cheek, the warmth of his touch sending a jolt through her. A blush bloomed across her face, a heat that had nothing to do with embarrassment and everything to do with the man beside her. On the phone, Gingland's voice was a low, possessive murmur. He told the person on the other end that there was no need for a gift, insisting that he wasn't an outsider. He was seeing Haohao, he continued, his tone leaving no room for argument, and it was his solemn duty and responsibility to ensure she got home safely. On the other side of the line, Mu Chonglai's composure shattered. An incredulous rage contorted his features as he roared to the receiver, demanding what Gingland was playing at and ordering him to give Haohao the phone at once. Without a flicker of emotion, Gingland extended the phone to Haohao, his expression unreadable. He informed her that her brother wanted to speak with her. Taking the phone, a calculated, confident played on her lips. She brought it to her ear and purred a simple greeting to her brother. Mu Chonglai's voice was a frantic torrent of suspicion and worry. He demanded to know if Gingland was forcing her to stay with him, his voice cracking with the desperate promise that he would help her, that she shouldn't be afraid. Her smirk softened into something more genuine. She calmly reassured her frantic brother that no one was forcing her to do anything. At this point, she explained with a weary sigh, she figured she might as well give Gingland's sin a try. Her brother's voice rose in disbelief, questioning how she could suddenly be Gingland after all the monstrous things he had done. Gripping the steering wheel of his car, Mu Chonglai's mind raced. A cold dread washed over him. She doesn't know. She doesn't remember our past life. He was certain of it. Gingland was a despicable monster who had tried to force himself on her. This had to be another one of his vile tricks. Haohao hesitated, her gaze drifting to Gingland's broad back as he stood facing the glittering cityscape. She took a breath and began to spin her tail. She told her brother that Gingland had been like a hero, rescuing her earlier that day and making her feel utterly safe. She explained how they had talked about the incident at his sister's birthday party, how he had apologized for being drunk and confessed that he wanted to be with her to make amends for his past behavior. The word hero echoed in Muchongle's ears, a bitter, impossible pillow. He wanted to scream. Hero? Hell no, he seethed internally, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Across the room, Gingland, who had been listening to every word, allowed a small, triumphant smile to grace his lips. It was a look of pure satisfaction of a plan perfectly executed. A faint beep sounded in Haohao's mind, and a translucent gleam materialized before her eyes. The system announced that the target's meter had decreased by 5 points. Her eyes widened. Gingland was smiling, and his meter had actually gone down. Her brother's impatient voice cut through her thoughts, asking if she was done and curtly stating he would hang up, adding that she clearly didn't need him to come. Before she could reply, Gingland smoothly plucked the phone from her grasp. He brought it to his own lips, his voice a silken declaration of victory to his rival. He informed Muchongle that today was a very meaningful day, as it marked the beginning of his relationship with Haohao. He coolly added that they had much to do, and that he would send her home later, before abruptly ending the call. Haohao stared aghast. How dare he? But the line was already dead. Gingland turned back to her, that infuriatingly charming smile back in place. He told her that as his girlfriend she would be breaking up with the other men. He leaned in, his proximity intoxicating, his breath ghosting across her skin as he loomed over her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Flustered and overwhelmed, she could only manage a tiny, breathless agreement. He stepped back, leaving her clutching her phone, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Who should she even call first? Miles away, in the quiet luxury of the Su family house, a phone began to buzz incessantly. On a plush sofa, Susi was happily munching on popcorn, while his twin brother, Susai, stared down at the screen. The name Haohao glowed back at him. Susu lunged for the device, demanding his brother hand it over. Susi, ever the calmer of the two, fended him off with an exasperated sigh, promising to put the call on speaker if he would just settle down. The moment he did, Haohao's voice, crisp and unwavering, filled the room. She told Susi, quite simply, that they should break. Susi let out a triumphant cheer, popcorn flying from his mouth. He gloated, telling his brother to break up with her and ignore her completely. But Haohao wasn't finished. With a slight, almost apologetic cough, she added that they should break up too. Susu froze mid-cheer, his jaw slack, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Haohao's voice softened slightly as she offered a rushed apology. She confessed that she shouldn't have dated them both at the same time behind their backs, admitting it was wrong and that this immoral relationship had to end. But Susu wasn't having it. He exploded, shouting that he'd told her he would never break up with her. He demanded to know where she was, insisting they talk in person. Susi, his voice dangerously level, asking if she was still in the city center with her classmate. He calmly held his furious, sputtering brother back. When Haohao confirmed she was, Susi's voice became strangely gentle. He told her to have fun, and that they could discuss this later. Agreeing with his brother that some things shouldn't be settled over the phone, he urged her not to let this ruin her mood before hanging up. The instant the call ended, Susi's rage erupted. He grabbed Susai by the collar of his shirt, shaking him as he demanded to know what he was doing and why he'd hung up. He snarled, asking if his brother was actually going to break up with Haohao. Susi's expression was grim, his eyes cold and sharp. He told his brother to think. Haohao had been caught, he said, and Gingland had undoubtedly forced her to make that call. The words hit Susu like a physical blow. He let go, stunned. Susi laid out his logic with chilling precision. Haohao had said she was with a classmate in the city center. What were the odds she'd make a breakup call while out with friends? And more importantly, he reminded his twin, whose territory was the city center, it was Gingland's. Susi's panic returned, asking what they were supposed to do. He clenched his fists, his voice shaking with fury. He vowed he wouldn't let that guy get away with this. He hadn't lost yet, Sia agreed. He looked his brother dead in the eye, his voice low and serious. He stated the hard truth. Neither of them could defeat Gingland alone. Their only advantage was the fact that there were two of them. He extended his hand, a silent offer of a truce. He asked Susi if he was going to work with him. Susi stared at the outstretched hand, a storm of emotions warring in his eyes. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he made his decision. Their hands clasped in a grip of iron, temporary alliance forged in the fires of rivalry and shared desperation. Together, they vowed they would get Haohao back. Back in the penthouse, a wave of relief washed over Haohao. Breaking up the twins had been surprisingly easy. One set down, now she thought, turning her attention to the next name on her list. In a sleek, modern office across the city, Gingland was working late, the glow of his laptop illuminating his tired face. He pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing as his phone buzzed to life on the polished desk. The caller ID read Haohao. He answered, his voice softening into a gentle smile as he greeted her. But her reply was a cold, clean cut. She told him she wanted to break up. She launched into a well-rehearsed speech about their incompatibility. The gaps in age, experience, and lifestyle were simply too vast. Internally, she felt a pang of guilt for the twins, but for a heartless lawyer like Gingland, she felt nothing but a grim satisfaction. With Gingland backing her, she wasn't afraid of him. She quickly tacked on that their breakup was amicable before announcing she had to go. Before he could even process her words, she hung up. A small voice in her head reminded her that she couldn't be too hostile. She still needed to clear his evilness meter later. Gingland stared at the silent phone, a slow, calculating smile spreading across his face. Haohao had suddenly become so bold, so confident. Someone was pulling the strings. It wasn't her brother, and it certainly wasn't those hot-headed twins. His eyes narrowed. It had to be Gingland. He chuckled to himself, a low, dangerous sound. This was getting interesting. It was time, he thought, to liven things up. Haohao sat on the couch, gazing out at the sprawling city lights, her phone resting in her lap. Just one left, she thought. G.O. Her mind drifted to his backstory from the original novel. An orphan, bullied and alone, who ran away at just 8 years old. She pictured him, a small, wounded boy fleeing through a relentless, cold rain. He was adopted, but his life was far from easy. He discovered a talent for coding in middle school, a single bright spot in his dargled, and worked tirelessly to save money for books. But his foster parents, cruel and greedy, discovered his secret earnings. They took every last cent and had him committed to a horrific treatment center for so-called internet addiction. There he was brutalized, strapped down, and broken. But his spirit was not. He escaped. He collapsed in the pristine white snow, his body giving out, the world fading to black. That was when a pair of small, red boots appeared in his line of sight, and a gentle voice asked if he was all right. It was the original female lead, his savior. After escaping the hellish treatment center, he collapsed in the snow on the verge of death. It was on that fateful day that he met the female lead, and in her kindness, he found reason to live, falling deeply in love with her. Even when he learned she was involved with other men, he didn't leave. He was so desperate for love and acceptance that he agreed to share her. Haohao's finger hovered over his name before she pressed call. She thought back to when she'd first entered this world. She couldn't stand the thought of him suffering that fate, so she'd used the system to find him a loving family, to change his tragic destiny, and it had worked. The boy who had been destined for tragedy was now, in her own words, cute and adorable. When he answered, she identified herself, thinking this should be easy. They grew up like siblings. But his voice on the other end was filled with a soft, aching longing. He asked when she was going to come see him. He told her he hadn't seen her in a while, his voice barely a whisper as he confessed that he missed her. Taking a deep breath, Haohao told him they needed to talk. When he readily agreed, she dropped the bomb, suggesting they should just be family, not a couple. She tried to soften the blow, explaining that they would still treat each other the same, he just couldn't call her his girlfriend anymore. But his confused question cut her short. If they were going to act the same, he asked, then why break up? His voice sharpened as he asked the one question she wasn't prepared for. Did she have a crush on someone else? The question struck her like an arrow. She floundered for a response as his voice turned wounded, telling her he only liked her, no one else. He pressed his advantage, asking if she could spend the weekend with him so they could talk things over properly. He reasoned that he must have done something wrong for her to want to end things so suddenly. Feeling cornered, Haohao stammered that she might be busy but would call him. She risked a quick peek at Gingland, who was watching her from across the room. Her resolve crumbled. Oh, Gio was just too cute. How could she possibly reject him? A wave of guilt washed over her. In his own room, miles away, Gio hung up the phone and murmured to himself, a strange smile on his face. He thought Haohao was so very naughty. He had been restraining himself, holding back from calling her because he wanted to maintain his carefully crafted image of a meek and cute guy. He opened a small box, revealing a delicate bracelet he had made for her. His original plan was to others fight over her and then swoop in, but now he picked up the chain, a dark glint in his eyes. A chain seemed much more suitable. Haohao, oblivious to his dark thoughts, ended the call with a triumphant grin. She'd done it. She'd broken up with all of them. A hand suddenly descended, gently stroking her hair, and she looked up. Gingland stood over her, an unreadable expression on his face. He asked if she was happy that he had made her call them. She gave him a playful wink, cheekily replying that she was happy because told her to do it. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had expected her to be unwilling to fight him. But her reaction suggested something else entirely. That perhaps she had been forced into this five-way relationship against her will. Just then, another system notification pinged. The evilness meter had dropped another 5 points, bringing it to an even 50. Haohao's eyes widened in shock. It dropped again. Before she could even begin to process the information, his hand was on her chin, tilting her face up to his. And then he was kissing her. It was a gentle yet firm claiming, a kiss that tasted of possession and victory. And for a dizzying moment, the world dissolved around her into a fragrant field of white lilies. He pulled back, his dark eyes boring into hers with an unnerving intensity. He told her, his voice a low growl, that he was not a generous man. He had forgiven her this time only because she was still underage, but he made a chilling promise. When she came of age, she would have to pay back everything she owed him. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered his dark intentions. He would take her in every corner of this office. She had better be prepared. A violent blush spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. Her mind reeled in shock and a new, terrifying panic. How could he say something so shameless? It was then that she made a desperate vow to herself. She had to clear his evilness meter and break up with him for good before she turned 18. Her very future depended on it. His voice, a low and dangerous murmur, sliced through the quiet tension of the room, laying down the terms of her new reality. From now on, he declared, she was to come to his place after school and during the holidays. He would personally pick her up. He would then take her home at precisely 9:30 every night. The words were a cage, and Haohao felt the bars closing in around her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird seeking escape. She demanded to know why, her voice a sharp cry of disbelief. His gaze was cold, unforgiving as he delivered the blow. She had been caught dating 4 other men. He leaned in, his presence suffocating, and explained that he didn't like being cuckolded. Therefore, he was simply tackling the cause of the problem head-on. It was a calculated move, a power play designed to isolate her, to prevent any other man from even thinking of making a move. The word cheater echoed in her mind, painting her cheeks with a hot, shameful blush. He was trapping her, she realized, his true plan laid bare in the chilling intensity of his eyes. He would her away from them, prevent them from doing anything, until the moment Haohao came of age and they could be properly engaged. Once that happened, he was certain the other men would naturally back down. The next day at school, the world felt surreal. The sunlit track and the sounds of students playing basketball seemed to belong to another lifetime. Haohao stared at her phone, her thumb hovering over the screen. The group chat with all 5 of them felt like a ticking time bomb. This whole situation was too weird, their relationship too abnormal. A private message notification buzzed, jolting her from her thoughts. It was Susie. He'd heard that Chu-kin was in the hospital and gently asked if Haohao was planning to visit after school, offering to go with her. The message sent a jolt through her, pulling her back to the night before. She remembered the desperation asking Gingland to rescue Chu-kin, only for her friend to end up injured and hospitalized anyway. A wave of guilt washed over her as she recalled their conversation. She had messaged Kin, asking if she was alright. Her friend, looking small in the sterile hospital bed with an IV drip in her arm, had replied that her injuries were and that she was fine. Kin had thanked her, insisting things could have been much worse if not for Haohao's help. Then came the question that made Haohao's stomach clench. She had asked if the man called Mr. G had made things difficult after taking her away. Lying on her own bed, Haohao had quickly typed a reassuring lie, telling Kin not to worry, that she knew him well. Back in the present, the decision was made in an instant. She had to see Kin. She typed okay to Susie. Then a sudden, cold panic seized her. She had completely forgotten her agreement with Gingland. Her fingers flew across the screen as she messaged him, explaining that she needed to visit a classmate in the hospital and wouldn't be able to go to his place. That evening, under the sterile lights of the hospital, Chu-kin's eyes widened in surprise when Haohao walked in, Susie right beside her. A knowing, teasing smile sproused her friend's face. Winking playfully, she whispered, asking if this meant Susie was her final choice. Haohao's face flushed, and she stammered that it was a long, complicated story. She quickly steered the conversation toward her friend's injuries, desperate to change the subject. Later, as she and Susie walked out of the hospital into the cool night air, he suggested they grab dinner before heading home. She was about to agree when her eyes caught sight of a sleek, black car parked by the curb, and her blood ran cold. It was Gingland's car. What was he doing here? Was he waiting to pick her up? Panic flared in her chest. She immediately backpedaled, turning Susie with a strained apology, and saying she thought they should just go home. Her mind was a whirlwind of guilt and anxiety. She had agreed to see both of them, and already felt terribly unfair that she had come to the hospital with only Susie. Having dinner alone with him now felt like an outright betrayal. She forced a bright smile, telling him her driver had arrived and that she had to go. Waving a hasty goodbye, she practically ran towards the car, leaving a bewildered Susie standing alone. She slipped into the passenger seat, letting out a shaky sigh of relief. But the reprieve was fleeting. She turned to Gingland with a cheerful facade, asking if he was there to pick her up and brightly suggesting a Western restaurant she knew. His reply was a shard of ice. He didn't look at her, his eyes fixed on the road ahead as he asked who the boy next to her was. Haohao froze, the cheerful mask crumbling. She stammered that he was just a classmate. A cold sweat broke out on her skin. She knew he wouldn't be satisfied with that answer. In the driver's seat, Gingland's jaw was tight. He knew his calls the day before wouldn't solve the problem. They would only serve as a warning. As the car sped through the night, he thought to himself with chilling certainty that the real competition had only just begun. The car screeched to a halt before a sprawling, modern mansion. Gingland exited the vehicle and walked around to open her door with a gentlemanly air that felt utterly menacing. She murmured a thank you, her voice barely a whisper. But as she moved to get out, he suddenly backed into the car, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang. The enclosed space felt impossibly small. He was a predator, and she was trapped. She called his name, a question laced with fear. Without a word, he grabbed her wrist, his grip like steel, and pulled. She gasped as she was yanked off balance, tumbling onto his lap. His body was a wall of heat against hers, his scent a mix of expensive cologne and something uniquely him overwhelming her senses. Her hands landed on the firm expanse of his chest, a pathetic attempt to create distance. Her mind raced, searching for an escape. She stammered that they should go to dinner, that she was hungry. A slow, dangerous smirk touched his lips. He leaned, his voice a low rumble against her ear as he murmured her name. He reminded her of her own words from the day before, that she knew how to be a girlfriend. Her mind went completely blank. He leaned even closer, his breath ghosting over her skin, and asked how a good girlfriend should behave in a situation like this. Before she could even begin to formulate an answer, his mouth was on hers. A frantic thought screamed through her mind. No big deal. A desperate mantra to keep herself from shattering. But then his hand clamped around her waist, pulling her flush against body, and the pretense of a simple kiss was obliterated. This was a kiss of ownership, deep and demanding, leaving no room for thought, no room for breath. It was suffocating, an overwhelming invasion that made her feel dizzy and weak. A single, hot tear escaped the corner of her eye, tracing a path down her temple. She felt like she was drowning. Just as the darkness began to creep into the edges of her vision, he pulled back, a delicate, shimmering thread of saliva connecting their lips. His eyes were dark and tense. He whispered for her to be good. Then he pulled her into a crushing embrace, burying his face in her hair as if trying to inhale her very essence. At that exact moment, a sleek white sports car pulled up silently outside the restaurant. Behind the wheel, a man with long hair and sharp eyes behind his glasses watched them. It was Gingland. He recognized Gingland's car, and he knew this was a restaurant Haohao loved. His gaze narrowed as he watched them finally emerge from the vehicle, Gingland's arm wrapped possessively around a dazed-looking Haohao. Her clothes were disheveled, her lips swollen and red. A storm of fury gathered in his chest. Had they kissed in the car? He adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting with a cold, dangerous light. Or, his mind whispered, had they done something more? Inside the elegant restaurant, a waiter was placing their drinks on the table. Suddenly, a small boy ran past, his laughter echoing in the quiet space. The waiter stumbled, the tray tilted, and a full glass of red wine arsed through the air. It splashed directly onto the front of Haohao's pristine white blouse, a shocking crimson stain. The child's mother rushed over, her face a mask of mortification as she apologized profusely. Reaching into her designer handbag, she pulled out a pink shopping bag. She explained that she had just bought the dress inside for her own daughter, who's about Haohao's age, and offered it as an apology. Haohao tried to politely refuse, saying she could just go home. But Gingland intervened, taking the bag from the woman and placing it in Haohao's hands. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument as he told her to go get changed. Defeated, she turned and walked down a long, empty hallway. As soon as she was out of sight, Gingland gestured to the manager. His expression was placid, but his eyes were cold as he instructed the staff for the mother and son's bill, that he wouldn't allow something so trivial to interrupt this rare occasion. As Haohao walked down the corridor, a hand shot out from a darkened doorway. It clamped over her mouth, silencing her scream, and dragged her into the shadows. A muffled sound of terror escaped her throat. A voice she knew all too well, a voice that haunted her dreams, whispered her name. Gingland. He was here. Her eyes widened in pure terror. He held her fast, his gaze raking over the wine stain on her chest. A cruel smirk on his lips as he commented that his girl seemed to be a bit stained. He held up an identical pink shopping bag, the dress inside meant for their date tomorrow. He asked her, his voice dripping with false innocence, if she had hired that woman to pull this stunt. The realization hit her like a physical blow. He had orchestrated the entire accident. He was insane. She choked out that they had already broken up. He ignored her, his hand lightly patting her arm, a gesture that was anything but comforting. He pulled her against him, his voice a low, dangerous caress in her ear. He asked if he hadn't taught her to fight back when others took liberties with her. His mind was a tempest of rage. He had taught her to use his name as a shield, to protect herself, and instead, she had kissed Gingland in his car. His grip on her chin was bruising as he forced her to meet his gaze. He demanded to know where else he had touched her, his voice a venomous whisper. The cold calculation in his eyes sends a shiver down her spine, and she can feel her heart hammering against her ribs. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, a flicker of something unreadable crosses his face, and his voice softens, almost a whisper. He tells her not to cry, promising he won't continue. His hand slides from her chin down to her waist, a firm, grounding pressure. He then proposes a compromise, his voice a low, persuasive murmur. He asks her, his dear Haohao, to consider his offer. He suggests she go get changed and meet Gingland, assuring her he won't cause any trouble or put her in an unpleasant situation. But his one condition, delivered with a desperate edge, is that they cannot break up. And then comes the truly shocking part. He gives her his permission, his blessing even, to date both him and Gingland at the same time. Haohao's mind reels. What is he up to? This has to be a trap. He continues, his voice smooth as silk, offering to help get changed himself, promising he won't object to her seeing other men. She looks at him, her expression a mask of suspicion, her body tense and coiled like a spring. He leans in closer, his lips brushing against her hair as he whispers his twisted terms. It's fine, he says. If she dates no more than 5 men, but she must promise him one thing, no physical contact beyond a simple hug. That is the absolute limit he can accept. He punctuates his declaration with a soft, almost tender kiss on her forehead, a chillingly gentle act in the face of such an insane proposition. He tells her that if she allows him to help her get dressed, he will take it as her acceptance. His hand brushes against the fabric of her skirt, a silent, creeping advance. A playful wink is all she can muster on the outside, but inside, her thoughts are racing. This can't be what he really has in mind. What is his endgame? As if reading her mind, he adds another piece to the puzzle, his tone casual but his words sharp. He mentions that besides Gingland, he also saw her with another young man outside the hospital recently. His expression becomes pained, his gaze distant as he confesses that, for now, he simply can't bring himself to give her up. He doesn't want to break up with her, so his only choice is to allow her to date the others as well. Heartless. Calculating, the words scream in her mind. Even in this moment of supposed vulnerability, he is so calm, so in control. She stands before him, her clothes disheveled, a stark contrast to his composure. This man, so different from the one in her past life who was merely obsessed with the female lead's body, is a far more player. But a thought begins to form in her mind. Maybe being caught like this isn't a disadvantage. She needs to clear his evilness meter, and with him bringing all this out into the open, it shouldn't rise. An idea sparks. She will set her own terms. She looks him dead in the eye and declares that the same rules must apply to him. He is not to touch her in any way beyond holding her hand or a simple hug. Just as the words leave her lips, a familiar voice cuts through the tension from the other side of the door, calling her name. Her blood runs cold. It's Gingland. Her eyes widen in panic, but Gingland simply grins, a wicked, triumphant curl of his lips. He leans in and whispers conspiratorially, asking if they don't look just like an adulterous couple caught in the act. The smugness radiating from him is infuriating. She glares at him, her mind screaming that he is so evil. It all clicks into place, the timing, the proposal, it was all a setup. He had an ulterior motive all along, trapping her in this room until Gingland arrived. As she instinctively moves toward the door, his hand shoots out, his fingers wrapping around her wrist like a steel manacle. He commands her not to open the door. Defeated, she stops, turning back to face her captor. He presses his advantage, his voice a low threat. He muses aloud how long Gingland's patience will last before he just kicks the door down. Then he delivers his true ultimatum. She can choose him and only him over all the others. If she does, he will get her out of this situation safely. He watches her, waiting as tears of frustration and helplessness well in her eyes. His fingers find her chin again, tilting her face as. It's time to make a choice, he tells her, his voice devoid of any warmth. Trapped, with no other way out, she chokes out her answer, agreeing to his original, twisted proposal. A wave of despair washes over her as his hand gently caresses her cheek, a victor's touch. A faint, saddest smile plays on his lips. He admits that he had truly thought she would choose him and abandon the others. With a rustle of fabric, he begins to dress her in a new outfit he had prepared. When he's finished, she's wearing a delicate, frilly pink dress, a doll in his hands. He stands behind her, his hands on her shoulders, his reflection in the mirror showing a deeply possessive satisfaction. He leans down, his lips brushing hers in a fleeting ghost of a kiss. He instructs her that he will go out first, and she is to wait 10 minutes before leaving. Her fingers fly to her lips, the phantom touch still tingling. He reassures her not to worry, that he has a way to handle Gingland and prevent any suspicion. As he walks away, his true thoughts surface. He had wanted her to wear these clothes for her date, a mark of his claim on her. But he realizes now that compared to the thought of another man seeing her in them, he would much rather hide her away, keeping her as his and his alone. But that's impossible, he reminds himself with a pang of frustration, because Haohao would never agree. He adjusts his coat, a dark resolve settling over him. If he can't have her, then no one can. At that very moment, Gingland rounds the corner, his face a thundercloud of rage. The two men lock eyes in the silent hallway. As Gingland stalks past, he deliberately bumps his shoulder hard against Shentingland's, a silent declaration of war. Shentingland turns, his expression deceptively calm as he calls out to Gingland, asking what the rush is. He smoothly explains that Haohao's clothes had gotten dirty, and he was simply helping her change. The words hang in the air, a blatant provocation, and Gingland's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. In a flash of fury, Gingland slams Shentingland against the wall with a deafening bang. His voice is a low, murderous growl as he asks if Shentingland has a death wish. Pinned to the wall, Shentingland remains utterly unfazed, a cool smirk on his face as he asks if Gingland actually intends to kill him. A panicked manager rushes over as Gingland cedes, hissing that it wouldn't take him more than a snap of his fingers to destroy a mere law firm. Shentingland simply adjusts his glasses, his composure infuriatingly intact, and invites him to do his worst. He then issues a chilling warning, telling Gingland not to lay a single finger on her, reminding him of their promise. He adds that if Gingland breaks it, he will do far more than just help her get changed. As Gingland turns and storms away, Shentingland calls after him, his voice laced with condescending confidence. He concedes that he might not be Gingland's equal in the world of business, but when it comes to playing mind games, he is certain of his victory. Back in the safety of her room, Haohao rips the pink dress off and throws it onto her bed in a fit of frustration. On Saturday, O is sitting at his desk when his phone buzzes. Seeing Haohao's name, his face lights up. She asks if he's free and wants to meet. On her end of the line, Haohao smiles sweetly. O responds with puppy-like enthusiasm, telling her yes and that he knows the perfect fun place for them to go. He takes her to a sprawling, beautiful farm. As they get out of the car, a sense of dread washes over Haohao. Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes the place. This is the farm from the novel, the very place where the couple who adopted and abused Gio lived. Gio explains cheerfully that he stumbled upon it by accident, fell in love with it instantly, and bought it on the spot. Just then, a weathered-looking older couple approaches them, timidly addressing Gio as Mr. G. Haohao stares at them, her stomach churning. It's them. The abusive adoptive parents. It's unbelievable that even in this life, Gio managed to find this place and become its owner. Jiu takes her hand, offering to show her around, and she numbly agrees. As they walk away, the couple watches them go, their faces pale with shock. Jiu glances back over his shoulder, a chillingly cold look in his eyes as he brings a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. The old farmer's internal monologue screams that the young man is an absolute psycho, oblivious to the drama behind them. Jiu proudly tells Haohao about his work on the farm, how he's expanded it and raised all sorts of animals and crops. Haohao looks around in genuine wonder, delighted by the sight of cows. She admits she's never been to a farm before and finds it all very interesting. Jiu beams, telling her to have fun and to treat the place as if it were her own. His smile is so bright and infectious, and she can't help but smile back, happily agreeing. After a while, he notices she looks a bit tired and leads her to a cane chair to rest, promising to get her a cup of tea. Watching him go, she feels a swell of affection. He's so adorable, so different from the other complicated men in her life. He truly is the one she helped raise. Her peaceful moment is shattered when a green snake suddenly appears inches from her face, its tongue flicking out. A blood-curdling scream tears from her throat. Gio whips around at the sound. She shrieks his name, scrambling backward in a panic. In her haste, her foot slips on the uneven ground. She loses her balance completely, tumbling down a small grassy embankment with a cry of alarm. Haohao, Zhu yells, his voice tight with fear. He sprints towards where she fell. He finds her crumpled on the ground. Groaning softly, he rushes to her side, telling her he'll help her up. Kneeling beside her, his face is a mask of worry as he asks if she's in pain and if the snake managed to bite her. She whimpers that the snake didn't get her, but then cries out as a sharp pain shoots through her leg. Jiu's eyes dart down and see a nasty scrape on her knee, bright with blood. He immediately reassures her, telling her not to be scared and that he'll take care of the wound. Without a second thought, he scoops her into his arms and carries her into a nearby house, setting her down gently on a sofa. He kneels before her, his expression serious. He tells her he's going to apply medicine and warns that it might sting, asking her to bear with it. She gives a small, shaky nod. She sits there, feeling small and vulnerable, as he carefully rests her barefoot on his thigh to get a better look at her injured knee. Jiu's focus is intense. He mutters under his breath that she is seriously testing his self-control right now. He pours antiseptic onto a clean cloth, his hand steady despite the turmoil inside him. As he gently dabs at the wound, she lets out a small hiss of pain. He freezes, his eyes locking onto her face. Haohao is injured, he thinks, a wave of protectiveness and something much more intense washing over him. Haohao clutches her head, her face contorted in pain. Sharp, stinging sensation shoots through her leg, and she whispers that it hurts. Wu swallows hard, his eyes fixed on the wound. He brings her slender leg to his lips, his gaze intense and possessive. A shiver runs down her spine as he licks the drop of blood from her skin. He murmurs that she is so sweet. and that he desperately wants to keep someone as sweet as her all to himself. The sensation is too much, too intimate. Haohao instinctively yanks her leg back, her body trembling from the shock. But his grip is firm, refusing to let go. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with confusion. What is he doing? He holds her leg, his head bowed, but she can see the look in his eyes. It's strange, possessive, dark, an intensity she's never seen in him before. It sends a chill through her. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. Trying to break the heavy tension, Haohao asks if he is done yet. He looks up, strange intensity gone, replaced by his usual gentle expression. He replies that he's not yet finished, explaining that he only sterilized the wound once and needs to do it again, before applying medicine and wrapping it. She thanks him, her voice still a little shaky. He smiles warmly, assuring her it's his pleasure to serve her and that she doesn't need to thank him. He just hopes she can endure the pain. A few moments later, he announces that he's done. A neat white bandage is now wrapped around her thigh, tied with a delicate bow. As he cleans up, Haohao realizes the wound doesn't hurt as much as she expected. It's a relief. Looking around the grand, opulent room, she asks who designed the house. He beams, asking what she thinks of the place and if she likes it. Haohao's expression turns pensive. She admits that while it feels high-tech and grand, she doesn't like it. The space feels suffocating and suppressed, not cozy at all. It doesn't feel like a home. He listens intently, a gentle smile on his face. She then suggests that they shouldn't live here in the future, proposing they could buy some furniture to adjust the style. Wu pauses for a moment, then sets the first aid kit down on a nearby table. He takes her hand, his touch warm and firm, and tells her to come with him. She asks where they are going. He leads her to a plush armchair, gently pressing on her shoulders to guide her to sit. She asks why he wants her to sit there, wondering if there's something he wants to tell her. Settled in the chair, she looks at him expectantly. He explains that he was originally going to give her the end of day, but since she got injured, he feels bad. He asks her to take it as his apology, to give her another present later. He holds out a beautiful, simple golden bracelet. Haohao is taken aback, telling him he's acting strangely and doesn't need to do this. She points out that he wasn't the one who injured her, so why is he apologizing? A bright, genuine smile lights up her face as she tells him she loves the gift and doesn't need an apology at all. She covers her mouth, giggling softly, then looks at him with sparkling eyes and asks if he could please help her put it on. He agrees without hesitation. The moment feels charged, intimate. He kneels before her, taking her delicate wrist in his hands. He carefully fastens the golden bracelet, the metal making a soft clatter as it closes. He looks up her, his expression tender, and says that just as he imagined, the bracelet fits her perfectly. But then he adds that he really wants to give her a second gift. He seems almost shy, like a little puppy wagging its tail, and the sight is incredibly endearing. Haohao's heart melts. She thinks to herself what an angel he is. She pats his head gently and agrees, telling him to give her the other gift then. She promises that in the future, she'll give him 2 gifts in return. His smile is radiant. She agrees, saying she'll look forward to his presence. Then, in a teasing gesture, she covers his eyes with her hand, a silver chain wrapped around her wrist. The atmosphere shifts. U's expression becomes serious, his gaze piercing. He tells her that he knows why she really wanted to see him today. He continues, his voice low, saying he knows she wanted to have a good time with him and cheer him up before breaking up with him. He looks directly at her, the playful mood vanishing completely. He doesn't want to be just her little brother anymore. He asks her directly if she is here to break up with him today. Haohao smiles warmly, reassuring him that he's a good boy and that she has no intention of breaking up with him. She explains that she is simply here to hang out with him. As she speaks, her hand, holding the chain, trembles slightly. U's cheeks flush with confusion. He asks her why, then, she tried to break up with him last time. A flash plays in his mind. Haohao, on the phone, cheerfully telling him she has something to discuss, suggesting they just be family rather than girlfriend and boyfriend. He stammers, asking about that. She laughs it off, explaining that she was just kidding at the time. She thought they were too young and had barely met compared to other normal couples. She cups his face, her touch gentle, and says that it doesn't make any difference whether they are seeing each other or not. Then her smile fades slightly as she apologizes, telling him she doesn't want to lie to him. Internally, she curses the damn system. She silently promises him that once she's finished her work and the world becomes stable, he'll be free. While her expression is full of conviction, her other hand secretly tightens its grip on the chain. U's eyes widen, hope flickering within them. He thinks to himself that this must mean Haohao has chosen someone else, that she hasn't decided to abandon him. A wave of relief washes over him. He decides he'll cut her some slack. He looks up at her, his expression earnest, and asks how other couples get along, claiming he can learn. Haohao is taken aback, just managing to ask what he means. Before she can react, he leans in close, his face just inches from hers. He whispers, asking if this is what couples do. And then he kisses notices her. Her mind goes completely blank, her eyes swirling with shock. His lips are soft, hesitant at first, then more confident. He pulls her closer, one hand cradling the back of her head. Deepening the kiss, time seems to stop. Suddenly, Haohao shoves him away, her hands pressed against his chest. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with confusion, and asks her what's wrong. His voice is laced with hurt as he asks if he did something wrong. He looks so genuinely lost and flustered, his cheeks flushed a deep red, that her heart skips a beat. Cute. An arrow of affection strikes her and her head spins. She stammers, telling him he's still young and shouldn't learn such strange things. He looks down, chastised. To change the subject, he points out that it's noon and asks what she wants to eat, offering to cook for her. Her mood brightens instantly and she declares that she'll help him. Later, as a car drives through the brightly lit city at night, Oh thanks her for driving him home. She asks if he enjoyed himself today. He leans back in his seat, a blissful smile on his face, and says yes. He tells her he hasn't been this happy for a long time. Haohao watches him, a contented look on her face. She tells him that's good, because she's happy too. A comfortable silence falls between them. But internally, Haohao is panicking. She mentally calls out to her system, sheepy, demanding to know why it isn't giving her any report. A small, devil-horned version of herself appears, informing her that it sees no change in the male lead's data. Haohao is stunned. She protests that it's impossible. U just said he was happy. Why hasn't his evilness meter gone down? U notices her staring into space and asks her what's wrong. He takes her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. He says that if she doesn't want him to leave, they could go on another date next week. She snaps out of her daze, a pleasant smile returning to her face. She agrees, telling him she'll ask him out if she's free next week. His eyes light up with pure joy. He exclaims, "Really?" and makes her promise to keep her word. She assures him she will. Internally, however, she immediately demands a report from Sheepy. The little system just shakes its head, reporting that it still sees no change. Haohao's pleasant facade cracks, her expression turning to one of pure fury. She yells at Sheepy, asking how that can be and accusing the system of being broken. The tiny system bursts into tears, wailing that it's being wrongly accused. A few days later, over a lovely breakfast, Haohao's brother asks about her plans for the upcoming National Day holiday. She cheerfully informs him that she signed up for a summer camp organized by the school. She takes a bite of her sandwich and explains that they'll be staying abroad for 3 days and 2 nights. Her mind drifts back to the flood of invitations she received. Susi and his brother wanted to go abroad with her, which coincided with the summer camp. Another asked if she'd spend the holiday with him, and then there was the message from her teacher, asking when she would stop avoiding him and warning her that the holiday was her last chance. She had been overwhelmed. All 5 male leads had asked to spend the holiday with her. How could she possibly choose? She consulted with Sheepy, who reported that the male leads' evilness meters were mostly stable at 30, with Susi's at 50. Sheepy had warned her, however, that Shen Tinglin's evilness meter had risen to 65 because she was constantly refusing to go out with him. Haohao had reasoned that the increase wasn't too bad. She was confident she could clear up the other male leads' evilness meters before Shen Tinglin's reached its maximum. She could focus on handling him later, and so she had made her decision. She would spend the holiday with the twins. It seemed safer to have a trip with 2 of them, and besides, Susi's evilness was close to being cleared up. She figured she could see if she could deal with him in one go. Back in the present, her brother Mu asks about the summer camp, requests of attendees, wanting to see who's on it. She agrees. She hands her phone over to him. Suddenly, a deafening rumble of thunder shakes the house, and a brilliant flash of lightning illuminates the room. Haohao cries out in surprise, wondering what's happening. It had been sunny just a moment ago. Mu looks calmly out the window. He notes that for some strange reason, there has been a lot of thunder and lightning recently, which is unusual for this time of year. Sheepy's voice chimes in Haohao's mind, explaining that the abnormal weather in a world that isn't fully stabilized can reflect the near collapse of the law governing the universe. The little system wonders aloud what on earth could be causing the world to become so unstable. Haohao's thoughts immediately turn to one person. Could it be because of Shen Tinglan? She notices Sheepy is steaming, as if overheating, and asks what's wrong. The system replies that it's nothing, but urgently tells her she must complete the task as soon as possible. The scene then shifts to the bustling airport. Crowds of people move through the terminal. The atmosphere between the twins, Susi and Haohao's brother, Mu, is thick with tension. Haohao stands between them, smiling nervously. Susi introduces himself to Mr. Mu. He extends a hand for a handshake, explaining that since he's Haohao's classmate, Mr. Mu should please take care of him. Mu coldly says it's his pleasure, but his eyes are like ice. He grabs Haohao's arm, telling his brother Chonglei to turn her around. He pulls her away from the twins, reminding her to call him when she arrives. He issues a rapid-fire list of commands. She must video call him before sleeping, not follow strangers or eat random things, and be careful even of people she knows. He asks if she understands. Pushing him gently away, she promises she gets it and tells him to go back, assuring him she'll call upon arrival. A tender, bittersweet memory washes over Haohao, a small boy with dark hair, his face buried in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. She remembers thinking how he had finally grown up. The roar of the jet engines pulls her present, soaring through a brilliant blue sky, leaving the past far behind on the ground. She steps into her private cabin on the Su family's jet, and a soft gasp escapes her lips. It was beyond luxurious, a self-contained suite that felt more like a five-star hotel room than a space on an airplane. She runs a hand over the plush, inviting bed, a smile blooming on her face. It was so soft, a perfect sleep was practically guaranteed. Holding a delicate pink nightgown against herself, she prepares to settle in for the long flight. Just as she turns, a sharp knock echoes from the door. Puzzled, she calls out that she's coming. When she opens it, her eyes widen in surprise. Susie and Susie are standing there, one with a reserved gaze, the other with a playful grin. She asks them what they're doing here, her voice laced with confusion. She had thought they wanted to get some rest. Susie, ever the serious one, explains that the flight is several hours long and they couldn't possibly rest the entire time. Susie chimes in with a cheerful great before she can even protest. Despite the deep-seated desire for a peaceful nap, a reluctant smile touches her lips as she steps aside, inviting them in. As they file past her into the small room, the space suddenly feels much, much smaller. She closes the door with a soft click, a sigh escaping her. So much for quiet. Her room was now officially Haohao's room, and it was far too noisy for sleep. Her eyes dart around the cabin, a blush creeping up her neck as she realizes the critical design flaw. There were no chairs. The only place to sit was the bed, where the twins had already comfortably settled, padding the space between them and inviting her to join. Her heart begins to hammer against her ribs. The air's thick, charged with an unspoken intimacy. She stammers, asking if it was really okay for the three of them to sit on such a small bed. A second knock, sharp and insistent, cuts through the tension. Relief, potent and immediate, floods her system. Saved, she tells the boys to wait there, announcing that she'll get the door. Her relief evaporates the moment she sees who it is. Lu Jiajia, the daughter of the Lu Group's president, stands there with an air of entitlement. Haohao's mind races. They went to the same school, but a cold distance had always existed between them. The rumors were rampant. Lu Jiajia was spoiled, egotistical, and used to getting everything she wanted. Lu Jiajia announces that she has something to discuss, and that they should talk inside. A knot of apprehension tightens in Haohao's stomach. She quickly invents an excuse, claiming her room is a mess and suggesting they could either talk right there or she could find Lu Jiajia later. But her attempt at deflection only seems to irritate the other girl. Lu Jiajia's smile vanishes, her voice turning sharp and direct. She states plainly that she wants to switch rooms. The demand hangs in the air, audacious and arrogant. Haohao's mind connects the dots instantly. Lu Jiajia's room was situated right between the twins' cabins. This girl was after Xian Su Su. Lu Jiajia confirms her suspicion without a hint of shame, admitting she joined this very camp just for them. Her tone drops, becoming a silken threat. She tells Mu Haohao that she had better take the hint. Haohao feels a flash of anger. The girl had some nerve. But it was the very beginning of the trip, and the last thing she wanted was to start a conflict. She maintains a calm facade, trying a different tactic. She reminds Lu Jiajia the twins already have girlfriends at school, her voice even as she questions the wisdom of pursuing them. Lu Jiajia lets out a derisive scoff. She declares that she couldn't care less if they were married. If she wants them, she will take them. Her eyes glitter with a cruel amusement as she leans in, her voice a condescending purr. She taunts Haohao, saying she must know how lovable the twins are, having studied with them for 3 years. She insinuates that Haohao would have dated them herself if she'd only had the chance. Since Haohao couldn't have them, Lu Jiajia continues, she should just step aside, give her the room, and give her the chance. That was the last straw. A surge of indignation courses through Haohao. With a sharp, definitive motion, she slams the door right in Lu Jiajia's shocked face. Leaning her back against the cool wood, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm, she shouts through the door. She says she's sorry, but she really doesn't want to switch rooms. Suddenly, a warm presence presses against her from behind, trapping her against the door. A hand slams onto the wood right beside her head. Her breath catches. He was too close. She tilts her head, her eyes wide with alarm, and finds herself staring into C's playful, intense gaze. What on earth was he doing? Outside the door, Lu Jiajia's face contorts with rage. She clenches her fist, her voice a venomous whisper, vowing that Mu Haohao will pay for this humiliation before she spins on her heel and storms away. Inside, Susie's calm voice cuts through the charged silence. He tells Haohao she didn't need to waste her breath talking to Lu Jiajia. She should have just told her that he and his brother weren't interested. Haohao is utterly trapped, her body flush with heat, caught between Susie's looming form and Susie's steady presence. The small cabin suddenly feels suffocating. A deep blush stains her cheeks as she averts her gaze, her voice small. She admits she knew they were just trying to chase Lu Jiajia away, but having both of them in her room felt a little inappropriate. She confesses her fear that if people found out, her brother would forbid them from ever meeting again. A shadow of guilt crosses Susie's face. He looks down, murmuring an apology. He admits that he was being insensitive. Trying to shift the tense atmosphere, Haohao asks them why they came to find her in the first place. She looks from one brother to the other, her expression a mixture of curiosity and lingering embarrassment. Susie's somber mood vanishes in an instant. He grins, holding up a tablet. He announces that they wanted to watch a movie with her, something called Degenerates that he'd heard was pretty good. Her eyes fall to the screen, and the blush on her cheeks explodes into a fiery inferno. The movie's cover art depicts a shockingly provocative scene with a woman and two men. Her mind stammers. It looked like a blue film. Was it really okay for her to watch something like this? With two men? Before she can protest, the movie starts, filling the screen with a passionate, devouring kiss. The sounds from the tablet fill the small, silent room, making the air even heavier. Haohao squirms, trapped between the brothers on the bed, her mind screaming. They were already having sex in the very first scene. Could she just leave? A frantic no echoes in her head. She is completely mortified. Suddenly, she feels a warm, firm hand rest on her knee. Her entire body goes rigid. She forces her eyes downward, and her breath hitches. It was Susie. He leans closer, his voice a low murmur as he asks her what's wrong. His expression is perfectly serious, his gaze sharp and unwavering, which only makes her feel more flustered. Her gaze flits from his intense face back to the scandalous scene on the screen, her own cheeks burning with a heat that has nothing to do with the temperature of the cabin. A shout erupts from the tablet's speakers, a man accusing another of being with his girlfriend. The sudden noise makes her jump, and she quickly blurts out that it was just the movie that scared her. On screen, the other man smirks, his voice dripping with seductive poison as he suggests to his brother that his girlfriend is so pretty, maybe they should share. The words strike Haohao like a bolt of lightning. Her jaw drops. The scenario was hitting terrifyingly close to home. As if on cue, Susil leans in, his breath tickling her ear as he whispers a tantalizing proposition, asking how about the three of them. A small shriek escapes her lips. She stammers that she thinks they should probably watch another movie. In a single, fluid motion, she lunges for the tablet, declaring that she's turning it off. With frantic fingers, she scrolls through the movie list. A strained smile plastered on her face as she tells them she'll find something else. Her thoughts are a chaotic whirlwind. This had to stop. If they kept watching, things would spiral completely out of control, and she could not let that happen. Her eyes land on a brightly colored cartoon cover. "Found it," she exclaims, her voice unnaturally cheerful. She holds up the tablet, thinking that this one, at least, looks safe. She insists they watch this one instead. An hour later, the gentle drone of the cartoon has lulled her into a deep sleep. Her body has gone limp, her head resting peacefully on Susie's shoulder. On her other side, Susie gently supports her, his hand resting on her arm to keep her steady. He leans in, his expression softening as he gazes at her tranquil face, and whispers for her to have a good sleep. Susie glances at his brother, then at Haohao's sleeping form, and murmurs that they should put her on the bed. Susie nods in agreement. Together, they gently lay her down, pulling the soft blanket up to her chin. As they stand over her, Susie's voice is a low, amused rumble. He wonders aloud if Haohao was really so unworried that other women might manage to win their hearts. After leaving her room, Susie quietly says it's time to go. But before they leave, he pauses, leaning back over the bed to press a feather-like kiss to her forehead, wishing her sweet dreams. As the door clicks shut behind them, Susie stops his brother. His playful demeanor is gone, replaced by a chilling seriousness. He looks Susie dead in the eye and makes a shocking proposition, that they should have Haohao together. He continues, his voice flat and resolute, stating that no one can have her to themselves. Since neither of them was willing to give her up, he reasons the only solution was to share her. A long, tense silence stretches between them before Susie gives a single, decisive nod. He agreed. Some time later, a persistent poking at her cheek rouses Haohao from her deep slumber. A familiar voice teases his honey, telling her it's time to wash up for dinner. She blinks her eyes open to see Susie's bright, smiling face. Still foggy with sleep, she mumbles, asking if school is over. He lets out a soft chuckle, ruffling her hair affectionately. He gently reminds her that they're on holiday on a plane to J country, and that she's clearly not awake yet. He pulls her into a warm embrace, and as the last vestiges of sleep fade away, the memories of the day come flooding back. Right, realization hits her like a splash of cold water. She stiffens in his arms and gives his side a sharp pinch, pushing him away. She points an accusing finger at him, her cheeks puffed out in a cute display of indignation, scolding him for trying to take advantage of her while she was still in a daze. Susie just throws his head and laughs, completely charmed by her feistiness. A sharp, pointed cough from the doorway cuts his laughter short. Susie leans against the frame, his arms crossed, an unimpressed look on his face. He tells them it's time to go, adding that Luke Yajia has invited them all to have dinner together. They make their way to the plane's elegant dining lounge. Luke Yajia and her friends are already there, their chatter ceasing the moment they see them. Haohao enters flanked by the two brothers, a vision in a breezy blue and white dress, commanding the attention of the entire room. Luke Yajia watches them approach, her eyes burning with a venomous jealousy, her hands clench fists at her sides. A sly look passes between her and one of her friends. A moment later, a woman Haohao doesn't recognize approaches, holding 2 glasses of red wine. She introduces herself as Limeng and smoothly suggests they all have a drink together. Haohao's eyes narrow slightly. This had to be one of Luke Yajia's lackeys sent over to distract her. It was a transparent, pathetic ploy. But before she can even politely refuse, Susi's hand shoots out, blocking the offered glass. He steps in front of her protectively, his voice dropping to an icy tone as he informs the woman that Haohao is underage and cannot drink. Susa seamlessly moves in, pressing a glass of orange juice into her hand with a warm smile, telling her to drink instead. The other Genta murmur, their curiosity piqued. The Su twins, rumored to be aloof and uninterested in girls, were acting anything but. Luke Yajia forces a brittle laugh, desperately trying to save face. She loudly explains to her friends that Haohao is just a schoolmate, and that her older brother must have tasked the twins looking after her. But the fury in her eyes tells a very different story. Haohao sees right through the performance. Luke Yajia was trying to conservative, pretending to be helpful while subtly undermining any perceived connection between Haohao and the twins. It was a pity Haohao thinks with a private smirk that Susi and Susi were refusing to play their parts in her little drama. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her juice, completely unbothered, letting Yaya's impotent rage fester in the background. The air in the room is thick with laughter and the clinking of glasses, but for one person, it's suffocating. Susi gently encourages Mu Haohao to eat some more, his voice a low murmur beside her ear. While Susi, ever the cheerful one, lets out a happy laugh. He holds out a small, perfect-looking pudding, insisting that it's good and that she must try it. From across the room, a pair of eyes burn with a venomous fire. Luke Yajia watches them, her knuckles white as she clenches her fist around the stem of her glass. A bitter monologue plays in her mind, a torrent of rage directed at the girl basking in the twins' attention. She seethes, thinking how dare Mu Haohao act so close to the twins after refusing to switch rooms. A snarl twists her lips, her expression hardening into a mask of pure malice. She vows shouldn't blame her for playing dirty, not when she was the one who crossed the line first. The scene dissolves, the warm party fading into an expanse of blinding white snow and jagged, icy peaks. The first day of the all-around camp has begun. An instructor's voice cuts through the crisp mountain air, explaining the day's trial, a treasure hunt across the treacherous snowfield. He warns them about the extreme weather in J Country, urging them to find shelter immediately if a snowstorm starts. Dressed in insulated ski suits, the students listen intently. The instructor adds that they will all be dropped in random locations, their only lifelines being their SOS buttons and positioning devices, which they must check. Just before they depart, Susi pulls Haohao aside, his handsome face etched with concern. He gently adjusts her ski goggles, his touch lingering. He promises that he will find her as soon as they land, his voice low and serious. But Haohao, ever optimistic, just smiles brightly. She tells him he doesn't have to come find her deliberately. She wants to find his card, her mind buzzing with curiosity about the wishes written on them. Wishes like a luxury car, $10 million, or even more scandalous requests like being someone's slave for a night, their virginity. The stakes are impossibly high, and she knows everyone will be targeting the twins' cards. Susa ruffles her hair affectionately, his tone a mix of amusement and genuine worry. He tells her to listen to them, that the snow mountain is too vast and they'll be worried sick if she's on her own. She tries to wave off their concerns, promising she won't wander far and will stick to a small area. The twins exchange a look, a silent agreement passing between them, before they both soften and simply tell her to be good. The deafening roar of helicopter blades fills the air as the students are lifted into the sky. Moments later, Haohao is descending, a lone figure floating down under a wide parachute. Her boots touch down with a soft crunch, sinking into the pristine snow. The cold is immediate and brutal, a physical shock that steals her breath. J Country, she thinks with a shiver, is one of the coldest places in the world. Alone in the vast, silent landscape, she wraps her arms around herself, her breath puffing out in a white cloud. A pang of loneliness hits her. Her first thought is of them. She wonders when Susi and Susu will find her. As if summoned by the thought, a single, delicate snowflake lands on her gloved hand. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, as more begin to fall from the graying sky. The gentle flurry rapidly escalates into a blinding, howling blizzard. The wind whistles, a mournful, violent sound that seems to cut right through her. Panic begins to set in. What terrible luck, she thinks, to be caught in a snowstorm the moment she landed. The coach's warning echoes in her mind, find a safe place. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the swirling snow, and Haohao's heart leaps. But it's not one of the twins, it's Liaya. Lu Jiajia greets her with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, calling it a coincidence. She points into the whiteout, claiming there's a safe house just ahead and suggesting they go together to escape the worsening storm. A seed of suspicion plants itself in Haohao's mind. Could Lu Jiajia truly be so kind-hearted? She silently asks her system Sheepy if there really is a safe house nearby. Before Sheepy can answer, Lu Jiajia presses on, asking if Haohao is just waiting for Susi and Susu. She then delivers a calculated lie, claiming she switched landing spots with Susi and that he specifically asked her to take Haohao to safety. Her voice takes on an urgent edge, telling Haohao that even if she doesn't believe her, they can't afford to wait in a storm this severe. Sheepy confirms the existence of a nearby safe house, and seeing little choice, Haohao reluctantly agrees. She decides to trust Lu Jiajia just once. They trudge through the deepening snow, the wind whipping at them relentlessly. A growing sense of unease crawls up Haohao's spine as they walk. The storm is only getting worse, and she realizes with a jolt of fear that she's completely disoriented. Lu Jiajia's next words send a chill down her far colder than the wind. She casually asks if Haohao remembers the way they came. Before Haohao can process the strange question, Lu Jiajia's hand darts out, pulling at the zipper of her jacket. A cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across Lu Jiajia's face as she declares that she'll be taking Haohao's SOS button and positioning device. Stunned by the blatant betrayal, Haohao can only stare. Lu Jiajia's voice drips with scorn as she challenges Haohao, telling her if she doesn't trust her, they can just split up. She adds callously that she's already passed on Susi's supposed message, and anything else is none of her business. With a final, cutting remark that she wouldn't have bothered with Haohao at all if it wasn't for Susi, she turns her back and disappears into the blizzard, leaving Haohao utterly alone. The betrayal is shocking, but something else is even more terrifying. A cold dread spreads through Haohao as she realizes Sheepy has gone completely silent. She calls out for her system, her voice trembling. Only the howling wind answers. The silence is deafening. She calls out again, desperation creeping into her tone. Finally, a weak, staticky voice answers. Sheepy apologizes, its voice fading in and out, explaining that its database is experiencing abnormalities. It can't connect to any ports, can't locate the safe house, can't sense where the twins are. Its last desperate instruction is for her to press the SOS button. Panic claws at her throat. Sheepy explains that the sudden storm is a sign that the very laws of the universe are breaking down around them. With trembling fingers, Haohao rips open her backpack, frantically searching. It's not there. Her SOS button is gone. Her blood runs cold. She knows she checked it before she left. Then the horrifying truth crashes down on her. An image flashes in her mind, Lu Jiajia's smug, smiling face, the small red button held delicately between her fingers. Lu Jiajia took it. She took everything. The cold seeps into her bones now, a deep, numbing chill. Her arms feel like lead, stiff and unresponsive. A dangerous wave of dizziness and exhaustion washes over her, tempting her with the sweet promise of sleep. Sheepy's tiny voice cuts through the fog, a desperate plea for her to keep going, to turn back. It urges her to return to her landing spot, to wait there for Susi and Susu. It screams at her to move, to not stop, no matter what. With the last of her strength, Haohao whispers her agreement, but as she looks around at the swirling, featureless landscape, a devastating thought hits her. She has no idea where she is anymore. At that very moment, Susi stands her landing spot, his brow furrowed with worry. She should have landed right here, but there's no sign of her. He wonders if Susu found her first. He reasons that with the storm this bad, they would have gone straight to the safe house. He decides to check there. 30 minutes later, Susu arrives at the same spot. He too finds it empty and comes to the same conclusion. Susi must found her and taken her to the safe house. He sets off for the log cabin, battling through the wind and snow. He bursts through the door to find Susi alone. The question tumbles from his lips before he can stop it. Where is Haohao? Susi looks up from his phone, his face grim. The words hit Susu like a punch to the gut. She wasn't with him. He had thought Susu found her. The terrible realization dawns on both of them at once. Neither of them has her. She's out there, alone in the blizzard. Panic floods Susi's veins, and he turns to run back into the storm. But Susi stops him, holding up his phone to show the SOS signal he's just sent. Susi lays out a calm, logical plan. He'll take a helicopter back to the hotel to see if she's been rescued, a round trip about an hour, and will report back. He fixes his brother with a serious gaze, ordering him to be back at the safe house in 1 hour, no matter what. In the rescue helicopter, Susi anxiously questions the pilot, asking if they've picked up a girl matching Haohao's description. The pilot shakes his head, saying he's only rescued men so far. The storm was unexpected, and many students are sending out distress signals. He adds that the coach sent 3 more helicopters to help. Susi's hands clench into fists in his lap, his knuckles white. He prays she's safe at the hotel. Meanwhile, Susu battles the blizzard, screaming her name into the wind until his throat is raw. Exhausted and freezing, he bends over, gasping for breath. Has she been rescued? A dreadful thought grips him. Is she still waiting for them, right where she landed? The thought galvanizes him. He grits his teeth, fear and adrenaline giving him a new surge of strength. and he bellows her name with all his might, a desperate, primal scream against the storm. And then he hears it, a voice faint and weak, almost stolen by the wind. A voice that says his name. He freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs. He whips around, searching, desperate. He spots a mound in the snow and begins digging frantically with his bare, frozen hands, shouting her name, begging her to hang on. There she is, pale still, and half-buried. He reaches for her, his voice breaking with relief and terror. He finally found her. He carries her limp body through the snow. Back to the safe house, his voice a constant, desperate plea for her to wake up, not to fall asleep. He kicks the door open, and immediately gets a fire roaring in the hearth. He lays her down gently, his voice soft as he promises to warm her up. Promises she's safe now. Just then, the sound of an approaching helicopter shatters the quiet. Susi stands in the doorway, his eyes taking in the scene before him. His brother, shirtless, holding a naked Haohao under the blankets by the fire. For a moment, no one moves. Then Susi's voice, devoid of all emotion, cuts through the tension. He simply says they should go back to the hotel. Later, in a warm hotel room, a doctor assures them that Haohao's vitals are stable. She's merely unconscious from cold and exhaustion. He advises them to keep her warm. In another room, Lu Jiajia stands in her private bathroom. With a vicious smirk, she crushes the remnants of the SOS device. A flicker of rage crosses her face. Why is Haohao so damn lucky? Why isn't she dead? She calms herself, flushing the evidence down the toilet. There's no proof, and her family is powerful enough to handle the Mu family. A commotion in the hallway draws her attention. She sees Susi carrying Haohao, followed by a frantic Susu. A flicker of fear runs through her, but she quickly quashes it. They're only looking after her because they were asked to, she tells herself. It's the only explanation. She won't be found out. Back in Haohao's room, the twins are at a standoff. Susi tells Susu to go rest, that he'll stay with her. Susu refuses, arguing that Susi is the one who needs rest. The doctor said she needs to stay warm, he insists, and his body temperature is higher. He's healthier. Before Susi can protest, Susu slips into the bed beside Haohao, declaring that he should be the one to keep her warm. Annoyed, Susi sits down on the other side of the bed, effectively sandwiching the unconscious Haohao between them. Watching from the sidelines, Sheepy sighs. Though its master went through a terrifying ordeal, it seems to be a blessing in disguise. The little system looks on as the two brothers jealously guard the girl between them, and thinks with a mischievous smile that when she wakes up tomorrow, she might not be able to escape the thing she fears after all. And Sheepy is very much looking forward to that. Susu awoke with a long, satisfying stretch, his muscles uncoiling from a deep sleep. His gaze drifted to the other side of the bed where Mu Haohao lay sleeping peacefully. Her strawberry blonde hair fanned out across the pristine white pillows. A soft smile touched his lips. He noted quietly to himself that Haohao wasn't awake yet, deciding it was the perfect time for a shower. As he slipped out of the room, a tiny, shimmering figure materialized in the air. It was Sheepy Haohao's system, a miniature creature with pink hair, tiny horns, and a cheerful bell around its neck. It floated happily, a wave of relief washing over it. It celebrated the fact that because the twins had stayed with its master the entire night, their powerful male lead Fortune had stabilized the connection. The database was finally back to normal, and all the data ports were reconnected. Suddenly, the air around Sheepy fractured, resolving into a shimmering wall of blue digital code. A powerful presence emanated from it. Sheepy knew immediately who it was and addressed the entity with utmost respect, asking its lord if it was aware of why it had come. Its voice trembled slightly as it posed the question that had been weighing on its digital heart. Was the world becoming unstable? The voice that answered was deep and dispassionate, echoing from the digital void. It confirmed Sheepy's fears, explaining that its master, Mu Haohao, had defied the original plot twice in a row. This deviation was making it increasingly difficult for the Lord to maintain the stability of their world, a fact made evident by the emergence of this new, unpredictable reality. An image resolved on the digital screen, a handsome man with long-haired back and sharp, intelligent eyes framed by glasses. This was the Lord. He explained that the core of the problem lay with Shen Tinglan. If Sheepy's master couldn't raise Shen Tinglan's favor value to the required passing grade, this entire world would collapse into eternal darkness. The gravity of his words struck Sheepy like a physical blow. Its eyes widened in terror. It cried out, asking if the situation was truly so serious, pleading to know if there was anything at all they could do. The Lord informed the panicked system that the fastest way to stabilize the world was to compensate for Shen dangerously low favor meter. To do this, they would need to raise both Susi's and C's favor meters to their absolute maximum value. He then gave the system its new, critical mission. As the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom, Sheepy's gaze fell on the silhouette of Susu showering. It knew he would be finished soon. It was time to begin. Floating over to the bed, Sheepy looked down at its sleeping master, a wave of guilt washing over it. It whispered an apology to her, knowing it had to do this. It had no other choice but to use her body. A soft light emanated from Sheepy's tiny hand, sinking into Haohao. Her eyes fluttered open, but the familiar warmth was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. She, or rather, the body of Haohao turned to the sleeping form of Susi beside her. A name left her lips, not his, but Haohao, as if calling to the girl whose body she now controlled. Leaning over the unsuspecting Susie, she murmured that she was so cold, her breath misting in the air like a winter frost as she pressed her body against his for warmth. His eyes shot open in stunned confusion just as her lips met his. It was a desperate, chilling kiss that stole the air from his lungs. Her hand slid around his back, a touch that was both gentle and unnervingly deliberate. Then, her fingers clenched, grabbing a fistful of his striped pajama shirt with surprising strength. She pulled back, her chest heaving, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Susie, then utterly bewildered, stammered out a question, asking what on earth she was doing. He was a mess of confusion, his own cheeks flushed, his shirt hanging open and disheveled. Ignoring his question, she began fumbling with the delicate pearl strap of her nightgown, her voice a low, seductive murmur as she complained again of the cold. Susie's throat went dry, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The Lord's voice echoed in Sheepy's mind, repeating the mission parameters: control Muhaohao's body and seduce Susie. As the male lead of this type of story, he would be powerless to resist the girl he liked. Just then, the sound of the shower cut off with decisive click. The bathroom door opened. Susie emerged, rubbing a towel through his damp hair, his sculpted torso still glistening with water droplets. He called out casually to his brother, asking if Haohao was awake yet, and then he saw them, his eyes wide and his voice catching in his throat. He could only manage a single, choked word. You. The scene before him was damning. Haohao, flushed and disheveled, was straddling his brother on the bed. A low moan escaped her lips. Within the digital space of her mind, Sheepy began to panic, frantically wondering if it should proceed now that Susie had appeared. Suddenly, Haohao's body went completely limp, slumping forward onto Susie's chest as if her strings had been cut. The possession was over. Sheepy's consciousness retreated, filled with the bitter taste of failure. It lamented that it was unable to complete the mission assigned by the law of the universe. A cold dread filled it as it considered the consequences. It knew its master. If something like that truly happened against her will, she would have been so devastated, she might have even taken her own life to escape the shame. Sheepy resolved then and there to abandon this horrifying plan. To stop the world from falling into eternal darkness, it would have to find another, safer way to make its master in Shen Tinglin's favor meet her within the next 3 days. In the room, the tension was suffocating. Susie, his face a mask of fury, advanced on the bed, demanding to know what Susie had done to Haohao. The brothers faced each other over her still form, one furious, the other utterly bewildered. Susie held Haohao gently, trying to explain that she probably hadn't even woken up yet. He theorized that the traumatic event on the snow mountain was to blame, recalling how she had been delirious, complaining about being cold and trying to remove her clothes. As if on cue, a soft murmur escaped Haohao's lips. Her eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. Susie's anger instantly melted into relief. He leaned closer, a smile breaking through his worry, and asked if she was awake. Haohao's mind was a foggy haze. She blinked, trying to understand where she was. Then, the scene snapped into horrifying focus. Her eyes flew wide with shock. She was in a state of undress, tangled up with Susie, while a shirtless Susie leaned over them both. Panic seized her. A silent scream ripped through her mind. What was going on? Why was her nightgown half off? Why did her body feel so weak and strange? The most terrifying thought bloomed in her mind. Did I with them? Just as her hysteria reached its peak, Sheepy's voice chimed in her head, urgently telling its master that it wasn't what she was thinking. It quickly explained that she felt weak because of the severe cold she'd endured. It reassured her that she had been unconscious for a full day and night, and that Susie had done absolutely nothing to her. It swore it was the truth. A silent addendum floated in Sheepy's private thoughts. They had almost done it. But that was a detail its master could never ever know. A wave of profound relief washed over Haohao. Nothing happened. She was safe. She managed a weak smile, telling them she was fine and just needed to use the bathroom. Susie, still confused by her earlier panic, asked why she had suddenly screamed. Haohao's face burned with embarrassment. She stammered, looking down with a pout, and confessed it was because she felt too weak to even walk to the bathroom by herself. The twins exchanged a look, and Susie's lips curved into a tender smile. He thought to himself how unbelievably cute she was. Leaning in, he pressed a soft, gentle kiss to her cheek. In the privacy of the bathroom, Haohao conducted a thorough examination in the mirror. She tilted her head, checking her neck. No marks. She scanned her body. Nothing. A profound sense of washed over her as she realized she didn't feel any pain or soreness anywhere. She was okay. She was fine. Sheepy appeared beside her, urging her to deal with the matter at hand quickly so they could return home. Haohao nodded in agreement. But as she stepped out of the bathroom, she nearly collided with Susie, who was waiting for her right outside the door. He looked impossibly serious, and it made her heart skip a beat. She forced a cheerful smile, asking if he needed to use the bathroom too. He ignored her attempt at levity. His gaze was intense as he told her he needed to ask her something. A few moments later, they were all gathered in the sitting area. Susie finally broke the silence, his voice low. He asked her what on earth had happened on the snow mountain. The snowstorm had been brutal, he said, so why hadn't she pressed her SOS button? Haohao took a sip from the mug in her hands, hiding her immense relief. For a terrifying second, she thought he was going to grill her about waking up in his arms or her strange intimacy with his brother. This she could handle. She explained calmly that she had tried, but she couldn't find her SOS button or her positioning device anywhere. She was certain she'd checked her bag before they left and hadn't touched it since. Thinking back, she recalled that the only person she had encountered during the entire ordeal was Lugiagia, who had suspiciously kept walking right behind her just as the snowstorm hit. Her expression hardened with certainty. She looked at the twins and voiced her conclusion, stating her suspicion that it must have been Lugiagia who took her devices. Susi erupted. His hands clenched into fists as he spat Lugiagia's name, calling her a vile woman and declaring he was going to go confront her immediately. Haohao quickly grabbed his arm, pleading with him to calm down. She reminded him that it was just a suspicion, she had no proof. But Susi was livid. He shot back that they didn't need proof. While everyone else was worried sick and wanted to wait for her to wake up, Lugiagia was the only one who kept insisting they go back first. He snarled that she must have a guilty conscience. Susi placed a calming hand on his brother's shoulder, agreeing that Lugiagia was suspicious, but cautioning that without evidence, she could easily deny it and accuse them of slander. Then a clever glint appeared in Susi's eyes. He told him he had an idea. He leaned close to Haohao, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered his plan. Her eyes lit up, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. She clasped her hands together in delight, exclaiming that it was a wonderful idea and that he was so smart. Susi smirked, a dangerous edge to his voice as he declared that no one was allowed to bully his girlfriend. He pulled her into a one-armed hug, his voice a low promise against her hair. They would make Lugiagia pay for what she did. Susi, not to be outdone, wrapped his arms around her from the other side, his expression just as fiercely protective. Sandwiched between the two handsome divans, Haohao felt a strange warmth spread through her chest. A startling thought popped into her head, unbidden and shocking in its clarity. Why did she suddenly think that maybe dating both of them at the same time wouldn't be such a bad idea after all? Miles away, the sharp sound of shattering glass echoed in a lavish room. Lugiagia stared at the shards on the floor, her hand trembling with rage. The news had just reached her. Haohao was awake, and the Su family was throwing a party in her honor. She seethed with jealousy, snarling about how dare she receive such treatment from the prestigious Su family. Her friend nervously tried to placate her, reminding her that the Su twins were obviously biased toward Haohao, and that she should be careful not to be overheard cursing her. Lugiagia scoffed, her eyes blazing with contempt. She snapped at her friend, asking if she really thought she was some new money coward who was afraid of being heard. In a sudden, vicious movement, she lunged forward, grabbing a fistful of her friend's hair and yanking her head back. She threw the crying girl to the floor and spat out an order for her to go and get her starry night. Her face twisted into a mask of pure malice as she vowed that tonight she would knock their socks off. Elegant guests drifted between tables, their conversations a low, pleasant hum. At a table laden with an exquisite feast, one of the Su twins leaned in close to Haohao, his voice a warm murmur as he pointed out that all her favorite dishes were right there, urging her to have more. He placed a delicate strawberry pastry on her plate, his smile tender. Before she could even take a bite, his brother was there, dabbing at the corner of her lips with a napkin, a gesture so intimate it sent a jolt of heat through her. He gently chided her to slow down, to take her time. Across the room, a glass was held in a white-knuckled grip, the ice within trembling from the sheer force of its rage. Lugiagia's eyes were narrowed into venomous slits, fixed on the cozy scene. A bitter fire burned in her gut. Why? She seethed internally, her thoughts a toxic brew of jealousy and disbelief. Why were the twins, Earth twins, treating that woman Haohao with such suffocating affection? The injustice of it all was a bitter pill, and she threw back her head, swallowing her amber-colored drink in one furious gulp. Slamming the glass down, she rose abruptly, her voice sharp as she ordered her friend, Le Meng, to hold her bag, stating she needed to use the restroom. Le Meng, ever the compliant friend, took the purse without a word. Lugiagia stalked away, her back rigid with indignation, and disappeared through the door marked with a female silhouette. But as the door swung shut, Le Meng, instead of waiting at the table, crept after her, her eyes darting around the hallway before she peered around the corner, a flipping calculating in her gaze. Her expression was unreadable, a quiet observer in a play she had helped set in motion. Back at the table, Haohao dabbed her lips, letting out a sad sigh, proclaiming she was completely full. Just then, her phone vibrated. The voice on the other end was discreet, informing her that Haohao and Lugiagia had both gone to the restroom on the west side of the third floor. Haohao's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. Her plan was unfolding perfectly. She calmly replied that she got it and thanked her informant. As she ended the call, her eyes, sparkling with mischief, met Susi's concerned gaze. He warned to be careful, knowing Lugiagia might become desperate. He promised that if anything happened, she just needed to shout, and he and Susi would be waiting right outside for her. The weight of his concern was a warm blanket around her as she stood up and made her way towards the west wing. Inside the pristine restroom, the sound of splashing water echoed softly as Haohao washed her hands, her reflection cool and composed in the mirror. A stall door clattered open, and Lu Qiajia stepped out, her eyes widening in shock as she saw who was standing there. Mu Haohao was waiting for her, an image of poisoned elegance that made Lu Qiajia's blood boil. She let out a derisive snort. Lu Qiajia wasted no time, her voice dripping with accusation as she demanded to know if Haohao had a grudge against her, accusing her of stealing the SOS device and almost getting her killed. With a practiced air of innocence, Lu Qiajia tilted her head, a venomous smirk playing on her lips as she claimed she had no idea what Haohao was talking about. Haohao remained unnervingly calm. She simply asked if Lu Qiajia truly believed her fingerprints weren't on the buckle of her bag. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Qiajia's face, but she quickly masked it with bravado. She scoffed, arguing that they had gone back together, so it was perfectly normal that she might touch the bag by accident. She challenged Haohao to produce video evidence, confident that mere words were useless. With a final cruel twist, she sneered that Mu Haohao deserved what happened and couldn't blame anyone else. A serene smile bloomed on Haohao's face. She reminded Lu Qiajia that it had been quite cold back then, which meant Lu Qiajia must have been wearing gloves. Therefore, her fingerprints wouldn't be on the buckle at all. The logic was a steel trap, snapping shut on Lu Qiajia's flimsy excuse. Lu Qiajia's face paled. Before she could form a response, Haohao delivered the final blow. She held up her phone, her eyes glinting triumphantly, and announced that it had all been recorded. The confession, the threats, everything was captured. Haohao sidestepped the clumsy attack with ease. Lu Qiajia's hands fumbled, grabbing onto the strap of Haohao's purse instead. Cornered and frantic, she demanded to know what Haohao was up to. Her voice cracked as she pleaded, asking why Haohao was doing this to her, questioning if she had ever done anything to offend her. The dam of Lu Qiajia's resentment finally broke. She shrieked that she was furious because Haohao had refused to switch rooms and had lied to her that the Su twins were already taken. She accused Haohao of deliberately deceiving her because she wanted the twins for herself. Haohao could only shake her head internally. The logic of this novel's world was truly insane. Lu Qiajia had tried to kill her over something so petty. She looked Lu Qiajia dead in the eye and stated calmly that she hadn't lied. The twins were taken. And even if they had switched rooms, she added with a touch of pity, Lu Qiajia never would have stood a chance. Lu Qiajia's face contorted in a furious snarl. She screamed that she always got whatever she wanted since she was a child, and this time would be no different. She just wanted one of the twins. Why couldn't she have that? Just as her tirade reached its peak, the sound of deliberate, approaching footsteps echoed down the hall. The Su twins appeared in the doorway, their handsome faces etched with cold disappointment. Lu Qiajia froze, her eyes wide with sheer terror. A horrifying realization dawned on her. Haohao had called them here, trying to destroy her. A primal instinct for survival kicked in, and she knew she had to strike first. In a split second, her rage morphed into crocodile tears. She pointed a trembling finger at Haohao and cried out to the twins, claiming that Mu Haohao was the one with ill intentions, that she wanted them for herself, and was trying to destroy Lu Qiajia to clear the way. She threw herself at Sus's feet, grabbing the leg of his trousers in a desperate plea. But her performance was short. Haohao gracefully would stand between the two brothers, linking her arms through theirs. With a smile that was both dazzling and deadly, she looked down at the pathetic woman on the floor and formally introduced the twins to Lu Qiajia as her boyfriends. Her voice was sweet as she declared that Lu Qiajia's little show was done. The words struck Lu Qiajia like lightning. She could only sputter, pointing a shaking finger, utterly speechless. The combination of humiliation, rage, and defeat was too much to bear. Tears of pure frustration streamed down her face as she thought that Mu Haohao was unequivocally the most vile, cunning woman she had ever met in her entire life. And then the world went black. Lu Qiajia's eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted, collapsing onto the cold floor with a dull thud. Susi cleared his throat awkwardly, muttering that he would get someone to carry her back to her room. The victory felt sweet, but Haohao suddenly found herself unable to face the twins after her bold declaration. A blush crept up her neck, and feeling flustered, she quickly turned and walked away. As she disappeared down the hall, the twins exchanged a look of pure triumph, slapping their hands together in a celebratory high five. Their plan had worked perfectly. Susu grinned, remarking that this was the first time Haohao had ever admitted they were her boyfriends, proving that their decision to work together was a stroke of genius. Later that evening, fresh from a shower and wrapped in a plush towel, Haohao lay on her hotel bed, checking her phone. A message from the twins confirmed her victory. Lu Qiajia had secretly booked a flight home, but they had already arranged a little welcoming party for her at the airport. A sense of finality washed over her as she tossed her phone aside and flopped onto the pillows. She mused that with Lu Qiajia gone, things would be quieter. She'd gotten messages from Gingland and Go But a small, nagging thought surfaced. It had been a while since she'd heard anything from Shen Tinglan. Suddenly, Sheepy froze, engulfed in a flash of blue digital light. A disembodied voice echoed in a digital void, addressing a lord and stating it had been about to inform the master of Shen Tinglan's situation. The lord's voice boomed back, declaring it was too late. The current master was incapable of completing the task, and if they continued to rely on her, the entire world would collapse. Therefore, it had borrowed a perfect woman from another plane to replace Haohao. Sheepy's new mission, the voice commanded, was to assist this perfect woman in capturing the hearts of the 5 male leads. Back in the hotel room, Haohao looked at the inanimate Sheepy plushie, a sense of unease creeping over her. She called its name, asking what was wrong and why it was so quiet. She picked it up, giving it a gentle shake. A soft ding sounded and Sheepy's eyes lit up. It reassured her that it was fine, blaming the silence on a minor malfunction. Relieved, Haohao stroked its head, admitting she thought it was angry with her for not pursuing Shen Tinglan. Sheepy denied it, promising not to push her anymore. Then, in a cryptic tone, it added that starting tomorrow, she might not need to worry about the task at all. Haohao's curiosity was piqued. Sheepy kept its true thoughts hidden. Once the perfect woman arrived, it would explain everything. If its master could be free from this burden, that would be the best possible outcome. As Haohao drifted off to sleep, she wished her little companion good night, oblivious to the monumental changes that were about to occur. The next day, after a short flight, Haohao stood with the twins at the airport. Susie sighed, saying the trip had been too short and they should do it again soon. Haohao agreed. Susu quickly added that it was a deal, but stipulated that it should be just the 3 of them next time, as more people just made things complicated. Haohao paused surprised and asked if he really meant only the 3 of them. Both twins stared at her with such intense, hopeful eyes that she felt her resolve melt. She stammered out an okay. They immediately celebrated with another high five, flanking her on either side as they walked out of the terminal. Their happy procession was brought to a halt by a figure standing directly in their path. It was her older brother, Muchonglai, and he looked absolutely furious. He barked her name and ordered her to come to him. Before she could react, he stormed forward and grabbed her arm, his grip like iron. He told her they were going home and began dragging her away, completely ignoring her protests for him not to push her. The twins could only watch, waving a small, defeated goodbye as she was hauled away by her overprotective brother. Once they were in the car, he began to scold her, poking her forehead and demanding to know why she was letting herself get bullied outside when she was so headstrong at home. He was fuming. She yelped in protest, rubbing her head and insisting that she had gotten her revenge. She boasted that she had made Lu Hiajia so angry she fainted, so she hadn't lost at all. He shot back that she was just lucky she was rescued, warning her that otherwise he would have been collecting her in a body bag. Seeing his lingering anger, Haohao quickly changed the subject, leaning against him and asking him to help her teach Lu Hiajia a proper lesson. With wide, pleading eyes, she asked him to make it so that Lu Hiajia would never dare to appear before her again. A faint, dangerous smile touched his lips. He let out a low chuckle and promised her that, of course, he would. His voice was laced with chilling resolve as he declared that his sister's life was worth more than the entire Lu family combined. At that moment, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was her friend, her voice frantic and panicked. She cried that she had broken out in itchy rashes and begged Haohao to come to the hospital with her. Haohao's expression immediately shifted to one of deep concern. She asked how serious it was, her heart pounding with worry, and promised she would head to her friend's place right away. Haohao stepped out of a car, her eyes scanning the entrance until they found her friend. She called out her name, a warm greeting that cut through the city noise. Her friend Qin turned, her face half hidden by a medical mask, and waved a frantic hand in the air. As Haohao reached her, Qin collapsed against her in a dramatic heap, wailing that it was killing her. She felt itchy all over, she cried, her hands flying to her face, scratching at the irritated skin. Haohao gently pulled her hands away, her expression a mixture of concern and amusement. She suggested that perhaps Qin had eaten something she was allergic to and insisted they go see a doctor immediately. Just as they stepped inside, the sharp screech of tires tore through the air. A luxury car had pulled up abruptly, and from it emerged Shen Tinglan, his long hatching the light, his expression an unreadable mask of indifference. He was dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and long coat, an aura of cold authority radiating from him. Inside, Haohao sat on a vinyl bench outside the dermatology department, the antiseptic smell of the hospital filling her lungs. She glanced at the closed door, thinking to herself that Qin's examination should be more or less finished by now. The sharp, rhythmic tapping of high heels on the linoleum floor drew her attention. She turned to see a woman walking past, a vision in a striking red and black dress that clung to her every curve. The woman carried herself with an almost predatory grace, her profile sharp and beautiful, framed by a cascade of dark, wavy hair. A strange feeling, cold and unsettling, prickled at the back of Haohao's neck. She didn't know this woman, yet something about her felt deeply wrong, like a discordant note in a familiar song. A hand on her shoulder startled her from her thoughts. It was Qin, her examination over. She asked Haohao what she looking at with such intensity. Haohao quickly shook her head, a small smile replacing her frown. She assured her friend she wasn't looking at anything and suggested they go get the medicine. Qin explained that the doctor had confirmed it was just an allergic reaction and had prescribed something for her to pick up at the pharmacy. Meanwhile, the woman in red, Sunyani, continued down the hall, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Her mind was already racing ahead. She had heard there were 5 male leads in this world, and she was looking forward to meeting every single one of them. The first on her list, she mused, was Shen Tinglan. A thrill of anticipation shot through her. After successfully completing 100 tasks, this one would know different. This new body, created by the law of the universe, was simply perfect. She glanced at her reflection in a polished wall panel, admiring the stunning figure she now possessed. Perfect from head to toe. Why would she ever want to go back to the real world? It was so much more fun living here, blessed with the powers of a main character. As if summoned by her thoughts, a cold, digital voice echoed in her mind. It reminded her that, as agreed, she was supposed to return to the real world after completing her tasks. Her refusal meant her soul would perish. But then came a new offer. The system explained that the novel's original protagonist, a girl named Bloom, needed someone to complete the job. If Sunyanyi did it, the system would stabilize her soul, grant her a character shield, and, most tempting of all, let her be the female lead in this world forever. Her eyes lit up with greedy delight. It was a deal. She approached a VIP room, her excitement bubbling over. The law of the universe was certainly in a hurry, she thought, asking her to sleep with Shen Tinglan on the very first day. This was going to be so exciting. Inside a nearby room, Shen Tinglan pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache pounding behind his eyes. The new lawyer he'd hired to find evidence had gotten himself beaten up and sent to the hospital. The rookies in his firm were proving to be utterly unreliable. A sudden, suffocating heat washed over him, making him feel awful. He grunted, wondering what was happening to him. A faint, breathy voice drifted from the adjacent VIP room, a weak cry for help. His instincts taking over, he moved to the door and pushed it open with a soft squeak. Back in the waiting area, Qin told Haohao she needed to see the doctor one more time and asked her to wait a bit longer. Haohao readily agreed. Just as Qin walked away, Haohao's phone vibrated with a call. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw the name on the screen. Shen Tinglan. It had been so long since he'd last contacted her. Her heart thumping, she answered. His voice was clipped and demanding as he asked where she was. She hesitated for a fraction of a second before telling him she was at the hospital. He sounded so grumpy. She wondered if he was angry that she had been ignoring him for so long. He immediately demanded to know which hospital. On the other end of the line, Shen Tinglan's face was grim. He asked sharply if she was sick or injured. She quickly clarified that it wasn't her. She was there with a classmate. She told him they were at the central hospital. He pressed her specific location. She explained she was in the front hall of the dermatology department but was just about to leave. Before she could finish her sentence, a firm hand clamped around her wrist. She gasped. It was Shen Tinglan. He had found her, his expression dark and intense as he pulled her along with him. He didn't answer. Instead, he swept her off her feet, lifting her into his arms as if she weighed nothing at all. She cried out in shock, protesting as he carried her away. She asked where he was taking her, insisting that she had to wait for her classmate. He ignored her, striding through the parking lot with grim determination. He placed her in the passenger seat of his car, the door slamming shut with a definitive bang. Before she could react, he was leaning over her, his body caging hers against the seat. His face was so close, his breath warm against her skin. Her mind went blank. And then he kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was hungry, desperate, and possessive. Stealing the air from her lungs, she tried to say no, but the word was lost against his lips. Her hands pushed weakly against his chest as she pleaded him to stop, but her protest was swallowed by the overwhelming force of his passion. His eyes were blazing with an emotion she couldn't decipher. The kiss deepened, a torrent of unspoken feelings pouring from him into her. When he finally pulled back, they were both breathless. He whispered her name, his voice thick with emotion. In that moment, the dam in his heart broke and the truth flooded his mind. He had completely fallen for her. His original, malicious plan to simply take her virginity and discard her seemed like a lifetime ago. He had wondered if it was karma that out of all the men vying for her, she had chosen him, the most wicked one. He had intended to watch from the sidelines as the others fought over her, but that resolve had crumbled the moment he saw her with Gingland. Haohao's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. She couldn't meet Shen Tinglan's piercing gaze. She stammered, trying to minimize the disaster, insisting it was just only three boyfriends. She desperately added that he already knew about Gingland and the young man he saw at the hospital last time, but Shen Tingland's expression was one of cool, knowing amusement. A slow, dangerous smile flips as he informed her that he knew the young man had a twin brother. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her. Her mind raced, a whirlwind of lies and half-truths. She squeezed her eyes shut and blurted out that it was 4 in total, and absolutely no more. His eyes, magnified by his glasses, narrowed into unforgiving slits. He leaned closer, his voice a low, chilling murmur, telling his dear Haohao that she had one last chance. The threat hung in the air, heavy and absolute. And then, the final confession tumbled from her lips, a choked, desperate whisper. There were 5. Apart from the other 4, she had another boyfriend the same age as her, named Go. A wave of mortification washed over her, so intense she had to cover her face with her hands, hiding from his judgment. This was torture. This was all the system's fault. She was a truly awful person. But then, a warmth enveloped her trembling hand, his fingers laced with hers, a surprisingly gentle grip. He told her not to be afraid, his voice soft now, assuring her that he wasn't angry. She slowly lowered her hands, her purple eyes wide with disbelief. She had to ask him why. Why wasn't he furious? A tender smile graced his lips, a stark contrast to the interrogation just moments before. He pulled her into a sudden, firm embrace, his body pressing against hers. He whispered into her ear, his breath a warm caress against her skin, that it was because he was willing to serve her. From now on, she was in his heart, so how could he ever be mad at her? He confessed his true motive with a chilling sweetness. He wanted her to feel guilty, because then she wouldn't be able to reject any of his crazy requests. Her blood ran cold. She pushed against chest, her voice rising in panic, telling Gingland that he couldn't do this, not after she had agreed to come clean. Then, a realization struck him like lightning. It had to be Sunyani. She had shown up, acted weirdly, and everything felt abnormal since. This had to be her doing. Haohao, seeing the dangerous look in his eyes, whimpered his name, begging him not to. Gingland was breathing heavily, his face flushed, sweat beading on his brow as he fought a battle within himself. With a sudden movement, he pushed her down, her back hitting the plush car seat with a soft thud. She let out a small scream, her eyes wide with terror. What was he doing? He loomed over her, his voice strained as he promised he wouldn't hurt her. His face was a portrait of agony, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He begged her not to move, gritting out that he would finish on his own as his hand moved towards his belt buckle. He panted her name, his voice rag. Haohao could only cover her mouth, hot tears of humiliation streaming down her face as she sobbed. This was so embarrassing. The car sped down the road, leaving the scene of their intense confrontation behind. Inside, Haohao was still crying softly, feeling utterly useless. She had been so scared by his actions. He gently took her hand, his composure slowly returning. He looked at her with pained eyes and asked if she would believe him if he told her he was drugged. She scoffed internally. She knew the original plot, and there was absolutely no mention of him getting drugged. How could he fall into such a simple trap? He sighed, looking lost, and asked what he should do now. He even suggested, his voice hesitant, that maybe they should break up for a few days. The words were barely out of his mouth before she shouted, "No way." She glared at him through her tears, her cheeks puffed out indignantly. She was the one who had suffered a loss here. So how could she be the one to break up with him? A low chuckle escaped him, the tension finally breaking. He told her she was so cute, his laughter filling the small space. He squeezed her hand gently. He asked what he should do to make her stop being mad at him. She huffed, an idea forming in her mind. She told him that if he wanted her forgiveness, he could reduce his evilness meter. Otherwise, she would stay mad at him forever, even if she returned to her own world. The moment the words left her mouth, a soft ding echoed in her mind. A system window materialized before her eyes. Her jaw dropped. Gingland's evilness value had gone down by 45 points. She was utterly stunned. She frantically asked her system, Sheepy, if it had made a mistake. Was it 4.5 or 45? Sheepy confirmed with certainty that it was 45. Her mind reeled. Was Gingland crazy? Not only was he not mad about having 5 boyfriends, but his evilness meter had just plummeted by an insane amount. A horrifying thought crept into her mind. Was he planning to vent his anger by killing her later? Oblivious to her internal crisis, he simply asked what was wrong. He then gently suggested that if she had no other plans, they could go on a date. She immediately panicked, shaking her head vigorously. She insisted her brother was waiting for her at home and she had to go back right now. Tufit quickly pulled out her phone and showed him her chat history, pointing out that she had told her brother he would be driving her home. She flashed a brilliant, slightly strained smile, pointing out that she wasn't lying. She added a thinly veiled threat, reminding him that if anything were to happen to her, her brother would be the first one to come after him. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered her friend, quickly typing a message. She had to text Chu Kin, who was probably looking everywhere for her after Gingland had dragged her away. He watched her, a soft expression on his face. He asked if she was sure she wanted him to drive her home, then added pointedly, as her boyfriend. Distracted by her phone, she mumbled yeah, without thinking. A warm hand gently patted her head, and she glanced up to give him a playful wink before returning to her phone. He smiled, content with her answer, and said he would drive her home now. A few moments later, her fingers froze over the screen. What did he just say? And what did she just answer? When they pulled up to the grand gates of the Mu family's house, he leaned over and told her to be careful getting out. But as she stepped onto the driveway, she saw him. Her brother, Mu Chonglai, stood by the bushes, a watering hose in his hand, and a distinctly unimpressed look on his face. His mind was racing. Last time she brought Gingland to meet him. This time it was Gingland. He sighed, thinking these two men were the hardest to deal with. Was his stupid sister being coerced into this? Haohao, however, seemed oblivious, waving cheerfully at her brother. Chonglai held up a hand, cutting him off, telling him to stop and not even try to cozy up to him. With a stiff smile, he thanked Gingland for driving his sister home. He then wrapped a protective arm around Haohao's shoulders, pulling her close. He informed Gingland that if his sister had done anything wrong, he would send a gift as an apology, and asked him to please forgive her. But Gingland, saying there was nothing like that. He then dropped the bomb, explaining that it was his job to drive her home. After all, he was her boyfriend. Chonglai's face contorted with rage. Girlfriend? He sputtered, looking from Gingland to his sister, demanding to know why she had acquired another boyfriend after just going out for a short while. He pulled Haohao away from the man, his voice a low hiss, telling not to be deceived. He demanded to know what was going on, promising to make Gingland pay if he had taken advantage of her. While Haohao looked away guiltily, Chonglai turned his fury back on Gingland, reminding him sharply that it was illegal to mislead a minor. Gingland simply pushed his glasses up his nose, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. This only enraged Chonglai further. He stalked towards him, his voice rising as he demanded to know Gingland's age and his sister's age, questioning how he could be so utterly shameless. Haohao quickly stepped between them, trying to placate her brother. She insisted that Gingland hadn't done anything and that she was the one who had asked him for a ride home. Chonglai pointed a stern finger towards the house, ordering her to go inside and telling her they would talk later. As she walked away, he seethed internally. How could she take Gingland's side? He was clearly a bad man who would take advantage of her sooner or later. Haohao obediently said she would go inside first, then turned to wave at Gingland, telling him goodbye and to drive home safely. He simply replied with a soft okay, a gentle smile on his face as he thought to himself how adorable his baby was. The smile made Chonglai's blood boil. Why was he laughing? Once inside, Haohao made a break for the stairs, thinking she should run before her bragging started. But it was too late. He called out, asking where she was going and telling her to come here. He sat her down on the sofa, his expression serious. He confronted her directly, stating that both Gingland and now Gingland claimed to be her boyfriends. She immediately tried to deflect, asking if he was tired and offering him a massage. He was telling her not to change the subject. Defeated, she mumbled that she couldn't tell him. Her expression suddenly turned serious. She looked him in the eye and told him to just trust her. She knew what she was doing, and she assured him that no one had taken advantage of her. He pressed on, asking what she was going to do about the situation. She looked down, her voice small as she admitted that she didn't know. He reached out and flicked her forehead gently. He scolded her, telling her that if she dared to do something like this, she should at least have the guts to admit it. He then began to list them off, stunning her into silence. He knew that apart from those two, she was also seeing the twins from the Su family and her childhood sweetheart. Her eyes went wide with shock. How did he know? Before she could even process it, he said something even more unbelievable. He told her he had no problem with her having 5 boyfriends. In fact, he said he would support her as long as it was her own choice, even if she were dating 10 guys. Tears welled in her eyes. She whispered his name, touched, but also confused. Why was he supporting her being so bad? He just huffed, a mischievous glint in his eye. Then he revealed his master plan. During the holidays, they would all be at his service. He imagined a life of luxury where Gingland would sweep the floor, Gingland would give him massages, the Su twins would entertain him, and Gu, the genius hacker, would peel his fruit. It was his dream life. He patted her head, his voice filled with brotherly love. He told her not to worry about it. Their family could afford any consequences, and if she really messed things up, he would just take her abroad. He gave her a warm smile, encouraging her to just be a player, to be confident and do whatever she wanted. A delicate smile played on Haohao's lips, though a single tear traced a path down her cheek. It was a strange world, she mused, one where the people's worldview was rather aligned with that of an erotic novel. A world where everyone could so easily accept the idea of having multiple partners at the same time. The thought faded as the scene shifted to the quiet stillness of the Mu family's house, bathed in the soft light of the moon. Inside, Haohao stretched her arms high above her head, a long, weary sigh escaping her lips. It had been such a long day, and a bone-deep exhaustion settled into her limbs. In her soft yellow nightgown, she patted it across the floor in her adorable bunny slippers, ready to collapse into bed. But a sudden, insistent buzzing from her nightstand shattered the peace. Her phone vibrated, the screen lighting up the dim room. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyes widening in surprise. It was Gingland. With a hesitant breath, she answered, her voice a soft, questioning hello. His voice, smooth and confident, filled the silence. He told her he had time tomorrow and proposed they go horse riding. Haohao sank onto her bed, the last of her energy draining away. She explained that she had gone to the hospital with her classmate earlier and her feet were aching. She really didn't feel like going out, but her true feelings were a storm of anxiety. Every single date felt like a grueling test, and right now she had no desire to be tested again. His response was both maddening and disarmingly tender. He assured her that she wouldn't need to walk at all. He would carry her in his arms, except, of course, when she was riding a horse. In his sleek, modern apartment overlooking the glittering city skyline, Gingland sat, the picture of cool determination, his gaze fixed on some point beyond his window. Haohao, however, was a mess of desperation, rolling around her bed like a petulant child. She whined, pleading that she didn't want to go out tomorrow, that she just wanted a break. She begged him, couldn't they please take a rain check? He completely ignored her pleas, his tone leaving no room for argument. He stated simply that he would pick her up tomorrow morning. A frustrated groan escaped her as she buried her face in her pillow, muttering his name like a curse. Then the impossible happened. His voice suddenly stripped of its usual command, softened into something vulnerable. He admitted, almost shyly, "Sorta missed." Haohao froze, her mind going completely blank. Her eyes were wide with shock, her mouth agape. Did Gingland, the cold and distant CEO, just say he missed her? Her heart hammered against her ribs. She stammered into the phone, telling him to mind his image, a sudden, unfamiliar fear creeping into her voice. On the other end of the line, there was a faint sound, like him clearing his throat, a hint of his own surprise. He quickly regained his composure, his voice once again firm and decisive. He declared the matter settled, informing her he would be there at 9 tomorrow morning before abruptly ending the call. Staring at the silent phone, Haohao sighed in defeat. It seemed there was no getting away from it after all. The next morning dawned bright and sunny, but Haohao was in a frantic rush. She sat at the breakfast table, gulping down a glass of milk while shoving a pastry into her mouth, a look of pure panic on her face. She cried out that she was going to be late, feeling as though she had only just closed her eyes. Her brother, Mu Chonglei, looked up from his paper, calmly asking what she could possibly be late for, reminding her it was the last day of her holiday. Breathlessly, she explained that Gingland had invited her horse riding and she had overslept. She was stuffing food into her mouth, her mind racing. He could be here any second, as if summoned by her thoughts. The doorbell chimed. Speak of the devil, she shoved the last bite in, mumbled a quick bye to Chonglei, and shot up from her chair. But her brother's hand on her shoulder stopped her. He told her to finish the rest of her food before she left, insisting that she could just let Gingland wait for a moment. He gently guided her back to her seat, his expression firm but kind as he urged her to eat. She quickly wolfed down the remaining food. Her cheeks puffed out and let out a tiny, mortified burp. Covering her mouth, she declared she was done and had to go. She fled from the room in a flash. Chonglei watched her disappear down the hall, a fond, wistful smile touching his lips. She was all grown up now, he supposed. Outside, Gingland was waiting, leaning against his polished black car with an air of casual impatience that only made him look more striking. Haohao ran towards him, breathless and flustered, calling out his name. He looked up, his stern expression softening at the sight of her. He asked why she was running, his voice laced with concern, questioning if her legs didn't hurt. Before she could even form a reply, he moved, sweeping her off her feet and into his arms in a fluid, practiced motion. She gasped, her face flushing as she protested that she was fine and demanded he put her down. He simply ignored her, walking towards the car as he told her not to worry, that he could carry her. She insisted that wasn't what she was worried about, but he was already placing her gently into the passenger seat. He leaned in, his proximity stealing the air from her lungs. His voice was a low, intimate whisper as he told her it had been a while, and that he had missed her very much. Haohao's heart stuttered. Since when did he learn how to flirt? His words were a bit old-fashioned, she thought, a bit cheesy, but a reluctant warmth through her chest. If she had to admit, still a little bit cute. Gingland cleared his throat, pulling back slightly, as he told her it was time to go. They arrived at a sprawling horse ranch nestled in the suburbs, under a brilliant blue sky. Mares and their foals grazed peacefully on the rolling green hills. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and fitted jeans, Haohao looked around, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. She remembered this place. In her past life, she and Gingland come here for most of their dates. It was he who had taught her how to ride a horse. She was lost in the memory when a pair of strong arms suddenly encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. She let out a startled gasp as Gingland placed her onto the saddle of a magnificent gray horse. He swung himself up behind her, his chest pressing firmly against her back. He murmured for her not to be scared. Since it was her first time, he would show her around, and later, if she was interested, he would teach her how to ride properly. She nodded, her barely a whisper. His arm was a warm, solid weight around her, a protective barrier. It was then she realized with a jolt in this life, she hadn't learned how to ride a horse yet. He called out for the horse to giddy up, but it remained stubbornly still. Suddenly, a brown steed thundered past them, its rider moving with an easy, confident grace. It was a woman with flowing black hair, and a smile that was both beautiful and sharp. Haohao's breath caught in her throat. Sunyanyi, the celebrity everyone called a princess. Sunyanyi expertly reined her horse in beside theirs, her challenging gaze fixed on Gingland. She remarked that he had a good horse and asked if he was interested in a competition. Haohao knew all about her. Sunyani was a famous star whose equestrials were so superb she could compete with professionals. Gingland's arm tightened around Haohao's waist, and he told her quietly to sit tight. He then turned his head, his expression turning to ice as he told Sunyani that she was bothering them. Sunyani's eyes flickered to Haohao, a calculating look crossing her face. This must be the loser who hadn't completed her mission. Seeing how comfortable she was with Gingland, Sunyani deduced she had already gained a great deal of his favor. Her little demon system offered to get rid of Haohao so she could win Gingland's heart, but Sunyani silenced it, thinking she had other plans. In an instant, her entire demeanor shifted. She feigned surprise, exclaiming that she hadn't noticed the delicate-looking girl with him. She introduced herself with a brilliant smile and asked Haohao if she would like to be friends. As she extended her hand, a picture of grace and charm, Gingland smacked the reins against their horse's flank. He shouted, "Giddy up," and their horse surged forward, leaving a stunned Sunyani in their wake. Her friendly masked, her face contorting into a mask of pure fury. As they rode across the field, Gingland's voice was a low, urgent warning. He told Haohao to stay away from that woman. Haohao was bewildered, asking if he meant Sunyani and why. He explained that Sunyani was conceited and exuded a constant air of superiority. Every word, every action had a purpose. If she was being nice, it meant she wanted something. He stated bluntly that Haohao was no match for her, and for her own safety, she should stay away. A spark of indignation flared within her. Why was he acting like she was stupid? She was a study monitor after all. She thought it through. Sunyani had approached him first, which meant he was her target. But it was so obvious that they were together, so why would a woman so openly try to steal another's boyfriend? The cold, hard truth dawned on her just as he said it aloud. It was because Sunyani didn't even consider her an opponent. In her eyes, Haohao of being an enemy. A challenging touched his lips as he looked down at her. Now that she knew Sunyani's intentions, he asked how was she planning to defend her boyfriend. Haohao turned away, her cheeks burning. She retorted that he was the one who looked down on her, so why should she defend his heart? If Sunyani managed to win it, then so be it. A man who cheated wasn't worth keeping anyway. His reply was quiet but unshakable. He told her to rest assured, because no one else could ever win his heart. Watching them ride off, Sunyani's expression hardened. She finally understood. The girl wasn't a loser, she was a saboteur. She couldn't complete the task because she didn't want to go back to the real world. She wanted to stay here, pampered and adored by the 5 male leads. She spoke to her system, her lord, her voice dripping with ambition. She declared that she wanted to stay in this world and replace Haohao as the true female lead. Since the system had chosen her to complete the task anyway, she argued, why not just let her take over the role permanently? Her plan was devious. She wanted to be bound with a new system, one that would allow her to steal Haohao's spiritual energy, rendering her an insignificant side character. The system protested, reminding her that her own spiritual energy was insufficient to stabilize the male leads. They were using Haohao's energy for that very purpose. Just smiled. It didn't matter if she had no spiritual energy. She boasted that her greatest talent was stealing the original female lead's power to secure her own position and win the male lead's heart. A vision of triumph flashed in her mind. Haohao, pale and powerless, while she stood radiant and victorious. She promised that if the system bound her, she would become the world's only female lead and obey its every command, executing the plot with ruthless efficiency. Wasn't that better? Didn't the system want to see this world become fully realized? The system finally relented. It agreed, binding her with a ripping system. A digital screen confirmed the bond. But there was one condition. She was not to interfere with Haohao's own system. They didn't want to alert them to her true intentions. A cunning, triumphant smile spread across Sunyani's face. Later that day, Gingland, ever the gentleman, was helping Haohao out of his car. She was now in a charming lime green dress, and he was telling her it was time to go in. But as he held the door, Sunyani, now in a stunning purple gown, suddenly appeared and shoved past Haohao, trying to get into the car. Gingland reacted instantly. He grabbed Haohao's hand, pulling her back against his chest and shielding her as he stumbled back against the car door. With his arm wrapped protectively around her, he glared at Sunyani, his voice dangerously low as he ordered her to get out of the car. Sunyani feigned distress, apologizing profusely. She spun a story about her agent calling, about an obsessive fan following her to the ranch. She claimed she was late for a press event and desperately needed a ride. Even Haohao, watching her performance, had to admit that Sunyani was incredibly pretty. But Gingland was unmoved. His voice was like a shard of ice as he repeated his command for her to get out of the car. He told her coldly that if he had been alone, she wouldn't have even had the chance to speak to him, and he warned her not to challenge his patience. Her act faltered. She called him unbelievable, but vowed to return the favor. Then, looking down with a blush of feigned embarrassment, she said she would pay him when her manager arrived. But as she moved to get out, she tripped, letting out a dramatic cry as she tumbled onto the pavement. Haohao watched aghast. How could you just let her fall? That was going too far. But a second, more practical thought quickly took over. He was clearly furious, and it was probably best to keep quiet and not irritate him further. She peeked around his arm, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and morbid curiosity. Gingland didn't even spare Sunyang a glance. He slammed the passenger door shut, then walked around to open the back door for Haohao. He told her to sit in the back. The front seat, he declared with chilling finality, was dirty now. The air is thick with resentment as Sunyang glares at the spot where Gingland's car disappeared, her face a mask of fury. A bitter promise forms on her lips. Gingland will regret this day. Her plan was perfect, her charm undeniable, yet he had cast her aside. A storm brews in her eyes as she vows to herself that she will fully replace Haohao as the female lead in this story, and when she does, Gingland will be finished. Just as the venomous thought solidifies, a car screams past, engulfing her in a cloud of dust and exhaust, forcing a startled cry from her throat. Inside the vehicle, a soft giggle escapes Haohao's lips as she tries to stifle her amusement. The man beside her, the driver's friend, asks what she finds so funny. Haohao's mind flashes back to the sight of Sunyang, and she has to admit the one was drop-dead gorgeous. A mischievous glint enters her eyes as she turns to Gingland, winking playfully. She teases him, noting how a beauty had just thrown herself at him, only to be rejected so ruthlessly. She leans in a little closer, her voice a playful whisper, wondering aloud if he might regret this in the future. A slow, gentle smile spreads across Gingland's face, his eyes fixed on the road, but his words meant only for her. He tells her, his voice a low, warm hum that sends a shiver down her spine, that when she fully grows up, she'll be more stunning than anyone. He promises her with a quiet certainty that he will never, for his entire life, regret being with her. The words hit Haohao like a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. A ferocious blush explodes across her face, so intense she feels like steam is puffing from her ears. Flustered, she stammers at him to mind his language. Later that evening, under the soft glow of a crescent moon, they pull up to a large, welcoming house. Haohao's heart stutters in her chest as she looks at the unfamiliar building, a question trembling on her lips as she asks him why he brought her to his home. Gingland turns to her, his expression calm. He tells her it's almost supper time and he intends to cook for her. Panic flutters in Haohao's stomach. She wrings her hands, her mind racing as she questions if it's appropriate for her to be here. After all, she and his brother are classmates. It would be terribly strange if he were to find them together. Her eyes dart around nervously, scanning the windows for any sign of life. Gingland's hand finds hers, his touch warm and reassuring. He explains that his brother Kingqi lives on his own and only returns home for festivals. He squeezes her hand gently, promising she won't run into him tonight as he leads her inside. A while later, the comforting sounds of a kitchen at work fill the house. Haohao peeks around the doorframe, watching Gingland stand before a cutting board, an apron tied neatly around his waist. She shyly offers her help, asking what she can do. He turns a thoughtful expression on his face as he looks at her hesitating in the doorway. Without a word, he crosses the kitchen, and before she can react, he scoops her effortlessly into his arms. A gasp escapes her as she instinctively wraps her arms around his neck, her mind blank with shock as she asks what he's doing. He doesn't answer, instead carrying her over to the counter and gently setting her down upon it. Leaning in close, so close she can feel the warmth radiating from him, he presses a soft, lingering kiss to her cheek. He murmurs against her skin that if she doesn't want to wait outside, she can just stay here with him. He'll be done soon. True to his word, he returns to his cooking. His movements efficient, and sure as he chops vegetables with a steady rhythm. Haohao sits on the counter, mesmerized as she watches him move to the stove, tossing ingredients in a wok with a practiced ease that makes the flames dance. A profound realization washes over her. For 2 lifetimes she has been consumed by a suffocating fear of this man, never daring to truly look at him, to see him for who he is. But now, watching him in the soft kitchen light, she sees it. Handsome. Incredibly so. He glances over, his eyes catching hers, a slight tilt to his head as he wonders why she's staring at him so intently. Caught, Haohao's face flames crimson. A squeak of embarrassment escapes her as she scrambles off the counter, stammering that he must be nearly finished and she'll just set the table. She flees the room in a flurry of pink cheeks and fluttering heartbeats. Gingland watches her go, a fond, knowing smile playing on his lips as he murmurs a single, affectionate word, silly. After a delicious meal that leaves Haohao feeling full and deeply satisfied, she's lounging on the sofa when she suddenly finds herself being lifted into the air once more. Before she can even question it, Gingland has settled onto the couch, pulling her securely onto his lap and grabbing the TV remote. Her entire body goes rigid with tension. Her mind races trying to decipher his intentions. She tells herself he probably just wants to watch a movie with her in his arms. That's okay. She can handle that. She forces her muscles to relax, trying to melt into his embrace. As she settles, he speaks her name, his voice a soft rumble against her back. Haohao. She hums in response, her eyes on the screen. He continues, his tone growing serious, saying he will tell that girl that he loves her, and if there is a time limit. He leans in, cutting off his own words as his lips meet hers. The kiss is gentle, yet it sends a jolt of electricity through her entire being. Her eyes fly open in shock, his name a broken whisper on her lips. He deepens the kiss, his hand moving to crack of her head. The world melts away, leaving only the intoxicating feeling of his touch. The kiss seems to stretch on for an eternity, leaving her breathless and dizzy when he finally pulls back. He rests his forehead against hers, his breath warm on her skin. He murmurs her name again, his voice thick with emotion. He reminds her that she'll be 18 in 2 months. He holds her face between his hands, his gaze intense as he makes a solemn promise. By then he says he will propose to her himself. He will be engaged to her. A notification suddenly chimes in her mind, a system update. The task is complete. Gingland's evilness meter has decreased by 5 points, bringing it down to 45. Later, back in her own room, Haohao stares at a list she's written out. Gingland, 45, 40, Susi, 20. She calculates their evilness meters should all be cleared within 2 months. A cold washes over her. 2 months. That's deadline Gingland gave her. She has to succeed. She absolutely must make it within that time frame, or she'll be forced into an engagement with him. A surge of fierce determination courses through her as she ties a sure-to-win headband around her forehead, her eyes burning with resolve. In a sleek, modern villa across town, Sunyan is not feeling so victorious. She slams her hand on the polished floor, her face contorted in a snarl of frustration. She can't believe she failed in front of 2 male leads, a first in her long career. Her small, demonic familiar reminds her the other 3 targets are only 18. Sunyan's eyes narrow thoughtfully. She concludes that targeting a mature male lead without her character shield was too rash. Failure was inevitable. A new, cunning plan begins to form in her mind. This time, she will start with the youngest one. Oh. A wicked smile plays on her lips as she recalls how in the last life Haohao had succeeded, and the male leads had remained ignorant of one another. Then she thinks with chilling certainty she will ensure Haohao fails spectacularly in this life. The holiday break ends and the familiar routine of school begins. The teacher stands at the front of the class, announcing a student exchange program. Her words hang in the air, each one a hammer blow to Haohao's heart. A student named Ji-U from No 3 Middle School will be joining their class. Haohao freezes, her blood turning to ice. Ji-U, here? This never happened in the last life. What is going on? Whispers erupt around her as students murmur about the new arrival, a genius in physics and chemistry, but supposedly weak in liberal arts. The teacher's smiling face turns to Haohao, her voice ringing out with cheerful authority. She reminds Haohao that she is the best at liberal arts in their class, and therefore Ji-U will sit behind her. She tasks Haohao with helping him, so their school won't be belittled. Haohao forces a tight, brittle smile and agrees. Internally, she's screaming. Susi and Susi were already here. Now Ji-U was coming too? It was too much. Her soul felt like it was physically trying to escape her body in sheer panic. Her phone buzzes on the desk, startling her. It's a message from Susi, telling her to meet him in the resource room after school. Her mind whirls. Should she tell him about Ji-U? Confess everything and hope for forgiveness? The thought of the ugly, betrayed expression on his face makes her stomach clench with anxiety. When she arrives at the resource room, Susi immediately notices her pale face, asking if she's unwell. Haohao quickly shakes her head, assuring him she's fine and asking what he wanted to talk about. Susi looks down, his expression uncharacteristically serious. He announces that starting tomorrow he will be going to experimental for half a month as an exchange student. Haohao's eyes widen. An exchange student? She turns to Susi, who had been standing quietly beside his brother, and asks if he's going too. Susi just shakes his head, saying he isn't. Susi adds with a touch of disdain that his brother isn't a top student, so of course he couldn't go. Susi then turns his intense gaze back to Haohao, his voice dropping to a low warning. He tells her not to go out secretly with Susi while he's gone, or she'll pay the price when he returns. He leans in closer, demanding to know if she understands. His possessiveness is suffocating, but Susi isn't finished. He tells his brother that he heard one of the exchange students coming to their school is Ji-U, a well-known handsome student. He reminds Susi that Haohao used to see them behind his back, and that Susi needs to watch her closely to make sure it doesn't happen again. Susi then leans towards Haohao, his voice a venomous whisper in her ear. He tells her he has all the qualities she could ever want, and if she dares to hook up with another man, she will be sorry. Haohao stares back, speechless. Hook up. She never meant to flirt with him. Su tells his brother to stop, but Susu just shoots back, asking if he isn't speaking the truth. An unbearable tension fills the room. Haohao has had enough. With a surge of anger, she shoves Susi away from her, her voice shaking with rage as she tells him he's a nuisance and that she hates him. She turns and flees the room, not looking back. Susi grabs his brother by the collar, fury in his eyes as he demands to know if Su's crazy for saying such things to her. Susu shoves him back, his own anger flaring. He asks Susi what he would have done, how he would have reacted when Haohao inevitably confessed her relationship with Ji-U. He insists that he saw the hesitation on her face, that she was about to confide in them. He questions if Susi wants another man, Ji-U, to come between the 3 of them. His voice drops to a fierce growl as he declares that he can't accept it, and he knows Susie can't either, which is why he refused to give her the chance to say it. Susie's anger seems to cool, replaced cold, calculating look. He tells Susie that Ji-oh is a black-hearted man. He gives his brother permission to beat him up after he arrives at school, but with one condition: don't do it in front of Haohao. He suggests that if C can beat Ji-oh badly enough to make him quit the exchange, that would be for the best. He then urges his brother to go after Haohao, reminding him that she's soft-hearted and will cool down with some comforting. Susie hesitates for a moment before running out of the room. As his brother disappears, Susie's expression hardens. He mutters a dark warning to the empty air, telling Susie not to dare do anything nasty with Haohao behind his back while he's away. Susie stops at the end of the hall, looking back with a challenging glint in his eye. He asks his brother if their roles were reversed. Would Susie truly do nothing? Susie simply tells him to go, promising to be wary of Ji-oh and not to be soft when he beats him. Susie finds Haohao on the school steps and grabs her arm, pleading with her not to be mad. She viciously slaps his hand away. She whirls around, her voice laced with bitter sarcasm. She tells him to let go, declaring that if she's such a slut, then they should just break up so she doesn't bother him anymore. Susie looks stunned, begging her to stop. Just then, Haohao spots her brothers calling up. She announces that she's going home and turns her back on him, walking away without another word. As she gets into the car, Susie approaches his brother, asking if he managed to catch up with her. Susie looks utterly defeated. He tells his brother that Haohao has been crying and that she said if they don't like her, they shouldn't themselves to be with her. As he speaks, a public bus pulls up to the curb with a hiss. The doors clatter open, and a young man with light hair, wearing a casual green hoodie and ripped jeans, steps onto the pavement. His smile is so gentle, so disarmingly sweet, but Susu feels a jolt of pure alarm shoot through him as he sees Ji-oh. His eyes narrow, his entire posture stiffening as he takes in the sight of his rival. Ji-oh simply watches them go, a placid, unreadable smile on his face, his gaze cool and unnervingly calm. Back in her room, names and faces assault Haohao's mind. Gingland, Shen Tinglan, his face superimposed over a sleek, expensive car, another man. A bitter thought surfaces. She wonders why they are all suddenly here, their presence feeling less like a welcome and more like a cage closing in. Ji-oh's faint, triumphant smile is the last thing she sees in her mind's eye. His voice, a soft, possessive whisper, echoes in her memory, vowing that he won't let her have Haohao. Suddenly, a blaring, electronic sound shatters the peace of her bedroom. A system notification flashes before her eyes, stark and terrifying. It's an alert. The evilness meters for Gingland, Shen Tinglan, Susi, and even Ji-oh have all spontaneously increased by 5 points. The world tilts and Haohao stumbles back, a wave of nausea washing over her. She cries out for her system, her voice trembling as she asks Sheepy what just happened. Her heart hammers against her ribs like a trapped bird. She demands an explanation, her voice cracking with panic, asking why the evilness meters for all 5 male leads would suddenly skyrocket. Sheepy's small voice is filled with helpless confusion, admitting that it doesn't know what happened either, only that the meters have, without a doubt, increased. That's the final straw. The dam of her composure breaks and hot, stinging tears spill down her cheeks. She sobs that she can't do this anymore, she doesn't want this miserable task, she just wants to go home. The accusations of being a two-timer, of hooking up with multiple men, feel like stones being hurled at her, and she's powerless to defend herself. She collapses onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow, her body shaking with grief. A soft knock echoes from her door, followed by the gentle, worried voice of her brother, Shongle, offering her some fruit. He steps into the room, a plate of carefully cut fruit in his hands, his expression tender, but he freezes when he sees her. Haohao is sitting up, her face a mess of tears, her eyes red and puffy. The cheerful room suddenly feels suffocatingly sad. He rushes to her side, his voice laced with alarm, asking what's wrong, pleading to know who bullied her. He sits beside her, a silent pillar of support as she continues to weep. An insistent buzzing cuts through the quiet sorrow. Her phone, discarded on the bed, vibrates violently. The screen glows with a name that makes her stomach twist into a knot, Susie. Sheepy materializes beside her, pointing out that this is his 4th call. The little system warns her that ignoring him will only make him more persistent. With a frustrated pout, Haohao declares she'll just turn her phone off. Her finger hovers over the power button, a breath away from cutting him off completely. But she stops, a flicker of defiance, of bitter curiosity, ignites within her. She huffs, deciding she must hear what awful things he has to say this time. With a sigh, she answers. A voice, weak and strained, crackles through the speaker. It's Susie. He tells that her brother came to see him. His voice trembles as he continues, claiming that Susu beat him up and now he's in pain all over. Haohao's expression remains like ice. It serves him right, she thinks. He's the one who ran off. On the other end, Susi's bandaged hand shakes as he holds the phone to his bruised cheek. He asks her softly, his voice full of manufactured vulnerability, if it hurts. He sounds utterly aggrieved as he insists that of course it does, that it really truly hurts. Haohao's voice is sharp, devoid of sympathy. She tells him to go to the hospital then, coldly suggesting he asks Susi to take him. His tone shifts instantly, the weakness vanishing, replaced by a chilling seriousness. He tells her he's serious about their relationship, that he has even considered the future for the three of them. He begins to spin a twisted fantasy, a future where he will get a marriage license with her, regardless of her choice. He describes their wedding, with Su playing some unique role, promising that she won't have to fear discovery. He vows that by then he will be the head of the Su family, powerful enough to shield her gossip. But there's a condition. 3 people are enough, he says, his voice dropping. He cannot accept a 4th. He can never accept Ji-Oh. An image of Ji-Oo's innocent face flashes through Haohao's mind. She challenges him, her voice low. She asks what he would do if she chose Susi in the end. His reply is immediate and monstrous. He says he would get Susi drunk and sleep with him for her. Then, the 3 of them could live together as he planned. He whispers a horrifying promise into the phone that on her wedding night, while her bridegroom is passed out drunk, he will be there to satisfy her instead. Horror, cold and sharp, pierces through her. This is beyond bad. She's still reeling when he abruptly says he has to go. But just before he hangs up, his voice becomes a soft, intimate caress. He confesses that he likes her very much, that Susi loves Haohao. Then the line goes dead. Immediately, a system notification pops up. Susi's favor meter went down by 10. Haohao stares at the screen, baffled. Down? After a confession, how was that possible? She whirls on her system, demanding to know if the data is broken. Sheepy can only whimper that men are just too unpredictable. The next morning, Haohao rushes out the door, grabbing a piece of toast and calling out a hasty goodbye to Chonglai. She didn't sleep wink, and now she's late. The twins must be waiting. Her eyes scan the street ahead and she spots a familiar silhouette. Su. But as she draws closer, the boy turns, a brilliant smile lighting up his face. It's not Susi. He wishes her a good morning. It's Ji-Oo, looking impossibly fresh and cheerful. Haohao freezes, surprised to see him. A knot of panic forms in her stomach. Where is Susi? He can't see her with Ooh. Before she can escape, Oh is standing before her, offering her a paper bag filled with breakfast. He's wearing a cap with cute cat ears, his smile so disarmingly innocent it makes her ache. Flustered, she stammers her thanks and takes the bag. He leans in, his blue eyes searching hers as he asks if she's unhappy that he's transferred to her school as an exchange student. He's so close she can feel his warmth, and a blush creeps up her neck. She quickly denies it, insisting she's delighted. His smile falters, replaced by a look of deep hurt. He tells her he went to school yesterday just to see her, but she wasn't there. His voice drops to a wounded whisper as he adds that she didn't even call him. He looks at her with wide, gill-less eyes, asking if the teacher never told them the exchange's name. Realization dawns on Haohao. That's it! The teacher never said who it was. His smile instantly returns. He suggests they go to school together. Before she can react, his hand finds hers, his fingers lacing through hers. She instinctively yanks her hand back. Ji-Oh looks at her, his eyes wide with surprise. She quickly explains that puppy love is forbidden at their school, and they could get in serious trouble. He bites his lip, looking utterly dejected. He asks if they can't even hold hands on the way, his voice thick with longing as he says he hasn't seen her in so long. Her heart twists. How could she be so cruel to him? Her resolve melts away. She concedes, agreeing they can hold hands just until they get to school. His face lights up. As their hands join again, she reminds him they have to be strangers once they arrive. He happily agrees. As they walk, a sly smile touches Ji-Oo's lips. If she held his hands this time, he thinks he can get her to do it next time. If playing innocent makes her this soft, he can do it forever. He urges her to hurry, reminding her they're late. They start to run hand in hand, a silent victory playing out in Ji-Oo's mind. Susi, he thinks with satisfaction, is out of the picture this time. Meanwhile, Susi waits, his impatience palpable. He glances at his watch, 7:50. Haohao should have been here by now. He scrolls through his phone, frustration mounting. And then it hits him like a punch to the gut. Darn it! He clenches his fist, realizing he's been played by that brat. Ji-Oo. The morning comes back to him in a frustrating flash, waking up late, discovering his alarms were all turned off. He knows Ji-Oh must have hacked his phone. He remembers the infuriatingly cheerful text Ji-Oh had sent from his own phone, declaring that would be escorting Haohao to school. Susa grinds his teeth. Nearby, a sleek car is parked. Inside, Sunyang smirks. What a pity she thinks that Haohao was so close to messing up. She knows the school rules are strict about puppy love. At the school gates, Haohao tells Ji-Oh to go on ahead, promising she'll be right there. He blushes sweetly, agreeing to see her inside. He gives her one last cheerful wave and disappears into the school. The moment he's gone, a hand grabs her arm, yanking her back with force. She stumbles into a hard chest. It's Susi, his eyes blazing with jealousy. She tries to push him away, telling him to stop, that they're late. But he holds her tight, his voice a low growl as he demands to know who she came with. He tells her he waited and waited, but she never came. Thinking on her feet, she lies, claiming she overslept and had the driver bring her, apologize, pleading with him not to be mad. He pouts, lean in close. He tells her to kiss him, and then he'll cool down. Haohao is horrified here. Now, what if someone sees them? He pulls her closer, his arms circling her waist. He whispers that he's held back for so long, but now that Susie is finally gone, she needs to kiss him. Her heart thunders in her chest as she gives in, rising on her toes. She gives him a quick, chest kiss. Pulling back, she asks if it's enough. He looks at her, his expression softening for a heartbeat. Then, his eyes darken with possessive fire, growls that it's not nearly enough. He crushes his lips to hers again, kissing her with a desperate hunger, murmuring that he wants more of her, that he can never, ever have enough. From the shadows of the school building, Jia watches, his expression grim. He had underestimated Susu. The school bell rings, its shrill cry breaking them apart. They're late! They start running down the hall, Haohao trying to calm him down, saying the teacher probably hasn't arrived yet. But as they turn the corner, they skid to a halt. Standing there is their teacher, and beside her, smiling like a venomous doll, is Sunyan. Haohao's blood turns to ice. What is At doing here? The teacher's voice was a blade sharp and cold. Slicing through the hallway's quiet hum, she called out Mu Haohao's name. Her eyes narrowed with severe disapproval. The scene snapped into focus, revealing not just Haohao, but Susu standing beside her, both of them caught in the crosshairs of their teacher's glare. The woman demanded to know what time it was and why they hadn't gone to the classroom yet. And just behind the teacher, a shadow in a sweet school uniform, was Sunyani, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. With practiced innocence, Sunyani stepped forward, her voice like honey laced with poison. She gently chided Miss Wang, telling not to be so harsh on the young couple. They looked so pretty together, she purred, suggesting it must take some time to have a sweet date. The word couple hung in the air, thick and accusatory. The teacher's expression hardened and Su, his face flushing a bread, stammered a denial. Panic seized Haohao, cold and suffocating. If her class teacher believed they were dating, they'd be plastered on a circulated notice for the entire school to see. The thought was mortifying. As her heart hammered against her ribs, Sunyang let out a soft, mocking chuckle. She then had the audacity to address the teacher as old lady, warning her to mind her words and not sling mud at them. Susie's eyes widened at the insult, but then a roguish smirk crossed his face. He decided to play along with this dangerous game. He declared that he was thick-skinned, he wouldn't mind having a pretty girlfriend. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, he added that it was only the so-called good student who would be unhappy about it. His eyes landing squarely on Sunyani. The triumphant look on Sunyani's face crumbled, replaced by a flash of fury. For the first time, her scheme had failed in front of the male lead. Back in the classroom, Sunyanya seethed. It was infuriating having no character shield to protect her. A dark resolve hardened within her. She had to find a way to drag Mu Haohao into the world of showbiz, where she could seize her spiritual energy more easily. Meanwhile, Haohao couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Why was Sunyanya, famous star, suddenly at their school? First she'd seen her at the ranch with Gingland, and now she was meddling with her and Susu. A chill ran down Haohao's spine. She just had a feeling, a deep, unsettling intuition that Sunyanya knew something, that she was far more dangerous than she appeared. Her thoughts were interrupted by her friend, who leaned in to whisper the latest school gossip. She explained that Sunyanya was a big star shooting a movie about the college entrance exam. To prepare for the role, she would be staying at their school for a month for observation, and would even teach a class during her stay. Haohao's eyes widened in shock. Sunyanya was staying here? In their school, that explained everything. It explained why she was with their teacher, and a suffocating sense of dread began to close in. Just then, a gentle poke on her back made her jump. It was Gio. He asked why she was late, his voice soft curious. He told her he felt a strange familiarity with her, that he liked her a lot. He explained that the class teacher had told him Haohao's academic strengths were his weaknesses, and that they could complement each other. He then extended his hand, a warm smile on his face, and formally introduced himself. But Haohao could only stare, bewildered, leaving his hand hanging in the air. He prompted her gently, asking why she wouldn't greet him. He pressed on, his smile never faltering, asking which subject she was good at and if she could help him. For Haohao, his sweet demeanor felt like a trap slowly closing around her. She turned to her friend, her expression one of utter despair, internally wailing that it seemed like such a sweet boy, but he was turning out to be so mean. Silent suffering was short by the teacher's voice echoing through the room, summoning Mu Haohao the office after school. A knot of anxiety twisted in her gut. Why was she being called to the office? Was it because of Susie? Because they were late? Standing outside the office door, Haohao took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She reasoned that the teacher probably just worried about Sunyani's accusations and wanted to make sure Sus wasn't harassing her. But as she reached for the handle, Ji-U appeared beside her, a cheerful smile on his face. He informed her that the classroom was locked, but not to worry, he had already gotten her bag for her. He then suggested they go home together, casually mentioning he was staying at a hotel near her house so they could commute together from now on. Haohao was stunned into silence. Seeing her expression, Ji-woo asked if she had something to say, suggesting they find somewhere to talk. Before she could answer, he decided for them, leading the way to the resource room. In another part of the deserted school, Susu rattled the locked door of their classroom, a frown creasing his brow. He wondered where everyone was. He had specifically sent Haohao a message to wait for him. A suspicion sparked in his mind. Was this another one of Ji-oo's tricks? His thoughts were interrupted by a silky voice asking if he was looking for his girlfriend. He turned to find Sunyani leaning against the wall, a vision in a striking red dress that stood out against the drab school corridor. She told him that Haohao had been lectured by her teacher after school. With a look of feigned concern, she added that she had seen Haohao heading toward the resource room with red, puffy eyes, as if she had been crying. The color drained from Susi's face. Without a second thought, he broke into a dead run, his bag bumping against his back as he sprinted down the hall. Sunyan him go, a slow, venomous smile spreading across her lips. This time she thought Mu Haohao was utterly doomed. Inside the quiet resource room, Ji-woo's voice was gentle, full of concern. He asked Haohao if he had done something to annoy her, promising he would listen to whatever she had to say, as long as it made her happy. Haohao's lips parted, his name a hesitant whisper on her tongue. But before she could speak, a sharp echoed from the door. Susi's voice, muffled but clear, called her name. Haohao froze, her blood turning to ice. Susu, what was he doing here? Ever observant, noted that someone was calling for her and asked if it was a classmate, offering to open the door. No! The word burst from her in a panicked rush as she grabbed his arm. Her mind was a whirlwind of disastrous scenarios. Puppy love was forbidden. If they were discovered, their parents would be called. She grabbed his hand, her grip surprisingly strong, and pulled him away from the door. Her eyes darted around the room, landing on a tall supply closet. She begged him, pleaded with him to hide inside. Ji-woo's expression was unreadable as he processed her frantic request. So the other guy arrives and he's the one who has to hide? A flicker of something dark passed through his eyes, but his voice was calm as he simply agreed, saying he would listen to her. He leaned in, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath, and whispered his consent. With Ji-oo safely hidden, Haohao opened the door. Susu stood there, his face etched with worry. He immediately asked if she was crying, if the teacher had lectured her. Before she could answer, he pulled her into a tight, protective embrace. He told her that if she was in trouble, she should just tell the teacher that he was harassing her, that he was the one annoying her. That way, he murmured into her hair, she wouldn't criticized. Overwhelmed by his sudden gentleness, Haohao could only whisper his name, her face buried in his chest. He held her for a moment longer before softly telling her it was time to go home. He promised to escort her, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. He took her hand in his and they walked away, the resource room door clicking shut behind them, sealing the room in silence. From the suffocating darkness of the closet, Ji-woo listened to their fading footsteps. A chilling thought solidified in his mind. So, this is how she acts with Susu. He slid to the floor, curling into a ball in the cramped space, a portrait of utter desolation. She was so obedient to him. A memory surfaced, a ghost of Haohao's voice from long ago, telling a lonely boy that it wasn't sad to be abandoned because better scenery was waiting for him. The scene materialized in his mind, a little girl in a beautiful pink dress reaching out her hand to a small, ragged boy. She had told him he wasn't abandoned. He came because she was waiting for him here. With all the certainty of a child, she had declared herself a princess and promised to make him her prince. The memory shattered, and the boy on the closet floor was gone, replaced by a young man with eyes like cold steel. He was not abandoned. There was better scenery ahead. But if the meek, well-behaved prince couldn't win the princess's heart, then he would become the predatory dragon. He would either devour her or destroy her. Bam! The closet door flew open with a resounding crash. Haohao stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with surprise. From his place on the floor, Ji-woo looked up and softly called her name. He remained seated, a picture of vulnerability. Haohao rushed over, pulling him to his feet. She fussed over him, her voice filled with genuine concern, asking why he didn't come out, worrying that he might have suffocated in the stuffy closet. He looked at her, his expression unreadable, and simply said that he was waiting for her. Then, in one fluid motion, he pulled her against him, his arms around her in a tight embrace. He buried his face in her hair and asked in a low voice who that guy was and why she had been so nervous. Flustered, Haohao asked if he hadn't heard anything. He pulled back, his face a mask of pure innocence, complete with a cherubic halo and angel wings popping into existence behind him. He said no, of course not. She had asked him to hide, so he wouldn't dream of eavesdropping. He claimed he had been listening to English on his headset the whole time. Haohao's heart melted. All her suspicion evaporated, replaced by a wave of affection. He was such a good boy, she thought to herself that she liked him so much. Forgetting all her earlier panic, she threw her arms around his neck in a joyful, trusting hug. Later, as they walked, Haohao mentally patted herself on the back. That was so close. Amazed that her plan hadn't flopped, she spun a quick lie for Ji-woo, explaining that the boy was a friend of her brother's from the basketball team. She claimed she had been anxious that he would tell her brother about their relationship. Ji-woo nodded with a placid smile, saying he understood. Haohao allowed a nervous laugh, relieved. For a sec, he thought he almost believed she had another boyfriend. How could that be possible? Suddenly, Ji-woo stumbled, pressing a hand to his temple. He looked at her with wide, glassy eyes and asked if she could take him back to his hotel, complaining of a sudden dizziness. In his suite at the Season Hotel, Ji-woo told her to take a seat, while he fetched her a glass of water. He returned, and as he set the glass down, a tiny, almost invisible tablet dissolved instantly into the water. He handed her the glass, and she thanked him, her attention fixed on the sprawling city view from the window. He asked what she was looking at. She sighed, saying she couldn't see her house from there, even though she knew it was close by. She lived in a secluded compound, she explained, but she still thought she'd be able to spot it. He smiled, a sweet, disarming expression. He suggested that the trees were probably blocking the view from prying eyes. He moved closer, his voice dropping to a murmur as he asked if that was her house over there. His proximity made her breath catch. She turned back from the window, a small smile on her face, and admitted she couldn't find it. Their faces were inches apart, the air electric. He whispered her name, Haohao, and then he kissed her. It was a deep, possessive kiss that stole the air from her lungs. A profound wave of dizziness washed over her, blurring her vision and turning her limbs to lead. She wanted to push him away, to scream, but her body wouldn't obey. The glass slipped from her numb fingers, shattering on the plush carpet. As her consciousness faded, she heard his voice, a dark whisper against her ear, telling her that he couldn't keep his word anymore. Her legs buckled, and he caught her easily, lifting her into his arms as if she weighed nothing at all. He carried her deeper into the suite, his hands face twisted into a chilling mask. He was a freak, he thought to himself, a monster devoid of morality and normal human feelings. Miles away, Susu listened to the automated voice on his phone for the 10th time, telling him Haohao's number was unavailable. Damn it, he swore, his fist clenching in frustration. A cold dread was creeping up his spine. Something felt deeply wrong. He replayed the afternoon's events in his head. The teacher had called Haohao away. He'd gone to her house, only to be told she'd returned to school. Had she gone back for Ji-woo? He knew Haohao. She was timid, but she wouldn't just ignore his calls, not unless something was preventing her. The horrible truth slammed into him. Ji-woo had tricked her. He'd lured her to his place. But where? His eyes desperately scanned the skyline, finally locking onto the glittering facade of the Season Hotel. His blood ran cold. Could it be there? It was the closest hotel to the Mu family's estate, and it was owned by the Su family. He knew with sickening certainty that he was right. A frantic energy pulsed through Susie as he gave the order to Mr. Chen, his voice tight with desperation. He demanded that Mr. Chen find out if a client named Ji was staying at the Season Hotel, and to get a spare room key immediately, his tone leaving no room for delay. The key card was pressed into his hand, and without another word, he was gone, a blur of motion sprinting through the opulent hotel lobby. He burst into the elevator just as the doors were sliding shut, earning a startled cry from the couple inside, but he didn't care. The paralysis shattered, replaced by a white-hot, blinding rage. A raw, guttural scream tore from his lungs as he launched himself forward. He grabbed Ji-woo, ripping him away from Haohao with a violent thud. Ji-woo stumbled back, a triumphant, ugly twisting his lips despite the fresh cut bleeding on his cheek. Ji-woo taunted him, his voice laced with venom, telling C that he was too late. But Susu didn't even hear him. His entire world was Haohao, lying so terrifyingly still on the bed. He snatched the bedsheet, his movements but gentle. He carefully draped it over her, his voice dropping to a desperate, tender whisper. He told her she was fine now that he was here, that he would take her home. He gathered her into his arms, but her body was limp, her eyes shut, lost to the world. From across the room, Ji-woo's cruel voice sliced through the tense silence. He informed C that she couldn't hear him, his tone dripping with false sympathy as he claimed she was simply so tired that she had passed out. Susi's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Ji-woo's, a murderous fire igniting in their depths. In a flash, he lunged, his hand fisting in the fabric of Ji-woo's open shirt. He slammed Ji-woo to the floor, pinning him beneath his weight as he rained down punch after furious punch, screaming at him to go to hell. Straddling the beaten man, Susi's voice was a low, dangerous growl. He demanded to know if they didn't have a pact, a promise they all made when they came back. He roared that no one was allowed to coerce Haohao. Ji-woo bloodied but bowed, spat back, calling their pact ridiculous and stupid. He sneered, asking if Susu honestly believed that he was the only one with these desires, if the others didn't harbor the same dark thoughts. Susi's voice broke as he furiously denied it, screaming that he had never meant to force her into anything. He confessed that while he wanted to win, his deepest desire was for Haohao's happiness. He choked out that after something like this, she would surely kill herself. His eyes narrowed into icy slits as he asked Ji-woo if he truly believed he could harm Haohao and simply walk away unscathed. Ji-woo's mind raced, calculating the odds. He knew this city was the Su family's domain. All the ride-hailing apps, the methods of escape, were controlled by them, or by Mukingli, or even worse, Gingland, whose connections to the Skynet-like sky system made him nearly impossible to evade. He laid out the grim reality for Susei, his voice a mocking drawl. He asked what his plan was, even if he managed to hack the systems and book a flight. He questioned if Susu intended to abduct Haohao and hide her away for the rest of her life. Then, Jiu dropped his bombshell. He calmly stated he hadn't slept with her. He explained that he was afraid she might harm herself, so he hadn't crossed that final line. The reason she was unconscious, he clarified, was because she had taken some medicine. Susu froze, the words echoing in the silent room. A twisted sense of pride filled Ji as he internally reviewed his scheme. He had planned everything so well. His intention was to tell Haohao that he had offended someone powerful and she'd been caught in the crossfire, positioning himself as her only savior. She didn't accept that. He'd have her medically examined to prove her virginity, making her feel relieved and forever indebted to him. His perfect plan, he thought bitterly, would have been flawless if Sus hadn't burst in. Hearing enough of the vile plot, Susu gently lifted Haohao, still wrapped in the sheet, into his arms. Ji-u, still sprawled on the floor, warned him that carrying her out like this would only create more trouble. Susu looked down at her peaceful, unconscious face, his own expression hardening with resolve. He stated coolly that he would let Haohao herself be the judge of everything when she woke up. A harsh, grating laugh erupted from Ji-u's throat. Susu whipped around, his voice raw with fury as he ordered Ji-u to stop his disgusting laughter. Ji-u, however, was just getting started. He laid out his counter-narrative with chilling glee, reminding Susu that in Haohao's eyes, he was the good boy. He would tell her that Susu, in a jealous rage, had found them together, stunned her, and then brutally assaulted him. He then posed a rhetorical question about the surveillance camera only to answer it himself, smugly pointing out that Susu's specialty was destroying such evidence. With a broken camera, an injured victim, and only their conflicting stories, he asked with a triumphant smirk, who did Susu think she would believe? Susu's patience snapped. He demanded to know what Jiu wanted. The price was simple. Jiu told him to give Haohao to him. They would pretend this nightmare never happened, and he would take her home. And for the next 2 weeks, he would be the one to keep her company at school. He presented it as a deal where neither of them would lose. Susu scoffed, his anger flaring. He shot back, asking why he would ever agree to that, reminding Jiu that Haohao had homework sessions with Gingland after school and challenging him to take it up with him. Jiu smiled, revealing his trump card. He offered to hack Gingland's company system, creating enough chaos to keep him occupied. That free up Haohao for a date with him. He watched Su's face, waiting for the reluctant agreement he knew would come. After a tense silence, Susu conceded. He stated that he would Haohao get dressed first. He then instructed Ji-o to take her from the hotel and come up with an excuse for her absence, while he would ensure she got home safely. With Haohao cradled in his arms, he turned to leave, pausing at the door to deliver a final, steely warning. He told Ji-o not to take any liberties with her, or the deal was off. As he walked away, Ji-o called out a cheerful warning of his own, telling Sus not to take liberties either. Sus's only reply was a sharp kick that slammed the door shut as he muttered for Ji-o to get lost. Back in the room, he gently laid Haohao on the bed. He clenched jaw, a storm of frustration and self-loathing raging within him. He leaned over her, his harsh expression softening as he gazed at her sleeping face. He was so close, just watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest. He murmured her name, his voice thick with a strange mix of exasperation and awe. He remarked that she was really something else. He continued his one-sided conversation, knowing that she wasn't just a heartbreaker, but was so impressive that she had someone willing to cover up for her messes. Just then, the clatter of the door opening broke the silence. Ji-o stood there, and Su's anger flared anew. He gave him a 20-minute ultimatum, get Haohao out of the hotel, or he would come up and do it himself. A moment later, Ji-o was the one holding Haohao, while Susu watched, his profile rigid with barely suppressed rage. As Ji-o gently placed Haohao on her own bed, he thought to himself how hypocritical Su was, always playing the innocent one in front of her. He leaned close to her ear, whispering that he wanted nothing more than to be with her. He confessed he didn't care if she had 5 boyfriends. He would wait, ready for the day she made them all yield to him. He nuzzled his face against her soft skin before pulling away to take a sip from a water bottle. Then he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers, gently passing the water into her mouth. 30 seconds later, Haohao's eyelashes fluttered. She awoke with a gasp, her mind clouded with confusion as she wondered why she had fallen asleep. Ji-u met her gaze with a look of perfect feigned concern. He told her he didn't know what happened, they were just talking, and she suddenly passed out. He added that he had called a doctor, who concluded that she had simply fainted from anxiety. The next day in class, the glamorous actress Sunyaini announced she was there to introduce an acting course. She spoke of a fantastic new movie with a famous cast, explaining that her own role spanned 2 life stages. She would play the adult version, she said, but the adolescent role was still available. A practiced, charming smile graced her lips as she announced that she had recently found the perfect girl for the part, whom she intended to recommend to the director. All eyes followed her gaze as it landed squarely on Haohao. She asked Haohao directly if she was interested in acting, extending the incredible offer. She even offered to recommend Haohao to her agency and to let her share her personal agent. A wave of envious whispers swept through the classroom. Sunyanhe watched, satisfied. Her inner thoughts were far less generous. She mused that once Haohao entered the entertainment industry, she would be completely under her control. It would be easy, she thought, to get close to Haohao from a position of power and slowly drain her of her spiritual energy. Haohao, however, offered a polite but firm smile. She thanked Miss Su for the offer but declined, stating she had no desire to enter showbiz. Sunyanye's smile didn't falter. She asked if it was her schoolwork she was worried about, promising to handle everything for her if she just agreed. She assured her the filming would take no more than 10 days during the summer break and wouldn't interfere with her studies at all. At this, other students began to chime in, begging Haohao to accept so they could get a chance to be on set, even for a tiny role. Sunyanya magnanimously agreed, promising to recommend them to the director as long as Haohao said yes, which sent a fresh wave of excitement through the class. Haohao's friends leaned in, their voice urgent, telling her it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance and that her acceptance would benefit everyone. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, Haohao could only stammer, frozen in her seat. She felt trapped, her hand instinctively going to her throat as if the air was growing thin. Suddenly, a warm, steadying hand rested on her shoulder. It was Gio. He murmured her name gently and told her to sit down. He then turned to face the teacher, his expression deceptively mild. He asked Miss Su if her class was about teaching or coercion. Sunyaye's smile tightened, but she maintained her composure, insisting she was merely asking for Haohao's opinion. Jiu pressed on, pointing out that she seemed to be analyzing the pros and cons for Haohao, implying Haohao couldn't make a good decision on her own. He stated that he'd heard Haohao already reject the offer and sarcastically asked if the only correct answer was for Haohao to agree with her. Sunyanya tried to appeal to Haohao again, denying his accusations and asking for Haohao's own thoughts. Then she played her final card. She casually mentioned the powerful investor they had met at the ranch, noting his apparent interest in Haohao, and advised her to think carefully. The veiled threat hit its mark. Haohao realized Sunyanya was using Gingland to intimidate her. A new fire ignited within her. She stood up, her voice clear and strong. She repeated that she was interested in showbiz. Her only dream was to study hard and get into a good university. She appreciated the offer, but her decision was final. Sunyanya pushed one last time, asking why she wasn't interested, trying to entice her with visions of fame and adoration for her beauty. Internally, the actress seethed. This was a battle, and she was losing. She could not fail again. Gio let out a small, amused puff of air. He chimed in with a syrupy, sweet voice, suggesting that in that case, Miss Su herself should consider playing the role of the top prostitute. He remarked with biting sarcasm that since she was so stunning, it would be a shame not to let others know about her role. A flash of pure fury crossed Sunyanye's face before she forced it down, just as the school bell rang, ending the class in her humiliation. As Haohao and Jiu walked past her, Sunyanye could only glare. Jiu turned to Haohao, his expression one of gentle concern. He apologized softly, explaining that he just couldn't stand by when things like that happened. It was simply his nature at school. He then asked if he had embarrassed her, off to apologize to both her and Miss Su if he had. Haohao looked at him, a small, genuine smile gracing her lips. She understood his game perfectly. By acting this way, he was publicly reinforcing the idea that they were just classmates, respecting her wish to keep their true relationship a secret. He looked back at her, his expression meek and earnest, a perfect performance of a well-meaning, slightly overzealous friend. The night is still and silent, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on the quiet suburban house. Inside, Haohao is restless, tossing and turning in her bed. Boredom is a suffocating blanket, and she reaches for her phone, a mischievous glint in her eye. She discovers a new retouching function, and an idea sparks. It's so much fun, she thinks, tapping away at the screen. She sends a playful, pouty picture to her best friend, typing out a message about how long and lonely the night is, asking her to come keep her company. Finding the game amusing, she takes another, more suggestive photo lying alluringly on her bed, and types a new message, complaining that she can't fall asleep and needs someone to come and warm her bed. It's hilarious, she thinks, and hits send without a second thought. A notification immediately dings in response, but when she looks at her screen, a cold, paralyzing dread washes over her. The reply isn't from her friend. It's from Gingland. He's on his way and will be there in 15 minutes. Her blood runs cold. Oh my goodness, she sent the wrong person the message. Panic claws at her throat. He can't possibly think she was serious, can he? He's really coming over? Has to explain this mortifying mistake right now. Her fingers tremble as she dials his number. When he answers, she forces a laugh, her voice strained and unnatural. She tells him it was all a mistake, a joke she was playing with her female classmate, and begs him not to come. She babbles, explaining that they talk all kinds of nonsense when they chat, and even offers to send him a screenshot as proof. She forbids him from sending those kinds of pictures to anyone else, not even a girl. From the driver's seat of his car, a low, amused voice cuts through her frantic explanation. It's too late, he tells her. He's already in the car. He instructs her to come down in 15 minutes, his tone leaving no room for argument. He wants to meet her. The headlights of his slice through the darkness outside her home, and she stands there, clutching her robe, her heart hammering against her ribs. He steps out of the car, the night air crackling with an unspoken tension between them. His eyes onto hers, intense and unwavering, as he speaks 2 words that shatter her composure. He missed her, and then he's closing the distance between them, pulling her into a sudden, firm embrace. The world seems to stop. All she can feel is the solid warmth of his chest, the strength in the arms that hold her tight. It had only been a few days since she'd seen him, but something had happened with his company and the silence had stretched into an eternity. Just as quickly, he pulls away, his touch lingering as he gently pats her head. He tells her to go back inside and rest. Confusion clouds her mind. He drove all of this for a hug? This isn't the Gingland she knows. His behavior is so abnormal. As he turns to leave, she watches him go, her thoughts racing. Could he be possessed, or is this some new, elaborate plot he's preparing? She consults Sheepy, who confirms the latter is a distinct possibility. An impulse, sharp and undeniable, courses through her. She can't let him like this. She spins around, her slippers tapping against the pavement as she runs back to him, throwing her arms around his neck and pressing her lips to his in a daring, desperate kiss. In the dizzying moment their lips meet, a notification flashes in her mind's eye. Gingland's evilness meter has dropped by 10 points. A surge of triumph rushes through her. He holds her close, his voice a low murmur against her ear, reminding her that her 18th birthday is just 1 month away. She knows. Oh, she knows. She clings to him, relief making her feel lightheaded. The meter dropped. At this rate, she'll clear his evilness completely and be free to go back to her world before she even turns 18. Waving him a cheerful goodbye, a little song hum in her heart, she feels the weight of her mission lighten. Watching her retreat, a slow, satisfied smile plays on Gingland's lips. It seems he thinks she's finally gotten used to him. The last day of the student exchange program arrives, the final bell of the day echoing through the halls. Haohao feels a sense of accomplishment. The past few weeks have been a whirlwind of carefully orchestrated dates, but it's all been worth it. She successfully reduced the evilness meters of all the male leads, with Susi's dropping to a mere 7 points. The teacher then announces that Sunyanhe will be leaving and is hosting a farewell party at a manor, an open invitation to the class. Haohao's friend immediately latches onto her arm, her eyes sparkling. Favorite singer Chu Kin is going to be there, and she is desperate to go for an autograph. Haohao agrees, though a sense of foreboding settles in her stomach. At the front of the room, Sunyanhe watches them, her smile a perfect mask. For the past month, every attempt to reveal Haohao's true colors has been thwarted. Tonight, she thinks with a chilling resolve, is her final chance. She will not fail again. That night, Linshui Manor is ablaze with lights and music. Amid the throng of guests, Sunyanhe quietly gives her instructions to a handsome young man. She tells him he knows what to do, and he gives her a confident nod. She pats his shoulder, promising him career resources after the work is done, and sends him on his way. A moment later, Chu Kin spots Haohao and her friend, calling out to them with a charming smile. They hurry over, ecstatic for the chance to get an autograph. As her friend gushes, Chu Kin's smile tightens. He's tired of all these students asking for his signature. He scribbles his name. As he hands the notepad back, he stumbles forward, bumping hard into Haohao's friend and sending Haohao flying backward toward the shimmering blue water of the pool. A collective gasp rises from the crowd as a scream pierces the air. Before anyone can move, a figure cuts through the crowd at Susu, diving into the pool without a second's hesitation. Standing at the edge, Sunyanhe watches the chaotic scene unfold, a cruel, triumphant smile gracing her lips. She is certain Haohao's web of lies is about to be exposed for all to see. In the water, Haohao's own panic surges as she sees not one, but 2 figures swimming toward her, Susi and Jiu. If they both secret will be out. Thinking fast, she lets her body go limp, her eyes fluttering shut as she pretends faint. They pull her out, laying her on the cold tiles. Susu leans over her, ready to give her mouth to mouth, when Ji shoves him aside with a furious command to get away. Before Susu can react, Ji-o captures Haohao's lips with his own, breathing life back into her. Susu stares, frozen in shock and disbelief. When Haohao finally comes to, both boys are flustered, stammering apologies. A panicked thought flashes between them. They had both feigned ignorance about her other relationships, but by both rushing to her aid, had they just exposed her and made things worse? Taking a deep breath, Haohao knows it's time. She rises, standing between them, and announces that she should introduce them to each other. She gestures to Susi, her voice steady, introducing him as her boyfriend from one middle school. Then, to a stunned Ji-o, introducing him as her boyfriend from experimental high school. But she's not done. Tears stream down her face as she makes her final confession. She has another boyfriend, Susi, who is not only away on an exchange program, but is also Susi's twin brother. With trembling hands, she adds Susie to a new group chat with the others. She types out a message for Susie, informing him she's added another boyfriend to the group and begging them not to fight until she can talk to them properly. Just as the bombshell drops, Sunyani sweeps in with a crowd of onlookers, her face a mask of fake concern, asking what happened. Susie ignores her completely, wrapping his jacket around Haohao's shivering form. He turns his glacial gaze on Chukin, his voice dripping with venom as he accuses the singer of pushing her into the water. He snarls that he'll make sure Chukin never works in show business again, but Ji-Oh cuts through the confrontation. He simply tells Haohao they're leaving, then scoops her into his arms and carries her away from the gawking crowd, leaving a fuming Sunyani in his wake. Sunyani's inner system screeches at her. She has failed. Susie and Ji-Oh didn't turn on each other. They protected Haohao. Her reputation is untarnished, and the fortune remains out of reach. A raw, frustrated curse escapes her lips. The silence in the car is thick and suffocating until Haohao's phone rings, shattering the tension. It's Susie. He wants to talk. She answers, hers breaking as she pleads with her brother for help. From the driver's seat, Susie overhears and coolly tells her to ask him instead. Ji-Oh suggests they go to the Season Hotel where he's staying, a neutral ground away from her home, where Suso might be lurking. In the sterile quiet of the hotel room, Haohao sits stiffly on the sofa. Ji-Oh sits beside her, his hand gently covering hers. He tells her not to be afraid, that she'll be fine. His kindness is her undoing. Tears she'd been holding back begin to fall freely. She whispers that she's sorry. He brings a gentle finger to her lips to shush her, insisting that he's okay. He tells her she's so wonderful that, of course, many boys adore her, his only regret being that he's too far away to properly take care of her. He leans closer, resting his forehead against hers, his voice a soft, pained whisper. He admits she is bad-tempered, but he can see how much he truly likes her. All he asks, he pleads, is that she doesn't abandon him. Through her sobs, she promises she won't. A sad smile touches his lips as he tenderly caresses her cheek. He tells her he will teach her what to do next, and that she must listen to him very carefully. The final sharp beep of the disconnected call echoed in the sudden silence. Outside the door, Shen Tingan watched with a knot of anxiety in his stomach as Susie's hand closed over the handle, his knuckles white. Sue's voice was chillingly calm as he pushed the door open, informing Shen Tingan that he had learned what happened. He declared that they would take this opportunity to finally kick Ji-Oh out of the picture. Susie paused his intense and warned his brother not to be soft-hearted, no matter what transpired inside. A wave of panic washed over Shen Tingan, and he pleaded with Susie not to hurt Haohao. But Susie's resolve was like iron. He explained that this wasn't about hurting her, it was as a mental game to force her into a choice. He instructed Shen Tingan to remain composed, steeling him for the inevitable tears, telling him not to panic when he saw Haohao crying. Reluctantly, Shen Tingan agreed. Susie strode into the opulent room, his presence immediately casting a suffocating shadow over the space, with Shen Tingan trailing nervously behind him. There, curled up in a large armchair, sat Mu Haohao, looking terribly small and fragile. The confrontation began without preamble. Susie's voice, low and devoid of warmth, reminded her of a warning he had given her before. Haohao's shoulders slumped, and she whispered a broken apology. But Susie's face was a mask of cold fury, his eyes glacial. He spat back that he didn't need her apology now. He laid out his ultimatum with brutal clarity. She was to cut ties with Ji-Oh and Susu immediately, and only then could he pretend this whole nightmare had never happened. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief and pain. She couldn't do that. Her voice trembled as she started to refuse, saying she didn't want to break up with them. That was all the confirmation Susie needed. His expression hardened, his voice lashing out like a whip. He asked if she intended to break up with him and Susu instead. He demanded she choose right here, right now, or Ji-Oh. The pressure was immense, a physical weight crushing her. Overwhelmed, Haohao cried out his name, her voice shattering as she confessed she didn't want to choose. A sharp, cruel laugh escaped Susie's lips, devoid of any humor. His eyes burned with a venomous light. He sneered, asking if allowing to be with both him and Susie had somehow given her the wrong impression. He declared that today, there was no escape, she had to choose. He would satisfy whatever excitement she craved, but he warned her that Ji-Oh might not be able to wait. Her world was dissolving into a blur of tears and panic. Sobs racked her small frame as she covered her face, a silent scream building in her chest. Why was this happening? Why was her one simple wish to return to her own life so impossibly difficult? Suddenly, a pair of warm arms wrapped around her. Ji-Oh was there, his voice a gentle balm against the storm. He pulled her into a comforting embrace, murmuring that it was okay, that he was here for her now. From across the room, Shen Tingan watched in horror, his voice cracking as he demanded to know if Susie had gone crazy. Susie stood frozen, a single bead of sweat tracing down his temple. His face was a canvas of conflicting emotions, pain, anger, but above all, a grim, unyielding determination. Internally, he was tearing himself apart. He admitted to himself that seeing her cry felt like a knife in his own heart, but he knew he couldn't compromise. If he backed down now, this agony would repeat itself endlessly, and that was a fate he was to accept. He turned his gaze back to her, his voice hardening into something sharp and unforgiving. He told her to stop crying, his words with a bitter accusation. Since she had dared to be a love rat, she had to be prepared for the consequences. He commanded her again, his voice echoing the tense room. Choose. The ultimatum snapped something inside her. Through a torrent of tears, her eyes blazing with hatred, she screamed that she hated him so much. Then, with a final sob, she spat out her decision. She picked Ji-woo. Her voice dripped with venom as she asked if he was happy now. Ji-woo's expression softened, and he whispered her name, pulling her even closer into his protective hold. But across the room, Susi's world tilted on its axis. His eyes widened, a storm of shock and devastation raging within them. The scene flashed back to Ji-woo's careful coaching. He had instructed Haohao that if Si forced a choice, she must choose him firmly. He had reassured her that the twins wouldn't truly break up with her, reasoning that if they'd accept a second man, they would eventually accept a third. He had begged her not to abandon him, filled with a desperate vulnerability, claiming she was all he had. In his own mind, a secret thrill pulsed through him, a surge of victory at hearing her choose him so decisively. Back in the present, Susi was reeling from the blow. His voice trembled with raw betrayal as he questioned her, asking if she felt no hurt at all. He reminded her that he was her boyfriend, his voice cracking as he accused her of cheating. Had she ever once considered how deeply her words would wound him? He yelled that this was the first time he had ever loved someone. And this was how she repaid him, by carrying on an affair with his brother right under his nose, and now welcoming Ji-woo into the fold. He clutched his chest, the physical manifestation of his agony, confessing how it pained him to see her cry, to be abandoned by again and again. In a desperate move, he lunged forward and grabbed her hand. He pulled her towards him, his eyes wild with a pleading anguish, begging her to choose again. Watching from the sidelines, Ji-woo's mind raced. He thought to himself that Susi was every bit as scheming as Gingland. He knew with chilling certainty that if he hadn't secured his agreement with Haohao beforehand, he would have been cast aside without a second thought. He sent a silent, desperate plea to her. Don't abandon me. With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Haohao met Si's desperate gaze. She reminded him, her voice strained but firm, that he was the one who demanded a choice, and she had chosen O. Her mind clung to Ji-woo's promise that this was the only way to stabilize the situation. All she wanted was to go home, to escape this tangled mess forever. Susi fell silent, his face unreadable. Then with a sudden, sharp movement, he straightened his suit jacket. His expression was now eerily calm, a placid sea over a raging abyss. He told her he respected her decision. And then, he delivered the final, fatal blow. Farewell. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his back rigid. Gingland cried out his name, but Susi didn't falter. The door slammed shut behind him, the sound as final as a gunshot. Just outside, Susi sagged against the wall, the mask of composure falling away to reveal a flicker of utter defeat. He had failed, miserably. But then a new thought took root. He recalled his suspicion that Haohao was approaching them to complete some task. Her strange insistence on choosing Ji-woo. It had to be because Ji-woo had coached her. He concluded she had lost control of the situation and would surely come back to make amends. Gingland caught up to him, his voice filled reproach. He reminded Susi of his promise not to hurt her, and that it was obvious she had only agreed to let Ji-woo join so they could all be together. He couldn't understand Su's stubborn refusal. Susi cut him off, his voice low and urgent. He explained their strategy by forcing Ji-woo out now. They seized the initiative. He warned that if the older Shen brothers discovered their arrangement, they'd all be finished. Compromising now meant they would be the ones pushed out later. He ordered Gingland to go home and not to pursue Haohao. When she inevitably came crawling back, they would stand united and kick Ji-woo out for good. He was confident in their position. He and Susi were a significant part of her world, a part she couldn't afford to lose. Inside, Haohao continued to sob on the couch. Ji-woo held her close, stroking her hair. He urged her not to look, not to chase after him. What if she did? Her painful choice would have been for nothing. He gently cupped her face, forcing her to look at him. Through her tears, she asked him what she should do now. Ji-woo pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice a soothing whisper in her ear. He promised her not to be afraid, insisting that the twins wouldn't leave her for real. He told her to trust him, that in the end, she would get everything she wanted. As he held her, a holographic screen only she could see blinked into existence. The system recurrent evilness meters. Gingland at Gingland, Susi. A staggering 27, Susi at 7, and Ji surprisingly, also at 7. A jolt of confusion shot through her. Her betrayal had been exposed, the twins' evilness had skyrocketed. Yet Ji-woo's had dropped by 5 points. She couldn't help but wonder if the system itself was broken. Far away, at the gleaming Season Hotel, the original villainess of the story smiled with predatory satisfaction. A tiny devil version of herself celebrated, announcing that the challenge against Haohao had been a success and a portion of the female lead's fortune had been transferred. The villainess leaned back in her car, a smirk playing on her lips. This was just the beginning, she mused. As long as Susi refused to compromise, the fragile alliance would shatter. and either he or Ji-o would be forced out, and when that happened, she would be there to claim the lion's share of the fortune. The emotional turmoil took its toll. That night, Haohao tossed and turned in bed, her body slick with sweat, her breath come to ragged gasps. A worried voice cut through her feverish haze, exclaiming that she had a fever. Her brother, Mu Chonglei, was by her side, a glass of water in his hand. He told her he was calling a doctor and tried to get her to sit up and drink. But she was too weak, murmuring that she was tired and just wanted to sleep. Mu Chonglei watched her with a heavy heart. Haohao was never sick. He knew with absolute certainty that this was the fault of those 5 men. He reasoned that since Gingland and Tingland had been active lately, the problem must lie with the other 3. He cursed them as useless, realizing he couldn't count on them to care for her now. He made a decision. He would call Tingland, the only one who seemed to have a grasp on the whole situation. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the contact saved under Jerk Shen. Tingland answered with his usual smooth professionalism, asking what he could do for Mr. Mu. Mu Chonglei dispensed with the pleasantries, his voice tight with worry. He told him Haohao had a high fever and looked terrible. Without a moment's hesitation, Tingland replied that he would be there in half an hour. True to his word, he arrived shortly after, finding Haohao asleep. He gently touched her forehead, relieved to find it was only a low fever, not as severe as her brother had made it sound. The light touch roused her. Her eyes fluttered open, and she blinked in confusion, asking why he was there. He leaned in close, his voice a soft whisper, explaining that he'd heard she was unwell and had to come see her. He then pressed a feather-like kiss to her cheek. Later, feeling much better, Haohao found herself at a quaint, traditional restaurant with Tingland. She patted her stomach contentedly after a bowl of warm porridge, remarking on how comfortable she felt. Her eyes lit up at the sight of a vibrant red tangulu. Tingland offered it to her with a gentle smile, teasing that sick children get candy, so a sick girl must have candy too. He held the sweet treat out to her. He checked her forehead again, pleased that her fever was gone, and then surprised her by suggesting they go to an amusement park. Haohao stared at him, bewildered. This was so unlike the Tingland she knew, the perfectionist who favored exclusive, high-end places. As if reading her mind, he took her hand, his touch warm and firm. He asked if she couldn't tell they were on a date. He explained his logic. In the past, she had been a naughty girlfriend, and he'd spent his energy taming her. But now, sick and meek, she was like a little kid. And what better way to cheer up a child than a trip to the amusement park? All she could do was murmur a quiet "oh" as he led her away. They walked hand in hand through the bustling streets, and she took a bite of the candied haw. The sharp, sweet flavor was a welcome distraction, and for the first time all day, a genuine smile graced her lips. That evening, they sat together in a Ferris wheel car, watching fireworks paint the night sky in dazzling colors. It was so pretty. Tingland turned to her, asking gently if she had recovered. She beamed at him, her heart feeling lighter than it had in days. She told him she felt much better and thanked him sincerely for the day. He waved off her thanks, saying he was just happy to be with her. But the mention of happiness brought the darkness crashing back. Her smile faltered, and she confessed in a small voice that they, the others, had found out she was cheating. She told him they were furious and had abandoned her. He reached over and stroked her hair reassuringly. He told her to rest assured that they wouldn't abandon her. She looked at him skeptically, asking how he could possibly be so sure when he didn't even know who they were. A knowing smirk touched his lips as he correctly guessed she was talking about the twins. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp with intelligence. He deduced that only Ji-u could have exposed their secret, which meant the twins' anger was directed at him. Their reaction proved that Ji was the calm one in the situation, while they were the ones acting out emotionally. Haohao was stunned into silence. She couldn't believe it. A problem that had caused her a whole night of tears was something he had unraveled as easily as a children's game. He gave her a playful wink, a tiny heart seeming to pop into the air beside him. He told her not to think too much, promising again that no one was going to abandon her. He drew her into a comforting side hug, his presence a steady anchor in her chaotic world. Still, shouldn't quite believe it. She pushed against him slightly, her doubt lingering. She asked how he could know what they were thinking. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, and whispered that it was because men know men best. He then playfully pinched her cheek, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and offered to analyze the entire situation for her if she would just tell him how she'd flopped. His smile was warm and confident, a silent promise that he could help her fix the beautiful, complicated mess her life had become. The weight of her own actions felt like a physical pressure on her chest, a suffocating heat that made her cheeks burn with shame. She couldn't believe what she had just done. To confess her infidelity, her grand betrayal to one boyfriend just to ask for his help in winning back the others. She was truly unbelievable. A tremor ran through her, her hand instinctively coming up to her throat as if to ease the constriction. But there was no other way. To complete the task, to finally go home, she had to walk this tightrope of deceit and desperation. With her head bowed and her hands clasped tightly in her lap, she finally finished her mortifying tale, her voice barely a whisper as she concluded that this was, roughly, what had happened. Across from her, Tingland listened with an unnerving stillness, his long hair framing a face that was impossible to read behind his glasses. He finally spoke, his tone calm and even, asking if she truly didn't want to give up on Susie and Susiu. Haohao couldn't meet his gaze. She confessed that it wasn't a matter of not wanting to, but that for now she simply couldn't. Shen Tinglan's mind worked behind his placid expression. He understood now that Haohao was restricted, bound by some unseen force, but a knot of confusion remained. He'd been confused for a while. He knew she didn't like the others that much, and she was certainly afraid that they knew each other. So why, he wondered, would she take such enormous risks to date them all at the same time? A faint, knowing smile touched his lips as he looked at her. He had a solution for her, he said, his voice a gentle balm on her frayed nerves. The next day, sunlight streamed through the library windows, a stark contrast to the gloom in her heart. As she walked toward the campus building, her phone felt heavy in her hand. She thought back to the night before, how she had come home from the amusement park to a flood of messages from Ooh. She could feel his worry through the screen, his hesitation. She sensed he had so much to say but was afraid she was upset, so he bit his tongue. He was always so considerate. Just then, his voice called her name bright and cheerful, pulling her from her thoughts. Ooh jogged up to her, a wide smile on his face. He told her that of course he would come, since she was the one who asked him to study in the library. He then presented a bubble tea to her like a precious offering. She accepted it with a grateful smile, the simple gesture a moment of sweet, uncomplicated normalcy in her chaotic life. He gestured towards the library entrance, suggesting they go find a quiet spot to do their homework. But as they stepped inside, Haohao's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened, her heart lurching with a sickening jolt. Standing just a few feet away, surrounded by bookshelves, was Susie. He looked up, his expression as cold and unforgiving as a winter morning. A wave of complicated emotions washed over her. She remembered the anger she felt when he had insulted her, a hot, righteous fury. But now, as she met his icy gaze again, she felt a different sensation, a faint, sharp pain blooming in her chest. Why? Why did it hurt to see him like this? Ooh, oblivious, noticed her pause and asked if something was wrong. Snapping back to reality, she quickly shook her head, forcing a brightness into her voice she didn't feel. It was nothing, she insisted, urging him to let's go. She turned away from Susie's piercing stare and gave a dazzling, reassuring smile. As they walked deeper into the library, a grim resolve settled over her. Who was still here, still by her side? If she had to be a love rat, she thought, then she would be the most decent love rat she could possibly be. She couldn't be too greedy. She had to protect this. She hardened her heart, her jaw set with a painful determination. The following week was a special kind of hell. Every time she encountered Susie or Susie in the crowded school hallways, they looked straight through her as if she were a ghost. The silence was a constant, heavy weight. One afternoon, while rushing through the corridor with a heavy stack of papers, her ankle gave out. A sharp cry of pain escaped her lips as she stumbled, the papers exploding from her arms and scattering across the polished floor. As she sat amidst the mess, a boy in a basketball uniform stopped, working on the class bell's clumsiness before offering a hand. But before he could help, his teammate called out that the game was starting. The boy gave Haohao a quick, apologetic look, saying he had to go. She waved him off with a strained smile, telling him it was okay and that he should go ahead. As the boys ran off, one asked the other if he'd had a fight with Haohao. From the edge of the group, Susie's voice cut through the air, sharp and cold as ice, telling him to shut up. Then, in a moment that shattered what was left of her composure, Susie walked right past her. He didn't even glance down. His hand casually pushed aside some of her papers that lay in his path. The casual cruelty of the gesture was a physical blow. Even Susu, even he was treating her this way. A wave of despair washed over her. She had really, truly messed everything up this time. That night, at the Mu family's house, the oppressive silence of the school hallways seemed to follow her home. While trying to pour a glass of milk, her mind was a whirlwind of anxieties. Given the twins' current attitude, she thought with a deep, shuddering sigh, even the solution Shen Tinglan had proposed probably wouldn't work. Lost in her bleak thoughts, she didn't notice the milk overflowing, spilling onto the counter until her brother's voice snapped her out of it. She gasped, startled by the mess she'd made. She quickly apologized, admitting she'd been absent-minded. Her brotherly wiped up the spill, his expression concerned. He noted that the next day was the weekend and suggested he take her on a trip abroad, reminding her that they hadn't hung out together in years. He kept his worries to himself, but he remembered how Shen Tinglan had taken her out for a day and how she'd seemed better for a while. But recently she had been withdrawn and distracted again, and he was deeply worried about her. Haohao fell silent, her brother's kind words acting as a key, unlocking a floodgate of guilt. In her last life, she had tried so hard, fought tooth and nail, to get the affection of the male leads. And in this life, she had poured every ounce of her energy and time into them, into this impossible task, completely and utterly ignoring the one person who had always been there for her, her brother. The realization was a devastating blow. Welled in her eyes and with choked sob, she threw herself in his arms, clinging to him like a lifeline. She cried that she wouldn't do it again, that she would spend all her time with him from now on. She just hoped, she wept into his shoulder, that he wouldn't find her annoying. To have ignored her own family, her real family, for a group of men she didn't even like. It was so not worth it. Her brother held her tight, a warm, gentle smile on his face as he stroked her hair. He called her silly, his voice soft with affection, and asked how he could ever find her annoying. Later, sitting edge of her bed in the quiet of her room, a sense of finality washed over her. She really couldn't complete the task, couldn't go back. A strange peace settled in her heart as she made a decision. She would give up. She would give up on the 5 male leads, treat her brother as her only family, study hard, and go abroad after graduation. Her gaze fell on her phone, on a group chat titled 333. It was time to end this properly. With trembling fingers, she began to type. She apologized for disturbing them and for her cheating behavior, thanking them for their past concern and tolerance. The memories threw her mind the good and the bad. She typed that it was tiring and difficult to be a love rat, but she was genuinely have known them. The days they had spent together were mostly happy, and at times she had even strangely hoped those fleeting moments could stop time. She continued, her resolve hardening with every word. She would break up with Jiu too. She knew they might not care, but it was the right thing to do. They were all good people, she wrote, and she didn't want to hold them back any longer. She couldn't disobey her own values and continue to date them all at the same time. With a final, bittersweet pang, she typed that she wished them all the best. Her thumb hovered over the button. Leave. She pressed it. Lying back on her pillow, she felt a profound, aching relief, as if a mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. A single tear traced a path down her temple. She would find a chance to break up with Gingland and Gingland later. Just as the calm began to settle, a tiny voice piped up, asking if she was really going to give up. Sheepy materialized in a puff of smoke, looking worried. Haohao sat up, her heart aching for the little creature. She apologized profusely, explaining that she just couldn't complete the task and asked if Sheepy would get in trouble. The system explained that it was merely data and would subturn to the law of the universe, task complete or not. It just hoped she would think carefully and not give up so easily. It reminded her of its original hope, for her to stay as the absolute female lead, protected and cherished. To give that up, and Sheepy admitted it couldn't be happy about that. Haohao's gaze fell to her lap. She whispered that she really couldn't do it, that it was just too hard to be a love rat. So be it. At that moment, a sharp knock echoed from her bedroom door. It was her brother. She opened it, confused, asking what had happened as it was so late at night. His face was pale, his expression frantic. He delivered the news like a thunderclap, telling her that Susie had in a car accident. He urged her to get changed immediately. They had to go to the hospital. The world seemed to tilt on its axis as his words hit her, her blood turning to ice in her veins. The hospital corridors were a sterile, white blur as she and her brother rushed through them, the sound of their frantic footsteps echoing in the late-night silence. Her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a painful thud. They found Susa leaning against a hospital room door, his usual bravado gone, replaced by a weary tension. Gasping for breath, how Susie was. Susa replied grimly that he had just been taken to the ward. Panic seized her. She asked what that meant, her voice trembling. Did he need surgery? Was it serious? Susie's gaze was heavy with accusation as he explained. After she had quit the group chat, Susie hadn't been able to reach her. So in a desperate attempt to find her, he had driven to her house at midnight and had an accident on the road. He was awake now, Susie added, and he probably wanted to spend a while with her. He pushed the door open, allowing her to enter the room. As the door closed behind her, her brother's voice, sharp with anger, confronted C in the hallway. He accused them of orchestrating a ruse to earn her sympathy, saying he thought Susie was really dead. He threatened to take Haohao home, but Susie simply told him to give them a moment. The room was quiet, the only sound the faint, rhythmic beep of the heart monitor. Susie lay in the bed, looking pale and fragile against the stark white sheets, an IV line taped to his arm. Tears immediately welled in Haohao's eyes, spilling down her cheeks. She crept closer, whispering an apology, her voice thick with guilt. She shouldn't have turned off her phone. It was all her fault. Suddenly, his hand shot out, his grip shockingly strong as he latched onto her wrist. With a powerful tug, he pulled her off balance. She gasped as she tumbled onto the bed, landing half on top of him. Before she could react, he wrapped his arm around her, pulled her flush against him, and kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It was desperate, hungry, a kiss that spoke of fear and possession. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes, breathing her name like a prayer. Stunned and flushed, a surge of anger cut through her shock. She demanded to know how he could lie, how he could joke about something like this at this hour. But he held her fast, his expression deadly serious. He swore he wasn't lying. He'd really had an accident. He confessed that the moment he saw she'd left the chat, he had driven straight for her house and hit a car along the way. Luckily, he explained, no one was hurt, but the cars were damaged. His voice grew soft, pleading. He apologized for his hurtful words and promised he would never make her choose again. He begged her not to break up, even offering to let her keep Gio as her boyfriend, if they could just go back to how things were. She tried to pull away, telling him to stop, that she wasn't worthy of this. A proud, dignified man like him shouldn't have to be so humble for her. She had never treated him sincerely, and all she wanted was to live with a clear conscience. She didn't deserve him. He looked at her, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. He insisted that she was worth it, that for the last 10 agonizing days, he had been unable to think of anything but her. He begged her just one more chance, but the guilt was too much. She turned her head away, the words tearing from her throat. She reminded him that besides him and Go, she still had 2 more boyfriends, and she had no intention of giving any of them up. She told him that she was the last type of person he would ever like. It was already a monumental struggle for him to accept Gu, so how could he possibly accept others? Since he was fine, her voice hollow, she would be going. But as she moved to leave, his hand shot out again, clamping down on hers. His voice, raw with a desperate, shocking resolve, filled the silent room. He declared that he accepted it. He accepted that she had 5 boyfriends. What else did she want from him? Haohao froze, her mind reeling. The world stopped turning. What was wrong with Susie? Why on earth was he so completely different from before? The weight of his proposal hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. Haohao's heart stammers in her chest as she looks at Susie, his gaze so earnest, so sure. Tells her that he won't problem with it, his voice a calm reassurance that does nothing to soothe her frantic mind. But what about the others? Her lips part, but only a stutter escapes. He gently takes her hands, his touch grounding yet terrifying. He tells her that is right outside, and she can ask him to come in if she doesn't believe him. A bolt of pure panic shoots through her. No, no, no! Her head whips back and forth, her mind screaming. She can't face this, not now. Just her thoughts spiral into chaos. A tiny, familiar voice cuts through the noise. Her system appears before her, a miniature cow-like creature with an urgent message. It informs her that there's currently no change in the evilness meters of the 5 male leads. However, it posits a crucial theory. If she gets back together with Susie, his evilness will surely drop. The system's words echo in her mind, a beacon of hope in the storm of her anxiety. It continues, explaining that the most pressing issue she's worried about is essentially solved. It reveals a stunning truth. Except for the stoic Gingland, the other 4 male leads are all aware of each other. Not only that, but they are willing to accept the situation. They would even help cover for her. The world seems to tilt on its axis. All this time, she had been terrified of them finding out of the inevitable explosion, but they already knew. The system presses its advantage, pointing out that there is nothing stopping her from clearing the evilness meters of the 4. She won't have to worry about failing in front of Gingland, and their meters will drop quickly. It asks her, with undeniable logic, why she won't agree. The pieces click into place, a wave of clarity washing over her. The system is right. A fierce determination ignites in her eyes. She thought her mission was impossible, that she was doomed to fail and never return home. But now everything is different. A tear of pure relief escapes Susie's eye as he watches the storm of emotions play out on her face. He whispers her name, Haohao, his voice thick. She turns to him, the fire in her eyes softening into a playful glint. She announces that she'll consider it, but she hasn't forgiven him for yelling at her before. They can talk about it, she adds with a delicate touch to her chin, after she's been properly mollified. A smile breaks through his worried expression. It seems Haohao isn't mad at him anymore. Overcome with relief, he pulls her into a tight embrace. She melts against his chest, the warmth of his body seeping into hers. He nuzzles against the soft skin of her neck, his breath hot against her skin. A jolt of electricity shoots through her, and she pushes against him weakly. She reminds him frantically that this is a hospital, he's still a patient, he can't do this here. He pulls back just enough to look into her eyes, his own dark with affection. He asks her if she's appeased now. She defiantly tells him no, but her protest is silenced as his lips capture hers in a tender kiss. He breaks away, his voice a low murmur against her lips, asking how this could possibly cool her down. Then his lips trail a fiery path down her collarbone, his touch sending shivers down her spine. A soft gasp escapes her. Yes, she whispers, her resistance crumbling, she's cooled down now. A deep blush paints her cheeks as she thinks what a rascal he is, taking such liberties with her. But Susie only smiles, a triumphant, gentle curve of his lips, and says that means they're good now. Later that night, back in her room at the Mu family house, a notification confirms her decision. Susie's evilness meter has dropped by 10 points, now resting at a safe 17. She rolls her head, giddy with relief and a new sense of hope, her phone clutched in her hands. She muses that has sent her so many texts, and she really should text him back. As if summoned by her thoughts, her phone buzzes to life with an incoming call from Ooh. She glances at the time, wondering why he's still awake. She answers, and his voice, soft and concerned, asks why she's still up. She explains that Susie was in a car accident, and she just got home from seeing him at the hospital. Lying in his own bed miles away, Ooh sounds instantly alarmed, asking if Susie is dead. Or just fine. She quickly reassures him that it was only a mild concussion and he just needs to stay for observation. He then asks if he and the twins have gotten back together, and she confirms they have. There's a slight pause on the line B. O asks the question that makes her breath catch in her throat. He points out that since they never officially broke up, he's still her boyfriend, right? The playful mood from earlier evaporates, replaced by a knot of guilt. She tells him quietly that she's not as good as he thinks she is. Taking a deep breath, she confesses everything. She tells him that apart from the twins, she still has 2 other boyfriends. That means, she admits, her voice barely a whisper, that she's seeing 5 men at the same time. She braces for his anger, his disappointment. Instead, his reply is so shockingly sweet it makes her heart ache. He tells her it's okay, that he likes her. He says he knows he's too young to take care of her all by himself, so he doesn't mind if a few more people help look after her. He then changes the subject, asking to see her after school, promising to wait by the tree outside her compound with a little robotic dog he made for her. Stunned into silence, she can only agree. After hanging up, she clutches the phone to her chest, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of guilt. She had expected him to accept it, but not like this, not so easily, and with such maturity. The weight of her complicated life presses down on her. It's so hard, she thinks, to be a love rat. The next day, just as promised, U was waiting under the sprawling branches of the tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and dancing on his hair. When he sees her, he presents her with a tiny, adorable robotic corgi. It whirs to life in his palm, its little voice chirping a "Good morning, my master." Haohao's heart melts instantly. It's so adorable. U smiles, pleased that she likes it, and suggests she hang the lightweight charm on her phone. He then proudly shows her the custom app he built for it, complete with a recording function and a music downloader. Haohao is genuinely impressed, telling him he's really dope as he leans to show her another feature. His lips brush against hers in a quick, sweet kiss. He pulls back with a shy smile, promising to make her an even better one next time. A sharp, pointed cough shatters the tender moment. They both turn to see Susu standing there, his arms crossed and a thunderous expression on his face. Haohao freezes, shocked, stammering his name and asking why he's here. Without a word, he stalks forward and positions himself between her and U, a clear act of possession. He announces that he's here to pick her up for school. He looks U up and down before introducing him coldly as Haohao's boyfriend. U, completely unfazed, lets out a cheerful laugh. He tightens his grip on Haohao's other hand, holding it up for Susi to see. He says what a coincidence it is, because he's also Haohao's boyfriend. And so she finds herself walking toward the school gate, sandwiched between her 2 boyfriends, each holding one of her hands. A silent, tense being waged on either side of her. She sighs internally. Even though they supposedly know about and accept each other, this is still profoundly, excruciatingly awkward. In a desperate attempt to diffuse the tension, she suggests they all have breakfast together. To her immense relief, they both agree. After a quick meal, U has to leave. He presses a warm paper bag into her hands, telling her to eat the burger in the taxi since she's running late, and reminds her about their library study date on the weekend. As U's taxi pulls away, Haohao turns and offers the second breakfast to Susi. Susi's jaw tightens, his eyes flashing with irritation. Why didn't she give him the breakfast first? He was standing right there, closer to her than U was. He could have left earlier if she had just given it to him first. He confronts her, his tone sharp, asking why she's treating him differently. He demands to know why she didn't give him his breakfast first, accusing her of being biased toward Gio. Exasperated, Haohao retorts that it's not a big deal, but if he keeps acting out, she'll get mad. Internally, she fumes. He is the only one who makes her this angry, the only one she ever fights with like this. Seeing the genuine frustration in her eyes, he backs down, a faint blush creeping up his neck. Fine, he mutters. He'll let her off if she likes. He looks away, flustered, clutching the breakfast bag. Damn it, he thinks, why is he so completely controlled by her? He turns back to her, his expression suddenly serious. He calls her name softly, and then his voice low and intense. Asks her to marry him in the future. Haohao nearly chokes on her soda. He captures her hand, his grip firm but gentle. He looks directly into her eyes and pleads her to put his name on her marriage certificate. That's all he wants. He brings her hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles, promising that for everything else, he'll do whatever she says. In class later that day, Susi's words echo relentlessly in her mind. She stares blankly at her textbook, unable to focus. She hadn't expected him to suddenly talk about marriage. A part of her is relieved that he didn't press for an answer, because she wouldn't have known what to say. Her mission, her only goal, has always to return to her own world. She has never allowed herself to think of anything beyond that. The school bell rings, pulling her from her thoughts. Her friend suggests they head to the gym for PE, but just as they're about to leave, her phone buzzes on the desk. It's a call from Gingland. Her heart lurches. She tells her friend to go on without her, needing a moment of privacy. She answers the call in the empty hallway. Gingland's voice, smooth and commanding as ever, comes through the line. He informs her that she's taking the last off. He's coming to pick her up because there's a party tonight, and he needs a date. She begins to protest, but he cuts her off, reminding her that her last class is only self-study. Then he delivers the final unarguable blow. He states coolly that their engagement will be officially on the agenda within a month, and therefore no one could be a more suitable date. He asks if she has any problems with that, his tone leaving no room for argument. She is utterly speechless. Satisfied, he concludes that there will be no problem then and says he'll text before he arrives. His last words are a velvet-wrapped command, a declaration of ownership. He tells her that he only wants her to be his date. Later, sitting in his luxurious car, she asks what kind of party they're going to. He explains that it's for a Mr. Lin, a respected elder who recently found his long-lost granddaughter. Haohao finds it strange that a kind man's granddaughter could get lost, but Gingland cryptically remarks that a nice person doesn't always children. After taking her to get changed into a stunning gown, they head to the Lin family estate. As they enter the lavish party, Haohao, dazzling in a sparkling midnight blue dress on Gingland's arm, immediately draws the attention of the other guests. Whispers follow them, people shocked to see the notoriously cold and fierce Gingland with a woman by his side. Suddenly, Haohao's a familiar face across the room. It's her brother. She tells Gingland she's going to say hello, and he nods in agreement. She happily approaches her brother, but his expression is anything but pleased to see her. He asks what she's doing here, and she explains that Gingland needed a date. Her brother's face pales. He pulls her aside urgently, his voice a harsh whisper. He tells her this isn't just a party. It's a blind date party for Mr. Lin's granddaughter. And then he drops the bombshell that leaves her world tilted on its axis. He explains that by showing up here with Gingland, by meeting Mr. Lin as his date, she is effectively being presented as Gingland's future wife. Her mind reels, a blind date party. As if that weren't enough, her brother adds one more piece of devastating news. Gingland is also at the party. Panic, cold and sharp, seizes her. She had just texted Gingland, making up an excuse for why she couldn't see him tonight. If he sees her here on the arm of Gingland, the humiliation would be absolutely unbearable. A knot of panic tightened in Haohao's chest, the glittering party around her fading into a suffocating blur. She turned to her brother, her voice a trembling whisper, her eyes wide with desperation, asking what they were supposed to do now. Her brother, Chonglei, placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, his touch a small anchor in the storm of her anxiety. He told her not to worry, his voice a low, comforting murmur. He would protect her, all she had to do was stay with him. Meanwhile, across the garden, Gingland was intercepted by an associate. The man informed that Mr. Lin wished to meet him in the study. Gingland's expression remained unreadable as he agreed, saying he would be there right away. The real purpose of this lavish party, he knew, was a thinly veiled matchmaking event. The host, Mr. Lin, was desperately trying to find a suitable husband for his recently returned granddaughter, and his sights were set on Gingland. This was precisely why Chonglei had insisted on bringing Haohao along a shield, a statement. Chonglei's head snapped around, his protective instincts flaring as he realized Haohao was no longer by his side. He demanded to know where she had gone. She hadn't gone far. She had slipped away to a quiet gazebo overlooking the water, seeking a moment of peace. The cool night air did little to soothe her frayed nerves as she stared into the dark depth glass. A sudden voice cut through the silence, sharp and possessive. It was Gingland. He demanded to know why she had wandered off without telling him. Haohao startled, the wine sloshing in her glass, her heart leaping into her throat. Before she could answer, he closed the distance between them, his fingers wrapping around her wrist in a firm, unyielding grip. He declared that he was taking her to meet Mr. Lin. He began to pull her along, the delicate fabric of her dress whispering against the stone path as she stumbled to keep up. Suddenly, another hand shot out, stopping them. It was Chonglei, his face a mask of cold fury. He ordered Gingland to wait, his voice dangerously low. He demanded to know by what right Gingland was dragging Haohao to meet Mr. Lin, questioning if he had even bothered to ask her opinion. He warned him, his eyes flashing, that he could sue him for abduction. Unfazed, Gingland released her wrist, his gaze shifting to Haohao. The air crackled with tension as he posed the question directly to her, his voice deceptively soft, asking if she would go with him. Haohao's gaze fell, a wave of conflict washing over her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was all happening too fast. Gingland explained the situation with an infuriating calmness. Mr. Lin, he said, intended to set him up with his newly discovered granddaughter. He owed the man a favor and couldn't afford to refuse him too harshly. That was why he brought Haohao to make Mr. Lin give up. Chonglei's temper flared. He spat out Gingland's name, his voice thick with disbelief and rage. He demanded to know what he meant by that, challenging him, asking if Haohao refused to go, would he simply agree to marry Miss Lin instead? Gingland's reply was a blade of ice twisting in her gut. He said he would consider it. The words struck Haohao like a physical blow. She stared at him, her eyes wide with shock and a dawning bitter pain. He continued, his tone clinical, stating that he already had a girlfriend, one he had no problem getting engaged to when she came of age. He looked directly at her, his gaze cold and demanding, and told her that it was her obligation, her duty, to handle these unwanted encounters for him. He turned his back on her then, a final, dismissive gesture. If she couldn't even do this, he stated she wouldn't be a qualified girlfriend. The cruelty of his words snapped something inside her. She finally spoke, her voice shaking but firm, asking him to reconsider if a relationship like this was even correct. Chonglei exploded, roaring Gingland's name, his protective fury boiling over. He demanded to know how he could say such a thing, accusing him of treating Haohao as nothing more than a tool. But Haohao stopped him, her small hand clutching his arm, her voice pleading for him to stop. A profound shift occurred within her. The hurt in her eyes was replaced by a brilliant, steely resolve. She looked up at Gingland, her chin held high. She agreed she could meet Mr. N with him. But she made one thing clear: she would go as his girlfriend, but she was not his fiancée. He simply replied with a yes. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face as he extended his hand to her. She took a deep breath, placed her hand in his, and closed her eyes for a fleeting second, steeling herself for what was to come. Linking her arm with his, she turned to her worried brother, forcing a bright smile. She told him she could handle this herself and that she would be right back. Together, she and Gingland walked away, leaving a fuming Chonglai behind. From a darkened balcony above, a pair of binoculars tracked their every move. Sunyain lowered them, a venomous smile twisting her lips. It was very good, she thought. Haohao chose to go with Gingland. She had spent a great deal of effort preparing this show, and she was going to make Haohao pay a very, very big price. As they walked, a storm brewed inside Haohao. An angry tick mark throbbed at her temple. She wanted to wrench her arm away, to shake off his touch and this entire charade. She stopped, turning to him, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she threw his own cruel words back in his face. She told him that he'd better reconsider if their relationship was correct. Mocking herself, she said she was stupid and timid, clearly not fitting the ideal partner he expected. She continued her tirade, her eyes flashing. She had agreed to help him deal with Mr. Lin purely to fulfill her so-called obligation as his girlfriend. But she made it clear that the moment they were done, she was going straight home with her brother. Internally, she seethed. What Gingland said wasn't just an insult to her, it was an insult to her brother. She could endure being hurt, but Chonglai was the most precious person in her life. She would never ever allow anyone to bully him. A faint smile played on Gingland's lips. He leaned closer, his voice a low tease, asking if she was mad. Outside the grand villa, under the velvet night sky, Haohao's frustration boiled over. She snapped at him to stop laughing, insisting that she was, in fact, really mad. She turned her back to him, her shoulders rigid with anger. In one swift movement, he spun her around and pressed her against the cool glass wall of the terrace, his hand landing beside her head, cadging her in. His voice was a low rumble as he called her bluff, telling her it was all fake. He leaned in, his breath warm against her cheek, the space between them electric. He confessed that everything he'd said earlier was a lie. Even if she had refused to come with him, he never would have agreed to Mr. Lin's matchmaking. Her coming with him, he explained, was simply the best solution. Confused, she asked what he meant by his herds then. A playful glint entered his eyes as he gently ruffled her hair, admitting it was all a deliberate act. Before she could process his words, he pulled her into a sudden, crushing hug. He murmured against her hair that her brother was too hard to deal with, that he doted on her too much. If he hadn't thrown her hand, he knew Chonglai would never have let her go with him. She stood frozen in his arms, her mind reeling. Then he dipped her back and his lips descended on hers. Her eyes flew open, shock rippling through her. They were in the Lin family's house. How could he be so reckless? Her hands pushed weakly against his chest as she mumbled his name, pleading for him to let her go. But the kiss only deepened, stealing the air from her lungs. When he finally pulled back, his eyes searched hers, a hint of a smile on his lips. He asked softly if she was still mad at him. Flustered, her face burning, she couldn't meet his gaze. She shook her head, weakly insisting that no, she wasn't mad. A stray thought flickered through her mind. If she had said yes, he would have kept kissing her till she finally gave in. As if reading her thoughts, he leaned in again, but this time, his lips brushed against the sensitive skin of her neck, followed by a gentle, teasing bite that sent a shiver down her spine. He whispered into her ear, his voice husky, that this was the last month he wanted her to move in with him after they got engaged. Cold and sharp, pierced through her daze. The last month, she only had 1 month left to clear the evilness meters of all 5 male leads. Her inner voice screamed in protest. She didn't want to get engaged to him. She didn't want to move in with him. Her cut short as they entered the study. An older man, Mr. Lin, greeted them warmly, inviting Gingland to have a seat. Gingland's hand rested gently on the small of her back, guiding her forward into the opulent room. He made the introductions, presenting her simply as Mu Chonglai's sister. Mr. Lin greeted her with a polite smile, remarking that it was great to meet her, but Mr. Lin's mind was already racing. He understood immediately. Gingland had brought a member of the powerful Mu family. This was a clear, unspoken rejection of his granddaughter. Still, he hadn't come this far to give up. He told Gingland that he hadn't even met his granddaughter yet, boasting that Nianhe was a wonderful girl, a famous star even. He added that the party hadn't officially started, and that he would have her come over right away. They could all get better acquainted, he suggested with a beaming smile. Haohao's mind short-circuited. Nianhe? Nianhe, the superstar? The sheer incidence was staggering. Why, she wondered with a growing sense of dread, was Nianhe absolutely everywhere? The scene shifted to the main banquet hall, alive with music and conversation. Standing apart from the crowd, a glass of wine in hand, was the elegant and aloof Gingland. A sultry voice interrupted his solitude. It was Sunyan asking if he felt bored drinking all alone. She sidled up to him, a conspiratorial glint in her eye, saying she didn't expect to see him here. She proudly announced her presence, implying that Mr. Lin was about to formally acknowledge her as his granddaughter. She then invited Mr. Shen to go somewhere more private with her. His reply was a single, clipped word, no. Undeterred, she leaned closer, her voice a seductive whisper. She asked if he wasn't the least bit curious about why she did what she did to him last time. She promised to dispel all his doubts if he would just come with her. A flicker of interest crossed his face. He adjusted his glasses, a faint calculating playing on his lips as he agreed, telling her to lead the way. She beamed, and as they walked, she called out to her grandfather, announcing her arrival. She entered the study with a triumphant air, declaring that she had brought Shen Tinglan. Her inner voice dripped malice as she thought of Haohao, certain she was about to be utterly humiliated. Mr. Lin, however, looked past her, his eyes scanning the room. He wondered aloud where Haohao had gone, thinking to himself what perfect, dramatic timing this was. Shen Tinglan remained silent, his expression cool and unreadable. Ji Qinglan's jaw was set, his gaze sharp and serious. Later, Sun Yan approached Ji Qinglan again, her expression a perfect picture of remorse. She apologized for their hasty meeting on the ranch, feigning concern that it might have caused him trouble. He waved it off, his tone dismissive as he said it didn't matter. He took a slow sip from his cup, his composure unshaken, while she maintained her saccharine smile. Then, she casually brought up the girl who had been with him back at the ranch. The question hung in the air, and Ji Qinglan's hand froze mid-sip. His eyes turned to ice. He addressed her formally as Miss Su, his voice dangerously quiet, telling her that she seemed to have no idea what the word offense meant. A blush of humiliation crept up Sun Yang's neck. At that moment, Shen Tinglan stood, announcing his departure and claiming he had work to attend to. His mind, however, was piecing together Sun Yang's clumsy scheme. She had wanted him to see Ji Qinglan and Haohao together, to expose Haohao as a cheater. He wondered just how much she knew. Sun Yang panicked, calling out for him to wait. But he turned on her, his patience clearly gone. He told her he wasn't in the mood for her games, and that while he didn't know what she was up to, she had already fooled him twice. She cried out his name again, desperate. She rushed to explain, insisting she didn't mean to fool him, that she just wanted to see him, and Ji Qinglan and Haohao. He cut her off coldly, stating that he and Ji Qinglan were not business competitors. He warned her that whatever her plan was, turning to him was a very bad idea. A wry smirk touched his lips. In her desperation, Sun Yan grabbed his arm, her composure cracking. She confessed that she was owning all of this because she was crazy about him. She looked up at him, her face flushed with a mixture of passion and shame. Her mind raced. With Ji Qinglan occupied by Haohao, he was untouchable. Shen Tinglan, therefore, was her best entry point. She poured her heart out in a torrent of practiced words, claiming her grandfather wanted to use her for a beneficial marriage, but that he, Shen Tinglan, was the one she truly liked. She said she was forced to coax him here to meet her grandfather, and insisted that the incident at the hospital was a genuine setup. She spun a tale of hiding from paparazzi, of their accidental meeting, of being so overwhelmed by her long-held feelings for him that she lost control. Just as her confession reached its climax, a soft voice interrupted them. An apology was offered, the speaker claiming they hadn't meant to eavesdrop. Shen Tinglan's eyes narrowed as he told Sun Yang to let go of him. The door to a nearby room creaked open. Haohao peeked her head out, a hand still on the door. She offered a sheepish apology, explaining that she had just come out of the bathroom. With an air of breezy innocence, she told them to please continue, assuring them she didn't have her phone and wouldn't dream of revealing their private conversation to the paparazzi. She made to leave, an escape icon flashing overhead. Sun Yang shrieked, her face contorted with rage and disbelief. Demanding to know why Haohao was there, she lunged, grabbing a handful of Haohao's hair. Haohao feigned surprise, letting out a small, nervous laugh. She explained that her brother had brought her, saying it was a blind date party, but she guessed it wasn't the case after all. A ghost of a smile touched Shen Tinglan's lips. He thought to himself that his girl had gotten smart. She knew how to bamboozle people now. He turned to Sun Yang, his voice smooth as silk. He told her there were plenty of quieter places they could talk. Internally, his goal was simple: draw this troublesome woman away and prevent her from making a scene. Sun Yang looked utterly bewildered as he casually slung an arm around her shoulders. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Why was Shen Tinglan taking her away? Was he angry at Haohao's aloofness, or, she wondered with a spark of hope, had he actually been touched by her confession? "Let's go," he said, steering her away. She was dragged along, fuming internally. Why did she fail at the very last second every single time? She seethed with frustration. Now she had no excuse to drag Shen Tinglan back to the study and force a confrontation that would humiliate Haohao. Back in the bustling hall, Haohao scanned the crowd, mumbling to herself, wondering where Shen Tinglan had disappeared to. She replayed the evening's events in her head. After the tense meeting with Mr. Lin, she had found Chonglei, who ever protective, had led her to a quiet corner and told her to stay put. A warm hand suddenly covered hers, startling her. A low, amused voice spoke right beside her ear, asking if she was looking for him. It was Shen Tinglan, his eyes crinkling behind his glasses in a devastatingly handsome smile. The night air is cool and still, the sky a deep, star-speckled indigo. In a quiet parking lot, rows of cars sit silently under the soft glow of streetlights, nestled between lush, dark green trees that stand sentinel against the backdrop of a distant, illuminated city skyline. Standing beside a car, Shen Tinglan's voice, smooth yet laced with a subtleness, cut through the silence. He asked Haohao why she had come looking for him, questioning why Gingland was with her, and whether she wasn't afraid of failing her task. Haohao's heart gave a nervous flutter. She fidgeted, her gaze dropping to her hands as she admitted she was just a little curious. With a breath she didn't know she was holding, she finally asked him what his relationship was with Sunyani. A slow, knowing smirk spread across Shen Tinglan's face, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. He leaned in slightly, his voice a low, teasing whisper, asking if she was jealous. Haohao's head snapped up, her face flushing as she vehemently denied it, her denial coming out a little too quickly, a little too loudly. Her mind raced, a chaotic jumble of thoughts. She wasn't jelly. Sheepy had told her that once she completed the task, all the male leads would gain their own independent personalities, free from the plot's control. A sudden, startling thought pierced through her panic. If Shen Tinglan had truly fallen for another woman, it meant he had already deviated a plot. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Her mission would be closer to completion. Stealing her nerves, she met his gaze and told him that if he had fallen for someone else, he was free to pursue her. She declared that he could break up with her right now. She wouldn't stand in his way. The words hung in the air between them, and Shen Tinglan's teasing smile vanished, replaced by a stunned silence. His expression darkened, a storm cloud passing over his features. He countered her offer by pointing out that Sunyani had ulterior motives. He reminded Haohao that she had seen it herself how Sunyani had tried to seduce Gingland in public. He continued, his voice low and serious, recalling how Sunyani had also stayed at their school for a while, showing up too coincidentally too often. And besides, he added, according to the plot of her past life, Sunyani had no part in his story at all. A knot of unease tightened in Haohao's stomach. He was right. Why was Sunyani appearing so frequently in this life? But before she could get lost in her thoughts, Shenglin's voice, now dangerously soft, pulled her back. He reminded her that they were in a relationship, his eyes boring into hers. He questioned how she could so casually encourage him to pursue another woman. Before she could even form a response, he moved. In a swift, fluid motion, he closed distance between them, his hand at the back of her head as he slammed his lips against hers. A sharp smack echoed in the quiet lot, and Haohao let out a startled gasp. He pulled back just enough to speak, his breath warm against her skin, his grip firm. He demanded to know if this meant she had never taken their relationship seriously. Flustered and overwhelmed, Haohao insisted that wasn't true, questioning how she could possibly not take it seriously. But her words were lost as he leaned in again, his lips capturing hers in a kiss that was both punishing and desperate. His mind was a torrent of frustration. He had persuaded himself to accept the other men for her, to share her, and now she was encouraging him to go after another woman entirely. He pulled away again, his voice a husky growl, demanding to know how she would take it seriously. He challenged her to show him. Without another word, he scooped her up into arms, her lavender dress rustling as he settled her onto the hood of the car, trapping her between his arms. He leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear, a shiver tracing its way down her spine. He murmured that he was being so nice to her that she was taking him increasingly lightly. Panic seized her. She pushed weakly against his chest, telling him to calm down and let her go so they could talk this over. With a sudden swish of fabric, he released her just enough for her to sit up properly, his expression unreadable as he stated that he was all ears. But it was a trap. The moment she relaxed, he was on her again, his voice a low, possessive whisper against her cheek. He confessed that he wanted to leave his mark on her, so that she would always remember whose girlfriend she was. Tears welled in her eyes as he moved to kiss her again, and she pleaded with him to stop, her voice into a sob. Elsewhere, under the same night sky, Gingland anxiously, his phone pressed to his ear. He wondered aloud who on earth could have taken Haohao away. He had just sent her back, so it couldn't be him. A dreadful suspicion bloomed in his chest. It had to be Shen Tinglan. Suddenly, the sharp beep of a car horn cut through the night, followed the sound of Haohao's desperate, muffled sobs. Gingland's head whipped around, his eyes locking onto Shen Tinglan's car. Rage, cold and immediate, flooded him. He stormed towards the car, his voice a furious roar, demanding that Shen Tinglan open the door or he would smash it. With a soft swish, the car door slid open, revealing Shen Tinglan, looking utterly unbothered. He remarked with a wry smile that Gingland and his sister had telepathy, yet every time she was in trouble, he would always show up. He then calmly gestured towards the passenger seat where Haohao sat, wrapped in his jacket, her face stained with tears. He told her to go home with her brother. A fresh wave of sobs shook her small frame. As she got out of the car, Shen Tinglin's voice stopped her. He told her that this was the last time he would cover for her, and that she needed to be careful in the future. His eyes, cold and hard behind his glasses, followed her as she left. A single, chilling thought echoed in his mind. His mercy for her was over. Later that night, Shen Tinglan stood alone, watching the taillights of Gingland's white sports car disappear into the darkness. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness to the night's turmoil. He pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating his grim face. He dialed a number, and when Gingland answered, Shen Tinglan simply stated that they needed to talk. They met by the water, the glittering city skyline reflected in the dark expanse before them. Gingland, leaning against his car, asked what was the matter. Shen Tinglin's gaze was distant as he revealed his suspicion that Haohao's task would probably be finished soon. He asked Gingland if he had noticed how her attitude towards them had become more and more casual lately. In the past, she was always cowardly and timid, but now she dared to talk back, even contradicting them often. At first, Shen Tingland continued, his voice heavy regret. He thought it was a good sign. A sign that she was starting to accept them sincerely. But after her words today, he realized the terrifying truth. Haohao might be leaving. He recounted how she had told him that if he had fallen for someone else, she was willing to break up with him at once. Gingland listened, his own expression hardening with understanding. He acknowledged that they had all guessed she got close to them because of a task, and they had been focused on what that task could be. But now Shen Tinglan realized they needed to focus on whether she would leave after she completes her task. A chilling memory from the past life surfaced in his mind. The car accident caused Haohao's death. Was it really an accident? Would she leave them by going abroad or by dying? Shen Tinglan turned to Gingland, his voice firm. He pointed out that Haohao had flopped in front of 4 of them, and they had all compromised, except for Gingland. A grim realization dawned Gingland's face. He murmured that it seemed her task wasn't the 5 of them to accept each other, but about their feelings. He now knew what to do. As long as she didn't want to leave, she wouldn't leave. At least, he vowed, she wouldn't die in the same way she did in the last life. He had been entangled with her for 2 lives, and he didn't mind letting it continue. Shen Tinglan then added a final piece of information. Sunyani, he said, seemed to know Haohao was a love rat. She had tried to seduce him a designated time and had appeared when Haohao said she had seduced Gingland as well. He advised Gingland to deal with her. Gingland simply replied with a curt, okay. Back at the Mu family's house, Haohao was facing her brother's gentle but firm interrogation. Mu Chongle couldn't believe she had told Shen Tinglan he could step out and that she wouldn't get in his way if he fell for another woman. He asked her, his voice filled with concern, if she ever took her relationship, the 5 of them, seriously. Why, he wondered, did she even bother to mess with them? He had always thought she was so deeply in love with them that she couldn't choose, which had caused this whole situation. But now it was clear she loved none of them. He told her that she needed to apologize to Shen Tinglan. He added that if she truly liked none of them, she'd break up with them right now. He finished with a stern warning. She could be a love rat, but she couldn't be a bad woman. Standing by the bedroom door, clutching a teddy bear, Haohao felt a wave of guilt wash over her. A system notification chimed in her head. Shen Tinglin's evilness meter had increased 5. It was now at 17. She flopped onto her bed, her bunny slippers flying off her feet. An increase of 5 points. It was still acceptable, she tried to reassure herself. But her brother's words echoed in her ears. This was the first time Chongle had ever spoken to her so grimly and asked her to apologize. She realized with a pang of regret that she had been so focused on clearing their evilness meters that she had become complacent. The beeping of her phone interrupted her thoughts. It was Shen Tinglan, she answered, her voice small, and immediately apologized. She told him she shouldn't have said those words tonight. A pout formed on her lips as she added, almost childishly, that if she told him she said those things because she was jealous, would he believe her? On the other end of the line, Shen Tinglan stood by his car, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves around him. He scoffed lightly, asking if she thought he looked that stupid. Haohao quickly backtracked, her voice earnest. It wasn't that, she explained. It was just that Sunyanyi was so pretty and crazy about him. She was genuinely worried he would break up with her to be with the other woman. Her blush deepened as she confessed that what he said afterward had actually reassured her, because it meant his heart wouldn't change. A soft chuckle came from his end of the line. He asked if she was treating him like a 3-year-old kid. Despite his teasing, his voice softened as he told her he believed her. Now that she was calling him, he wasn't mad anymore. He then added, his tone turning silky smooth, that since he was so mad at what she did, she should give him something as an apology. Haohao asked what he wanted. His reply sent a jolt of electricity through her. He suggested they finish what they started in the car tonight. He continued, his voice a low purr, reminding her that she had felt reassured by his actions. He proposed that this was the only way to reassure him in return. Haohao stammered, her face bright red. Insisting no way, at least not for now, he caught up immediately, teasingly asking if not for now meant it would be okay in a while. She frantically denied it, but he just laughed, changing the subject. He asked her then, among her 5 boyfriends, who was her favorite. She begged him to stop, telling him it was so strange. He questioned what was so strange about it, calmly stating that he had already accepted them. He pressed on, his voice a velvet whisper over the phone, asking again who her favorite was among the 5 of them. She hesitated, cornered. Finally, she relented, her voice barely a whisper, as she lay in her bed. She told him that he, Gingland, was her favorite. He immediately replied that he had heard her and recorded it, and that he wasn't mad now. He wished her good night and hung up, leaving her blushing in the darkness. Half a month later, Haohao was checking her progress. Her system, Sheepy, reported the current evilness meters. Gingland was at 20, Gingland at 15, Susi at 10, and Susi and Ji were both at 5. She sighed in frustration. Over the past half a month, she had tried so hard to clear their evilness meters, but it barely worked. The numbers had remained almost unchanged lately. Sheepy suggested that maybe she needed a turning point, so she had agreed to go out and play with in the neighboring city. She wondered if this could really be the turning point she needed. Just then, she spotted waiting for her, holding 2 drinks. As she approached, 2 girls intercepted him. One of them shyly asked if she could add him on WeChat. Politely declined, telling them he was taken. He smiled charmingly at them before turning to greet Haohao. As they walked away, Haohao couldn't help but tease him, remarking on how popular he was. Looked at her, a hint of insecurity in his eyes. He asked why she wasn't jealous when other girls wanted to add him. He wondered if she liked Susi and Susa better. Haohao quickly reassured him that of course that wasn't true. She explained that it was because she knew wouldn't give other girls a chance, so she felt reassured. Looked at her, a blush creeping up his neck, and asked if that was so. A sudden epiphany struck Haohao. She realized the male lead's evilness meters remained unchanged because she was too aloof, failing to offer them a sense of security. After all, even the cool and collected Gingland had almost lost control because of this very issue. A new resolve formed in her mind. If this was the reason, she now knew exactly what to do. She smiled at a new plan already taking shape in her mind, leaving him looking at her with a slightly confused, questioning expression. The night air of the neighboring city was alive, painted in the warm, flickering glow of 1,000 paper lanterns. Fireworks exploded like fleeting constellations in the sky as Haohao pointed, her voice bright with genuine delight, telling Go to look at how pretty the lanterns were. He gazed at her, his eyes reflecting the soft orange light, and agreed that they were very pretty. But then his voice dropped, becoming a soft, intimate murmur, as he added that even the most festive lanterns were no match for her. The compliment sent a pleasant shiver through her, but the moment was broken as they bumped into someone in the bustling crowd. Jiu's gaze shifted, his pleasant expression freezing over as he recognized the figure walking away. His mind reeled. That woman. Sunyanya, cold knot formed in his stomach as he wondered why on earth she was here. The sudden shift in his demeanor didn't escape Haohao. She followed his intense stare, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes as she asked him what he was looking at. He pointed towards the woman's retreating back, his voice flat. Haohao's eyes narrowed slightly. A perfect opportunity, a little test. She felt a mischievous smile tug at her lips. With a dramatic stump of her combat boot-clad foot, she spun on him, her voice sharp with feigned indignation. She demanded to know if she wasn't pretty enough, if he really had to look at other women. This, she thought with a surge of satisfaction, was exactly how a jealous girlfriend should act. Go was completely taken aback, stammering at a loss for words. Seeing his flustered state, she softened her tone, but kept a firm edge, warning him not to do it again. She felt a sense of accomplishment, believing she had played her part perfectly. Now he wouldn't have any reason to question her usual lack of jealousy. But before she could process the thought further, she was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. Go against his chest, holding her as if she were the most precious thing in the world. She murmured his name, her voice muffled against his shirt. He let out a soft, happy sigh, his smile radiant as he reassured her that it was okay, that he wasn't mad at all. The intensity of the moment was a little overwhelming. She suggested they head back, claiming she'd seen enough of the fair. He readily agreed. Hand in hand, they walked back to the car. As they settled into the back seat, she feigned a sudden realization, apologizing profusely. She told him she had completely forgotten to book their rooms online and proposed they just find the nearest hotel for the night. When he agreed without hesitation, she coolly instructed to take them there, confirming the Celestial Hotel when the driver suggested it. In the quiet hum of the car, Gio pulled out his phone. A notification from the Pearl Hotel glowed on the screen, confirming his reservation for 2 separate suites. A small, knowing smile played on his lips. With a single tap, he deleted the message. His eyes, full of a deep, simmering desire, fixed on Haohao. He wanted to be more, to be closer, more intimate with her. He quickly made a new set of arrangements. Moments later, they were standing before the grand reception desk of the Celestial Hotel. Haohao, confident and composed, asked the receptionist for 2 rooms. She noticed the receptionist's flicker of surprise, a detail that seemed oddly out of place. She pressed, asking what was wrong and if they had rooms available. The receptionist apologized, her expression troubled, explaining that they only had 1 room left. Haohao's eyes widened in shock, her carefully laid plan crumbling before her eyes. Ji-Woo's voice was calm, a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. He suggested it was a bit late to find another hotel, so perhaps they could just stay in the same room. He quickly promised he would take the couch. A blush crept up her neck. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she hesitated, finally giving a tiny, almost inaudible murmur of agreement. She rationalized her decision internally. If it had been any of the 4 male leads, she would have refused without a second thought. But this was, oh, he was sweet, well-behaved, and meek. What possible ulterior motive could he have? As they signed the paperwork and headed for the elevator, the receptionist stared at her computer screen in utter confusion. Dozens of rooms had suddenly become available again. She could only assume it was a system malfunction. Inside the luxurious hotel room, the air felt thick with unspoken tension. Ji-Woo announced he would take a shower first. As he shed his outer shirt, revealing a lean, toned-back Haohao quickly averted her eyes, a warmth spreading through her cheeks. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched in her lap. She felt a bit nervous, chiding herself for agreeing so thoughtlessly. But then she remembered his gentle nature and reassured herself that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He was just so well-behaved. When he emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped low on his hips, he told her it was her turn. An hour later, Haohao stepped out, wrapped in a plush white robe, her hair damp and fragrant. Just as she expected, was asleep on the couch, looking peaceful. She moved to cover him with a blanket, but a hand shot out, grabbing her wrist with surprising strength. He wasn't asleep at all. In one fluid motion, he pulled her down, and she tumbled onto him with a soft gasp. His eyes were open, glinting in the dim light as he whispered her name. Before she could react, his lips were on hers. He pulled back slightly, his voice a low, husky whisper against her mouth. He confessed that he knew she was only pretending to be jealous at the fair, that she was trying to make him happy. He admitted that seeing her act that way made him flip, and with that, he kissed her again, deeper this time, a sigh escaping his lips. He suddenly broke the kiss and scooped her effortlessly into his arms. She asked him what he was doing, her heart pounding. His voice was filled with a raw, painful vulnerability she had never heard before. He told her that she never initiated intimacy with him, yet he had seen her be so close with Susie and Susai. He wanted that too. He wanted that kind of intimacy with her. His eyes searched hers, clouded with hurt, as he asked if she disliked him. She immediately denied it, telling him he shouldn't compare himself to them. But her words had the opposite effect. His grip on her tightened, his expression hardening. He demanded to know how he could be the same as them when he and Haohao had been together for years. His voice cracked with emotion as he asked why she didn't like him better. He looked so utterly heartbroken, so deeply wounded. A wave of tenderness washed over her. She found his petty jealousy adorable. She realized in that moment that gentle coaxing would work far better than force. He laid her gently on the bed, his body caging hers. A soft sound escaped her lips as he leaned down. He whispered her name, his voice a desperate plea. He asked if they could just do it once. Just once. The spell was shattered by the shrill ring of her phone. The caller ID read Chonglai. Her brother's voice was crisp and businesslike, telling her to come back early the next day. Then his tone grew serious, warning her to be careful and not to open the door for G.O., no matter what excuse he gave. Chonglai's voice sharpened with suspicion as he asked about a sound he'd heard. He demanded to know who she was with, if G.O. was in her room right now. Flustered, Haohao scrambled for a lie, stammering that he was just leaving. She tried to push a protesting U away, telling him to sit up. But Chonglai wasn't buying it. His voice was ice as he ordered her to put the phone on speaker. U's expression shifted from pouty to cunning. He took the phone, leaning in close to her ear to whisper that her brother was lashing out at him. Haohao quickly snatched the phone back, promising Chonglai she'd send U his own room immediately before abruptly hanging up. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with disappointment. U's plan was ruined. He knew if he pushed her now, she would break up with him for sure. Haohao, oblivious to the storm raging inside him, simply told him it was late and that he should go sleep on the couch. He refused, his voice small and pleading. He didn't want to sleep on the bed alone. He wanted to sleep with her. He repeated his plea, his eyes wide and sad like a lost puppy's, just wanting to sleep with her. Her resolve crumbled. He was too cute. She sighed, grabbing a pillow and placing it firmly in the middle of the bed as a barrier. She laid down the law. He could sleep on that side, and she would sleep on this side. He ought to cross the line. He beamed, agreeing instantly. She announced she was turning off the light. In the sudden, profound darkness, they lay with their backs to each other. Haohao's cheeks were burning. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. Somehow, she felt more nervous with the lights off. A moment later, she felt the mattress shift. An arm snaked around her waist, pulling her flush against a warm, solid chest. She gasped his name. Haohao, he whispered back, his breath tickling her ear. He assured her he wouldn't do anything, that she could rest easy, and he kept his word, simply holding her close in the quiet darkness, his presence a comforting, electrifying weight against her back. A new day dawned. The light filtering into the room where Haohao slowly blinked awake. A cheerful voice cut through the morning haze. It was Ji-U, already dressed and smiling brightly. He told her he had already washed up and that it was time for her to do the same. A wave of relief washed over her as she agreed. It seemed U was finally back to his normal, sunny self. Later, as they walked down the hotel corridor, their hands gently intertwined, he suggested they explore some other scenic spots after checking out. But in the shadows, another plan was unfolding. A woman with a cold smile at a camera, a triumphant glint in her eyes. She thought about the photos she had just taken, convinced they would lay Haohao's betrayal bare for all to see. She resolved to send the evidence to Gingland later. That evening, as Haohao stood under the silvery moon, a notification chimed in her mind. Ji-U's evilness meter had dropped by 2 points, now resting at a mere 3. A gasp of pure joy escaped her lips, her hands balling into excited fists. She felt giddy with success, a radiant smile spreading across her face as she celebrated her small victory. The date had worked perfectly, but her happiness shattered in an instant. Her smile froze as she entered her home, her eyes landing on the figure sitting silently in the armchair. It was Gingland. The air grew thick, suffocating. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she demanded to know why he was there. A single bead of nervous sweat trickled down her temple. His eyes, cold and shadowed, pinned her in place. His voice was a low, dangerous rumble as he asked if she had fun with Ji-U. Panic, stark and absolute, seized her. 1,000 frantic questions exploded in her mind. How could he possibly know? The world seemed to tilt as he stood and with a flick of his wrist sent a flurry of photographs soaring into the air. They drifted down around her like toxic snowflakes. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the images, one of her holding hands, another of them sharing a kiss. It was over. She was done for. Her only instinct was to run. She took a stumbling step back, her mind chanting a desperate mantra. Get out. Get away from him. But an iron grip clamped around her arm, yanking her back with brutal force. She cried out his name, begging him to let her go. She struggled, but it was useless. He dragged her as if she weighed nothing. He threw her onto the bed, and she landed in a crumpled heap. He loomed over her, his expression a terrifying mask as he began to loosen his tie. She scrambled backward, trying to put distance between them, but there was nowhere to go. He tore off his shirt, his movements sharp and aggressive, revealing a lean, muscular torso. Haohao trembled uncontrollably, clutching her dress like a shield. He leaned in close, his hand capturing her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. His voice was a venomous whisper as he asked if she had done hit with Ji-U. Tears streamed down her face as she frantically shook her head, her denials choked and desperate, stammering his name over and over. He silenced her pleas, his voice dropping to a chilling command. He told her that today, she had no right to say no. His mouth crushed down on hers, a punishing, desperate kiss that stole her breath. He stood and put on his jacket, a cold indifference settling over him. Haohao gasped, a sharp, searing pain ripping through her. It hurt so much. She curled into a ball on the bed, utterly broken. A series of dings sounded in her mind, each one a nail in her coffin. Gingland's evilness meter was skyrocketing from 10 to 30, then 40, then 60. He tossed a white garment onto the bed, his voice flat as he ordered her to get changed. A spark of defiance flared through her pain, and she slapped the clothes away. His expression didn't change. In one swift motion, he wrapped her tightly in the bedsheet. He lifted her into his arms, his voice leaving no room for argument. He stated that she was going back to his place. She fought weakly, her voice cracking as she refused to go with him. He looked down at her, his eyes like chips of ice, and told her she had blown her chance. Just as he turned to leave, the door swung open, revealing Gingland, his face a storm of fury and concern. He demanded Gingland give Haohao to him. Behind him stood the other male leads, their expressions a mixture of shock and worry as they all called out her name. A slow, chilling smirk spread across Gingland's face. He coolly observed that they were all here. Gingland explained that he had seen the photos scattered downstairs and knew something was terribly wrong, so he had called the others, admitting he couldn't stop Gingland alone. Gingland stepped forward, his voice sharp with accusation, telling Gingland he had freaked Haohao out. He insisted that she didn't look well and demanded Gingland hand her over. From within the sheet, Haohao whimpered, begging them not to touch her. Gingland's eyes narrowed, and he declared he would take her to the hospital, but Gingland countered with a chilling threat, claiming a hospital couldn't cure her. He warned Gingland that the moment he stepped out of the Mu family's house, Haohao would collapse. With that, Gingland stepped forward and swiftly took Haohao from Gingland's grasp. Haohao clung to him, burying her face in his chest, seeking refuge from the storm. He held her close, his voice a gentle murmur, promising her she was safe and not to be afraid. Gingland watched, though, his hand trembling with suppressed rage before he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Shen Tinglan carried her to another room, setting her gently on the bed. She clutched his hand, her voice barely a whisper, asking him to stay and talk. When he asked what about, she confessed she didn't know, she just didn't want to be alone. In the quiet of the room, her thoughts swirled. She had once feared Shen Tinglan most of all, but he had changed, becoming someone she felt she could confide in. He held her hand and promised she wasn't alone, that they were all there for her. His kindness was the final blow to her composure. Sobs racked her body as she cried that everyone saw that she had messed everything up. She despaired over what the male leads would do now, fearing all her hard work across 2 lifetimes was for nothing. He softly told her not to cry. The door burst open again. Gingland stormed in, followed by a furious younger man who demanded to know who Gingland thought he was. He accused him of pushing Haohao to this point, just as he had in her past life, and now forbidding her from even crying. Gingland brushed him off, ordering everyone out, declaring that he would be the one to pacify her. Once they were alone again, Haohao flinched away, crying that she didn't want to see him. He approached slowly, his voice uncharacteristically soft, insisting they needed to talk. He told her she needed to be responsible for her actions, but then his softened further. He gently patted her head, promising he wouldn't do that again. At the door, Shen Tinglan issued one last warning, vowing that if Gingland dared to hurt her again, they wouldn't let him go. Gingland's eyes darkened as he watched them leave. He had fallen right into Gingland's trap. The plan was clear now. To destroy their relationship in front of everyone, forcing Gingland to reject her for being with other men, thus ensuring she would fail her ultimate task. He turned back to Haohao, noticing her feverish state. He sat beside her, holding out a fever reducer and a glass of water. He told her to take it, assuring her he would find the photographer and handle everything. She obediently took the pill. Her voice weak and drowsy, she told him she was too sleepy to talk and that they would speak when she woke up. 3 days passed. On a pristine white balcony, the woman who had taken the photos stewed in frustration. It had been 3 days and there was no news from Gingland. She couldn't understand what had happened. Then, a cunning theory began to form in her mind. She imagined Haohao cleverly turning the tables, accusing Jiu of seducing her and then running back to Gingland for protection, neatly dodging the consequences. It had to be the case, she decided, since Jiu was the weaker of the two. A new scheme bloomed. She would go Jiu now, in his moment of weakness, and win him over for good. First, however, she needed to find out what Haohao had been up to. The crescent moon hung like a sliver of glass in the velvety night sky, casting a cool, ethereal glow over the school grounds as they emptied for the evening. Inside a gleaming luxury car that had just pulled up to the curb, Haohao's friend, Chu Qin, watched her with a thoughtful expression. Ever since the disastrous incident with Gingland, a suffocating protectiveness had wrapped itself around Haohao. Her brother, Chonglei, had become her shadow, driving her to and from school, his presence a silent, unyielding wall against any other male leads who might dare to approach. Leaning forward, Qin's voice was bright as she told Chonglei that she and Haohao wanted to go shopping, asking if he could please take them there. From the driver's seat, Chonglei's agreement was swift and simple. From the shadows of a nearby building, a pair of sharp, calculating eyes watched the car pull away. Sun Yang stood motionless, her mind a whirlwind of strategy. That was Haohao's brother, Chonglei. According to the original plot, he was nothing more than a background character, a foil she'd never bothered to pay any real attention to. But now, seeing him, she realized the plot had been a poor judge of character. In terms of appearance, background, and ability, he was in no way inferior to the 5 main male leads. A thrilling, dangerous idea began to bloom in her mind. If she could win Chonglei's heart, she wouldn't just become Haohao's sister-in-law, she would gain an invaluable foothold, a position from which she could secretly monitor the other men, more importantly, systematically deprive her rival of her fortune. A tiny devil avatar of her system appeared at her shoulder, and she posed the question Lord, asking if Chonglei was a valid target. The system's response was immediate and affirming, since Chonglei was on equal footing with the other male leads. Securing him would make him a new target on her taskbar. A slow, predatory smile spread across Sun Yang's lips. Then it was settled. She had to get Chonglei. At a glittering, high-end shopping mall, Chonglei dropped the girls off at the entrance, telling Haohao that he had some urgent work to handle but would return to pick them up later. He turned and walked towards the brightly lit doors, but just as he stepped inside, there was a sudden jarring impact. Sun Yang had collided with him, a deliberate act disguised as an accident. The bag she was carrying flew from her grasp, its contents a collection of expensive cosmetics shattering across the polished marble floor with a sickening crack. She immediately feigned outrage, demanding to know why he hadn't looked where he was going. Then, with a dismissive wave of her hand, she coolly asked how much it would cost to compensate, her tone dripping with false magnanimity. Chonglei's gaze was cool and steady from behind his glasses. He told her he wouldn't take advantage of her, and instead asked for her number, promising to send the bill for the damages later. A beep confirmed the connection between their phones as he called her number, telling her to contact him whenever she figured out the cost. As he walked away, Su Nian watched his retreating form, a triumphant smirk hidden behind her mask. The first step was complete. She had his number. A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. Muchonglai, she thought, would soon be hers. She saw Haohao and Qin browsing a nearby storefront, and a new, wicked idea took root. Since her rival was here, she might as well take the opportunity to rip some of her fortune away. Two birds, one stone. Inside a chic boutique, Qin held a dress up to Haohao, telling her how well it would suit her. But just as Haohao reached for a beautiful cream-colored gown she'd been admiring, another hand stepped from the rack. It was Su Nian, a condescending smile playing on her lips. Without a single glance at them, she instructed the sales clerk to wrap up that dress and several others she pointed to. A thrill of malice shot through her. She knew that by depriving Haohao of things she desired, she could gain her fortune. And even if the gain was small, the simple act of upsetting her rival was as a pleasure in itself. Qin's voice was sharp with indignation as she protested that they had picked those dresses first. Su Nian turned, her smile sickeningly sweet. She offered a hollow apology, claiming she was in a hurry and asking them to just let her have the dresses. Her fingers brushed against Haohao's hand, a fleeting, electric touch meant to intimidate. But Haohao simply pulled her friend back gently, telling Qin to let it go. They weren't in a hurry. They could keep shopping. A notification pinged in Su Nian's mind. Successful diversion. Your fortune has increased. It had worked. A smug satisfaction settled over her. As a VIP in most stores, she could take whatever she wanted, draining Haohao's fortune piece by piece. In the next store, Haohao pointed out a pink blouse she liked, then another. But again, before she could even take them from the rack, Su Nian swept in, telling the clerk she'd take them and to bill her immediately. A flicker of irritation finally broke through Haohao's calm facade. This woman was deliberately following her, pushing her. She had gone too far. A new resolve hardened in her eyes. Raising her voice so the entire store could hear, Haohao addressed the sales clerk, her tone ringing with authority. She instructed them to wrap up everything in the store for her. The clerk's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with disbelief. She stammered, asking if she meant everything, all the clothes, bags, and shoes. Her voice trembling, she informed Haohao that the total would be over 30 million yuan. Unflinching, Haohao handed over her credit card. She calmly explained that the card's limit was 8 million, and they should swipe that first. Shu Qin leaned in, whispering frantically that 30 million was an insane amount of money, but Haohao just gave her a reassuring wink. Across the shop, Su Nian's smug expression finally crumbled. She knew Haohao could afford it, but it was a staggering sum, an audacious move she hadn't anticipated. With a serene smile, Haohao pulled out her phone and made a call. Ji U's cheerful voice answered instantly. Haohao told him she wanted to buy something she couldn't afford. Then his voice was palpable. This was the first time she had ever asked him for money, and the thought of her spending his fortune filled him with a giddy sort of joy. He asked how much she needed, ready to transfer it on the spot. Haohao explained it was 30 million yuan, more than his transfer limit allowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiu told her to make do with what he could send now, promising to transfer the rest after midnight. A genuine smile touched her lips as she told him it was enough, thanking him before ending the call. The clerk timidly approached, asking if Miss Su Haohao was going to continue. Haohao's eyes flickered towards Su Nian, the puzzle pieces snapping in place. This woman was trying to poach her men. The calculated call to Jiu was a deliberate jab, a way to fight back on her own terms. Su Nian was seething. This public humiliation was more than she could bear. She had to retaliate. Her lips twisted into a venomous smile as she announced that Haohao's brother had actually been pursuing her for some time. With a flick of her wrist, she showed Haohao her phone screen, displaying a message where Mu Chonglai had supposedly sent her 200 yuan. She cooed that once she said yes, she would be Haohao's sister-in-law, and she felt it was her duty to educate her. Haohao stared, shocked, into silence. Su Nian pressed her advantage, leaning in to purr that Mr. Mu had been after her for a long time, warning Haohao to stay away from her own brother. She waved a dismissive hand, adding that love affairs were perfectly normal after all. Then, closed the distance, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper in Haohao's ear. She hissed that for someone so young, Haohao was so promiscuous with her 5 boyfriends, and if she didn't want that little secret made public, she'd better learn to be obedient. Internally, Su Nian celebrated her genius. It was a lie, of course, a fragile bluff. She was certain the timid Mu Haohao would be too afraid to call her on it. Once she had this leverage, Haohao would be nothing more than a puppet on her strings. Straightening up, her voice returned to a sickeningly sweet tone. She suggested that since Haohao had already paid, she should just have all the items sent to her place as a gift for her future sister-in-law, then asked condescendingly what she thought of that. In that moment, everything became crystal clear to Haohao. This woman was the reason for all her recent misfortunes. Su Nian wanted to replace her. She was trying to seduce her brother because the 5 main male leads wouldn't give her the time of day. And she was counting on Haohao's supposed timid nature, even saying such things in front of Qin, unafraid of her reputation being ruined. Haohao's voice was pure ice as she met Su Nian's gaze. So what if her brother was pursuing her? She didn't believe it for a second, and even if it were true, she could put a stop to it with ease. Her eyes blazed. She declared that she had lived with her brother for over a dozen years. She would not some outsider try to sow discord between them. Stepping forward until they were almost touching, she lowered her voice to a menacing whisper. Whatever Sunyanyi was up to, it was over. She made a chilling promise. Within 1 month, she would kick Sunyanyi out of showbiz in the most miserable way imaginable. Sunyanyi's face flushed with rage. She sputtered that she would expose Haohao, boasting about her massive following and threatening to crash the Mu family's stocks with a single tweet. Haohao simply laughed in her face. She challenged her to try it to see whose news spread faster, hers, or the news of her being shut down for good. A smirk played on her lips. A top star had influence, she conceded, but in the eyes of capitalists, she was merely grass to be trampled. Her voice dropped to a whisper that cut deeper than any shout. She told Sunyanyi to know her place, because Miho capitalist, and Sunyanyi was nothing. Turning on her heel, she gave the clerk an address and walked out with Kin, leaving Sunyanyi trembling with impotent fury. Sunyanyi refused to accept this. She couldn't believe Haohao was truly so confident. A new plan formed, more vicious than the last. She commanded her system to retrieve the surveillance footage of Haohao calling herself a capitalist. If that speech was exposed, it would cause a massive public outcry. The plan was perfect. She would leak the video, let her fans tear Haohao apart online, and then swoop in to defend her, earning both Haohao's submission and Chonglai's favor. One stone, two birds. Later, in his car, Chonglai was on the phone, his brow furrowed. The person on the other end confirmed that the 5,200 yuan transfer was indeed compensation for cosmetics he had accidentally broken. The voice asked why he was so concerned about such a small matter. In the passenger seat, Haohao listened, her expression carefully crafted into one of distress. She began to tell him everything, her voice trembling. She explained how Sunyanyi had tormented her at the mall, claiming he was chasing her, even showing a text as proof. With tears brimming in her eyes, she recounted how Sunyanyi had declared herself Haohao's future sister-in-law and demanded her purchases as a gift. Chonglai's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He asked if Sunyanyi had opposed her. Haohao nodded, adding that the woman also knew about her and Gingland and had threatened to expose her secrets and ruin their family's stocks if she didn't obey. She delivered the final, masterful lie, claiming she had been so furious that she'd vowed to expel Sunyanyi from showbiz in a month. She turned to him, her eyes wide and pleading, begging for his help. His expression softened instantly. He reached out, patting her head with a gentle hand and assuring her he would stand up for her. Back home, a call from Kin confirmed the first part of Sunyanyi's plan was in motion. An edited video of their confrontation was online, painting Haohao as the villain. Lying on her bed, Hao simply laughed, telling Kin she would handle it and not to worry. As soon as she hung up, another call came through. It was Go. She told him she had a favor to ask. A cunning light danced in her eyes. Sunyanyi wanted to play the game of public opinion? Fine. Haohao would use her own tactics and beat her at it. The air crackles with an almost unbearable tension, thick and heavy around Mu Haohao as she stands frozen between them. On one side, Mu Chonglai stares an icy promise of possession, a silent claim that sends a shiver down her spine. On the other, Susi's gaze is a burning, rebellious fire, challenging not just Chonglai but her very soul. Behind them, Haochen waits with a hopeful, boyish charm, while the thought of the enigmatic Ji-U lingers in her mind. Two pairs of hands grip hers, one on each side, a human tug-of-war of her heart. A dizzying thought spins through her head. Were they truly expecting her to choose right here, right now? Her heart pounds a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Trying to diffuse the suffocating atmosphere, she turns to Haochen, her voice a soft, gentle melody. She reminded him that his school was far away and he should probably get going, promising he could call her if he needed anything. Haochen's face falls, the light in his eyes dimming. A pang of longing shot through him. He confessed in the quiet of his own heart that he wanted nothing more than to spend the entire day with her. A faint blush crept up his neck, his expression a mixture of disappointment and adorable frustration. His hand, now free, clenched into a tight fist at his side. A bitter, familiar ache settled in his chest. It was always him, he thought with a surge of despair, always the first one to be pushed away. It felt like a cruel pattern, Haohao always finding a way to get rid of him first. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment, Sunyanyi stared at her phone, her perfectly painted face contorted in disbelief. She muttered to herself, wondering if Mu Haohao had completely lost her mind. On the screen, a Weibo post burned like a brand. It was from Haohao, a declaration of war. She was offering a staggering 500,000 yuan for evidence against the trolls who had slandered her, and an astronomical 2 million for any dirt on Sunyanyi herself. And below it, a cascade of comments that made Sunyanyi's blood run cold. Mu Chonglai su se ji Gingland, Shen Tinglan one by one. The most powerful men had replied, each one stating that the reward was doubled. Sunyanyi's grip on her phone tightened, her knuckles turning white. She seethed, realizing with a jolt of panic that the other male leads had all intervened on Haohao's behalf. Just then, her assistant burst into the room, her face pale with terror. She cried out that there was bad news, holding out her own phone like a harbinger of doom. With a trembling voice, the assistant explained that someone had uploaded the complete, unedited surveillance video from the shopping mall. The truth was out, and the backlash was instantaneous. Even Sunyangi's most influential and loyal fans were unfollowing her in droves. A strangled cry escaped Sunyangi's lips. The single word "what" was a testament to her entire world shattering around her. Desperate, she summoned her system, demanding to know how this was possible. She shrieked at the small, devilish figure, reminding it of its promise that the footage was processed and could never be recovered. The system replied with infuriating calm, explaining that while that was normally true, the data could be restored if a master hacker like G.O. intervened. It claimed its authority was limited, a mere replication of the universe's laws, and it was powerless against the male leads. Sunyangi screamed in pure rage, demanding to know why it hadn't warned her earlier. Her tirade was cut short by the sharp ring of her phone. It was her agent. A torrent of furious words assaulted her ear. Her agent was yelling, asking what was wrong with her, how she could have been foolish enough to provoke someone so powerful. The company manager was demanding she take full responsibility. He issued a chilling ultimatum: no more slander, or the company would bury her in breach of contract lawsuits that would lead to her bankruptcy. Then the line went dead. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. The reality of her situation crashed down on her. The company, her supposed safety net, had abandoned her without a second thought. Back at the Mu family's grand residence, Haohao descended the staircase. She found Suso lounging on the sofa, and he called out her name as soon as he saw her. Her eyes widened when she saw his twin, Susi, sitting beside him. A wave of confusion washed over her. She was sure Chonglai had forbidden them from seeing her. She managed a small, hesitant wave, greeting them quietly. Susi explained their sudden appearance. Her personal information had been leaked online during the scandal. Although it had been quickly scrubbed from the internet, they were worried that some extremists might still try to cause trouble for her at school. Therefore, they'd be her personal escorts for the time being. In a fleeting memory, she recalled Chonglai's recent change of heart's realization that she had grown strong enough to protect herself, and that it was time for him to let go. Returning to the present, the twins stood up in unison, announcing it was time for school. They both extended a hand towards her, a silent, competing offer. The image struck her as etchingly familiar, a replay of a moment that felt like a lifetime ago. She took both of their hands, and together they walked towards the door. But just they stepped outside, they were met by a waiting Haochen. He called her name, his voice hopeful. Haohao blinked, her mind reeling. She couldn't help but wonder why he was here too. Before she could process it, the screech of tires echoed through the quiet morning as a sleek white sports car pulled up to the ornate gates. Now 3 of them stood before her, a silent tribunal of handsome faces. What were the odds, she thought dazedly, that they would all show up at the same time? The car window rolled down to reveal G.O., a gentle smile on his lips. He invited her to get in, offering to drive her to school. Haohao's heart did a little flip. They were all here. This couldn't be a coincidence. Seeing Haoshen's crestfallen expression, she turned to him with a warm smile, patting his arm reassuringly. She told him to be good and promised they could have a date on the weekend. The twins' heads snapped in her direction, their eyes wide with surprise at the mention of a date. Haoshen, however, looked up with pleading eyes, his voice soft as he asked for a hug before she left. He opened his arms wide, his expression so pitifully endearing that she could almost see fluffy wolf ears and a tail drooping behind him. Susu glad daggers him, muttering under his breath about the shame of a man ang so pouty. But Haohao was utterly charmed, her heart melting at the sight. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace. She told him they had hugged, but as she tried to pull away, his arms tightened around her waist, refusing to let go. He drew back just enough to look into her eyes, then leaned in, his intention clear. His lips met hers in a soft, fleeting kiss. He pulled away, a bright blush dusting his cheeks, and with a cheerful wave, he said he would see her tomorrow. As he walked away, whistling happily, Haohao waved back, her mind a complete blank. A second later, the reality of what just happened hit her with the force of a physical blow. She stared after him, her cheeks flaming. Utterly mortified, she wondered how she could possibly face the other 3 now. She stammered that it was getting late, and they should hurry to school. Another car, a pristine white Mercedes, screeched to a halt beside them. A polished black shoe stepped onto the pavement as the door swung open. G.O. emerged, looking effortlessly cool. The few students nearby gasped in awe. He gestured for Haohao to come to him. Before she could react, he gently took her arm and guided her into the passenger seat. Once inside the quiet luxury of the car, he turned to her, his voice smooth as silk as he asked her what was wrong. Her lips parted to speak, but she was cut off as he suddenly leaned across the console. His mouth captured hers in a kiss that was far more confident and demanding than Haohao. A small, surprised sound escaped her throat. Her hands flew up to push against his chest, her face a vibrant shade of scarlet as she broke the kiss. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why was he doing this too? She screamed internally. Gio simply watched her, a knowing, amused glint in his eyes. He leaned in again, this time towards her ear, his breath warm against her skin. Then she felt a soft, teasing bite on her earlobe. A jolt of electricity shot through her, and she dissolved into a puddle of flustered, incoherent sounds. Gio leaned back, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He informed her that he would pick her up that evening, as he had something important to tell her. His smile was smug and victorious. Haohao could only sit there, burning with humiliation and confusion. Why did they all feel they could kiss her whenever they wanted? She felt a desperate urge to cry. After finally escaping Jiu's car, she took a deep breath. 2 down, 2 to go. Perhaps she could sneak away from the twins. But her hope was short-lived. Susu stepped in front of her, dangling her school bag from his fingers. He asked where she thought she was going, making it clear that she couldn't escape him. In one swift move, he backed her against a wall, his body caging hers, and pressed his lips to hers in a rough, passionate kiss while his brother Susi looked on impassively. When he finally pulled away, Haohao was breathless and furious. He let out a defiant huff, and she reacted instinctively, stomping hard on his foot. She cried out that she hated him. Turning on her heel, she stormed off, her cheeks burning with anger and embarrassment. He called after her, his voice losing its cocky edge, pleading with her not to be mad and claiming he just couldn't help himself. She found a quiet bench and sat down, her whole body trembling. A moment later, Susie approached, calling her name softly. She turned her head away, her voice thick with frustration. She asked if he was mad at her too, insisting she hadn't done anything wrong. She added petulantly that since they were twins, he should be condemned for his brother's bad behavior. He sat beside her, his presence calming. He explained their father had seen Susie forwarding her post the night before and had demanded an explanation. Susie confessed that he couldn't possibly tell their parents that he and Haohao were merely friends. They would never believe it. He gently took her hand, his touch sending a strange warmth through her. He reminded her that her 18th birthday was next Saturday and then made a shocking proposal. He wanted them to go public with their relationship. He wanted to tell the world she was his girlfriend and that his brother had only been helping him stand up for her. He quickly assured her he wasn't trying to force her to break up with the others, fine with her keeping them if she wanted. But he needed their own relationship to be acknowledged. Haohao started to protest, her mind reeling. This wasn't the Susie she knew. He was supposed to be aloof, proud, not pleading. He seemed to read her mind, telling her not to feel guilty, that it was his choice. He reminded her that she would be an adult soon. But her heart twisted. That was still his way. So much could change. What if he didn't even like her anymore? She pulled her hand from his grasp, her voice barely a whisper as she told him she wasn't ready to be engaged. Just then, a teacher's voice cut through the air, calling for students to assemble. Seizing the opportunity, she jumped to her feet, telling him she had to go before scurrying away. Susie watched her retreating back, his handsome face a mask of heartbreak. A single thought echoed in the lonely silence of his mind. Still no. How could she be so cruel, so determined to leave them all behind? T2621, the school day passed in a blur of anxiety. As she walked out of the school gates, she let out a long, weary sigh. A familiar voice called her name, bright and cheerful. She looked up to see Gio waiting for her. He leaned against his car, waving. As he walked toward her, he noticed her gloomy expression. He asked her with a knowing smirk why had such a long face, playfully guessing that the twins must have messed with her. The city lights blur into a glittering river as the car glides through the night. Inside, the air is thick with unspoken things. Haohao stares out the window, her own reflection a pale ghost against the darkness, her barely a whisper as she confides in Gingland. She tells him that Susie had wanted to get engaged to her at her birthday party. From the driver's seat, Gingland's voice is smooth and even as he asks if she didn't want to. A tremor runs through her and her hand instinctively clenches in her lap. She explains that she told him not yet, that she wanted to wait a bit longer. After all, she would only be turning 18. It felt too soon, too suffocatingly final. Gingland nods in agreement, a faint smile playing on his lips. He muses that she should probably date for a few more years, suggesting that she might find she likes other men, that she would have more options by then. A hot blush creeps up her neck, her heart hammering against her ribs. She turns to him, her eyes wide with denial, insisting that wasn't true, that she never wanted that. How could she possibly want men, she protests, when 5 were already an overwhelming, chaotic storm in her life? His question cuts through her flustered state, sharp and direct. He asks her then who she wants to marry the most. His gaze remains fixed on the road, his expression unreadable, but a silent thought echoes in the space between them. This was her task to figure out. He privately guesses that once her so-called mission is complete, she won't even want to choose content and just drift until the very end. Haohao's gaze falls, a knot of confusion tightening in her chest. that she's never, not for a single moment, allowed herself to think about it. Seeing her turmoil, Shen Tinglan offers a suggestion, his voice laced with a strange logic. He proposes that getting engaged to, or even marrying, Gingland would actually be her best choice. He explains that Gingland is decisive and heartless enough to effectively suppress the other three men. Haohao's mind reels. Shen Tinglan? Recommending Gingland? The thought is so jarring, so completely inconsistent with the man from the original plot, the man who was supposed to take the female lead's virginity, that she feels a dizzying sense of vertigo. A sly, knowing smirk touches his lips as he tells her that a moment less should be asking him what he would do. As if on cue, she murmurs the question, asking what about him. He explains coolly that with Gingland keeping the others occupied, he would finally have some spare time he could spend with her. Make it up to her. Gradually, the words conjure a dangerously vivid image in her mind. Shen Tinglan, his shirt gone, his arms wrapped around her in a bed of intoxicating, deep red roses. The heat rushes to her face, a frantic blush that burns her cheeks. Make it up to him? He truly was the male lead from a porno. She shakes her head, trying to clear the fog of his seductive words. No, she had to stay calm. She couldn't get engaged, couldn't sleep with any of them. The original plot was her only guide, her only shield. Her visible confusion makes him raise an eyebrow, a silent question in his eyes. Desperate to escape the treacherous path of their conversation, she quickly changes the subject, remembering he had something to tell her that morning. She fidgets with the hem of her skirt, asking what it was. He doesn't miss a beat, replying that he is taking her to meet Gingland. He informs her that today is Gingland's birthday and that she should soften her attitude and be nice to him. He adds with unsettling confidence that Gingland wouldn't mind her seeing other men at the same time. Hit her like a physical blow. She stares at him, asking him how he could possibly know it was Gingland's birthday. A wave of memories, sharp and painful, crashes over her. In her past life, Gingland had never once mentioned his birthday. She knew from the cruel knowledge of the original plot that it was a day of mourning for him, the day his father had passed away when he was just 15. It was a wound he kept hidden, a topic she had always meticulously avoided. Shen Tinglan simply says he found out by accident, but his mind drifts back to a darker time, a memory heaps locked away. In the last life, Haohao had been in a car accident on this very day. Gingland, unaware, had been waiting with a cake, a ring hidden inside, ready to propose. The image of him standing alone and broken in a vast, empty hall, learning the news too late, is seared into Shen Tingland's memory. He had only heard about it all by chance. The car slows to a stop, the sleek facade of the G Group building looming before them. He hands her a small, beautifully wrapped gift box. He tells her it's just a small cake, her favorite flavor, considering there were only 2 of them. He instructs her to go talk to him without mentioning their arrangement. He suggests singing a song, telling a joke, or even giving him a hug, assuring her that such a gesture would prevent him from making things difficult for her. She takes the box, her fingers trembling slightly, and offers a quiet thank you. But her mind is racing. Shen Tinglan was acting so strangely. Even in her last life, his behavior had been a constant deviation from the plot she thought she knew. A deep, unsettling feeling takes root in her heart. He was up to something she couldn't comprehend. Stealing her nerves, she decides to go through with it and heads toward the entrance of the G Group. He watches her go, a cryptic look in his eyes, and simply tells her to go ahead. He watches her until she disappears inside, his expression a mask of calm calculation. Inside the towering skyscraper, she finds herself outside his office. Her knuckles rap against the heavy wood door. A cold, clipped voice from within bids her to enter. She pushes the door open and sees him, Gingland, a solitary figure standing with his back to her, gazing out at the sprawling city below. When he finally turns, his eyes are like chips of ice. He asks if she has finally broken up with her boyfriends. Her heart stutters. She quickly explains she came to thank him for his help on Weibo the night before. She clutches the gift box like a shield, acutely aware of the palpable tension in the room. He's clearly in a terrible mood. She can't understand Shen Tinglan's confidence, his belief that she could somehow soothe this beast, let alone that he would accept her complicated situation. Swallowing her fear, she holds out the box, telling him it's for him. Then, wanting nothing more than to escape, she turns to leave. But his voice, sharp and commanding, stops her cold. He tells her to stop. Her body freezes, a ridiculous, cartoonish image of herself with cat ears and a tail flashing through her panicked mind. He turns fully towards her, the ghost of a smile on his lips, and commands her to come here. She hesitates, rooted to the spot, until he gestures to the chair beside his desk, ordering her to sit. She obeys, perching nervously on the edge of the seat. She feels a primal fear coiling in her stomach. His voice has an authority she doesn't dare challenge. In a swift, shocking movement, he pulls her from the chair and onto his lap. A gasps her lips as his warmth envelops her. He leans in, his breath hot against her ear, his voice a low, demanding whisper. He tells her to kiss him. Her mind goes blank. Acting on pure instinct, she leans forward and presses a quick, fleeting peck to his lips. She pulls back immediately, her cheeks flaming, trying to convince herself it was nothing. Just a kiss, she'd done it before. But he is not satisfied. He tangles a hand in her hair, holding her steady and pulls her back in, his mouth claiming hers in a kiss that is anything but fleeting. It's deep and possessive, stealing the air from her lungs, arm a steel band around her waist. When he finally breaks the kiss, he rests his forehead against hers, his eyes still closed. He asks her why she came, if she had finally figured out how she was going to explain everything to him. Still dizzy and breathless on his lap, she stammers that it was nothing, really, just a thank you and the cake. His response is blunt, dismissive. He doesn't like cake. His eyes narrow with a suspicion as he asks if Gingland sent her. When she miserably confirms it, his expression hardens. He tells her, his voice dangerously low, that this is the last time he will say it. He cannot accept them. He lays down his ultimatum. Either she breaks up with them, or he will help her. There is no third option, he warns, and her attempts at seduction won't work on him. A spark of defiance ignites within her. She puffs out her cheeks, retorting that she has no intention of seducing him so he can rest easy. She adds that she was actually here to cheer him up. Pushing against his unyielding chest, she declares that this is too difficult and she's going home. But as she tries to stand, his hand shoots out, his fingers wrapping around her wrist, holding her in place. He tells her he will drive her home and that she should come to him once she figures out her explanation. Before she can protest, he sweeps her off her feet, cradling her in his arms. A startled cry escapes her as she tells him to put her down, that she can walk. He simply holds her tighter, murmuring for her not to move, to be good. He carries her down to the sterile quiet of the underground parking lot. Gently, he places her in the passenger seat of his car, his body brushing against hers as he leans over to fasten her seatbelt. As they pull out of the parking space, neither of them notices the other car lurking in the shadows. Inside it, Soon-Yang grips the steering wheel, her knuckles white with rage. How could this be? Haohao was fully executed, yet here she was, still juggling all 5 male leads. They knew about each other and they were letting it happen. The injustice of it all burns like acid in her throat. In Gingland's car, Haohao glances in the rearview mirror, her eyes widening in alarm. Soon-Yang's face, twisted with hatred, glares back at her. Haohao cries out that Soon-Yang is following them. Gingland's expression remains impossibly calm. He tells her it's okay, that she shouldn't be afraid. He has a way to deal with her. Without warning, he wrenches the wheel, the car swerving sharply onto another road. In Soon-Yang's car, a voice crackles over her phone, warning her to back off, that Gingland has spotted her. But she isn't listening. A dark, murderous thought takes hold. She could just kill Haohao, end her. Take her place. Haohao is in the passenger seat, the most vulnerable position in a crash. It would be so easy. She floors the accelerator, refusing to let him get away. But then Gingland does the unthinkable. He slams on the brakes. Haohao screams, grabbing onto the door handle for dear life, begging him to slow down. Her eyes widen in terror as she sees what lies ahead. A river. He's driving them straight toward a river. With a deafening screech of tires, Gingland's car executes a perfect, sharp turn, coming to a halt just inches from the edge. Soon-Yang, however, has no time to react. A raw scream is torn from her throat. Her car smashes through the guardrail, launching into the empty air. It hits the dark water below with a sickening plop, sending a massive spray into the night sky. The silence that follows is terrifying. Haohao stares, horrified, as the truth dawns on her. This was his plan. He knew the river was there. He sped up and the brakes on purpose, baiting Soon-Yang into her watery grave. Gingland seems utterly unaffected. He reassures her, his voice chillingly level. The drop wasn't high and the car's safety features are good, Shilby says. But Haohao knows she has to call an ambulance. She fumbles for her phone, her hands shaking. Just as she's about to dial, his hand covers hers, stopping her. He tells her he's got this. His face is a cold, indifferent mask. She looks at him, her trembling as she asks if he's sure. If Soon-Yang will be okay. He answers without a flicker of emotion. He doesn't know. And what would he? Haohao thinks numbly. He never even looked. 20 minutes later, the car stops. They're outside her house. She stares at the familiar gate, confused. He told her they were going to his place. He just tells her to get out of the car. He leans over, his proximity making her breath catch, and unbuckles her seatbelt. He tells her not to be nervous, whispering that even if Soon-Yang is dead, she won't be the murderer. She weakly protests that she's not nervous. A faint, dangerous smile plays on his lips. He asks if she's afraid, if she thinks he's horrid. She denies it, but her voice lacks conviction. His patience snaps. He tells her again, his voice sharp and impatient, to get out of the car. He keeps repeating the demand, his tone growing more insistent, asking if she's going to force him to finish his words. A sudden, reckless defiance surges through her. She crosses her arms and declares that she won't get off. She reminds him that she hasn't eaten, that he promised her dinner. So why, she demands, should she get out of the car? For the first time all night, Gingland looks utterly speechless. Seizing the moment, she presses her advantage, her voice filled with a newfound boldness. She tells him to drive. She's going to his place, she announces, and he is going to cook for her. The click of the seatbelt locking into place feels like the final, definitive start to this strange date. A bright, determined smile plasters itself across her face as she gives Gingland a confident thumbs up, announcing that it was time to go. A dangerous smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glinting in the dim light of the car's interior. He agrees, his voice a low murmur that sends a shiver down her spine as he adds that she was the one who asked for this. The sleek white sports car cuts through the night, a silent predator gliding beneath the lonely glow of the streetlights. It pulls up to the imposing yet elegant facade of the G family's house, a place that feels familiar and forbidden under the crescent moon. Inside, the air is thick with an unspoken tension. He wordlessly presents her with a steaming bowl of ramen, the aroma rich and inviting, and simply tells her to eat. She stares at the bowl, then at him, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. He's just sitting there, watching her, his presence a heavy, intoxicating weight in the room. Picking up her chopsticks, she forces a sweet smile, her voice a little too bright as she invites him to eat with her. The silence that follows is suffocating. Gingland remains motionless, his expression unreadable. A brilliant, desperate eye sparks in her mind. Her lower lip begins to tremble, her welling up with fake tears as she whimpers about how lonely she is, how no one wants to eat with her. She looks up at him, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears, a perfect picture of heartbroken innocence as she clutches the ramen bowl to her chest. The performance continues, her voice cracking with manufactured sorrow. She laments that she guessed in his home, yet the host refuses to even share a meal with her, making her feel so pitiful she can't even lift her chopsticks. She begs him not to yell at her, whispering that it would make her poor heart ache. A flicker of doubt cross her mind. This act works wonders on her brother. But Gingland, he's a different beast entirely. She peeks at him, and to her utter astonishment, a faint blush dusts his cheeks, subtle softening in his gaze that tells her she's hit her mark. His voice is a low command, yet there's a new, almost gentle quality to it as he gestures for her to come to him. A triumphant "ugh" escapes her lips. In one fluid motion, he pulls her off the couch and onto his lap, her body flush against his. His lips meet hers in a kiss that is surprisingly tender, a soft claiming. He pulls back just enough to speak, his breath warm against her skin. He assures her he isn't mad. The explains is simply his way of handling things. His voice drops, turning cold and sharp as he mentions that if she hadn't been by his side earlier, Sunyanyi's fate would have been far, far worse. He punctuates his words with a soft kiss to her forehead, his arms a protective cage around her. He confesses that he tried his best to restrain his anger for her sake, but the fear of what Sunyanyi could have done had still terrified him. He hadn't known how to face that woman, so he had simply sent her away. His eyes, dark and intense, lock onto hers, a silent storm of possessiveness brewing within them. The tension breaks as she playfully lifts a strand of noodles to his lips, urging him to eat as well. He obliges, and the two of them share the bowl, a strange domesticity settling over them as she sits nestled in his lap. After a few more bites, she leans back, patting her stomach and declaring herself full. He pulls out his phone, a knowing look on his face, and tells her to check the trending topic. Her eyes widen as she reads the headline. A female star fell into a river. The article details how Sunyanyi, suspected of being in a car chase, had been rescued from a river with non-life-threatening injuries. Her condition remained uncertain. A wave of relief washes over her, mixed with a grim sense of satisfaction. She leans in and presses a grateful kiss to his cheek, thanking him. It was good that Sunyanyi's life wasn't in danger, she thinks, but as for the rest, it was exactly what she deserved, no pity necessary. The hour was growing late, and she announces that it's time for her to leave. But his arm tightens around her, pulling her back against his chest. He asks her to stay with him tonight. His voice is a low, vulnerable whisper as he reveals that today is his birthday, and having her stay with him is the only present he wants. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson. She stammers, questioning if this is appropriate, making the excuse that she has no toiletries or a change of clothes. He dismisses her concerns, promising he has extra toiletries and can have clothes delivered. Seeing her hesitation, she plays her final card, demanding he swear that they will only sleep and do nothing more. Internally, she resigns herself to her fate. It seems she has no choice but to stay. With a gravity that is almost comical, he raises his right hand and makes a solemn vow. He swears that he will not lay a hand on Haohao or force her to do anything that night, on pain of being struck by lightning. She can't help but let out a small laugh, telling him not to be so serious. She trusts him. But just to be safe, she needs to check in with her brother first, dialing Shanglei's number. As she speaks into the phone, Gingland watches her, a fond, gentle smile on his face as he silently calls her a silly girl. Later, he emerges from his own shower, a gray robe tied loosely around his waist, revealing the hard planes of his abs. He finds her sitting on the edge of the massive bed and tells her it's time for her to shower, pointing to the fresh clothes that have been delivered. Her breath catches in her throat. He's so impossibly hot. Flustered, she mumbles that she doesn't feel like sleeping yet and plans to just play on her phone for a while. He moves closer, his presence overwhelming, and leans down, his voice a low, persuasive hum. He tells her to take a shower first, promising she can play on her phone in bed afterwards. She practically leaps off the bed, her hook ringing with false enthusiasm as she scurries into the safety of the bathroom. An entire hour passes. She creeps out of the bathroom, her heart pounding. She had deliberately dawdled, hoping against hope that by the time she came out, he would be fast asleep. But her hopes are dashed when she peeks into the room. He is sitting up in bed, wide awake, waiting for her. He calls her name, his voice sending a jolt through her, and pats the space beside him. Panic seizes her. She can't do this. She has to stay awake, to fight off sleep until the sun rises. He grabs her hand as she cautiously approaches the bed, and with a single, effortless tug, he pulls her down. She sprawls across the mattress, gasping. Her mind races, reminding herself of a vow he made. He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't nox her like this if he was just going to force her. His hand slides to her side, his touch a brand of fire through her thin pajamas, and she whimpers. She breathes out a frantic reminder of his promise, but he simply shushes her, telling her to lie down and just sleep. He pulls the covers over them, and the scent of him, clean and masculine, envelops her. Lying beside him in the dark, she realizes how different he is from Gio. With his brother, there was always a sense of danger, of unpredictability. But with Gingland, there is only an overwhelming, undeniable presence. She can't ignore him, can't relax, can't find a moment's peace. It's going to be a very, very long night. As the first golden rays of dawn stream through the window, her eyes are gritty and tired. As she predicted, sleep had eluded her all night. She had only started to drift off when she heard him showering, but even that small noise had been enough to jolt her back to full, anxious awareness. Now that day has broken, she can finally escape. She whispers that the sun is shining, a hint for him to wake up and let her go. Quietly, she begins to slide out from under the covers, murmuring that she'll call her brother to pick her up and that he can go back to sleep. A strong arm suddenly snakes around her waist, yanking her back against a warm, hard chest. Before she can protest, his lips are on hers, a fierce, hungry kiss that steals her breath away. Pushes against him, her words muffled against his mouth, reminding him of his promise. He pulls back, a wicked, triumphant glint in his eyes. He readily agrees that he had indeed promised not to force her or do anything. But now, he purrs, a predatory smile spreading across his face. It's the next day. Her mind short-circuits. How could he use such a shameless loophole? That devastating smile remains as he gazes down at her. He swoops in for another searing kiss, and she struggles weakly, pleading with him that he can't do this. He stops, his expression softening instantly. He tells her he's just kidding, urging her not to cry. Then, in a shockingly swift movement, he lifts her completely off the bed and in his arms. Cradled against his chest, she demands to be put down, insisting that she wants to go home. He begins to walk, holding her securely. He offers her a proposition, his voice serious now. He tells Haohao he will give her half a year to officially end things with Shen Tinglan and the others. He promises to wait for her, after which they'll get engaged. And, when she turns 20, they will be married. His words hang in the air as he carries her through the room. But there's a condition. His tone hardens. She is forbidden from sleeping with them or getting too intimate. An incident like being alone in a room with Ji-U can never happen again. If she agrees to this, he will forgive her past with Ji-U and even tolerate the others for now. Her mind is reeling. Half a year? Could he truly be so generous, so reasonable? He gives her a little shake, a playful glint in his eye as he asks if she'd prefer he take a more forceful approach instead. The gears in her head turn furiously. The evilness meters for the other men were all nearly gone. Only Gingland's remained stubbornly high, but with 6 months, she could do it. She could clear all their meters. His suggestion was not just feasible. It was a golden opportunity. Finding her voice, she begins to negotiate. 20 is too young for marriage, she argues. She proposes they get married after she graduates from college. Furthermore, she states firmly that she doesn't believe in living together before marriage. Getting married at 20 would only give her a year and a half to deal with his 60-point evilness meter, a nearly impossible task. He just stares at her, his silence unnerving. Her heart hammers in her chest. Did she ask for too much? Is he angry? But then he shocks her by simply agreeing. He concedes to all her terms, half a year to cut ties, an engagement, and then marriage after college, with no intimacy in between. A brilliant, relieved smile breaks out across her face as she seals the deal. She rests her hand on his chest, a gesture of newfound trust. She asks him again to let her go so she can leave, but he holds her even tighter, his voice a husky whisper against her ear. He tells her there's no rush, that he needs to collect some benefits first. The look in his eyes is pure fire, a promise of pleasure that makes her blush from head to toe. He nuzzles his face into the curve of her neck, breathing her in as his name leaves his lips in a soft sigh. His hand slides beneath her shirt, his touch electric against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. He carries her into the bathroom where the shower is already steaming, the sound of rushing water filling the air. His voice is thick with emotion as he whispers that he loves her. An hour later, she is sleeping soundly, a peaceful expression on her face. He leans over and places a feather-light kiss on her forehead, telling her to have a good sleep. A persistent buzzing sound breaks the silence. Her phone, lying on the nightstand, is vibrating. He reaches over and picks it up, his expression hardening as he reads the name flashing on the screen. Jiu. The insistent ringing of her phone cut through the morning haze, dragging Haohao from the depths of sleep. On the screen, a name glowed with an unnerving brightness. Jiu. A low, masculine voice answered before she could even react. Gingland's voice, possessive and smooth as silk, informed the caller that Haohao was still sleeping. He spoke with the casual authority of a man who belonged there in her bed, with her wrapped in his arms. On the other end of the line, a chilling silence fell. Jiu's mind raced, a bitter acid rising in his throat. It was so late. Why did Gingland have her phone? The implication was a sharp, brutal blow, and his grip on his own phone tightened. The sound of their voices finally pierced Haohao's slumber. She stirred, her own voice thick and groggy as she mumbled a question, asking Gingland who he was talking to. He turned to her, his expression unreadable in the soft light, and murmured that it was for her, that it was Jiu. He leaned in, his lips brushing the shell of her ear, the warmth of his breath sending a shiver down her spine. He asked if he'd disturbed her, his voice a low, intimate rumble, suggesting she sleep a little longer. But the name Jiu was like a splash of icy water. Her purple eyes flew open, dazed and confused, a sudden starburst of panic flaring within them. She sat bolt upright, snatching the phone from Gingland's hand. He watched her, a cool, questioning look in his eyes as he asked why she had picked up his call for him, the words hanging in the tense air between them. Flustered, she stammered that it wasn't what he thought, her mind scrambling for an excuse that wouldn't come. Jiu's voice crackled through the speaker, laced with a forced calm that did nothing to hide his suspicion. He asked if she still remembered their plans for the day, offering to pick her up. Feeling the weight of Gingland's stare, a heavy, suffocating pressure, Haohao hastily refused. She suggested they meet at Central Park in half an hour, the guilt in her voice almost palpable. She ended the call, the silence in the room suddenly deafening. Before she could move, Gingland's hand shot out, his fingers wrapping around her wrist in a grip that was both a caress and a cage. His voice was a low warning, reminding her that she only had half a year. A spark of defiance ignited in her eyes. She looked up at him, her chin held high, and shot back, if that meant she wouldn't have to see him within that half a year. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his lips. He challenged to tell him, feigning ignorance, turning her own desperate words into a cruel game. Then, just as quickly, the pressure on her wrist eased. He released her, his expression softening into something unreadable. He promised he would be at her coming-of-age ceremony, a statement that was both a promise and a threat. He rose from the bed, his robe hanging open, and announced that he had to go. Haohao watched him, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. She grabbed his freshly laundered clothes, a perfect, sweet smile pasted on her face as she handed them to him and wished him goodbye, playing the part of the devoted lover. As she turned to leave, Gingland's gaze followed her, his eyes hardening. Fine. He didn't need to force the issue. This was enough for now. The battle, he thought with cold certainty, would be over in 6 months. The sterile tension of the bedroom dissolved into the bright, chaotic energy of school. Haohao's friend rushed towards her, breathless with gossip. She whispered that Susi, the top student from Class 1, was transferring to their class, and he had one condition: he wanted to be Haohao's desk mate. Haohao stared at her, utterly speechless. Her friend, sensing her shock, pressed on, asking what she should do, admitting she wanted to support them as a couple, but this was too much. Haohao could only murmur that she'd never heard a word about it. Just then, a teacher's sharp voice cut through the hallway, summoning Mu Haohao to the office. The teacher stood waiting, her expression serious. Inside the office, the situation was laid bare. The teacher explained Susi's transfer and his one, non-negotiable demand, to sit next to Haohao. She voiced her concern, reminding Haohao that it was their senior year and that such a distraction could be detrimental to her studies. Susi, standing beside her, was the picture of calm confidence. He addressed the teacher directly, acknowledging her worries. He knew words were not enough. Placing a hand over his heart, he made an unbelievable vow. He guaranteed that with him as her desk mate, he would help Mu Haohao raise her academic ranking by at least 20 places. The teacher, stunned but impressed, turned to Haohao and asked what she thought. The words tumbled out of Haohao's mouth before she could stop them, a shocked declaration that it was fine by her. The teacher beamed, relieved. With both students in agreement, she happily instructed them to go back to class and switch their seats. As they left, she smiled to herself, thinking how wonderfully romantic it was to be young, for a brilliant boy to leave the gifted class just to chase the girl he liked. Perhaps, she mused, this straight A student would be just the motivation the class and his girlfriend needed. As they walked back into the classroom, a hush fell over the students. All eyes were on them, whispers erupting like wildfire. Had Susi really transferred just for Mu Haohao? The sight of the handsome top student and the class belle together was a sight to behold. Haohao's friend, now displaced, reluctantly offered to move to the back row. Haohao felt a pang of guilt, but her friend simply gave her a conspiratorial wink, happy to give the new couple their space. The day passed in a blur. Susi, true to his word, was a quiet desk mate, but his presence was a constant, unnerving pressure. As the lunch bell rang, Haohao decided to escape with her friend to avoid him, but it was too late. In front of everyone, Susie turned to her and asked her to have lunch with him. The classroom exploded. Haohao's mind reeled in pure panic. She had explicitly told him to keep their relationship a secret. Mortified, she coughed pointedly, hissing at him that people would get the wrong idea if he kept this up. She begged him to just act normal. A faint, infuriating smile played on Susie's lips. He leaned in, asking what wrong idea they could possibly get. Then, in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, he made a stunning declaration. He said there was no misunderstanding. Because he was, in fact, pursuing her, he announced to the stunned audience that he had already informed the head teacher of his intentions, and she had approved, which was why they were now deskmates. The classroom erupted in gasps of awe. Haohao was frozen in horror. It was so blatant, so public. What was he planning? Ignoring her shocked expression, Susie simply held out his hand, his voice calm as he said it was time for them to go to lunch. The lunch was not at the school cafeteria, but at a luxurious private room in the Su Group's hotel. And waiting there was not just Susie, but his twin brother, Susie. Haohao stared at them, her confusion mounting. She thought their relationship was supposed to be a secret. Susie's expression was grim. He informed her that the days of secrecy were over. He explained that Ji and Shen Tinglan were always one step ahead, claiming her at school while they had to hide. It wasn't fair. So he continued with a smug grin. He and Susie had devised a plan. Susie's reputation as a straight-A student was a valuable asset, one they intended to use. From now on, they would be with her openly at school, eating with her, holding her hand, making sure they didn't waste a single moment. Haohao's blood ran cold. She stammered that there were two of them, that she couldn't be seen dating two brothers at once. The scandal would get her expelled. Susie waved her concerns away. The plan was simple and utterly insane. Just as Susie had been her deskmate in the morning, Susie would be her deskmate in the afternoon. He pinched her cheek, a playful gesture that felt anything but. He explained that to the world her boyfriend was Susie. He would let Susie have the title for now, he said with a chilling smile, because when they eventually married, he would be the one to be her legal husband. A metaphorical lightning bolt struck Haohao, leaving her speechless. These twins were completely insane. The meal was a torturous affair. Haohao felt sick to her stomach, her appetite completely gone. The twins had shattered her day, her sense control. Susie, noticing her distress, suggested to take a nap in one of the hotel rooms before they returned to school. Numbly, she agreed. But as she entered room 2101, she realized with a jolt of terror that they had both followed her inside. She told them to leave, but Susu just laughed, sweeping her into his arms and announcing that they would all sleep together. He tossed her onto the bed like a doll. Before she could scream, Susie was leaning over her, his lips capturing hers in a sudden, silencing kiss. Then Susie was beside her, murmuring that it had been too long since he'd held her. She shoved him away, crying out his name in protest. But it was Susai who silenced her again, his voice cold and sharp. He told her she had to get used to it. They tolerated her seeing the other men because they cared for her, but her reluctance to be with them forever was a problem. He analyzed her with unnerving accuracy, suggesting that the surreal nature of their arrangement made it easy for her to reject them. He leaned close, his breath ghosting her skin, and vowed that from now on, he would force her to get used to their constant presence. He promised they wouldn't cross the final line, but he needed her to adapt slowly. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with him, promising to try but begging him to slow down. He tilted her chin up, his gaze merciless. He refused. If they wait, she would be stolen away by someone else. As he moved closer, Susie intervened, pulling his brother back. He told Susie that was enough, warning him not to frighten her. He turned to Haohao, his voice gentle, telling her it was okay, not to be afraid. But she was terrified, sobbing and struggling, begging them to let her go. Susie held her fast, his answer a simple, resolute no. An hour later, she awoke feeling hollowed out. She couldn't believe it. She had cried herself to sleep in Susie's arms. He gently roused her, telling her the break was almost over. He retrieved an ice pack, tenderly placing it against her swollen eyes. Dazed, she looked around the room and asked where Susie was. A desperate, fleeting hope sparked within her. Was it all just a horrible nightmare? Susie's next words extinguished that hope completely. He explained that Susie had already returned to school. And then he delivered the final crushing blow. He confirmed that, as planned, they would be switching identities for the afternoon class. The cold, hard reality crashed down on her. None of it had been a dream. The sterile, sun-bleached hallway of the school stretched before them, silent and empty. As Mu Haohao walked beside the man who wore her brother's face, a disquieting thought wormed its way into her heart. She had to admit this Susie was acting remarkably like Susie. The thought was so loud it was as if she'd spoken it. The man beside her stopped, his gaze sharp as he asked if she was talking about Susu. A shiver traced its way down her spine. Was this man standing by her side now really Susie? The question hung the air, suffocating her, his lips curved into a knowing, almost dangerous smile. He declared that he was Susie now. Tilting his head, he asked how he looked if they were alike. The smile widened, becoming a genuine, mischievous grin that sent a jolt through her. He confessed with a light-hearted air that when he was little and had ruined his father's collections or his mother's jewels, he always got away with it by pretending to be beaten by Susie. A laugh bubbled up from her chest, spontaneous and bright. His eyes softened, a tender look crossing his features as he murmured that she looked so pretty when she smiled. Before she could even process the compliment, he leaned in, his lips brushing against her cheek in a feather-light peck that left her skin tingling. The moment was shattered by a new voice calling out both their names, Susie and Haohao. A blonde-haired boy stood a few feet away, an inquisitive look on his face. The man beside her didn't even flinch. He simply turned, his expression smooth and self-assured, and corrected the newcomer, stating plainly that he was Susie. The blonde boy's face was a canvas of pure, unadulterated confusion, his mind visibly reeling as he tried to understand what was going on. A few days later, the exhaustion was a heavy cloak draped over Haohao's shoulders. She pushed open the door to her home, the weight of the past few days pressing down on her. Every noon, like clockwork, the Su twins had whisked her away to their family's hotel for lunch. It was a relentless campaign, and today they had insisted on sending her home. She was tired, so deeply tired of it all. With a sigh of resignation, she decided to just let it go. She called out for Chongle, her voice weary. But as she stepped into the living room, her breath in her throat, her eyes widened, a jolt of pure shock coursing through her veins. The room was filled. Her gaze darted around in a panic, recognizing the Su twins and a host of other familiar, imposing figures. A silent scream echoed in her mind. They were all at her home. Instinct took over. She lunged for Chongle, her fingers digging into his arm as she pleaded for help, her voice a desperate whisper. She demanded to know why they were all here. A man with long, dark hair and glasses spoke up, his voice smooth and placating. He claimed it was a coincidence that they hadn't planned this purpose. But he continued, his eyes meeting hers. What he was about to say was something all of them wanted to say. He then dropped the bombshell. Tomorrow was her birthday, and they all wanted to spend it with her. He assured her that she could rest easy, that with the 5 of them surrounding her, it would be the safest place on Earth. No one, he promised, could do anything bad to her, but all she could think was a frantic, silent, "I don't want to." The long-haired man's smile was predatory as he posed a chilling alternative. Perhaps want to spend her birthday with each of them separately at different times? Her eyes shot to Chongle, her gaze a desperate, silent plea for him to rescue her, reject them. But instead of saving her, he reached out and patted her head, the touch of profound betrayal. He agreed to their plan, announcing that they would celebrate her birthday together. He would determine the location and drive her there and back. He suggested the Mu Group's new, sprawling amusement park, which hadn't even opened to the public yet. The others readily agreed. Chongle sealed her fate, confirming the plan for 9 a.m. the next day. He would send her there and pick her up at 9 p.m. As the men filed out of her house, a cold dread settled in her stomach. Chongle gave her last pat on the head before turning to leave the room. His name was a wounded whisper on her lips. She stood there, her expression crumbling, her heart aching with betrayal. They might not have a problem with this, but she certainly did. That night, after the unwelcome guest had departed, Chongle found her sulking. He told her gently that they were all gone, and she shouldn't look at him with such wounded eyes, but she couldn't help it. Her aggrieved expression was a mirror of her feelings. He sighed, trying to explain his logic. It wasn't that he didn't want to help her, he said, but this was a situation she had to confront sooner or later. If she stood him up, she would only find herself in a more difficult position down the line. Understanding his words didn't soothe the fear coiling in her gut. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled as she confessed that she understood. But she was still afraid. She admitted in a small, trembling voice that she really couldn't handle 5 men at once. He held her close, his voice firm but gentle, urging her not to flinch. He told her to do her best to get them all tomorrow. Whether he could become the tycoon, he added with a teasing note, was all up to her. She looked up, her cheeks flushing at his words. He was telling her she could be the tycoon on her own, that she didn't need him. He reminded her to pick him up early the next day. Not just on time, but in advance. A small smile touched her lips as she called him a wussy, but she promised she would do it. The next morning, the amusement park loomed before her, a monument to her impending doom. As she stepped out of the car, her heart hammered against her ribs. There they were, the 4 of them, waiting at the grand entrance to Cozy Dreamland. An internal groan of despair escaped her. She was paralyzed, trapped in the space between the car and the waiting men. Her mind screamed at her to move, but she couldn't. It felt wrong to approach any single one of them, a betrayal to the others. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the car door right beside her head, and a 5th man appeared as if from nowhere. He leaned in, his voice a low murmur as he wished her a happy birthday. Then his lips were on her cheek, a warm, fleeting touch. Before she could react, another appeared on her other side, his kiss just as swift. A third leaned down to press a kiss to her forehead. Then the twins flanked her, their lips finding her cheeks at the exact same moment. Finally, the 5th man returned, his lips brushing her forehead once more. Her head was spinning, her senses completely overwhelmed. Kissed, all over, by 5 different men. Dazed and flustered, she cleared her throat and stammered that they should go inside. To her relief, They agreed. She hurried ahead, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. It was ironic, she thought wryly. She was usually too terrified to even watch a horror movie, yet here she was, willingly walking into a haunted house with 5 men who scared her more than any ghost. They reached the ominous entrance, and she stepped through the doors into sudden, suffocating darkness. Her eyes widened, a horrible suspicion began to dawn on her. Could it be? The heavy door slammed shut behind her, revealing a sign painted in what looked like blood. Welcome. She was trapped. Her first instinct was to flee, to get out. But when she turned, the silhouettes of the 5 men blocked the exit. The sight of them, a united front in the darkness, was infinitely more terrifying than any ghoul or goblin. She decided it was better to press forward. After all, the park wasn't officially open. There wouldn't be any staff inside to jump out at her. She tried to calm her racing heart, telling herself that the worst she would have to face were some scary props and flashing lights. Just then, the door creaked open behind her, and the men's voices called out her name as they stepped inside. The lights flickered on, revealing a chamber with 5 distinct, menacing paths, each marked by a different monster. One of the men smiled faintly, noting the convenience of there being 5 paths. Since none of them knew which way she had gone, he suggested they each pick a path and search for her separately. Unbeknownst to them, she was already deep within one of the terrifying corridors, alone. The hallway was a gallery of nightmares, with skeletal hands reaching from the walls and ghostly apparitions flickering in the dim light. Tears streamed down her face as she stumbled through the darkness, whimpering. She just wanted to find the exit. It was all so scary. A hulking figure with horns leaped out from a hidden alcove, letting out a roar. She cried out, squeezing her eyes shut. Suddenly, a warm hand gently covered her eyes, shielding her from the horror. A familiar, soothing voice instructed her not to look. It was Gingland. He pulled her against his chest, his presence a solid anchor. In the terrifying chaos, he promised to take her out, telling her not to be afraid. He explained that the other guys had all gone down the different paths to find her. She clung to his jacket, a wave of profound relief washing over her. She confessed how scared she'd been, how thankful she was that he was here. He looked down at her, a soft smile playing on his lips as he gently teased her, asking why she had run away so fast if she was so afraid. She admitted she didn't know how to face all 5 of them at once. When she asked if he would take her back to the others, he grew serious, asking if she was truly that afraid of them. She nodded frantically, her whole body conveying her fear. He gazed down at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he leaned in and kissed her. The suddenness of it stole her breath. Her hand flew to her lips as he pulled back, her mind reeling. He just kissed her. He then agreed to her silent wish, promising that once they were out, he would take her somewhere else, just the 2 of them. Her shock melted away, replaced by a radiant, joyful smile. This, she exclaimed, was great. What followed was a perfect, stolen afternoon. After escaping the haunted house, Gingland took her to the merry-go-round, and she waved at him with pure delight, the horrors of the morning forgotten. They played a shooting game, their laughter echoing in the empty park. He bought her candy floss, and they shared the sweet, sticky treat under the afternoon sun. Exhausted and happy, they finally sat down on a quiet park bench. He leaned in and kissed her again, a sweet, lingering kiss. He asked if she was happy, and she replied with an enthusiastic yes. A playful thought crossed her mind. She could hide somewhere none of the others could find her, she mused silently, and just wait for her brother to come pick her up. Gingland chuckled as if he'd read her mind, telling her she could wish. He reminded her that it was only because it was her birthday that they weren't forcing her to be with all 5 of them, and she shouldn't push her luck. She pouted, looking up at him with pleading eyes. She told him he was so smart and begged him to find her a good hiding place. But her playful plea was cut short by a cold, sharp voice calling her full name, Haohao. She gasped as Gingland appeared out of nowhere and swept her off her feet, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. He started walking away with her, leaving a stunned Gingland watching them go. Panic seized her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Oh no. He must have heard everything she just said to Gingland. Gingland called out, his voice with concern, telling Gingland to be nice and not to scare her, reminding him that it was her birthday. Gingland didn't break his stride, simply calling back that he knew. As he carried her away, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead, a possessive, silent claim, while Gingland could only watch them disappear. From a distance, another one of the boys observed the scene, his expression thoughtful. A dangerous idea began to form in his mind. If he were strong enough to surpass all the others, he wondered, could he also be the one to monopolize Haohao, to have her all to himself, just like Gingland? The afternoon sun casts a warm, golden glow over the sprawling estate, illuminating a lavish garden party in full swing. Tables overflow with an extravagant feast, from glistening fruits to freshly baked croissants and delicate pastries, a testament to the celebratory mood. Inside, beneath a grand chandelier, Haohao stands as the radiant center of attention, her back to the camera as she's surrounded by the 5 men who have come to dominate her life. A soft blush dusts her cheeks as she thinks about how she spent the morning, trying to be fair by dating the twins and Go separately, but now at lunchtime they were all together again. She clears her throat, playful glint in her eyes. It was her 18th birthday, after all, a truly important day. She wonders aloud if they have a present for her, a sly smile playing on her lips. She inwardly decides that if they don't, she'll just ask them to buy one right away, sending them all scrambling. In an instant, a flurry of hands extends towards her, each holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. A small blue case, a green floral one, a striped cylinder, a velvet ring box, held open to reveal a dazzling engagement ring. Her breath catches in her throat. An engagement ring? A sudden, suffocating wave of panic washes over her. Sorry, she thinks frantically. Why did I ask? What did I do? Gingland's voice, cool and steady, cuts through her inner turmoil. He asks her whose ring she's going to put on. Her mind races for an escape, a way to diffuse the sudden, crushing intensity of the moment. She forces a bright, flustered smile and suggests a brilliant solution. Her brother gave her a necklace, so how about she puts all their rings on it? The men fall into a stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disappointment. Haohao lets out a small, awkward laugh, hoping to break the tension. Gingland breaks the silence, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he tells Haohao she's just so cute. But before she can bask in the compliment, a voice sharp and possessive cuts in. It's her brother, clearing his throat and announcing that's enough for today. He's here to take Haohao home. Chonglai, ever the stoic, simply agrees. A wicked, triumphant cheer erupts in Haohao's mind. Bias, she thinks, Chonglai is finally suffering. Hooray! As the group leaves the estate, the festive towers of an amusement park visible in the distance, they are a picture of complicated camaraderie. But they are not alone. From the shadows of a nearby tree, a figure watches, their presence a cold, unseen poison. In a parked car, Sunyani glares at the scene, her knuckles white as she grips the steering wheel. A tiny devilisher floats beside her, the physical manifestation of her system. She sees with a bitter jealousy, cursing the fact that Mu Haohao is never left alone. The system's voice, a high-pitched whisper in her mind, asks if she is really going to deprive Mu Haohao of her spiritual energy and kill her to become the female lead. It warns her that if she takes it by force, the energy will dissipate, and she won't be able to get all 5 male leads anyway. Sunyangi's eyes narrow with desperate resolve. She snaps back that she has no time to lose. She'll take whomever she can get. As long as she has a bit of that spiritual energy, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. 3 male leads falling for her would be enough. She would abandon the other 2. But the system issues a final chilling warning. If she fails, she will become nothing. If Mu Haohao makes it, she will be the one to disappear. A cold dread snakes around Sunyangi's heart, but her determination hardens into a sharp, cruel edge. She decides she can't attack today, but she will keep stalking Mu Haohao until she finds another opportunity. A few days later, the world feels deceptively calm. Haohao is in a car with Gingland, asking him with a smile where he's taking her today. He replies smoothly that he's taking her to play golf, and she agrees enthusiastically, admitting she's never played before. As they drive, a flicker of movement in the rearview mirror catches her eye. A strange, unsettling feeling crawls up her spine. She murmurs that it's weird, but she feels like 2 cars are following them. Gingland's expression tightens. He confirms her suspicion, his voice low and serious, stating they've been on their tail ever since they left her home. Their car pulls to a stop at a red light, and one of the pursuing cars, a sleek white vehicle, glides up beside them. Gingland orders her to roll down the window slowly. The window of the other car lowers, revealing a man in dark sunglasses. The sunlight glints off the cold, hard steel of the gun in his hand. Haohao's eyes widen in sheer terror, a gasp catching in her throat. A deafening bang shatters the air. Time seems to warp and slow down. Gingland shouts her name, his voice a frantic roar as he throws his body over hers, shielding her from the attack. Haohao's world dissolves into tears and chaos. She cradles an unconscious Gingland, his body limp in her arms. She shakes him gently, her voice cracking as she calls his name, asking what's wrong. Panic claws at her throat as she pleads with him to wake up, begging him not to scare her. In the assassin's car, the driver looks back at his partner, a grim satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, a red sports car appears out of nowhere, hurtling towards them at an impossible speed. The assassin's eyes widen in shock, a man in the passenger seat shouting that something is wrong with the red car and ordering his driver to report it. But it's too late. A horrifying crunch of metal on metal echoes through the street as the cars collide in a violent explosion of glass and twisted steel. The force of the impact sends one of the men flying from the vehicle, his body hitting the pavement with a sickening thud. Inside her own car, still reeling from the gunshot, Haohao hears the distant clatter of the crash. She presses a hand to her mouth, a muffled sob escaping her lips, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears stream down her face, blurring her vision as she stares at the man who saved her. Just then, her car door is wrenched open. Sunyangi stands there, a triumphant, twisted smile on her face. She sneers that Mu Hao can't escape this time, gloating that things are finally on her side. The world fades to black. Meanwhile, at Jiu's farm, the doorbell rings. Jiu opens the door to find a man he recognizes with a cold jolt of surprise. He demands to know why Lian is here, reminding him sharply that he had already rejected him quite clearly. The man Lian is the infamous godfather of Y Country, a powerful arms magnate. Jiu internally recounts their history. They were sheer partners, cooperating a few times. But a few days ago, Lian had suddenly appeared, insisting on taking him back for cultivation. Lian's voice is smooth as he praises Jiu's talent, urging him to come back home so he can foster him properly. He presses on, telling the kid to think carefully. With Jiu's ability, he believes they could build their own kingdom. He even offers to take him as a foster son, promising that when he grows old, everything he has will be Jiu's. But Jiu is unmoved, cutting him off flatly, stating he has no need for it and isn't interested. Lian's smile vanishes. His tone drops, becoming icy and threatening. In that case, he says he can only make Jiu's girlfriend Haohao go back with him. Jiu's blood runs cold. He asks how Lian knew about Haohao. Lian smirks, revealing that he just had his men take his girlfriend onto the plane first. He tells Jiu that he's too stubborn to be swayed, so he has no choice but to let his girlfriend persuade him to leave with him. Enraged, Jiu lunges forward, grabbing Lian by the collar. His eyes burn with a murderous fire as he snarls a single deadly warning: "I dare you to hurt her." Lian remains utterly calm, informing him that if nothing goes wrong, his girlfriend should be on the plane by now. He adds with false reassurance that his men will treat her well. Jiu shoves him away, whipping out his phone. He frantically calls Haohao, his heart pounding with every beep. But there's no answer. A cold, sickening dread floods his veins. He realizes with certainty that something has gone terribly wrong. Then, a flicker of hope. He remembers the robotic dog he gave Haohao. It has a GPS. As long as he can follow the signal, he can find her. The signal leads him to a derelict, deserted warehouse. Inside, Haohao lies unconscious on the cold, dusty concrete floor. Standing over her is Sunyani, a wicked gleam in her eyes and a sharp knife in her hand. Her system beside her, nervously asking if she's ready to deprive Haohao of her fortune. Sunyani confirms with a hiss. Her mind is consumed by a single, intoxicating thought. As long as she kills Haohao and drains her of her spiritual energy, she will become the absolute female lead in this world. A cruel smile spreads across her face. All the top male leads in the world, she muses, will be hers for the taking. With newfound resolve, she grips the knife. In a swift, deliberate motion, she slits the palm of her own hand, the blood welling up instantly. The system's voice rings out, commanding her to deprive Haohao of her fortune now. A dark, ominous energy begins to swirl as the system chants, "Establish the deprivation connection." Suddenly, heavy warehouse doors burst open. Haohao. Jiu's desperate cry echoes through the cavernous space. He storms in, his awking onto the scene before him, widening in pure, unadulterated fury. He sees Haohao, so small and still on the floor, and a guttural roar rips from his throat. He screams Sunyani's name, his voice raw with the promise of murder, vowing that he's going to kill her. He lunges forward and drives his fist into her face with brutal force. Sunyani crumples to the ground with a thud. Jiu ignores her completely, rushing to Haohao's side. He gently touches her, his voice softening as he reassures her that it's okay, he's here now. He begs her to hang in there, swearing he won't let anything happen to her. But as he tends to her, one of Lian's men raises a gun. Lian steps forward, aiming his own weapon directly at the downed Sunyani. He tells Jiu that he'll help him get rid of this woman. From the floor, bruised and bleeding, Sunyani scrambles backward, pleading with Jiu not to kill her. She insists she's still useful, that she knows Haohao's secret. In a desperate, venomous torrent of words, she reveals that Haohao is only with the 5 of them to complete a task, and once she's done, she'll leave without a second thought because she doesn't like them at all. Jiu, holding Haohao, gives her a cold ultimatum. She has 2 minutes to make things clear, and he'll start the countdown now. The little devil system panics, screaming at Sunyani not tell him the truth about this world, warning that she'll perish and never be reincarnated. A look of pure madness flashes in Sunyani's eyes. She snarls that it's this rubbish system that has reduced her to this, and if she has to die, she'll drag it down with her. She takes a deep breath and screams the forbidden truth at the top of her lungs. This world isn't real. A horrifying shriek erupts from the system as it's blasted into the air, its form beginning to glitch and shatter. The shockwave throws Sunyani backward. She coughs violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor. The system dissolves completely, vanishing into a shower of blue and gold light. The backlash hits Jiu like a physical blow. He clutches his head, crying out in pain. He tells Haohao that it feels like data is flooding his brain, and then hissed with a new, terrifying panic. He says his eyes, he can't see anything anymore. Just then, Gingland appears in the doorway. He takes in the scene and tells Jiu to let go, that he'll take Haohao to the hospital. Jiu, disoriented, asks if it's really him. Gingland confirms it is, then adds that he'll take Jiu to the hospital too, his voice laced with concern. Later, in the sterile quiet of a hospital room, Haohao lies unconscious in bed, surrounded by all 5 men. Gingland turns to Jiu, his expression grave. He asks what's wrong with his eyes, and if he suffered any blows. Then his voice drops lower as he asks about Sunyani, revealing that her brain was heavily injured and the damage is irreversible. A heavy exhaustion settles over Go, his eyes closed against the sterile white light of the hospital room. He tells his friend that he doesn't really know what happened. He was about to take Haohao away when a sudden, splitting pain shot through his brain. But since Haohao was fine now, he just needed to rest. The moment the door clicks shut, however, Jiu's eyes snap open. He throws back the covers, his movements sharp and urgent. He has to leave. He has to get out of here. He pulls on his jacket, but a voice stops him. It's his friend, Susei, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Su's mind races with suspicion. He points out that Haohao is still in a coma, yet G.O. is trying to leave. Something felt terribly wrong. G.O. doesn't answer, his silence a heavy weight in the room as he walks past Susi and into the long, empty hospital corridor. He places a hand over his eyes, a dizzying sense of unreality washing over him. Susu rushes to catch up, grabbing his arm and demanding to know what's wrong with him. He finds G.O. standing frozen, staring into space. He shoves a bottle of soda into his hands, exclaiming that he's here. He scoffs, calling Gio useless, and asking if he's really that scared. Gio's gaze is distant, unfocused. He murmurs that he isn't scared, he's just thinking about something. An odd, probing question leaves Susus's lips. He asks Gio, what would he do if someone told him that the world they were living in wasn't real? Gio's friend looks at him, bewildered by the question, asking what he means. He's not an idiot, he says, so why would he ever fall for such obvious nonsense? Gio turns away with a faint, dismissive smile, muttering that it's nonsense. But as he walks away, Susu calls out to him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The word nonsense echoes in Gio's mind, and suddenly the world fractures. The moment he lost his eyesight in that warehouse, a flood of information of impossible truth had poured into his brain. An icy, shattering realization grips him. This world, it wasn't real. It was a book, and all the people in it, everyone he knew, were merely characters. Gingland, Shentingland, Susu, they were all just names on a page. And he was merely a task for Haohao. Floating before his eyes were impossible metrics, favor meters and evilness meters, and his own were crystal clear. His favor for Haohao was at 100, while his evilness was a mere 1. The truth hits him like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. If it weren't for what happened today, his evilness meter would have been the first one to clear, and then Haohao would have broken up with him. The thought is a venomous serpent coiling around his heart. Most detestably, he now knew the truth. His evilness meter had shot up to 100, but his favor for her hadn't been reduced at all. He slams his fist against the wall, the sound echoing his own broken heart. Something had to be wrong with the data. A raw scream tears from his throat. How could he still love her so wholeheartedly, even now fully aware of the truth? He loves Haohao so much, she lies to him like this. A bitter, suffocating hatred rises to choke him. He hates her so much. He stumbles away, his body trembling with the force of his warring emotions. The world outside seems to mock him, the city lights blurring through the tears he refuses to let fall. He looks like such a poor, pathetic thing. His mind flashes back to the warehouse. He had woken up first, and in the dim light, he saw Gingland appear, lifting Haohao into his arms. He had immediately hidden in the darkness, a cold dread seeping into his bones. A car glides to a stop beside him, the passenger window rolling down to reveal the man with the monocle, Lian. Ji-U remembers him from the warehouse, his expression hardening as he gets into the car. He knows instantly that this man isn't easy to deal with. As the car drives through the night, a prickle of unease crawls up Ji-U's spine. This wasn't the way back to his place. He demands to know where they are going, his voice tight. Lian's eyes meet his in the rearview mirror, a cool smile playing on his lips as he simply states that G.O. found out too late. It's too late. Suddenly, a hand clamps over his mouth from behind, a cloth pressed firmly against his face. The chemical smell is overwhelming, and his struggles weaken as his consciousness slides into blackness. The man informs his boss that G.O. has fainted. Lian glances back at the slumped figure, a thoughtful look on his face. He murmurs that G.O. is smart and decisive. He'll take him back to his country, he decides, convinced that the boy will be something one day. A plane cuts through the inky black sky, carrying him far, far away. He awakens to the sight of an opulent stone mansion, the sun shining brightly in a foreign land. He's lying on a plush bed, dressed in a soft white robe. A voice cuts through his groggy haze. Lian is sitting in a nearby armchair, a glass of red wine in his hand, casually asking if he's awake and would like a drink. A surge of pure rage electrifies G.O. He lunges from the bed, grabbing the man by his vest and shouting his name. He demands to know what on earth Lian wants to do with him. Lian remains unnervingly calm, looking G.O. in the eye and telling him he just wants to acknowledge him as his foster son. He adds that as long as G.O. grows fast enough, everything he has will be his. G.U.'s grip tightens, a scornful laugh escaping his lips. Asks if Len really thinks he will believe him. Then, his eyes fall on something familiar. His notebooks and his desktop computer are sitting on it in the corner. His blood runs cold as he asks how they got here. Lian explains that he, too, majored in computer science in his youth. He had easily decoded the password and was quite interested in the half-done chip program he found. He expresses his hope that Ji-woo can finish it. The fight drains out of Ji-woo, his hands falling away from Lian's vest. His mind is a whirlwind. That chip, it was the secret he'd been working on since his rebirth. A chip that could control a person's mind. He had planned to use it on Haohao to control her, to do whatever he wanted with her. But then he gave up. He wouldn't continue working on it. He tells Lian that if he's interested, he can just take the computer. All the data is in it. He'll give it to him, but on one condition. Let him go. Lian lets out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. He tells the kid that he believes he can make it, and that he must make it. He leans in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, and makes his offer. As long as Ji makes the chip, he will officially acknowledge him as his foster son and his heir. All of his assets, he promises, will be his. Just then, the sharp ring of a phone cuts through the tension. Ji looks down and sees Haohao's name on the screen. A faint blush dusts his cheeks, a betrayal of the cold fury in his heart. Lian's eyes gleam with amusement as he asks if it's his girlfriend. Ji turns his back, walking towards the window to answer the call. Lian's voice follows him, laced with mockery. He remarks what a pity it is that he was so close to catching his girlfriend. He notes that there seem to be feelings between them and casually offers to have his men invite her over. Ji-oh whips around, his eyes blazing with a protective fire as he snarls for Lian to leave her be. Lian spreads his hands in a gesture of mock surrender, what Ji-oh could possibly do even if he did approach her. He tells him that he's smart and young, but that's all he is. He has nothing and can't even protect her. He reminds Ji-oh of the powerful man who sent them to the hospital, pointing out that he clearly has designs on his girlfriend too, and Ji-oh is definitely no match for him. He places a heavy hand on Ji-oo's shoulder, his voice dropping. But he says as long as Ji-oo helps him, he can have whatever he wants. By then, that bossy man will be nothing. The fight drains out of Ji-oo, replaced by a cold, hard resignation. He knows he isn't strong enough. He has to keep a low profile. He loves Haohao, but he is destined not to get her. Whether this world is real or not, it doesn't matter. He can't have her anyway. He looks at Lian, his eyes clear and determined. He agrees to finish the chip, but he has a few terms. He demands that Lian immediately announce to the world that he is his foster son and will inherit all his things. Furthermore, he must be given enough rights and freedom, and Lian must not interfere with his actions or decisions. Lian throws his head back and laughs, a booming sound that fills the room. He exclaims that it's no problem. He agrees. He tells Ji-oh to have a good rest, and that he will leave him alone. As the door clicks shut, the phone rings again. Oh answers, his voice soft as he says her name. Haohao's worried voice pours through the phone. She heard from Gingland that his eyes were injured and that he almost went blind to save her. She asks where he is now and how he's doing. He lies smoothly, telling her he's fine, just a bit tired, so he went home before she woke up. He then asks about her. She reassures him that she's fine now and can be discharged tomorrow. The words are a knife in his heart. He tells her that he has some urgent business to deliver these days, so he may not be able to pick her up from the hospital. His voice drops, laced with a carefully constructed vulnerability. He tells her that if he doesn't make enough money, he's afraid she won't like him anymore. He confesses that he feels he's the least useful of them all and that he doesn't want to lose. Her gasp is audible. She quickly asks how he could possibly think that way, insisting that he's her favorite liar. His mind screams. He knows she dislikes all of them, that she just wants to complete her task and leave them. The question slips out before he can stop it, a desperate, final plea. He asks her then if she will stay with him for her whole lifetime. There's a devastating pause on the other end of the line. Haohao knows it's a tricky question. She has to leave after completing the task, and she doesn't want to lie to him. She quickly changes the subject, telling him to just go to sleep and not think so much. He agrees to rest and says a quiet goodbye. Back in her hospital bed, Sheepy chirps that the evilness meter of Ji-oh has gone down by 99, putting his current at 1. Haohao stares in disbelief, accusing Sheepy of having a bug. She questions how Oo's evilness meter could go up to 100 and then drop by 99 in an instant. But after that phone call, a chilling realization dawns on her. It wasn't Sheepy's problem after all. 2 months later, in a lavish room in Y Country, Ji-oh sits before a glowing computer screen. A small holographic panel floats beside him, displaying his own favor and evilness meters. He's learned the truth about the world, and with it, he's gained the ability to control his own evilness meter. A dark thought crosses his mind. It was a pity he couldn't control the other guy's meters. If he could, then Haohao would have no choice but to stay with him. And then it hits him. Oh, right. A brilliant, terrible idea takes root. If he succeeds in creating the chip, gets the blood of the other 4 targets, and implants the chip into bodies, he'll be able to control their evilness meters then. A manic energy fills him. He thinks it's a good idea and that he must hurry and develop the chip. A confident smirk plays on his lips. So what if he's a character in a book? He's real in this world. He can stretch out his arms, hug her, kiss her, and own her. Back at school, Haohao is about to leave when Susie stops her, his friends waiting outside. He blocks her path, holding up a math textbook. He tells her she can't leave yet. This is a test targeted at her weaknesses, and she has to finish it before she can go. Haohao's face falls. She whines why she has to do so many exercises every day. She knows they're all helping her study to get into the same college as them. The problem was, she didn't want to go to the same college with them. Susie, ever the patient tutor, tells her to finish it, and he'll analyze her work and take her home. She tries a different tactic, pleading with him for a break today. She leans in, her voice a sweet, coquettish whisper. She points out that C has a basketball game today and suggests they go and watch it together, promising to do the test tomorrow. A faint blush colors Susie's cheeks as she leans over his shoulder, her breath warm against his ear. He swallows hard, his composure cracking. He looks away, his voice barely a whisper as he makes a counteroffer. He tells her he will let her go if she gives him a kiss. A blush creeps up Haohao's neck, hot and suffocating. She shrinks in her seat, her voice a frantic whisper, pleading with him to remember that there are other students all around them. But he doesn't move. He just looms over her, his presence an overwhelming force that pins her to her chair. Her face is a riot of color, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The air crackles with a forbidden energy, the two of them hidden from the world behind the flimsy shield of an open textbook. It's too much, this intoxicating proximity. Throwing caution to the wind, Haohao surges forward, her lips meeting his in a fleeting, desperate kiss. A tiny, silent explosion of feeling hangs in the air between them. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across his lips. He finally pulls back, his voice a low murmur as he tells her he'll let her off for today, but on the condition that she must finish the papers tomorrow. Haohao's relief is so potent she could sing. She beams, brightly exclaiming that she's got it. While a mischievous thought dances in her mind, she would simply eschew this task for as long as humanly possible. The sharp squeak of sneakers on polished wood and the roar of a crowd pulls the scene into the gymnasium. Susie is a blur of motion, leaping gracefully towards the basket, his arm extended in a perfect arc. The ball sinks through the net with a satin swish, and the crowd erupts. Girls scream his name, exclaiming how he is, how he scored yet again. From the bleachers, Haohao watches, her chin resting in her hands, her eyes sparkling with an undeniable adoration. A familiar warmth spreads through her chest. It didn't matter how many times she watched him, she thought she was always completely infatuated with Susu when he was doing sports. He was just so shiny on the court, a star burning too bright to look away from. Just then, the piercing shriek of the wrestle cuts through the air, signaling time for a break. A sudden jolt of surprise runs through Haohao. Her phone vibrates against her leg, a low buzz that feels like an electric shock. She glances down. A text from Susie. His words are a simple command, come to the dressing room. A heavy sigh escapes her lips. He must be jealous again, she thinks, a familiar exasperation washing over her. With the college entrance exams looming, Susie had been tasked with helping her with her schoolwork. The uneven distribution of her time was clearly irritating Susie, who resorted to these little power plays to prove his existence. Deciding it was better to just get it over with, she told Susie she was going to take a look, and he simply nodded, his eyes never leaving the court. She peeks her head into the dressing room, the smell of sweat and adrenaline thick in the air, her lips forming his name. Suddenly, a hand clamps around her wrist, yanking her into the room with a force that steals her breath. He slams the door shut and corners her against the cool metal lockers, his body caging hers. His eyes, dark and intense, bore into her as he demands to know if Susie deliberately brought her to the court just to goad him. Her heart stutters. She quickly explains that she only came because she wanted to watch Hess' game, her voice soft and placating. She adds, her cheeks flushing, that she thinks he looks incredibly handsome when he plays basketball, and she just wanted to watch. The hard lines of his face soften almost instantly. That's more like it, he murmurs, his voice dropping to a husky growl before his lips descend on hers. The kiss is possessive, leaving her breathless and clinging to him. When he finally pulls away, he says he'll get back out there before people start to wonder. She remembers the items in her hand, holding out a towel and a water bottle for him. As she turns to leave, the bottle slips from her grasp. Before it can hit the floor, he calls out for her to hold on, his arm snaking around her waist and pulling her flush against his back. He captures her lips again, this time with a desperate, searching heat. Muffled against his mouth, she protests, asking if he's crazy, reminding him that someone could walk in at any moment. He just murmurs that there's no one else there right now, his lips trailing a fiery path down her. He holds her tight, his voice a low, serious rumble against her ear. He explains that he let her spend more time with Susnaat for some romantic date, but so he could help her raise her grades. It was all so they could go to the same college. He confesses that he tries so hard to control himself, to not disturb her while she studies. Then his tone hardens, becoming an ultimatum. She must study hard, he commands, and she must not even think about trying to escape from them. She looks up at him, her eyes wide and sincere, and asks how she could ever want to escape from him. A bold promise spills from her lips. If they manage to go to the same college, she will marry him the day after graduation. His arms tighten around her, a possessive fire igniting in his gaze. He makes a counterpromise, his voice dangerously soft. If they can't go to the same college, he declares they'll get engaged at once. Haohao's mind reels. This was outrageous. A wave of panic crashes over her. She didn't want to go to the same college as them. The thought of being engaged to him, it was a terrifying, thrilling possibility. Back in the quiet sanctuary of her room, Hao lies on her bed, clutching a small teddy bear. A weary sigh escapes her. Every single male lead wanted to get it engaged to her, but there was only one of her to go around. She stares at the ceiling, wondering when, if ever, their evilness meters would finally be cleared. She just wanted to go home so badly. Her thoughts drift to the one who isn't here, the one who left abruptly. What was U doing now? She remembers it with a painful clarity. Shortly after Sun Yang's incident, U had called her out of the blue to say goodbye. He'd been vague, saying only that a programming expert had scouted him and he had to study him for a year. He didn't even let her see him off. The image of his retreating back is burned into her memory. A wave of longing washes over her, and on impulse, she taps his contact, initiating a video call. His face fills the screen, his expression one of pure surprise. He says her name, Haohao, his voice laced with disbelief. He asks what's the matter, and she puts on a bright smile, assuring him it's nothing. She explains that with the spring festival just around the corner, she was just wondering if he'd be back by then. Her eyes trace the lines of his face, and she can't help but comment that it's the first time she's ever seen him in a shirt. He looked so handsome. Like a prince straight out of a comic book, she gushes, a genuine warmth in her voice. He seems flustered by the compliment, explaining that he's wearing a suit because he has to attend an official party. But then his expression softens, and he promises her that he should be able to make it back before the festival, and that he'll even have a surprise for her. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in from his end, a feminine lilt asking someone named Uncle Lee in who O is chatting with. A man's voice replies, guessing that it must be his girlfriend. The owner of the voice, a stunning blonde girl, appears behind O, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination. G was the guy I like, her expression screams. She steps forward, calling out his name before asking sweetly who he's talking to on the phone. Before he can answer, she throws her arms around him from behind, nuzzling again against his cooing for her darling to hurry up, because her grandpa and the others are waiting. O shoves at her, a look of pure panic on his face. On the other side of the screen, Haohao's eyes are wide as saucers. Darling? The word echoes in her mind. She asks, her voice trembling slightly, if that girl is his girlfriend. He immediately denies it, his voice frantic as he pleads for her to hear him out. The image on her phone is a chaotic mess of the beautiful blonde clinging to a Haohao, who is desperately trying to explain that she's just a friend who's telling a joke. He promises to call her later, saying he has to go, his voice strained with urgency. The call disconnects abruptly. On his end, O whirls around, his eyes blazing with a cold fury she's never seen before. The blonde girl complains that he's going too far. His voice is like ice as he tells her she should be grateful that he doesn't hit women. A man with a monocle appears in a doorway, calling for O and telling him it's time to come. O glares at him, snapping that the man shouldn't tell him what to do. Before storming past him into a meeting room, he slams his hands down on the conference table, silencing the room of older, stern-faced men. The man at the head of the table, a mafia leader, erupts in anger, calling him a bastard and telling him to watch his attitude, reminding him he's merely an outsider. O's response is a low, dangerous growl as he calls the man an old jerk. In one fluid motion, he pulls out an enormous silver revolver and points it directly at the leader's head. He reveals that because of this stubborn old man, his foster father's business has been stagnant, that he was betrayed by his most trusted subordinates and nearly died. His voice is chillingly calm as he asks if the leader dares to claim he had nothing to do with it. The leader sputters with rage, shouting that it's their family's business and has nothing to do with an outsider like him. A deafening bam echoes through the room. The leader crumples to the floor, a dark stain spreading across his pristine suit. The other men stare in stunned silence as O stands over the body, the gun still smoking in his hand. His voice is devoid of all emotion, as he states that while he is destined for glory, the old was always destined to rot. With the body still cooling on the floor, O turns his cold gaze to the remaining men, the gun stilled loosely in his hand. He asks them, his voice deceptively soft, if he is qualified now. The men are frozen in terror, unable to speak. Only the man with the monocle seems pleased, a faint smile touching his lips. He thinks to himself finally, someone capable has arrived to relieve him of his burden. He marvels at how quickly G had not only fit in, but excelled all within 2 short months. Half an hour later, contracts are being signed under duress. Once the last signature is blotted, G.O. dismisses them curtly, saying they can leave now. But as they scramble to their feet, he stops them. His gaze lands on the terrified blonde girl, Ella. He tells her that she stays. Her grandfather begins to plead, explaining that Ella has been spoiled by him. But Jiu cuts him off, his voice hard as steel as he commands her to come here. Trembling, she obeys, her mind replaying the terrifyingly cool way he had dispatched her grandfather's rival. He ignores her, his attention focused on his phone. He asks her if she knows what to say. She nods mutely, confirming that she does. Just then, his phone buzzes with an incoming video call from Haohao. He answers, his entire demeanor in an instant. The cold-blooded killer is gone, replaced by a warm, smiling boy who greets Haohao cheerfully. She asks if he's done, and he confirms, quickly explaining that the girl she saw earlier was just a schoolfellow who was joking around. He then shoves the phone in front of a petrified Ella, who forces a bright, shaky smile and parrots that she was just kidding. He pulls the phone back, his eyes flashing with a silent, deadly warning at the girl. He looks back at the screen, his expression earnest as he reassures Haohao that there's nothing going on and that she shouldn't take it to heart. He leans closer, his voice dropping, becoming intense and serious. He tells her he doesn't like foreign women and that he will never have another girlfriend. He begs her to trust him. Watching his desperate face on her screen, Haohao feels a pang of something she can't quite name. He didn't have to be so serious about this. She offers him a soft smile and a simple oak. In the privacy of her own thoughts, she reasons that it doesn't really matter. She'll be leaving this world sooner or later. If he finds a new girlfriend abroad, then that's perfectly fine by her. Time melts away, and the world is soon blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. The spring festival has arrived. Dressed in a festive red kipao, Haohao greets her brother Chonglei with a cheerful wish for a happy spring festival. He returns the sentiment, handing her a red envelope with a gentle smile. As she thanks him, the doorbell chimes through the house. Her heart leaps into her throat when she sees who it is. Gingland. She stares at him, utterly bewildered, and asks why he is here. His expression is unreadable as he issues a command, not a request. She will attend a party with him tonight. She stammers, trying to form a protest, but he cuts her off. He leans in, his presence suffocating, and reminds her of their deal. He had given her half a year to get rid of the other men, a task she has spectacularly failed. A cold dread washes over her as she thinks about her mission. Status 4 of the male leads evilness meters were at 1. But Gingland's stubbornly at 50. She tries to excuse herself, mentioning her heavy schoolwork for the upcoming college exams. He silences her with a raised hand, offering a compromise. He would make an exception for her, he says, if she agrees to 3 conditions. The first condition, he states, is that she must be his date to all necessary parties. The other 2, he would decide later. Therefore, he concludes she cannot reject tonight's party. The words are a death sentence to her quiet holiday plans. Trapped, she can only stare at him in misery. All she had wanted, she thinks with a heart full of despair, was to spend the first day of the spring festival at home, quietly with her brother. The grand facade of the hotel glitters under the party lights, a beacon of wealth and power. Inside, the air is thick with champagne and hushed whispers. Zheng Yao, his smile as polished shoes, greets Gingland, placing a familiar hand on his arm. He welcomes Gingland and his beautiful companion, announcing that the event has begun and he will personally usher them inside. As they step into the opulent ballroom, the low hum of gossip follows them like a shadow. Whispers slither through the crowd, painting a picture of the night's purpose. It was said that Zheng Yao had orchestrated this entire affair to welcome a powerful business partner from my country, a figure so important that even Gingland's presence was requested. The whispers grow darker, more specific. The guest of honor was rumored to be Anne's newly adopted foster son, a young man whose reputation was as brilliant as it was terrifying. He was said to be utterly ruthless, having methodically eliminated all who opposed him upon his arrival in my country. One man noted with a shiver that his cold ambition was reminiscent of a younger Gingland, but his ruthlessness was matched only by his genius. The young man was a prodigy, a master of programming and chip design, a field where he was said to be unparalleled. The most chilling rumor, however, was about his latest creation. Just last month, he had allegedly developed a series of microchips capable of controlling the human mind. The whispers claimed he had even conducted experiments on live subjects, a horrifying trial that ended in failure when the subjects all perished from unknown side effects days later. Overhearing the conversation, a wave of nausea washes over Haohao. Her heart stammers in her chest. Oh my, how utterly scary. The words echo in her mind, a horrifying constellation of details. Programming, a young computer expert. A face flashes in her memory. It couldn't be, could it? The man they described sounded like a twisted, more competent, more dangerous version of the boy she knew. The thought sends an icy dread seeping into her bones. Zheng Yao, oblivious to her inner turmoil, continues to explain that the young man is here to inspect the situation, though he muses that his own small business is hardly grand enough to attract such a major figure. He concludes the man must simply be here for a bit of relaxation. Just then, a guest points across the glittering room. He directs their attention to a young man holding a glass of red wine, identifying him as the Chinese prodigy. Jiu. Haohao's breath catches in her throat. Her hand flies to her mouth to stifle a gasp as her eyes lock onto the familiar. It is him. It's Zhang Yao smoothly makes his way through the crowd toward Oh, greeting him as Mr. G and offering to make some introductions. He gestures back towards them, presenting his good friend Gingland of the G group, and his fiancée. The word hangs in the air, sharp and heavy. Fiancé, whose gaze flickers, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as his eyes darken with an unreadable emotion. He asks in a low, almost accusatone if Haohao always attends these events as Gingland's fiancé. Zhang Yao blinks, momentarily thrown by the strange intensity in U's reaction. He can't help but wonder if there's some unspoken history between them, but the moment passes as he remembers his duties, smiling politely and offering to introduce to some other important guests, Mr. Cow and Mr. Sunday. As Zhang Yao leads a silent away, Haohao's mind is a chaotic storm of confusion. What is going on? Just last night, she was on a video call with him, and he was the same meek, sweet she had always known. He'd promised her he was learning fast and would be home in just a few days to play with her. This cold, powerful man, this Mr. G, feels like a stranger. Gingland notices the color drain from her face and asks gently if she wants to go back first. She shakes her head, her resolve hardening. No, she will wait. She needs him to come to her, to look her in the eye and explain this impossible transformation. A terrifying realization dawns on her, sending a fresh wave of cold through her veins. This is different. This is all so different from her last life. In her previous timeline, was never the foster son of the formidable Lian. He isn't hiding this monumental secret from her all this time. The trust she had placed in him begins to fracture, leaving a hollow ache in her chest. An inexplicable emptiness consumes her, the bitter taste of betrayal on her tongue. Gingland's touch is a grounding force as he gently takes her hand, his soft as he suggests they get something to eat. She can only nod, allowing him to lead her toward the hotel's buffet area. They sit in silence, the clinking of cutlery a stark contrast to the turmoil in her heart. She stares blankly at her plate, completely lost in her thoughts, her mind replaying every lie, every hidden truth. A familiar voice cuts through the haze, asking if he might sit with them for a moment. It's Oh. His hand rests gently on her shoulder as he says her name, his voice filled with a warmth that feels utterly dissonant with the rumors she just heard. Before she can react, Gingland is on his feet, a protective wall between them. His voice is dangerously low as he tells that he wants to speak with Haohao alone for a minute. Gingland's reply instant and icy, stating flatly that he doesn't trust him. Merely offers a faint, almost dismissive smile, effortlessly stepping around Gingland to take the seat beside her. He leans close, his voice a conspiratorial whisper meant only for her ears. He explains that the only reason he didn't tell her he was back was because he wanted to surprise her. He continues, claiming he came to Zhang Yao's party by pure chance, never expecting that he and Gingland were friends. It was a coincidence that exposed his identity before he could reveal it himself. He says her name again, softly, pleadingly, but she remains still, her face a mask of stone. A flicker of hurt crosses his features as he asks why she is ignoring him. Finally, she turns to him, her eyes cold steel. She sets her fork down with a quiet clatter that sounds like a gunshot in the tense silence. She tells him to stop pretending, her voice devoid of its usual warmth. She informs him that she knows everything. Zhang Yao, unaware of their shared history, had told her all about the infamous Mr. G. The words drip with sarcasm and disappointment. She tells him he's quite something now, so much so that she feels she is no longer qualified to be his friend anymore, Mr. G. His hand shoots out, covering hers on the table. He breathes her name, a desperate plea. He asks her why she would listen to the gossip of strangers over him. They grew up together, he insists. Doesn't she know him best of all? Her eyes flash, challenging him. If that's true, she demands, then he should tell her himself. Who is he? She holds his gaze, unwavering, waiting for the truth. He lets out a soft sigh, his bravado melting away to reveal a flicker of vulnerability. He asks if she heard all the evil things he supposedly did to make his mark. He urges her not to believe it, explaining that rumors always amplify the truth, especially when they travel across an ocean. He begins his story, his voice earnest. He explains that becoming Li An's foster son happened so suddenly that it was natural for people to be suspicious and exaggerate the truth of his rapid rise. He tells her he had initially gone abroad simply to study, but was robbed and left for dead. It was then that he found Li An, who was severely injured. He had saved the man's life out of simple kindness. Li An, upon seeing the complex programs on U's computer, became intensely interested and demanded U work for him. When U refused, Li An threatened him, using something on the computer as leverage to ensure his compliance. U says he had no choice but to agree to stay alive, and to pacify the powerful man, he accepted the title of his foster son. Gingland, listening from across the table, scoffs internally. The story was so outrageous it was almost laughable. Haohao isn't finished, she presses him, her voice sharp, demanding to know about the chips and the people he supposedly killed. Panic flashes in U's eyes. He vehemently denies it, insisting he would never dare to kill anyone. He only stunned them. The story about the chips, he claims, is even more ridiculous. He explains it wasn't a mind control device at all, but simply a delivery system for a strong anesthetic to render people unconscious temporarily. He looks into her eyes, his own pleading, begging her to trust him. Her icy resolve finally thaws. All the fear and anger melts into a wave of sympathy. She pulls him into a tight embrace, her voice thick with emotion as she asks why he never told her how much he had suffered. He relaxes into her hold, relief washing over him. Pulling back slightly, his confident smile returns. He admits that while it was tough, it was also a golden opportunity. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he says, and for a moment they are just Haohao and again. Gingland watches them from across the table, his expression unreadable as he sips his drink. He doesn't believe U's story for a second, but he sees one undeniable truth. It would never hurt Haohao. For now, that is all that matters. He breaks the silence, his voice cutting through their intimate moment. He asks about those mind control chips U mentioned. Did he perhaps mean these? U looks up, his expression guarded. With a soft clink, Gingland places 4 small, gleaming chips onto the table. He brought them bells. He can take them if he's interested, dismissing them as not being valuable. Gingland watches him intently, then says he'll take them then. Accepts them with a polite word of thanks, but his mind is racing. Gingland was suspicious, just as he'd expected. Knows these specific chips will only work on Gingland and 3 others. Given Gingland's cautious nature, he would never test them himself, rendering them useless in his hands. But now Gingland is on high alert. A new anxiety takes root in U's heart. He wonders if he'll be able to take Haohao abroad as planned. His gaze softens as he watches her enjoy of strawberry cake, seemingly oblivious to the silent battle being waged. Later that evening, under a sky full of stars at the farm, thanks Haohao for bringing him back. He tells her he'll be staying for a week before he has to leave again, and he asks hopefully if she can spend some time with him. She agrees without hesitation, and he pulls her into a warm, heart hug. After a moment, he releases her, tells her he's going inside, and bids her good night. Haohao slides back into the passenger seat of Gingland's car, telling him they can leave now. As they drive, Gingland's hands hers, his grip firm and serious. He warns her not to go out with alone, or to any secluded place with him. He makes her promise to let him know wherever she goes, his voice laced with an urgency that surprises her. When they pull up to the house, he stops her before she can get out, asking what's wrong. He admits he's afraid she won't be able to help herself around, especially after being apart for so long. A blush of indignation colors her cheeks, and she snaps back that she won't. As she walks away, Gingland watches her, his expression grim. He knew she wouldn't, he thinks to himself, but he couldn't be sure about Go. The next morning, arrives at the house, ringing the doorbell with a cheerful air. Gingland opens the door, his face a mask of cool indifference. He asks when he returned home, and replies that it was yesterday. Gingland points out that Haohao always sleeps in on holidays, pointedly asking if had called her before showing up. Smiles easily, explaining that they had talked about it the night before, though he hadn't given her a specific time. He adds the girls enjoy sleeping in, and he is perfectly fine with waiting. Gingland curtly tells him to wait in the living room, stating that he has things to do and has to go out before leaving and shutting the door firmly behind him. A sly smile plays on U's lips as he watches him go. He remembers that Haohao's room is on the 2nd floor and quietly makes his way up the stairs. He knocks gently on her door. From inside, a sleepy voice murmurs for him to come in. As the door creaks open, Haohao's eyes flutter open, widening in shock when she sees him standing there. She asks what he's doing here, then quickly pulls the covers up, telling him to get out so she can change and to give her 10 minutes. But instead of leaving, he walks to her bed and pulls the blanket away. He leans down, his voice a husky whisper against her ear, telling her how much he's missed her. He presses a soft kiss to her forehead, his words a breath of forbidden promises. He tells her that soon he'll be able to have her all to himself. They would wake up, he murmurs, and he would cuddle her to sleep every night. He wishes her a good morning, his voice full of longing. Her face flames crimson. Flustered, she pushes against his chest, telling him to get up first. He chuckles, agreeing to go downstairs and wait. As he leaves, a strange thought crosses her mind. Seems different somehow. He's no longer the well-behaved boy she remembers. After getting dressed, she descends the stairs to find him waiting at the bottom, his arms open wide. He calls out for her to come on, playfully challenging her to catch him. A bright smile lights up her face as she accepts, telling him she's got this. With a laugh, she leaps from the final steps of the staircase, flying toward him. He catches her effortlessly, his arms wrapping around her waist as their momentum brings them crashing together. In the dizzying, joyful collision, their lips meet. He pulls back just enough to look into her dazed eyes, a triumphant blush on his cheeks. He told her he could catch her, he whispers, and he promises that he will fulfill every single commitment he ever makes to her. The sunlight felt warm on her skin, a gentle caress that did little to soothe the fluttering in her chest. Standing so close to Ji-U, a strange thought bubbled up in her mind. Does absence really make the heart grow fonder? For the first time, it felt real, like they were truly, properly dating. He asked where they should go today, his voice a low, pleasant hum beside her ear. He suggested the amusement park, the same one from her birthday, and a smile touched her lips. She agreed readily, adding that her brother had mentioned how lively it was. The afternoon dissolved into a kaleidoscope of bright lights and happy screams. With a sweet, sticky candied hawthorn in hand, strolled through the park, the giant Ferris wheel a silent sentinel against the sky. As the sun began to dip lower, she confessed that while it was fun, she was feeling a little tired from playing all afternoon. He flashed a charming smile, pulling out his phone. He suggested they take a photo to remember the day, a small token of their time together. She leaned in close, ready to smile for the camera, when she felt the soft, unexpected press of his lips against her cheek. The click of the camera captured her stunned expression. He looked at the screen, pleased, declaring it looked so nice he would have to make it his screensaver and WeChat avatar. A blush crept up her neck, and she playfully protested it was too much, trying to snatch the phone. She darted away, laughing, and he gave chase. A game as old as time. He caught her easily, his arms wrapping around her from behind, pulling her into a secure, warm embrace that stole her breath. But then, the playful energy between them shifted, growing heavy and serious. His voice was low when he asked her a question that felt like a stone dropping into a still pond. He asked what she would do if he decided to work abroad. Her heart stuttered. She asked if he wouldn't be coming back. He confirmed her fear, saying he might not return. He felt that place was more suitable for him, that he'd already achieved something there. He then planted a seed of an idea, asking if she could study abroad after college, mentioning how great the schools were there. He held her tighter, a desperate edge to his grip. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion and panic. She admitted she had never evered such a thing, certain her brother would never agree. The very thought of a long-distance relationship was suffocating. With so many men around him, how could she not worry? A cold dread washed over her as she voiced her deepest fear, that if he stayed away for a long time, he would soon forget her. He immediately denied it, his voice thick with emotion, swearing that he would never, ever forget her. But his words were just a bandage on a gaping wound. The fear remained a cold knot in her stomach. Sensing her unease, he sighed, saying he was tired too, and that they should go back. A sleek white car was already waiting for them by the curb. Inside the quiet confines of the car, her phone suddenly blared to life. It was Gingland, she answered, asking where he was. She explained that she and had gone to the amusement park and were on their way back. His voice on the other end was sharp, demanding to know who else was with them. She told him it was just the two of them. An icy fury laced his next words as he reminded her that he had explicitly told her not to be alone with Before she could respond, the phone was snatched from her hand. She turned in shock to see holding it, his jaw tight. She asked Gingland why he was so wary of her. Spoke into the phone, his voice deceptively calm as the car sped along the road. He told Gingland that he knew why he was so suspicious, and if he had something to say, he should say it in front of Haohao. He coolly informed him that he and Haohao were going to the cinema later and that he shouldn't worry before demanding that he give the phone back to her. As handed her the phone, Gingland's frantic voice came through, asking what else wanted to say before demanding she share her real-time location so he could come to her immediately. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She wondered if this was really necessary, but a glance at his evilness meter, spiking into the red, told her it was better to just listen to him for now. She reluctantly agreed. Watched her, a knowing look in his eyes. He commented that she seemed nervous too, that she must see him as a bad guy. She couldn't meet his gaze, murmuring that he was too kind and that Gingland was right. A chilling smile spread across U's face. He leaned in, his voice a soft poison, and agreed that he was a bad guy indeed. In one swift movement, he seized her phone. Before she could even process what was happening, he rolled down the window and threw it out into the blur of the speeding scenery. Her gasp was lost in the wind. He turned back to her, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. He told her he didn't want to be out. He refused to give up everything he had built abroad, and he certainly wouldn't share her with anyone else. Her world tilted on its axis. He leaned closer, his breath hot against her skin, and delivered the final, devastating blow. He had decided to take her abroad with him. Her mind reeled in disbelief. Was this really the kind, gentle boy she knew? His hand cupped her face, his touch no longer tender but possessive. He crushed his lips against hers in a brutal, silencing kiss. When he pulled away, his eyes were wild. He admitted he hadn't wanted to do this now, but Gingland was too alert. This, he hissed, was his only opportunity. In the dark pools of his pupils, she could see her own terrified reflection. He tried to soothe her, telling her not to be afraid, that he would be with her. He pulled her into a suffocating hug, but she fought against him, her voice cracking as she screamed that she wasn't going abroad. Her protests were useless. The car sped down the highway towards the distant lights of an airport, carrying her away from everything she knew. The next day, she awoke in a lavish, unfamiliar villa in Y country. A fever raged through her body, and she was trapped in a delirious nightmare, crying out for Chonglei, begging to go home. Gio sat on the edge of her bed, holding a pill and a glass of water. He told her gently that she had a fever and needed to take her medicine. He hadn't expected her to be so mentally fragile. The fever had gripped her the moment they arrived. With what little strength she had, she clutched his sleeve, her voice a weak, desperate plea to let her go home. He simply leaned down and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to her feverish forehead, stroking her hair He whispered that this her home now, their home. Her eyes widened in horror. In his mind, a triumphant thought echoed. Finally, she was his and his alone. He just needed to work harder to replace Li Yan, and with Haohao by his side, he wouldn't be afraid to face Mu Chonglai. 3 days passed in a blur of fever and despair. The fever had broken, but she was a prisoner. No phone, no ID, constantly watched. She sat by the window, staring out at a world she couldn't reach, trapped. Her system appeared, its small form trembling with distress, apologizing that it was powerless, unable to contact anyone, not even the laws of the universe. U's voice broke the silence, announcing it was time to eat. She turned to him with eyes that were utterly vacant, devoid of any light or emotion. The sight made his own expression crumble. He begged her not to look at him like that. He reached out, covering her empty eyes with his hand as if he couldn't bear the silent accusation within them. He carried her to the dining table, his unnaturally cheerful as he promised to take her to a museum when she was better, pointing out that he had prepared all her favorite dishes. But when he tried to feed her, she turned her head and spat the food out, a small act of defiance. His patience frayed. He warned her that she hadn't eaten in days and it was bad for her health, urging her to have some soup. She refused, turning her head away resolutely. A dark shadow passed over his features. In a shocking move, he drank the soup himself, then grabbed her chin and forced his lips onto hers, transferring the warm liquid into her mouth. She choked and struggled, but he held her fast. His fingers dug into her jaw, forcing her to swallow as tears of humiliation streamed down her face. Weak and violated, she collapsed onto the floor. He knelt before her, his voice chillingly calm. He told her he didn't mind feeding her this way, that he could do it 3 times a day because he had all the time in the world. She looked up at him, her spirit broken, and begged him to just let her go home. He cupped her tear-stained face, his tone softening into something almost gentle. He told her he would agree to anything she wanted, except that. A gut-wrenching sob escaped her. She cried that it was the only thing she wanted. She clung to his shirt, pleading with him, calling him a nice man who was just confused. She begged him to let her go, to let them both pretend this horrifying nightmare never happened. But his answer was flat and final. He told her it couldn't work. He lifted her into his arms, ignoring her struggles. He said she needed a shower, that she would be uncomfortable if she didn't change. As he carried her from the room, her pleas of please, "Let me go back," faded into hopeless whispers. In the steam-filled bathroom, he moved to help her out of her clothes. A spark of her old air returned. She slapped his hand away with a resounding crack, her voice raw as she screamed for him to get out. He looked at her, unfazed by her outburst. He reminded her that they were adults, that the legal age of marriage in this country was 18. They could get married here. The words were a slap in the face. She shrieked at him, asking who in their right mind would ever marry him. She sobbed that she couldn't stand it anymore, that she couldn't forget the real G.O. She threatened him, her voice trembling with a desperate, futile hope, vowing that her brother would find her, and when he did, she would never speak to him again. A single, crystalline tear stained a path down his cheek, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly against her struggles. It didn't matter if she hated him, he whispered against her hair. As long as he could have her, he didn't care if she loved him or hated him. The bedroom door squeaks open and Gio enters, a gentle smile on his face. He carries a tray with a bowl of porridge, offering it to her. He sits on the edge of her bed, lifting a spoonful to her lips. As she eats, he makes an unexpected offer, asking if she would like to have a video call with her brother. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. She asks if she really can. He nods, his smile never wavering, assuring her that of course she can, and that he'll connect her right away. With a tap on his phone, the call connects, and he hands the device to her. Her face transforms, lighting up with pure joy. Her brother's face appears on the screen, his expression etched with worry. He asks where she is. Before she can answer, G.O. leans in, snatching the phone and angling at both of them in the frame, his arm possessively around her shoulders. He calmly informs her brother, Chonglai, that Haohao is with him. Chonglai's face contorts with rage. He demands to know what Gio wants, his voice booming through the small speaker, accusing him of being crazy for taking Haohao abroad without a word. Gio's reply is infuriatingly placid. He states that he wants to marry Haohao, and since they can do it at home, he had no choice but to bring her here. Chonglai demands to know if Haohao agreed to this madness. With a self-satisfied smile, Gio confirms that she did, adding that he already preparing the wedding, which will be in a few days. He then formally extends an invitation to Chonglai for their wedding. Gio coolly instructs him to book a flight to any city in Y County, promising to send someone for him at the airport. Then he leans in as a soft kiss to Haohao's forehead, telling her he's going to take a shower and that she can chat with her brother. As he disappears into the bathroom, Haohao is left alone, the phone feeling heavy in her trembling hands. The moment he's gone, the facade crumbles. Tears stream down her face as she brings the phone to her lips, her voice a desperate, broken whisper. She tells Chonglai she wants to go home, begging him, pleading with him to come and take her back. From his office miles away, Chonglai's voice is a lifeline. He tells her not to worry, that he'll book it immediately. He asks for her location, any nearby landmarks. Wiping her tears, she explains that she's been locked in this room for days, that there's nothing recognizable outside. He reassures her, telling her not to worry. He knows Gingland is also abroad and he'll contact him for help. Just as she's about to reply, Go emerges from the bathroom, a towel slung low on his hips. She abruptly ends the call. He leans over her, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. He asks why she finished so quickly, musing that he thought she'd want to talk for a long time. She scrambles for a plausible lie, telling him her brother is coming in a few days, so they'll have plenty of time to talk later. She says she's tired and wants to sleep. He slips into bed beside her, wrapping his arms around her and announcing he'll sleep with her. His hair is still damp, and she instinctively tells him to dry it first. A playful, dangerous light enters his eyes. He asks if she's concerned about him, his voice a low purr. He then asks if she'll help him dry it. She pouts, telling him to do it himself. But he pleads, his voice soft and coaxing, and she finds herself giving in. His sudden gentleness is disarming. He's showing no aggression, acting as meek and mild as he always used to. It's a confusing paradox. Among all the male leads, he was the one she trusted most, yet he's the one who hurts her most deeply. Resigned, she tells him to go get the hair dryer. He eagerly agrees, and a moment later he's lying with his head in her lap, the warm air from the dryer humming softly as she runs her fingers through his hair. She tries to focus on the task, but she can feel his eyes on her. She tells him to stop looking at her like that. He ignores her, whispering her name before confessing that he really likes her. The words are a bitter pill. She retorts that if he truly liked her, he would never treat her this way. He turns, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face against her. He explains that he was just so afraid of being seized by others that he had once resigned himself to losing her. All he asks, he pleads, his voice muffled, is that she doesn't leave him behind. She knows his fear runs deep. He believes that once her task in this world is complete, she'll leave, and because his evilness meter is the lowest, he'll be the first one she abandons. He looks up at her, his eyes shining with unshed tears, promising that they'll have so much time together after they're married. Then he says she'll finally understand how much he likes her. But her heart is a block of ice. She thinks to herself, so what if she knows? After everything he's done, she could never like him back. As if reading her mind, he whispers that it's okay. She doesn't have to like him, as long as from now on she will be with him forever. He recalls a past shrouded in shattered ice, a time when he realized his obedience only made him easier to ignore. She always put him last. He decided then that he didn't want to be a good boy anymore. Haohao is silent, his pain finally reaching her. She tries to explain, her voice soft, that she always put him last because she thought of him as family, the one constant she could always rely on, the one person she would never truly break up with. He gets up and stands before her, his hand covering hers. If they can't just live like this. He likes her, and he believes she likes him too. They could get married, live here, be happy. But she can't. Shaking her head, she tells him she wants to go home. She hates this place. Her voice drops to a desperate whisper, confessing that if she can't go back, she might not be able to live. His expression hardens. He asks if that would still be true, even if they had a baby. Her resolve doesn't waver. She looks him in the eye and tells him no, she can't. He turns away from her, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He announces flatly that his hair is dry and it's time to sleep. Later that night, as he holds her sleeping form, his true fears surface. He's calculated everything except for one crucial detail. If she can't finish her task, she has the option to kill herself to escape this world. He and the others have chased her through lifetimes. Her freedom has always been more important than their desires. The realization is a profound, heartbreaking sadness. As the thought settles, his phone buzzes on the nightstand. The next morning, he stands on the balcony, yawning as he takes the call. It's Chonglai demanding to know where Haohao is. Ji-U replies calmly that she's still sleeping. Chonglai, standing in a busy airport, seethes with rage. He informs Ji-U that he's landed and will be in the capital in 13 hours, demanding to be picked up. He silently fumes, wouldn't have gone to all this trouble for nothing. Ji-Yu's voice is weary as he tells Chonglai there's no need to rush. When Chonglai threatens him, Ji-U finally reveals the truth. He explains that he spoke with Haohao last night, and she confessed she couldn't live if she couldn't go back. Tells Chonglai he has no choice but to let her go. With a sad, resigned smile, he makes a final request. Let Haohao stay with him for just 3 more days. After that, he will tell Chonglai where to pick her up. As he hangs up, he knows this is the end of the line for him. Chonglai won't return to their home country. The moment Ji-U tries to escape his own fate, his enemy Li-En will be waiting. There's no escape. He can't go back. The soft click of the balcony door echoes in the quiet morning air as Ji-U steps back into the room, his robe loosely tied, revealing the sharp lines of his chest. The first rays of sunlight spill across the bed, illuminating Haohao as she stirs from her sleep, a delicate yawn escaping her lips. Before she can fully open her eyes, a warm presence looms over her. Ji-U leans down, his lips brushing against hers in a soft, possessive kiss as he wishes her a good morning. A jolt of panic courses through her. She instinctively turns her head away, the silken sheets rustling with her movement. His voice, now a low and urgent whisper, pleads with her not to avoid him, to just respond to him for once. His proposition hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. He asks her to stay with him for just 3 more days. After that, they would go through with the wedding, and then he promises he would let her go home. He explains that he has gone to such great lengths to bring her here, to this foreign country, and he couldn't possibly walk away with nothing to show for it. A confident, almost cruel smirk plays on lips as he adds that, at the very least, he would be the first man to ever marry her. The words strike her like a physical blow. Her hand falls limply onto the sheets, her mind reeling. She stammers, barely able to form the words, asking what he could possibly mean. His expression softens, becoming almost reassuring. He tells her he knows her bottom line and that this wouldn't be a real wedding. He explains that they are surrounded by foreigners, so no one from their world back home would ever know, and it wouldn't affect her reputation at all. Besides, he adds with a sigh, the invitations had already been sent. If she failed to show up now, he would become a complete laughingstock. A sliver of a compromise forms in her mind. She looks at him, her gaze wavering, and agrees that she could have a wedding with him. But she has a condition. She asks if, once they return home, they could go back to the way they were when they first dated. He scoffs, the sound sharp and dismissive. Of course not. Leaning in so close, she can feel radiating from him. He tells her that they must act like a proper couple. Then, his voice drops to a husky whisper, his breath tickling her ear and sending a blush creeping up her neck. He promises, just as he had a few days ago, that he wouldn't cross that final line. With that, he declares it a deal. From this moment forward, she is his wife. He captures her face in his hands, pulling her into a deep, searching kiss that leaves her breathless and dizzy. Gathering what little courage she has left, she pulls back slightly and sets one final condition. She agrees, but on the condition that if Gingland and the others try to isolate her from him, he must protect her. He watches her, a strange, knowing smile on his face, amused that she is so naive as to think she can't go back. In one swift movement, he pushes her back against the plush pillows, his body caging hers. He murmurs that it's still early and suggests they do something a loving couple should do. Her heart hammers against her ribs, her cheeks burning as she weakly tells him to be quick. His hand travels slowly, deliberately up her leg, his touch like an electric current. He chuckles softly, a low, rumbling sound in his chest, and tells her that a woman should never ask a man to be quick. He insists they take their time, with no need to hurry. His voice becomes a hypnotic whisper, coaxing her to be good, to not resist him. The world seems to fade into a soft, hazy blur as he leans down, his lips brushing against her ear as he confesses that he likes her the most. 2 days later, they arrive at the Impingli en Manhwa. They walk hand in hand up the stone path, dressed in elegant, almost fairy tale-like attire. After their agreement, Jiu had spent 2 days showing her the sights, but their brief idyll was cut short by a sudden call from his foster father, summoning them to the manor. He senses her anxiety and squeezes her hand, gently telling her not to be nervous. They step into a grand drawing room, where a stern-looking older man sips of red wine. Jiu addresses him respectfully as Dad. The man, An, sets his glass down with a sharp click. His voice is cold as he states that marriage is a monumental affair. He demands to know how Jiu could possibly get married without discussing it with him first, questioning if Jiu was dissatisfied with him, or if he no longer regarded him as a father. Jiu quickly shakes his head, assuring his foster father that wasn't true at all. He explains that he respects him immensely and knows how busy he is. He downplays the event, saying the wedding with Haohao was arranged in a hurry and isn't even a real marriage, merely a rehearsal, something not worthy of troubling him with. An intense, silent battle of wills passes between the two men, their eyes locked. Finally, Lion's severe expression cracks just a little. He states that whether the matter is big or small, as long as it concerns Jiu, it is his obligation as a father to be involved. He declares that he will be present tomorrow, even for a rehearsal. Jiu offers his thanks, then explains that since the wedding is tomorrow, he and Haohao would like to rest early. Leon nods, telling them to go rest, mentioning that has already had a room prepared for them. He adds that the manor is closer to the hotel, which will give them more time in the morning. A polite smile fixes itself on Jiu's face as he tells his father he will take Haohao to their room. As they walk away, Lian's pleasant facade crumbles. He stares into his wine, a dark thought taking root in his mind. He hadn't thought this through. He cannot, under any circumstances, let Jiu go back home. His eyes narrow into icy slits. To keep Jiu here, Haohao must stay forever. He resolves that absolutely nothing can go wrong with the wedding tomorrow. The morning of the wedding arrives, the sun casting a golden glow over the estate. Haohao is still sound asleep when Jiu's soft voice coaxes her awake, telling her it's time to get up for makeup and head to the hotel. She groans, pulling the thick duvet over her head in protest. She whines that she isn't going, that she doesn't want to get married. She complains that she could hardly rest last night and is still utterly exhausted. A playful grin spreads across Jiu's face. Since she doesn't want to get up, he announces he will simply have to help her wash up. Before she can protest, he scoops her blankets and all into his strong arms. She yelps in surprise, insisting she can do it herself. 2 hours later, Jiu stands waiting, impeccably dressed in a dark wedding suit. He calls her name, his voice soft with anticipation. He turns and his breath catches in his throat. She stands in the doorway, a vision in a magnificent pale blue wedding gown, a cascade of flowers in her hands. She asks shyly if it's strange for her to dress this way. He can only stare, dumbfounded, a blush creeping up his neck. He finally manages to whisper that she looks gorgeous. He crosses the room in 3 long strides and pulls her into a fierce hug, burying his face in her hair and exclaiming that they are getting married. A small, secret smile touches her lips as she leans into his embrace, thinking to herself how silly he is. They stand before the priest, the church bathed in the light of stained glass windows. The priest's solemn voice asks Ji-woo if he will take Miss Mew as his wife, to love and protect her for better or for worse. Ji-woo's eyes never leave hers, filled with a raw devotion as he says, "I do." The priest then turns to her, repeating the sacred vows. Falls. A soft blush warming her cheeks as her heart flutters. She lifts her eyes and with a voice barely above a whisper, she says, "I do." As they exchange rings and share a kiss beneath a floral arch, a strange thought crosses her mind. Except for the lack of a marriage certificate and family as witnesses, this wedding feels terrifyingly real. After the ceremony, they bid farewell to Lai. Ji-woo thanks him for the day, announcing that the wedding is over and he and Haohao are now going home. The car speeds away, leaving Lee watching from the manor steps. The car pulls up to Ji-woo's own manor, tires squealing against the pavement. He steps out and opens her door, helping her with the voluminous dress. He calls her name softly. Her heart stops. There, leaning against a tree, as if he's been waiting forever, is Gingland. Her mind goes blank with shock. Why is he here? How did he find her? Forgetting everything else, she gathers the layers of her dress and runs toward him, his name a desperate cry on her lips. It feels like an eternity, but she finally reaches him, a dazzling, relieved smile breaking through her shock. It's only been a dozen days, but it feels like a lifetime. He immediately wraps her in a powerful embrace, his voice a low rumble against her ear as he tells her he's here to take her home. He then instructs her to go inside and change. From a distance, Ji-woo watches, his expression turning to stone. Just as Gingland starts to lead her away, Ji-woo steps forward, his hand closing around her wrist. He looks directly at his rival, his voice laced with ice as he asks if it really makes a difference. The air between them crackles with unspoken animosity. Caught in the middle, Haohao quickly tries to defuse the situation. She tells Gingland that she and Oh didn't really get married, that it was all fake. She begs him to just take her home, her voice breaking as she admits how much she misses it. Gingland's grip on her arm tightens possessively as he leads her away, informing her that they will be leaving on a private jet. Ji-woo's voice, sharp with pain, calls her name, stopping her in her tracks. She turns, a question in her eyes. He closes the distance between them and pulls her into one last, desperate hug. He whispers that this is the last time he will hold her as his husband, promising that when she gets home, he won't be anymore. Her eyes flutter shut, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over her. A sudden, sharp bang shatters the fragile moment. Her eyes fly open in horror. Ji-woo's body goes heavy against hers, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Filled with a profound sadness, find hers. He tells her he has to stop her here and pleads with her to remember him, to miss him when she's gone. His consciousness fades, his head slumping against her shoulder. His lips find hers in a final, fleeting kiss before he goes completely limp. Gingland steps forward, his voice cold as he tells Ji-woo he may leave now, effortlessly taking Haohao's unconscious form into his own arms. As he carries her toward the waiting jet, a chilling voice cuts through the air. It's Lee-on, demanding to know where he's going with a woman who has just been married. He stands at the entrance of the manor, flanked phalanx of men in dark suits. Ji-woo, having regained a sliver of consciousness, stares in disbelief. He can't understand why Lee-an is here, or when he could have possibly arrived. Staggering forward, he tries to reason with his foster father, insisting he won't be going home. He concocts a frantic lie, claiming Haohao has urgent schoolwork and just needs to return for a short while. On ignores him, his cold gaze fixed on the man holding Haohao. He demands to know who he is. Ji-woo quickly says he's just a friend. A slow, cruel smile spreads across Lee-an's face as a hand giving a single, terrifying command to his men. Spare no one, he says, but my son. The air cracks with the sound of movement as men in shock suits materialize from the shadows, their faces hidden behind sunglasses. They're hatching assault rifles with a terrifying professionalism. Gingland's voice rips through the tension, a desperate, raw plea for them not to hurt Haohao. He throws his arms out as if to form a shield, but he's too far away. In the center of the chaos, Ji-woo holds Haohao tightly against his chest, her delicate wedding dress a stark white against the dark threat surrounding them as he sprints towards the open door of a private jet. The escape is within reach, but just as hope flickers, more men in suits descend from the plane's ramp, their weapons glinting in the sun. Lee-an's voice, dripping with cold amusement, echoes across the tarmac, taunting Ji-woo, asking if he really thought he was the only one who came prepared with guns. Surrounded, Ji-woo's grip on Haohao only tightens. She can feel the frantic, steady beat of his heart against her ear, a stark contrast to the icy fear coiling in her own stomach. His body is a warm, solid shield, but the cold muzzles of the guns pointed at them feel like a death sentence. Geo gives a sharp command for Gingland to get on the plane, and Gingland agrees, vowing they will escape together. As Geo carries Haohao, now in a flowing light blue gown, towards the sanctuary of the jet, Gingland scrambles to follow. But a dark, desperate thought poisons Gingland's mind. Damn it, he thinks, his heart pounding with a terrible resolve, realizing it will be too late if he doesn't shoot him now. A distance away, the mastermind of this horror, Leon, watches with a chilling expression, his monocle glinting. He murmurs to himself that since he can't have Geo's chip, then no one can. He grabs the shoulder of his nearest guard, his voice devoid of all humanity as he gives the final, monstrous order to shoot everyone, sparing no one. Not even Geo. The world explodes into a cacophony of gunfire. Muzzle flashes illuminate the horrific scene as bullets tear through the air. The roar is deafening as they run, feet pounding against the metal stairs of the jet ramp. Geo, with Haohao still secure in his arms, makes the final dash up the stairs, Gingland just a step behind him. Leon's face contorts in a mask of pure rage, screaming that none of them will escape as his men continue to fire relentlessly. In that split second of chaos, Gingland pulls out his ozil. His eyes, filled with a terrible, conflicting agony, lock onto his target. He screams a warning to be careful, a final, desperate cry lost in the gunfire. A sickening thud. Geo's body lurches forward, a grunt of pure agony torn from his lips as he takes the bullet meant for her, his back shielding her completely. He stumbles, falling through the doorway and onto the floor of the plane. The jet door slams shut, and with a powerful roar, the aircraft tears into the sky, leaving the carnage and the screams behind. Consciousness returns to Haohao in fragments. She's on the floor of the jet, safe. But beside her, Geo is sprawled, motionless. First thought that pierces through her daze is a frantic question about how he is. Gingland kneels beside them, his voice tense as he assures her that she's fine, and that he'll deal with the wound first. He pulls out a pair of scissors, the metallic swish cutting through the tense silence as he begins to cut away at Geo's blood-soaked shirt. A cold dread washes over him as he sees the wound. It was a shot somewhere the heart, a fatal wound. He thinks with certainty that Geo will probably die. A weak gasp brings his attention back. Geo is awake, his eyes clouded with pain, fixed on Haohao. Pants, struggling for breath, and tells her that this is as far as he can go with her. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he reaches a trembling hand towards her. His fingers find hers, his grip surprisingly strong, a final, desperate connection. A ghost of a smile touches his lips, a bitter, triumphant expression. He whispers that he won because Haohao, the woman who was willing to marry him, is his. He's racked by a violent cough, blood spattering his lips. He turns his gaze to Gingland, his voice a strained rasp, telling him not to waste any more time on her. He orders him to go back home till a final devastating blow. They're broken up. With what little strength he has left, he reveals his last secret, telling Gingland that if he trusts him, he and the others must go back and insert the chips he gave them. Only then, he promises, will they understand everything. Tears well in his eyes as he looks at Haohao one last time, the love and sorrow in his gaze an unbearable weight. He whispers a final, gut-wrenching goodbye, telling her he can't be with her anymore. His last coherent thought is a quiet prayer, a hope that in the end, he could at least help her get home. Later, under the quiet moonlight, Haohao wakes up in a familiar bed, at the Mu family's house. A soft voice asks if she's awake. It's Gingland sitting by her bedside. She sits up, her mind a fog of confusion, and asks where she is. He puts on a gentle, concerned expression, asking what's wrong, if she doesn't remember going abroad. He tells her softly that she's home now. The room comes into focus. It's her room. Relief and confusion war within her. She murmurs that she's back home. But then, like a crack of lightning, the memories flood back. Her eyes fly open, wide with panic. She grabs Gingland's arm, her voice shaking as she frantically asks where Geo is. Is he hiding? Is he okay? Gingland's face is a carefully constructed mask of sorrow. He tells her quietly that Geo didn't come back with them. He spins a devastating lie, explaining that Geo couldn't bring himself to give up everything he had in his country, that coming back for her was too great a sacrifice, and that he changed his mind at the very last minute. Haohao shakes her head, a strangled sob caught in her throat. No, that can't be right. That's not the Geo she knows. Gingland delivers the final crushing line, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He claims Geo said he wanted to break up with her, and that they are over for good. In that moment of shattering heartbreak, a tiny horned creature appears in a shimmer of light. Sheepy, her system guide, announces in a cheerful, robotic tone that Target Geo's evilness meter has been cleared. Her task, it chirps, is now 20% complete. The words are meaningless noise against the roaring in her ears. She turns to the creature, her voice trembling, and asks if what Gingland said is true. Sheepy's cheerful facade crumbles, replaced by a look of helpless sorrow. It confesses that it doesn't know. Its authority is weakening, and after she fainted on the plane, its connection to the outside world was severed. A cold, desolate logic settles in Hao's heart. The evilness meter is 0. Does that mean he truly feels nothing for her anymore? No love, no haste? Nothing? Is that why he left? The thought is more painful than any lie. Gingland gently offers her a bowl of soup, urging her to rest. Numbly, she lets him feed her a spoonful, her eyes vacant, staring at a future that has just been ripped away. After she's settled, Gingland quietly leaves the room, his calm demeanor slipping away the moment the door clicks shut. A group of anxious men are waiting for him. One of them, a stern man with long hair and glasses, immediately asks how Haohao is. Gingland lies smoothly, claiming she's fine, just sleeping off the jet lag. Susei, his expression intense, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know about Jiu. Gingland's shoulders slump, the weight of his deception settling upon him. He looks at his friends, his brothers, and tells them the terrible truth. He says that Jiu is dead. The air is sucked from the room. A collective, disbelieving "what?" echoes in the stunned silence. They demand an explanation, and Gingland recounts a modified version of the events, telling them Lee unambushed them and that Jiu was shot and killed while protecting them during the escape. He tells them Jiu's body is at the morgue and that he will tell his foster parents he died in a car crash. Then he relays Jiu's supposed last wish, for Haohao to never know the truth, for belief he simply broke up with her and would never return. He tells them to go home and let Haohao rest. But the man with glasses stops him, saying he has something for him. He leads Gingland into another room, where 4 small memory chips sit on a polished table. He explains that these are the chips from Jiu, but analysis revealed nothing. Gingland repeats Jiu's final, cryptic words that if they trusted him, they should insert the chips into their bodies, and then everything would be made clear. Before anyone can protest, Susu steps forward, grabs a chip, and without a flicker of hesitation, presses it into a port on his wrist. It clicks into place. The others cry out in alarm, asking what he's doing. Susu looks at his wrist, noting that the chip is gone, absorbed. He states with unwavering conviction that he doesn't believe Jiu would ever hurt them. A confident smile spreads across his face, but it vanishes in an instant. A searing pain explodes behind his eyes. He screams, clutching his head as information, raw and overwhelming, floods his mind. His friends rush to catch him as he stumbles, calling his name in panic. Through the agony, Susu's eyes widen with a terrifying understanding. "I see," he gasps. Looking up at his bewildered friends, he reveals the earth-shattering truth. He tells them he's merely a character in a book, and that no matter what he does, Haohao is destined to dislike him. Another man points out that Susu always suspected Haohao had ulterior motives. Susu, his voice filled with newfound clarity, explains that the chain's the reason for everything she does, her true purpose in their world. They stare in shock. Susu gestures to the remaining chips, explaining that the truth is brutal. The reason Jiu acted so differently, the reason he forced Haohao to go abroad, was because he knew this truth. He warns them that knowing this truth might make them hate Haohao and could torment them for the rest of their lives. He urges them to think carefully before making the same choice he did. The man with glasses asks him if he can live with this knowledge, if he can sleep at night. Susu's smile is sad but resolute. He says he can because he is different from them. In his mind, he sees it all clearly. He sees how others are always scheming, always wanting more from Haohao, from each other. But his feelings were simple. He would be happy just knowing she was alive and well. His relationship with her was pure, and he was proud of it. If her mission was to clear their evilness meters, then he would gladly help her. He knows that if she ever reached out for help, he would rush to her side without a single moment of hesitation. The next morning, Gingland tells Haohao he's going to work and to take her time. She murmurs a quiet bye. Alone, she sits at the breakfast table, her food untouched. She decides she needs closure. To properly break up, she needs to talk to him. To avoid any misunderstandings, she has to call him. Her fingers tremble slightly as she dials his number. The call connects, but there is no ringing. Only a cold, automated voice telling her she has dialed is powered off. Powered off. A knot of anxiety tightens in her chest. Why? Did something happen to him? She tries to calm herself, repeating the mantra that he's the male lead, he has plot armor, he must be fine. But a more insidious thought takes root. What if clearing his evilness meter truly him free? Free from the plot, free from her. What if their time together is now just a dark past he wants to erase? The realization is a quiet, crushing weight. Maybe moving on is the best thing for both of them. It just hurts. It hurts because she has known him across 2 lifetimes, and now they are nothing to each other. Not lovers, not even friends. Just strangers with a shared, and now forgotten, past. Within the quiet, sun-dappled grounds of the Su family's estate, a heavy air of sickness hangs in one of the bedrooms. Susi lies in bed, his body racked with a deep, rattling cough, his face flushed with a fever that paints his cheeks a painful red. His twin brother, Susu, leans against the doorframe, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he looks at his weakened sibling. He taunts Susi, his voice dripping with condescending pity, reminding him that he had made everything so clear. Yet Susi had still insisted on inserting the chip into his body. He recalls how Susie, unable to accept the crushing truth of their reality, had stood outside in the biting wind for an entire night, a futile act of defiance that only left him broken and ill. But the mockery melts away, replaced by a flicker of concern. Susie rushes to his brother's side, his cool hand pressing against C's burning forehead. He chides him for being so foolish, for letting himself get a fever so high he couldn't even get out of bed. Susie, his voice a hoarse whisper, can only tell him to shut up, the words barely carrying any force. Susu holds out a small pill, his expression unreadable. He asks if Susie can take the medicine himself or if he needs help. With a surge of pride, Susie demands the pill, his voice raspy. Susu's smirk returns as he praises him like a child, calling him a good boy. Susie gulps down the medicine with a glass of water, the effort leaving him breathless. He huffs, slumping back against the pillows as his brother watches, a triumphant glint in his eye. Susu announces that he'll leave, telling his brother to call if he needs anything. As the door clicks shut, Susie is left alone with his fever and a revelation that burns hotter than any illness. This world, his life, his love, it was all a lie. It turns out this world is a book, and he is nothing more than a character trapped within its pages. The truth is a bitter pill to swallow. Haohao, the girl loves, is only dating them to complete some kind of task. She wants to achieve her goal without paying any price, hoping to muddle through simply playing cute. His hand clenches the sheets, the fabric twisting under the force of his frustration and betrayal. He can almost see her smiling sweetly, oblivious to the turmoil she causes. He understands her reluctance to be truly intimate, but a desperate question echoes in his mind. Why couldn't she devote Evid of genuine affection? In another room, Susu kisses his brother through their shared connection. He asks what Haohao's favor meter for Susie is. The answer comes back, a stark and disappointing number, 40%. Susu reveals that his is exactly the same. They are suspended in a torturous limbo, more than friends, but not yet lovers. The weight of 2 lifetimes spent watching her feels like an eternity, yet to her, they are merely acquaintances, people she is only slightly close to. Susu flex on the power they now wield. Even Ji-U, the one who set this all in motion, probably never realized the full extent of the chips. They could not only control their own evilness meters, but also see Haohao's favor towards them. They even had a way to constrain her, to fight back against the strings of fate. A holographic display shimmers in his mind's eye, confirming Haohao's favor at 40% and his own evilness at a mere 5%. The rules of this cruel game are laid bare. If he awakens as a male lead, he can make Haohao his target. If he can raise her favor to 60%, he can become a real part of this world, finally free to leave. A twisted form of compensation for their suffering. Susie asks what he plans to do next. Susie's answer is quiet, resigned. He will do nothing. Susie, however, is a storm of emotion. He declares that he won't listen to his brother or give Haohao a hard time anymore. His only desire is to be with her. He vows that if she can complete her task and leave this world, he'll stay by her side until she goes. And if she's stuck here, unable to leave, he will stay with her until death. He turns the question on his brother, asking if Susie doesn't hate her, if he doesn't want to be with her forever. Without waiting for an answer, Susu admits that of course he wishes for that, but her happiness is more important. He has decided to abandon all his plans. He will let her do as she pleases as long as it makes her happy. With newfound resolve, Susu announces that he's figured out how to control his evilness meter. He's going to clear it right now. A soft beep echoes, and a notification appears for Haohao miles away. The system informs her that Susie's evilness meter has been cleared and her task is now 40% complete. She sits in her room, utterly bewildered. Her little system fairy pops up, just as confused, noting that Susie's meter cleared up, but Haohao had done absolutely nothing. She stares into space, wondering what the odds of such a thing could possibly be. Her phone buzzes, and Sue's name flashes on the screen. She answers him she's just at home reading. He replies that he's home too, and will go to school tomorrow, offering to pick her up, so they can go together. She agrees, but her mind is reeling. Why? Why would his evilness meter just vanish? She hangs up, a deep sense of unease settling over her. Ever since she broke up with Ji-U, all the male leads have been acting strangely. Her thoughts spiral. Ji-U broke up with her and then completely cut her off. Susie's evilness meter cleared up for no reason. And the others, Gingland, Gingland, and even Sai have been silent, not a single call or text. A stunning possibility dawns on her, a spark of hope in the confusion. Could this be the butterfly effect of her breakup? Are the male leads finally breaking free from the shackles of the original plot, gaining their own independent thoughts? A brilliant, joyful smile spreads across her face. Does this mean she'll finally be able to go home soon? The next morning, as she steps outside her gate, she finds Susu waiting for her, leaning casually against the wall. He greets her with a warm smile and suggests they head to school. She looks past him, surprised, asking why he's there alone and where Susie is. Susu explains that his brother has been coughing for the past few days and isn't comfortable around people when he's sick. He then drops a bombshell. For the next few days, he'll be going to class 5 in his brother's place, sitting in the same class as her. Haohao can only murmur that she understands. A thought clicks into place. Susie must be breaking free from the plot too. Her mind races. If Susie's evilness meter is cleared, that means he was the first to become free. Why hasn't he broken up with her? It doesn't make any sense. The other male leads are hesitating, pulling away. But Susie is acting as if nothing has changed at all. As he walks ahead of her, she finds herself staring at his back. He suddenly stops and turns, a teasing smile on his face. He tells her that if she wants to look, she should just look, there's no need to peek. Before she can react, he reaches out and takes her hand, his fingers lacing through hers. He leans in, his voice a low murmur, asking if she's stunned by his handsome appearance after not seeing him for so long. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson. This is different. Now that he's not a target, not a task, holding his hand feels real. For the first time, she's holding a man's hand without being forced to by the plot, and the sensation is electric, foreign, and overwhelming. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a frantic rhythm that makes her want to pull away. Yusu notices her distress and asks what's wrong. She manages to stammer out a weak nothing. He doesn't press, but his grip remains firm. In his own mind, he knows the truth. He knows she doesn't like him at all. But he feels a grim responsibility to stay by her side, to remain her boyfriend as a shield, just in case Gingland and Tingland decide to retaliate against her. They walk in silence, her face still burning with a blush. He glances at her, a silent apology in his eyes. He tells himself and her that this is his last request. He's sorry. The school bell rings, pulling them back to reality. Inside the classroom, a friend greets Haohao warmly, exclaiming that she's finally back. Haohao's gaze drifts to the boy she thinks is Susu, sitting at his desk. She notices immediately that he looks terribly pale. Later, she catches a glimpse of the real Susie, standing outside the classroom door, looking lost and cold. Her brow furrows in confusion. The boy inside had acted like Sue earlier, but this boy, the one outside, doesn't seem like Susie at all. He just stands there, hesitant to enter the room where she sits. The teacher spots him and calls out, asking Susie why he isn't coming into the classroom. He looks startled, stammering that she has the wrong person. The teacher looks puzzled, wondering if she mistook him for his brother, which she notes is a mistake he doesn't usually make. Her eyes flick to the boy at the desk, who has his head down as if sleeping. She leans over to another student and asks quietly if Susie is critically ill and if he's seen a doctor. The student Seuss, in disguise, wearing glasses to complete the illusion, looks up and answers for Haohao to hear. He assures the teacher that his brother has seen a doctor and taken his medicine. He explains that Susie has rarely been sick in his life, so now that he is, it just looks more dramatic than it is. There's no worry, Haohao listens, a simple "oh" escaping her lips. But despite Susie's reassurances, a seed of worry takes root in her heart. She makes a decision. During the break, while everyone else is downstairs for exercises, she'll sneak out and buy some warm porridge for Susie. As the campus buzzes with activity, Haohao moves like a shadow through the empty hallways, a small bag clutched in her hand. She peeks around the corner, confirming her suspicions. They're all gone. Class 5 should be empty. She approaches the classroom door, her heart light with her secret mission. Tiptoeing inside, she finds him slumped over his desk, fast asleep. A soft smile touches her lips. She thinks he's sleeping and decides to just leave the food to him. But as she gets closer, low and rough, cuts through the silence, asking why she's here. Startled, she fumbles with the bag, holding it out as an offering. She explains that she brought him some porridge. She feels a blush creep up her neck as she urges him to eat it, promising it will make him feel better. She carefully places the steaming container on his desk. But the boy who looks up at her is not the gentle Susie. A familiar, mocking smirk plays on his lips. He coolly informs her that he's Susie now. He leans back, his glinting with a strange light, and asks if she isn't afraid of being caught dating both of them at the same time. Haohao freezes, the warmth of her gesture turning to ice in her veins. She whispers his name, asking what's wrong with him. Her mind races, trying to understand his sudden anger. What did she do to make him so mad? Before she can process it, the boy, the real Psy, collapses back onto the desk. Confused and hurt, she watches as he tells her to just leave him alone. She doesn't understand why he's acting this way. Suddenly, he erupts. He points a trembling finger at her, his voice cracking as he screams that he doesn't want to see her, that she needs to get out. The porridge sits between them, a symbol of her rejected kindness. A violent coughing fit seizes him, and he hunches over, covering his mouth. Haohao instantly calls out his name, her voice laced with worry. She reaches out to comfort him, to rub his back, but he violently slaps her hand away, shouting for her to leave him alone. His eyes, filled with a pain she can't comprehend, lock onto hers. He tells her not to treat him like a task. He knows she doesn't like him, so she doesn't need to humor him like this. His voice breaks. He confesses that he thought he had met love, but it all turned out to be a total, cruel joke. The pieces click together in her mind, and a wave of sadness washes over her, of course. Without the plotting his feelings, he hates her. He really is the love rat the story made him out to be. With a heavy heart, she looks at him, her expression one of profound apology. She tells him she's sorry, and she promises that he can rest assured she will never bother him again. She gives him a sad final smile and congratulates him. Turning her back, she walks away, her voice soft but clear. She tells him he's free now, free to like anybody he wants, with no more plots to dictate his life. As she disappears through the doorway, Susie watches her go, a bitter thought twisting in his gut. Just as expected, she doesn't care at all. She was never proud of being loved, never flustered when he reproached her. It was all because she never loved him. Doesn't care. Outside the classroom, Tong Xinyan, a girl with vibrant purple hair, her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She heard everything. The scandalous truth settles in her mind. Susie and Susie are seeing Mu Haohao at the same time, switching places to be with her. A storm of jealousy and fury brews within her. No wonder Susie always ignored her, no matter how hard she tried. The twins had this twisted secret. A strange, blush-inducing thought occurs to her. Perhaps the twins have a peculiar taste for sharing the same girl. A cunning idea begins to form. A plan to take what she believes is rightfully hers. If she can accept their peculiarity, couldn't she replace Mu Haohao? With him on the outs, she sees her chance. She'll swin, expose Susie for pretending to be his brother, and then deuce their shared secret. She enters the classroom, calling out Susie's name sweetly. She stands before him, her face a mask of adoration. He glances at the gift bag she's carrying, the same kind Haohao brought, and dismisses her, telling her she has the wrong person. But she presses on, her voice with feigned devotion. She insists she could never be wrong about him. She confesses that she's been in love with him for 3 years, ever since their first year of high school. How could she mistake the man she loves? He scoffs, dryly asking if she wasn't wrong about him on the field just last week. His patience snaps. He glares at her, his voice dropping to an icy command, "Get lost." Undeterred, she grabs his collar, her voice turning accusatory. She demands to know why he and his brother are switching identities, asking if it's because of Mu Haohao. Her expression softens into one of false sympathy. She leans in, promising him that she won't tell anyone his secret. Her words are cut short by a deafening bang. He shoves the desk aside, kicking it with a ferocious roar. His eyes are blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. He snarls that he told her he was Susie. He asks, is blind or deaf? His voice a low threat as he warns her to shut her mouth or he'll kick her head in. A jolt of raw panic shot through her as rough fingers suddenly grabbed the collar of her school uniform, yanking her forward. Before she could even process the assault, she was being dragged unceremoniously through the crowded classroom doorway. Her friend, his face a mask of urgent determination, pulled her along with surprising strength, his voice echoing in the hallway. He shouted that Susie wanted to see her. The world seemed to spin as she was thrust forward, stumbling to a halt directly in front of him. There he stood, Susie, an imposing figure of calm indifference, his glasses glinting under the fluorescent lights. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence that stretched between them. What could he possibly want with her? The boy who had dragged her here clicked tongue, a sound of pure irritation. Half a month bled into the next, the memory of that strange, silent confrontation fading into a dull confusion. Now a new anxiety gripped her as she stood before the bulletin board where the monthly exam grades were posted. A knot of dread tightened in her stomach. She had missed nearly a month of classes. There was no way her ranking hadn't plummeted. Elsewhere in the throng of students, Mu Haohao scanned the list, her breath catching in her throat until she found her name. A quiet sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was great, no regression. She'd maintained her score. She had been so sure that after everything with Susie, her grades would have taken a nosedive. But her relief was short-lived. A saccharine voice, dripping with mock surprise, cut through the air. It was Tong Xinyan. She exclaimed how incredible it was that Xinyan was ranked behind the Sooth, and questioned if she had backslid. The words were a thinly veiled insult, and Tong Xinyan pressed her advantage, her lips curling into a smug smirk. She mused that it must be normal, after all, since Haohao didn't have an academically gifted boyfriend to help her out, especially after taking half a month's leave. The insinuation was as sharp as glass. Tong Xinyan wondered aloud, her voice carrying to the students nearby, just how a student like Susie tutored his girlfriend, remarking on how convenient it must be for them to sit together. The accusation hung in the air, cheating. Haohao's blood ran cold. She's suggesting C helped me cheat. A surge of fury rose in her chest, but she forced it down, telling herself not to rise to such a petty provocation. But Tong Xinyan wasn't finished. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that was somehow more venomous than her shouts. She asked Haohao if she truly knew what Susie and Susie were doing, warning her not to think that everyone else was an idiot. Haohao feigned indifference, shrugging her shoulders and asking her what it mattered. The casual dismissal was like a spark to gasoline. Tong Yin's face contorted with rage. She pointed a trembling finger directly at Haohao's face, her voice cracking with manufactured pity. She shrieked about how lucky Haohao was, questioning if she really believed they dated her, or if she was just being used as a convenient shield for them. That was the last straw. In a flash of movement, Haohao slapped her hand away. The carefully constructed dam of her composure finally broke. She yelled that Tong Xinyan was being a complete nuisance. "You're dead!" Tong Xinyan screamed, her face a mask of fury, and lunged forward. The hallway erupted into chaos as students gasped, watching the two girls collide. The next thing she knew, she was standing in the sterile, suffocating silence of the teaching affairs office. Tong Kinyan, her hair a mess and her eyes filled with crocodile tears, pointed an accusing finger. She sobbed that Haohao had hit her first, that everyone saw her push her. The teacher's stern, disappointed gaze fell upon Haohao, demanding to know if this was true. Haohao's chin lifted in defiance, her own eyes burning with unshed tears of frustration. She insisted firmly that she had done nothing wrong. As the teacher pressed her, asking again if she had pushed first, her eyes drifted towards the office window, and her heart stopped. Susie and Susai were standing right there watching. The sight of them shattered her resolve. The strength she had clung to crumbled into dust. She had managed to hold back her tears until now. But seeing the silent judgment in their posture, was too much. A choked sob escaped her lips, and then another, until she was weeping, the injustice of it all crashing down on her. Through her tears, she managed to gasp out that Tong Xinyan had made foul remarks first. Outside, a silent exchange passed between the brothers. Susie murmured that he would go inside, and Susa simply nodded his assent. The office door opened and he stepped inside, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere as he called her name, Haohao. Without thinking, without even looking, she turned and collapsed into his arms, burying her face against the solidity of his chest. She was so distraught she didn't even realize who was holding her. She whispered brokenly that Susie had grabbed her hair, that it really hurt, mistaking the boy comforting her for his twin. As he held her trembling form, Susie's mind raced. He had given her the silent treatment for half a month, expecting her to bend to come to him. Instead, she had only drifted further away. He had thought he could move on, but here she was in his arms, and he knew with a terrifying certainty that he was the one who held all the power. The teachers broke through his thoughts, demanding to know what he was doing and ordering him to let the girl go. He ignored the teacher completely. His gaze shifted, locking onto Tong Xinyan. His eyes, usually so calm, were now glacial pits of pure, unadulterated fury. Tong Xinyan physically recoiled, a gasp of terror catching in her throat. The look on his face was bone-chilling. Under the weight of that terrifying glare, her bravado shattered. She stammered a confession to the teacher, her voice trembling. She admitted that she had provoked Haohao first, and that when Haohao pushed anger, she had retaliated by grabbing her hair, starting the fight. A single thought screamed through Tong Xinyan's mind as she trembled. The look Susie just gave her was so incredibly scary. The teacher's wrath, now redirected, was immense. Tong Xinyan was ordered to write a 2,000-word report, deliver a public confession in front of the entire school, and to stand outside the classroom immediately. And through it all, Susie never let go of Haohao. So now the three of them stood in the hallway, a strange, silent tableau of punishment and protection. Inside the classroom, students whispered amongst themselves, wondering what was going on. One girl noted that since Susie was Haohao's boyfriend, it made sense for him to be there, but she questioned what Susie was doing there as well. Another girl leaned forward and softly asked Susie if he wanted to switch back. Haohao, still nestled in the protective of his arms, misinterpreted everything. She thought he must be feeling possessive, refusing to let his brother stand here in his place while holding her. The truth had not yet dawned on her. It was Susie's voice from the side that finally shattered her delusion. He stated plainly that he was Suso. Haohao's world tilted on its axis. Her head snapped up, her eyed with disbelief as she looked at the boy holding her. It wasn't Susie. It was Susie. It had been Susie all along. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched Susie's lips. He wondered if she truly hadn't recognized him just because they hadn't spoken for a month. He murmured that it was okay now. He confessed that the moment Tong Xinyan had hurt her, his mind had gone completely blank, all his carefully constructed plans and schemes forgotten in a rush of pure, primal instinct. The pieces clicked into place with dizzying speed. She had mistaken him for Susie, his jealousy, his cold shoulder for the past few weeks. This fierce, unwavering protection. He was so weird. He had lashed out at her for seemingly no reason, and now he was acting as if nothing had ever happened. A sudden familiar notification pinged in her mind. A blue screen materialized in her vision. Evilness meter. Target. For value. 100 lion. Evilness value. 0 cyan. Task is 60% completed. Her jaw dropped. What was going on? How could his evilness meter be cleared so suddenly? Susie's low voice pulled her from her shock. He was always so meek outside, he mused, and asked her gently what on earth Tong Xinyan could have said to make her actually fight her. She explained in a small voice that Tong Xinyan had discovered she was seeing both of them and threatened to expose their secret. In a fit of pique, she had pushed her. Susie's expression hardened. Tong Xinyan was so annoying. An icy resolve formed in his mind. He had to find a way to get her expelled. He told Haohao not to worry about it. From the side, Susie asked if he had a plan. Haohao's heart skipped a beat. She wondered if this mysterious plan had anything to do with her. Susie looked down at her, a glint in his eye. He suggested that they could simply disclose their relationship themselves. Then Tong Xinyan would have nothing to hold her them. He proposed that they, Haohao and him, come out into the open. Panic seized her. How could she possibly that? Her mission was to be with the 5 male leads, not just these 2 simultaneously. Susa pointed out that Susie wasn't stupid. He knew that these kinds of rumors always hurt the girl more. Susie simply replied that he knew, and as for how he would do it, she would find out soon. Then, leaning in without any warning, he pressed a soft, fleeting kiss to her cheek. Inside the classroom, several girls gasped audibly. Heat flooded Haohao's face, a deep crimson blush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Her mind was reeling. They were right outside the classroom. The teacher was inside. How could he just kiss her like that? Just then, the teacher coughed loudly, telling Haohao and Susai to come in and stop standing there. As they walked back into the classroom, Susu announced he would return to his own class. But Susi didn't go back to his seat. Instead, he slid into the empty chair right next to Haohao, declaring that this seat was much better. He picked up her notebook, his fingers brushing over the cute, bubbly stickers she decorated it with. He murmured that it was so cute. A blush crept up her neck as she wondered if this was how she appeared in his eyes. His gaze lifted from the notebook to her face, his eyes warm and impossibly soft. He told her, his voice a low whisper meant only for her, that his girlfriend was really cute. Then, under the cover of the desk, his hand found hers, fingers lacing together. The girls sitting behind them let out a collective muffled squeal. Flustered beyond belief, Haohao hissed that it was enough. This wasn't the aloof, cold boy she knew. What had gotten into him? After school, he still refused to let go her hand. The 3 of them walked through the school gates, a strange and conspicuous trio. Her mind was a whirlwind. Now that Susi's evilness meter was cleared, she knew she should probably break up him. The problem was, she couldn't think of a single reason to do it. And with Tong Xinyan's threat of exposure still hanging over them, she feared breaking up with him now might seem suspicious. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't realize Susi had stalking until he tugged gently on her hand. On a sudden, bizarre impulse, she reached up and covered his eyes with her free hand. She blurted out that it was Saturday tomorrow and asked if they could hang out together. To her utter shock, he smiled and said sure. She quickly waved goodbye, saying she was almost home and would see them tomorrow, before practically fleeing down the street. As the brothers watched her go, Susi's smile faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. He turned to Susi, his voice low, and asked he had guessed why she asked them out for tomorrow. Susi's reply was immediate and blunt: to break up with them. The setting sun cast long shadows on the pavement. Susi looked at his brother, a challenging glint in his eyes, and asked if they should agree to it. The next day, Haohao found herself sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car with Susi behind the wheel. The silence with unspoken tension. She finally broke it, asking where they were going. He replied coolly that they were headed to the Golden Horse Mall. 20 minutes later, they pulled up to the glittering facade of the high-end shopping center. Inside an exclusive boutique, a smiling sales associate handed Haohao several elegantly packed shopping bags. She turned to the silent brothers, her own smile bright but brittle. She explained that these were presents she had booked the previous night, realizing she had never given them anything since they first met, and she hoped they liked them. They said nothing, their expressions unreadable. She suggested they put the bags in the car before they continued, but beneath the cheerful smile, her eyes held a deep, profound sadness. This was her farewell, her carefully chosen symbols, her cowardly way of saying what she couldn't speak aloud. Inside one of the bags was a delicate, pear-shaped ornament. In their culture, the word for pair was a homophone for to separate. They were smart. They would understand the message. It was all about breaking and splitting. Just the thought crossed her mind. A sudden shout shattered the calm of the boutique. A man's frantic voice yelled about a robbery, telling everyone to get out of his way. A blur of motion shot past them. A man clutching a stolen handbag barreled through the store, shoving patrons aside. He slammed directly into Haohao, the impact sending her stumbling backward, the carefully chosen gifts tumbling from her grasp and scattering across the polished floor. The day shattered in an instant, the mundane peace of the city street torn apart by a woman's frantic screams of robbery. Haohao found herself on the cold pavement, the world a dizzying blur after being shoved aside. But before the shock could even register, a flash of green and white shot past Usei, his expression a mask of fierce determination, moving like a blur toward the chaos. With a bone-jarring slam, he intercepted the thief, a hulking figure in dark sunglasses. He snatched the stolen bag and held it out to its rightful owner, asking if it was hers. The woman confirmed it was and stammered that she would call the police immediately. But the thief, pinned by Sue's surprisingly strong grip, wasn't finished. He snarled, warning Sue not to even think about catching him. With a chilling crack, the cold, cruel glint of a knife appeared in his hand. A wave of pure, undiluted terror washed over Haohao. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread. From her place on the ground, she watched as the thief, his face contorted in a mask of rage, lunged forward, screaming for Susie to go to hell. The world slowed to a crawl. The glint of the arsing through the air was the only thing she could see. Just then, a sharp, panicked voice cut through the air. It was Susai, yelling for his brother to watch out. His eyes, usually so calm, were wide with a terror that mirrored her own as he saw the knife plunging toward his twin. Another man told Haohao to stay put, that he would go help, but Susi was already a blur of motion, his face a grim, resolute canvas of fury and fear. In a heartbeat, he was there. His hand shot out, a lifeline in the chaos, grabbing the thief's wrist in an iron grip just centimeters before the blade could find its mark. He twisted, using his own body as a shield, overpowering the man with a surge of desperate strength. But then the unthinkable happened. Instead of backing away, Susi moved forward, pressing himself into the struggle. In that terrible, confusing moment, the knife, still clutched in the thief's hand but guided by Susei's desperate defense, slid into Susi's side. A strangled gasp escaped Susi's lips as he looked at his brother, his eyes a swirling mix of pain and disbelief, whispering his name. A cold, terrifying rage descended upon Susi. With a single, precise movement, he delivered a brutal chop to the back of the thief's neck, sending the man crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Susi's strength was failing. He sagged against his brother, and in that moment, Susi leaned in, his voice a low, urgent whisper against Susi's ear. He gave a chilling command, telling his brother that if he didn't want to break up with Haohao, he needed to faint right now. Susu could process the words. He hadn't expected this cold, calculating strategy from his brother. The stab was a searing line of fire in his side, but it wasn't deep. Just as Haohao reached them, her voice cracking with fear as she called out his name, Susi was already playing his part. He knelt, his expression calm, noting how the attacker had been, how the stab was harsh and accurate. He declared that they had to get Susu to the hospital now. Susi let his eyes flutter closed, surrendering to the darkness as he collapsed into others' arms. The world faded, replaced by the sterile white of a hospital room. When Haohao's world came back into focus, she was sitting by Susi's bedside, watching his still, pale face. In the hallway, she could see Sai speaking with two men, his voice low and serious. He was explaining everything, that Susi's apparent coma was nothing more than a desperate ruse, a plan to win her sympathy. One of the men, with long hair and a stern expression, gave Susi an ultimatum. He reminded Susai that there were only 40 days left until the college entrance exam, and he expected Susi to give him and Sue that time with Haohao. He made a cold promise. After the exam, they would both leave her alone. Susi's reply was a clipped, emotionless agreement. But the man wasn't finished. He added that there was no need for them to actually get together, that they all needed to spend time with Haohao alone. For the first time, a crack appeared in Susi's stoic facade, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. Back in the room, Susai stood beside her, his voice a soothing balm as he reassured her, telling her the doctor said Susi was fine. As if on cue, a weak voice from the bed murmured her name. A wave of overwhelming relief crashed over Haohao, and tears of joy streamed down her face. She rushed to his side, her voice trembling as she said his name, overjoyed that he was finally awake. Susu managed a faint smile, his voice raspy as he told her not to cry, that it was just a small wound and he wasn't going to die. The words were like a physical blow. She quickly pressed her hand over his mouth, her eyes pleading with him not to say something terrible, not even as a joke. Later, trying to break the heavy silence, Susi casually asked where the gifts they had given her were, suggesting they open them. Haohao's flushed with guilt. She confessed in a small voice that in her panic, when she saw Susu get hurt, she had thrown them away. Her mind was a whirlwind. How could she possibly break up with them now, with Susu lying injured in a hospital bed because of her? No, she would wait. Just as she had thrown away the gifts in a moment of panic, she would break up with them after he recovered. She told Susi that they had to get the gifts back, recalling the high-end mall where they'd been purchased. Making her excuses, said her brother had arrived and hurried out of the room, leaving the twins alone. The moment the door closed, Susai's demeanor shifted. He turned to his brother, who was now sitting up, his gaze sharp as he wanted to do. Susi's voice was laced with a grim certainty. He knew that once he recovered, Haohao would break up with him. But Susi's eyes glinted with a different plan. He stated coldly that they would break up with her first. Susi was stunned, asking what he could possibly mean. He argued that their task was complete, the evilness meters cleared. Their contractual relationship should be over, allowing them to pursue her for real. Susi patiently explained his cold logic. A zero meter didn't mean they had lost. He told his brother not to be so pessimistic. He painted a picture of a future where Haohao might choose to stay in their world not for a task, but for love. He proposed a new strategy to win her heart with sincerity. Haohao was soft-hearted, he reasoned. Maybe, just maybe, she would one day accept them and choose to stay. A week later, the tension was as a living thing in the car. It had been a week since the incident, and Susi was mostly recovered, but the atmosphere with unspoken things as the three of them drove to school together. Haohao glanced at Susi, her browed with worry. She asked if he was really okay, thinking to herself that he still looked terribly pale. Susie, from the front seat, brushed off her concern, insisting he was fine. Susie then suggested that he switch identities with his brother for a few days so Susie could sit with her. But Susie immediately rejected the idea, his eyes softening as he looked at Haohao. He said no, he wanted to be her seatmate too. The twins began to bicker, one arguing that Susie was still injured, the other retorting that the doctor said he was healing fast and didn't need any special treatment. Suddenly, Susie slumped her. His face contorted in a dizzy spell, making Haohao cry out in alarm. As they pulled up to the school, Si got out, his thoughts dark. He knew Si was acting, but the memory of his brother's genuine grimace of pain that day was still seared into his mind. He was resolved, he wouldn't switch seats. Susie turned to Haohao, his pained expression melting into a charming smile. He told her he was fine and that they should head into class. He then held out his arm, a silent offer to help her inside. Haohao hesitated. This was new territory. She always entered the school separately. But seeing Si looking so fragile, so pained that he couldn't even walk on his own, how could she refuse? Susie seemed to read her mind, telling her not to worry. He pointed out that since Tong Xinyan already knew about them, they might as well make their relationship public themselves rather than wait for her to cause trouble. The logic was sound. Haohao's resolve hardened. She didn't care about rumors or being bullied online. Her only real concern was the guilt she would feel if she left them now. As Si watched her, a triumphant thought crossed his brother's plan was working perfectly. He gently asked if she had truly thought it through. Haohao looked up, her face breaking into a radiant, determined smile. She said yes, it was true, they were both her boyfriends. Seeing her smile, Susie felt a warmth spread through his chest, erasing the last of his pain. Maybe this was enough. Maybe her willingness to do this meant she might be willing to stay. Walking through the school halls with her arm linked through his felt surreal. Haohao had prepared for the worst for whispers and hateful glares, but the stares she received were merely curious, tinged with something that looked like admiration. Could it be, she wondered, that no one here minded a girl dating two boys at once? Inside the classroom, she told Sue to focus and promised they'd have lunch together. He meekly agreed, settling into his seat. But soon she overheard her classmates whispering, not with malice, but with excitement. They thought her story was romantic, and they were actually voting for her to keep both twins. She was utterly bewildered. Before she could process it, her friend Kin appeared, slinging an arm around her shoulder. Kin gushed about the rumor, declaring it more romantic than any idol drama, before asking the question on everyone's mind. Was she going to choose Susie or Susie? Haohao could only stare, completely lost. Kin was shocked she hadn't heard. She quickly pulled out her phone, showing Haohao a poll on the school forum. There were options: date Susie, date Susie, or date both. Kin giggled, admitting she and most of the class had voted for the third option. And then Haohao saw it, a viral post from an anonymous user, detailing a wildly dramatic and romanticized version of her story. The post told a tale of a fateful rainy day, of a misplaced umbrella given the younger twin, Susie, that sparked a crush. It spun a narrative of a misunderstanding where Haohao, thinking it was the elder twin Susie who had helped her, fell for him instead. The elder brother, already smitten, went along with the mistake, helping her study and eventually transfer her class to be near her. The story continued, painting Susie as the pining, silent brother who fell for her too but kept his distance. Then came the dramatic climax. The truth revealed Haohao's heartbreak and her attempt to flee abroad, Susie's grand romantic gesture to win her back, her rejection of the younger brother, and finally, Susie's desperate act of pretending to date her, leading to a confrontation, a near-fatal car accident where he saved her life, and a tearful hospital confession. The post concluded that the twins had agreed to a ceasefire to start over and let her choose, with the loser bowing out gracefully. Haohao stared at the screen, her face burning with embarrassment. This story, this epic, dramatic fabrication built around a kernel of truth, was utterly absurd. She thought was entirely too dramatic. A complicated thought surfaced in Susie's mind. His brother, Susie, had actually mentioned a way to keep him from being censored even if their relationship went public. He wondered if this was all Susie's doing. A blush crept up Mu Haohao's neck as she considered the twins. Their evilness meter was gone now, completely unaffected by the original plot, so why were they still treating her this way? Was she supposed to reject them? The timing felt all wrong. She had just agreed with Susie to make their relationship public, but it felt too soon. The school bell rang, and as she walked down the bustling hallway, she felt a strange mix of anxiety and anticipation. The moment she stepped into the classroom, a hand shot out, gripping her own. It was Susie. He stood before her, his voice a low, desperate plea, asking her to give him a chance to chase her. His fingers were laced with hers, a warmth that was both familiar and startling. A faint blush dusted his cheeks as he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. He pointed out that so many people were watching them, and begged her again, just for a chance. Her heart hammered against her ribs, the eyes of her classmates feeling like 1,000 tiny spotlights. She was completely flustered, managing only a weak stammer. She tried to pull her hand away, asking him to let go first, but his grip only tightened. A playful, dangerous smirk touched his lips as he told her he would, but only if she kissed him. The audacity of his request sent a jolt of shock through her. Her face burned with indignation as she snapped back that she wasn't his girlfriend anymore, and she certainly wouldn't kiss him. He looked down, his expression unreadable, before reminding her that she had, in fact, agreed to let him and Sue chase her again. Seeing her chance, she made a bargain, her voice trembling slightly. She told him to let her go now, and she would agree. The moment he released her, a strange feeling washed over her. Thump, thump. Her heart was beating faster and faster, a frantic rhythm against her chest. This felt different. It was nothing like the calculated emotions she felt when completing a task for the system. This was real, chaotic, and utterly terrifying. From that day on, the library and the basketball court became the two most popular places on campus. The online school forum post about them had become a sensation, and students were constantly trying to take candid photos, analyzing every tiny micro-movement to figure out which twin Haohao liked more. But the twins were vigilant. Susie would appear out of nowhere in the library, his expression cold as he demanded someone delete the photo they just took. On the basketball court, Susie would stop mid-dribble, pointing a finger and forbidding any more candid shots. Most of the time, the would-be photographers were caught by one of the brothers and forced to delete their pictures. The night before the college entrance exam, the house was quiet. Haohao stood in her room, the moonlight casting long shadows across the floor. Late twins had kept their distance, a conscious effort to give her space. They were no longer as intimate with her. Most, they would just hold her hands. It was nice, actually. She had a plan. After the exam was over, she would tell them. She would explain that she didn't feel like getting into a relationship and that she wouldn't be with them. Just as the thought solidified, a soft knock echoed not from her door, but from her window. Her head whipped around to see Sue perched precariously on the ledge outside her second-story window. Her heart leaped into her throat. She rushed over, sliding the window open, her voice a frantic whisper as she asked what was wrong with him. This was the second floor. Why didn't he just come through the door? He simply swung his legs over the sill and stepped into her room, the night air clinging to him. He explained that his brother, Susie, had sent a text to everyone, ordering them not to disturb her tonight. His gaze was soft, filled with a gentle concern. He knew tomorrow was the exam and that she needed to focus, but he confessed that he just wanted to see her. He took her hands in his touch sending a familiar warmth through her as he asked which university she wanted to choose. She hadn't even taken the test yet, she thought, feeling a little overwhelmed. A memory from her past life surfaced sharp and clear. The twins had gone to the top university together. A wave of resolve washed over her. She didn't want to go to the same college with them anymore. Before she could process his question further, he leaned in. His lips met hers in a soft, questioning kiss. In one fluid motion, he pushed her back, and she stumbled, landing softly on her bed with him hovering over her. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, pleading voice, begging her not to leave, to just stay here. She was bewildered, asking what he had just said. He pushed himself up slightly, his eyes searching hers, and asked if he could sleep with her tonight. She shook her head, telling him it was better not to. She needed to rest well for the exam tomorrow. He didn't push, instead suggesting a trip for several days after the exam. That she could agree to. She told him okay, and that they should do it with Susie too. A flicker of determination crossed her face. After the exam, it would be time for closure. She would find the right chance to talk to them both. He leaned down and stole another quick, sweet kiss. He smiled, satisfied, saying it was settled then, and that he would go home now. Alarmed, she told him not to jump out a window, that it was dangerous and she would take him downstairs. He was already moving, waving as he leaped gracefully from window to the ground below. She watched him go, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Finally, Susie had left. But as her gaze drifted down, she saw another figure standing in the yard. Susie, a knot of confusion tightened in her stomach. What was wrong with the twins tonight? They had seemed perfectly fine when they left school, but now they came to her one after another, acting as if they were about to part forever. She leaned out the window and asked Susie why he was so late. He looked up at her, a slow, tender smile spreading across his face. He didn't answer her question, simply stating that he missed her. A reluctant smile touched her own lips. She told him she knew, but urged him to go back and rest for the exam, wishing him good luck. His smile vanished, placed by a knowing look. He stated it plainly, his voice carrying up to her window. He said Susie had just kissed her. Cheeks instantly flamed, betraying her completely. This unbelievable, infuriating telepathy of theirs was such a headache. In the next instant, he was gone from the yard and right there in front of her, pulling her into a fierce, demanding kiss. He pulled back just enough to breathe, his lips still brushing against hers as he murmured that it wasn't enough. He kissed her again, deeper this time, until she was breathless and clinging to him just to stay upright. He held her close, a soft chuckle escaping him as he commented on how weak she was, how she could stand so ably. He finally let her go, smiling as he said he was going back. She watched him leave, her body still humming from his touch. He glanced back, a warm smile on his face as he told her to slow down and be careful. Once outside, Sue's smile faded, his expression hardening into something serious and unreadable. Susie emerged from the shadows to stand beside him. Susie asked if he had seen. Suso confirmed that he had. A wave of unease washed over him as he recalled what had happened just half an hour earlier. He had suddenly blacked out, and a chilling voice echoed in his mind, repeating the same phrase over. Susie will be out. He confessed he didn't know what it meant, but a suffocating worry had seized him, a fear that he would be unable to meet Haohao anymore. That's why he had rushed over. Luckily, she was still here. He looked up at her window, a desperate thought consuming him. What could he possibly do to make her stay? Or could she, perhaps, take him with her? The final bell rang, signaling the end of the grueling two-day exam. Haohao walked out of the school building with a confident spring in her step. The exam had been just the same as in her last life. She was sure she would get a good score. She hummed a cheerful tune to herself, feeling lighter than she had in days. A familiar voice called her name. "Changlei," she exclaimed, her faking into a wide smile as she saw him waving. She ran to him, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. She excitedly told him the test went well and that she wouldn't let him down. He hugged her back, telling her he knew she was the best, but his voice grew serious as he reminded her to apply for a local university. He begged her not to go to a college in another city. A dark memory haunted him. In her previous life, Haohao had been in a car accident when she went to a university far away. He couldn't let history repeat itself. She pulled back, agreeing with a nod. She felt her scores should be high enough for a good local school, but asked him to keep it a secret for now. Just then, two more figures approached. The twins. They called her name, and Susie asked how the test went. Susie answered for her, saying it wasn't bad. He then turned to Changlei, a polite but firm smile on his face, and announced that they had planned a trip with Haohao. The tickets were already booked, and it was time to set off. He smoothly assured Changlei they would take good care of her. Haohao's mind went blank. "What?" she stammered, completely caught off guard. "So soon?" Susie reached out and gently patted her head, explaining that with the test over, it was the perfect time to relax and clear their minds before the results came out. She couldn't argue. She had, after all, agreed to the trip as a way to make it up them for all the confusion. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she thought about it. Among the 5 male leads, she spent the most time with the twins, even if it was mostly just at school. Changlei watched, his heart sinking. He had deliberately come to pick Haohao up, only to find out she was leaving on a trip with them and he had to go back all alone. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Haohao felt a pang of guilt and called out his name. She rushed forward and gave him another tight hug, promising to bring him back lots of gifts. He sighed, patting her back. He told her it was okay and to go ahead. Her promise to call him at least once a day. She agreed, and with one last wave, she was gone. The view from the plane was stunning, but the town they arrived in was even more so. It was like stepping into a painting. Haohao looked around in awe, exclaiming how picturesque it all was. Susie, walking beside her, agreed that they had made a good choice. Susie handed her an ice pop, and she laughed, the sound bright and carefree. The trip had been completely spontaneous, a decision made by the twins who wanted to go with their instincts. They hadn't even decided on the destination until they were at the airport. 3 hours earlier, they had been huddled over a map. Susie had suggested going northeast to see the snow again, while Susie wanted to go northwest to ride horses on the plains. But Haohao had a different idea. She pointed to a small town on the southwest border, mentioning she'd heard they had bonfire parties there this season. The twins had immediately agreed. Back in the present, Susie explained that because it was peak tourist season, all the hotels were booked, so he had rented an entire house for them. The house was a gorgeous, traditional building surrounded by lush greenery. But as they stood in the entryway, Susie dropped a bomb. There were only 2 bedrooms. He looked at Haohao, a sly glint in his eye, and trailed off, letting her fill in the blanks. Flustered, she quickly suggested that he and Susu could share a room. "I don't want to share a room with him," they both yelled in perfect, indignant unison. And so, later that night, under the light of a brilliant full moon, the 3 of them ended up crammed together in the same large bed. Haohao was squished in the middle, feeling the heat from their bodies on either side. It was suffocating. She mumbled a question about whether they felt hot, but they seemed perfectly comfortable. Susie even offered to turn down the air conditioner. Desperate for an escape, she mumbled that she needed to go to the bathroom. As she slipped out of bed, both twins sat up. Susie immediately offered to escort her, but she waved him off, insisting she didn't need their help and that they should just sleep. She hurried out of the room, her face flushed, and stepped onto the veranda. The night was dark and quiet. A shiver ran down her spine. When they had first arrived, the house had seemed charming. Now in the dead of night, it just empty and spooky. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind her, their voices speaking in unison. They said they had better go with her. They flanked her, one on each side, their presence both intimidating and strangely comforting. She could only stammer out an okay, a wave of regret washing over her. It was only the first day, and she already starting to regret her choice of destination. The air was thick with the scent of street food and the cheerful hum of a bustling market, strings of lights crisscrossing above their heads like a canopy of captured stars. Two impossibly handsome men flanked Haohao, each placing a brightly colored lollipop in her hand as she stared wide-eyed at the vibrant scene. Her heart did a little flutter. So handsome. Nearby, a pair of girls whispered amongst themselves, their eyes glued to Haohao's companions. They marveled at how the two men looked identical, like twins, yet their styles were so completely different. One of the girls, emboldened by curiosity, stepped forward and asked if she could add them on WeChat, but her hopes were dashed in an instant. In a chillingly synchronized monotone, both Susie and C delivered the rejection, their voices flat as they stated they were taken. A small, almost imperceptible sigh escaped Haohao's lips as she nibbled on a cloud of pink cotton candy. The twins were just so popular. A memory, bittersweet and sharp, pierced through the present moment. She remembered a friend complaining about how another girl had tried her boyfriend, on WeChat. A gentle face flashed in her mind's eye, smiling kindly as he apologized to the girl, explaining that he already had a girlfriend. A familiar ache settled in her chest. Where was he now? She wondered how he was doing all alone in another country. His phone number didn't work anymore. Since the day broke up, it was as if he'd vanished from her life entirely. They weren't even friends. The thought was a cold weight in her stomach. Her melancholy was interrupted when a new man, a camera slung casually around his neck, approached her with a charming smile. He asked if he could add her on WeChat, claiming he just wanted to be her friend. He ran a hand through his hair, his confidence radiating. But before Haohao could even form a reply, two shadows fell over them. Susis and Su's eyes stood like twin sentinels, their expressions thunderous. In a voice laced with ice, they declared there was no way she was taken. Susie's harsh expression melted away as he turned to Haohao, his smile returning. He suggested that since they'd seen the whole market, they should head back and get ready for the bonfire. She simply agreed. Later that evening, the heat of the day finally dissipated. Haohao let out a contented sigh, feeling refreshed and clean after a long bath. Wrapping a fluffy towel around her wet hair, she padded out of the bathroom, calling out to see if anyone had seen the hairdryer. She found both brothers in the main room, and their reaction was immediate. Susie's face flushed a brilliant shade of crimson, while Su's usual stoicism cracked, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. Oblivious simply wondered why they had gone so silent. Her casual, comfortable appearance in her short, ruffled sleepwear seemed to have thrown them completely off balance. Susu stared utterly flustered and Susai shot to his feet. He announced abruptly that he was going to take a shower too, making a swift exit. Susu, left alone with her, began to rummage frantically through a suitcase, his face still burning. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Haohao's appeal after a shower was simply devastating. It was no wonder C had fled in such a state. He had to get a grip. Finally, his fumbling hands found what he was looking for. He pulled out the hairdryer and offered it to her. Then, his voice a little softer than intended, he offered to dry her hair for her. Surprised but pleased, Haohao agreed. She lay down on the bed as he gently aimed the warm stream of air at her long, damp tresses. He asked softly if the temperature were okay, worried it might be too hot, but she murmured that it was fine. His blue eyes were fixed on her, his focus intense and unwavering. A strange mix of happiness and guilt churned inside her. Seeing him so unguarded, so tender, made her heart feel warm, yet she felt a pang of unease. She was so relaxed, her body pliant and open. Susu felt his control slipping. His body went rigid, a blush creeping up his neck. He was reaching his limit, the physical reaction becoming impossible to hide. Just as the tension became unbearable, the bathroom door clattered open. Susi emerged, a towel draped over his shoulders, announcing he was done. A wave of immense relief washed over Susei. He quickly told Haohao he was going to take a shower too, and practically bolted from the room. Haohao watched him go, a confused frown on her face, as Susi coolly asked what was wrong with his brother, wondering if he was sick. Haohao, ever innocent, mused that maybe he was just feeling hot and didn't want his sweat to bother her. Deciding her hair was still damp, she thought she might step outside for some fresh air. But Susi suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her. He told her he would dry her hair for her. Before she could react, he swept her up into his arms. There was no need to go outside, he said, his voice low. It seemed Susi had already done most of the work. His question, "Oh yeah," hung in the air, laced with a meaning she couldn't quite grasp. She started to protest, her voice a small Susi, but his mouth descended on hers, silencing her. For a terrifying second, Susi's own mind echoed the thought. If they did this, would she stay? He saw Haohao's tear-streaked face, her lips forming his name in a desperate plea. A single tear traced a path down Susi's cheek, his expression hardening with disgust at his own momentary weakness. What was he thinking? Hurting her to make her stay? Never. He ordered Susa to get off her, his voice a low growl. He warned his brother that he didn't want to regret this, and if Susi didn't want to see her cry, he needed to get out. With a furious shove, Susi threw Susei off of Haohao. He stood between them, a human shield, and told Haohao gently that she was fine now, urging her to put her clothes on. He grabbed Susi's arm, his grip like steel. Haohao's mind was reeling. A deep simmering hatred for Susie boiled up inside her. His unpredictability, his silence, his unilateral decisions, she was done. Tears of rage and betrayal streamed down her face. The silent treatment, the sudden reconciliations, and now this madness. She had reached her breaking point. Susie's fist connected with Susie's jaw in a sickening crack. Susie stumbled backward, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. As Susie stood over him, ordering him to get out, Haohao lunged forward. She grabbed Sue from behind and sank her teeth into his shoulder, a primal scream of frustration ripping from her throat. She screamed that she hated Susie the most, that he never told her anything and just forced his will upon her. She shoved him away, her voice breaking as she cried that they should break up, that she never wanted to see him again. Pain flashed across Susie's face, not from the punch but from her words. He choked out that he hated it too, that he never wanted to be like this, but she was the one who had made him this way. All his pride, his integrity, it was all gone as he fell for her. He pleaded, asking what more she wanted from him. Haohao stared, speechless. His voice rose, filled with raw anguish. When he was nice, she wanted to break up. When he wasn't, she still wanted to break up. It felt like a trap with no escape. Clutching his chest as if his heart were physically breaking, he begged her, "Haohao, tell me. What do you want me to do? What should I do so that you stay?" And with that final, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Susie stood beside her, his expression grim. Haohao's hand twitched, an aborted gesture to stop him, but she let it fall. What could she possibly say? She couldn't give him the commitment he so desperately craved. The fight drained out of her, and she crumpled, sobbing. She didn't want to stay. She had tried so hard not to hurt anyone, but in the end she had shattered him. Susie wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a comforting embrace. He murmured that it was okay. This was an adult and would be fine, promising he would probably come back to apologize. She leaned against his chest, managing a weak okay. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Susie's lips curved into a small smile. He told her he was right, that Susie was back already. Nodding, Haohao went to open the door. But it wasn't Susie, it was Susie standing there announcing he was back. He looked past her into the room, his eyes landing on the other Susie, and his warm expression instantly turned to ice. He demanded to know where Susie was. The tension in the room was suffocating. The newly arrived Susie explained that the village head had come by to tell them the bonfire was starting and that they were invited. He smiled at Haohao, ignoring the other him, and suggested they go. She numbly agreed, taking his outstretched hand. As they walked toward the celebration, she clung to a sliver of hope that Susie might be there. The bonfire was a whirlwind of light and laughter, but he was nowhere to be seen. Susie told her to leave him be, that it was a festival and they should enjoy themselves. He pointed to a stall renting out traditional costumes, suggesting they change and join the dancing. But the energy of the crowd felt alien to her. They sat on the cool grass, and she told him she was tired, urging him to go dance without her. Instead, he suggested a walk. She agreed. They wandered away from the firelight, past a flock of sleeping sheep, into the quiet darkness. The sky was a velvet blanket, punched through with a million glittering stars. Sue commented on their beauty, marveling at how a town built on such a dangerous cliff could feel so peaceful. Haohao stopped walking. She turned to him, her voice quiet but firm. "Susie." He looked at her, his expression gentle. "Yes, what's up?" She took a steadying breath, her gaze searching his. She told him that he had heard everything Susie had said. She had to know. Did he have any questions for her? Her hand rested over her heart, her entire being braced for his answer, for the truth that was bound to change everything. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the silent night. He's gonna ask, I know he is. He's gonna look at me with those searching eyes and ask why I messed with them, why I clamored for them to break up when I was the one who couldn't choose. He'll demand to know why I keep seeing them both, yet refuse to treat them properly. A tangled, selfish mess of my own making. He's standing just a few feet away, a silhouette against the breathtaking canvas of a star-dusted sky, and the space between us feels like a chasm. His expression is somber, his gaze fixed on me as he finally speaks, beginning to say my name, to ask the question I dread most. But before the words can fully form, a sudden, jarring noise shatters the quiet. A flock of sheep nearby begins to bleat frantically, their cries echoing in the stillness. I flinch, wondering why they would make such a racket all of a sudden. A strange tremor runs through the ground beneath my feet, and an icy dread begins to coil in my stomach. Then a scream pierces the air, a raw, terrified shout warning of a landslide, that the very earth we stand on is about to collapse. Panic explodes in my chest. In a split second, his hand is on my arm, the warmth of his skin a stark contrast to the cold flooding my veins. He yanks me forward, his fingers locking with mine in a desperate, grounding grip. The world dissolves into chaos. The ground rumbles violently, and my feet slip out from under me. I stumble and fall, and he screams my name, his voice strained with terror, urging me to run back. He pulls me to my feet and we run, fleeing the roaring avalanche of rock and soil that threatens to swallow us whole. His eyes are wide with a primal fear I've never seen in them before, his shouts of my name lost to the deafening roar of the collapsing mountain. He shoves me forward, screaming at me to keep running as rocks begin to rain down around us. And then, in a singular, selfless motion that will forever be seared into my memory, he pushes me with all his might. I cry out as I'm thrown clear, tumbling hard onto the trembling ground. A horrifying cracking sound splits the air, and I scramble back just in time to see a massive fissure tear through the earth where he just stood. A gaping wound in the world that separates us in an instant. Miles away, Sue sits in the back of a car, his heart heavy with an unnamed anxiety when a news bulletin interrupts the quiet music. A voice crackles from the radio, reporting a sudden landslide in Town M just an hour ago. The announcer continues, stating that many tourists were present for a bonfire, and it's confirmed that 2 of them were caught in the center of the disaster. The words hit him like a physical blow. Town M, the bonfire, his blood runs cold. The driver murmurs what a pity it is, something so terrible happening late at night, but Susie isn't listening. A frantic urgency seizes him. He leans forward, his voice cracking as he commands the driver to turn the car around to drive to Town M immediately. The driver protests, asking if the young man is crazy, but Susie's voice rises with desperation, roaring at him to just turn around. He asks if the driver will go or not, his panic escalating as he offers to buy the entire car, whatever the price, just to get there. 3 agonizing hours later, he arrives at a scene of utter devastation. He ducks under the yellow caution tape, ignoring the shouts of a rescuer telling him to stay back, that it's dangerous. He grabs the man's uniform, his voice a raw plea, asking if he's seen a man who looks just like him, accompanied by a beautiful girl. The worker tells him to calm down, to breathe. He points towards a makeshift rescue area, explaining that they've pulled 1 person out and several others were trampled in the chaos. He suggests that Susie might find who he's looking for over there. And then Susie sees her. Haohao, lying pale and still on a stretcher, a white blanket pulled up to her chin. He rushes to her side, his heart clenching as he whispers her name. A paramedic assures him that the girl is lucky. She wasn't buried deep and only has cuts and scratches, though she seems to have hit her head and needs a proper checkup. Relief wars with terror in his gut. He looks up at the paramedic, his own voice trembling, asks about the man who was with her. The woman shakes her head, explaining they haven't found the second trapped victim yet. A cold, sickening realization dawns on Susie. 4 hours. It's been 4 hours since the landslide. If Susie was buried 4 hours under all that earth, he tells the paramedic to get Haohao to the hospital immediately. He announces that as he's going with rescue team to find the victim. He lies, his voice strained, claiming they are twins, that they share a telepathic bond and he can pinpoint his brother's location if he can just get closer. He pushes into the disaster zone, his heart pounding a desperate rhythm. And then he stops. He shouts that he's found him, that he's got him, calling out Susie's name. But in the next instant, a blinding, searing pain erupts in his chest, as if a shard of ice has pierced his very soul. He staggers back, clutching his heart, gasping for air as the world tilts on its axis. He collapses to the ground, unconscious, right beside the stretcher carrying the woman his brother died to save. 2 days later, I wake to the sterile smell of a hospital and the blurry sight of a white ceiling. My wrapped in bandages, and a dull ache throbs behind my eyes. A single tear escapes and traces a path down my temple. My vision clears, and I see Chonglei's face etched with worry looming over me. He calls my name, his voice thick with relief, and I whisper his name back, my throat dry. He tells me how good it is that I'm awake, but my mind is a frantic storm, screaming one name. I push myself up, ignoring the wave of dizziness, and ask him where Susie is, desperate to know if he's okay. Chonglai gently tries to push me back down, reminding me that the doctor said I have a concussion and need to rest. But I can't rest. I can't do anything until I know. I plead with him, begging him for my phone. I clutch his arm, my eyes wild with panic, gaze darting around the room. I see 2 other men I recognize standing by the door, but neither Susie nor Susie is among them. The emptiness of the room is a terrifying answer in itself. I need my phone. I try to swing my legs out of bed, insisting that I have to call him, I have to know. One of the men steps forward, placing a gentle but firm hand on my shoulder. He looks into my eyes and tells me softly that Susie is fine. The words are a lifeline. Tears spring to my eyes as I ask him if it's really true. He nods, and the crushing weight on my chest finally lifts, replaced by a flood of overwhelming relief. I cover my face and sob, whispering over and over how terrific it is, how wonderful it is that he's still alive. I wipe my tears and ask where he is, if I can please see him. The man agrees. He scoops me up into his arms as if I nothing and carries me down the silent hospital corridor. He tells me Susie's room is just ahead. He sets me down gently at the door and encourages me to go in. My heart pounds with a mixture of fear and relief as I push the door open. He's there, lying in bed, looking pale. His mother sits in a chair beside him. I whisper his name, my voice choked with emotion, and rush to his side. I lay my head on his chest, just needing to feel his heartbeat, to know he's real and alive. The tears start again, tears of pure, unadulterated joy. But my relief is shattered by a sharp, cold voice. A hand hits my shoulder, and his mother's words are like venom, asking how I dare to still show my face here. She glares at me with pure hatred, her voice rising as she blames me for everything. From Susi's weak voice through the tension, telling his mother that it's enough. She quiets, the damage is done. Suddenly Susi's voice, now raw and broken, erupts. He screams for everyone to get out, that he doesn't want to see anyone. The words slice through me, more painful than any physical injury. I stare at him, stunned and heartbroken. As the man who brought me gently pulls me from the room. Out in the hallway, the world feels tilted and unreal. I grab the arm of the twins' mother's assistant, desperately asking what's wrong with Susie, what they aren't telling me. She stays silent, her expression grim, which only fuels my panic. I tell her that if she won't tell me, I'll find out myself, and I try to stumble back towards his room. It's then that the man who carried me finally tells me the horrifying truth. He says Susie is in critical condition. His legs were crushed by the rocks. All the nerves were destroyed. The words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. He tells me the doctor said he might need an amputation. Impossible. The word is a choked whisper. My world shatters into a million tiny, sharp pieces. This can't be happening. He's the male lead. He's supposed to be invincible. He loves running. He loves the feel of the wind on the pitch. How can he live without his legs? I turn to Chonglai, my voice breaking, and plead with him to let me go back, to let me see him. But he shakes his head, telling me I need to rest, promising that when I'm better, he won't stop me from caring for Susie. The other man explains that Susie is struggling to accept his reality, and my presence would only agitate him more. He says he understands that I want to apologize, to be there, but that I have to calm down first. He cups my face in his hands, his gaze firm but kind, and I finally nod, defeated. Later, a doctor confirms I'll be fine with a few days of observation. Back in my room, the silence is deafening. I pick up my phone, my hands trembling. I decide Susie is probably asleep. I'll text Susie instead. My message finds him in his own hospital room. I ask if he has a minute, and he replies instantly. I ask if he's with Susie, if I can come see them, but he says it's not a good time, that his parents are there. My heart sinks. I ask if I can call, and he agrees. The second he answers, I ask how Susie is doing. There's a pause, and then his voice, heavy and distant, tells me it's not good. In his mind, the terrible truth plays out on a loop. His twin brother, Susie, died in that landslide. He was gone before they ever pulled him from the rubble. But he can't tell me that. He knows Sue only ever wanted me to be happy, to be free. The last gift he can give his brother is to let me go without the weight of his death on my conscience. He takes a breath and constructs the most painful lie of his life. He tells me his parents are taking Susie abroad for treatment and that they forbid us from seeing each other. He says they think I like Susie and can never be with him. He tells me we don't need to continue this anymore. He lets out a sigh laced with unimaginable pain and asks if this isn't what I wanted, to break up. He declares that they should just break up then. He twists the knife, telling me Susie's legs will likely be amputated, and that I should never show my face to him again, lest I traumatize him further. He confesses that he and my friends orchestrated this whole thing as a final show, that he tried his best. His voice is final as he speaks my full name. Then the final blow lands. He tells me that from this moment on, I am never to contact him again. The phone slips from my numb fingers, clattering onto the sheets of my hospital bed as his words echo in the devastating silence of my shattered world. The sterile white of the hospital room felt suffocating, the silence only by the frantic beating of her own heart against her ribs. Clutching the phone to her ear, Haohao's world fractured into a million pieces. The voice on the other end, Sue's voice, had been so cold, so distant. She whispered his name, her own voice a trembling, broken thing, telling her friend on the line that Susie had just broken up with her. A whirlwind of pain and confusion to her. Why? Why now? The thought pierced her like a shard of was it because he had finally awakened. Did he hate her for hurting his brother, Susie? The question swirled, offering no comfort, only deepening the ache in her chest. A fierce, desperate resolve hardened within her. She couldn't let it end like this, not over the phone. She decided then and there, her mind made up, that she would go find Susie and Susie. She had to see them, had to understand. Meanwhile, in another room, Susie, the very man she believed had just broken her heart, pressed a hand to his bandaged head, a wave of agony washing over him. His silence on the phone call had been a confirmation of the worst kind, a silent consent to a lie that was tearing him apart. With a trembling hand, he ended the call, the screen going dark like a light being extinguished in his own life. The faint sound of footsteps approaching his door sent a jolt of panic through him. Tap, tap, tap. It was her. He knew it was her. In a swift, desperate motion, he snatched the small, sharp fruit knife from his bedside table and shoved it beneath the crisp white sheets, hiding it from view just as the door creaked open. Haohao peeked into the room, her heart in her throat. She saw him sitting up in bed and breathed out his brother's name, Susu. A flicker of crossed her face. It was strange, she thought. Didn't Susie say he was also in the hospital? Why wasn't he in the ward with his brother? Her eyes landed on Susu, sitting alone in the dim light, a bandage wrapped around his wrist. The sight of him, so still and pale, made her heart ache. She rushed to his side, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. She looked into his eyes, searching for an answer, and asked him when he and Susie would go abroad. His gaze was cold, his voice flat as he questioned why she was asking about it now. He looked away, adding with chilling finality that by then they could go together. He could go. The implication hung heavy in the air, a promise of a future she was no longer a part of. A blush of hope and desperation colored her cheeks. She leaned in, her voice thick with emotion, and cried out his name, Haohao. Had he seen her legs? They were ruined, she sobbed, her words tumbling out in a torrent of feigned despair. She told him they would have to be amputated. The accusation was a physical blow. She declared that it was all his fault, that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have become disabled. Her voice rose to a shriek, ordering him to get lost, to get out, that she never wanted to see him again. As her cruel words echoed in the room, his own internal monologue was a silent scream of agony. Even if his heart was bleeding, he had to do his best to break up with her. It was the only way. He knew that only if they never contacted each other again could he keep the devastating truth from her forever. He couldn't let her know that Susie was dead and that he, Susie, was going to die soon. The strange, mystical bond of their twin telepathy, once a benefit, had become a death sentence. While they were both alive, what one learned, the other would know. But after Sue died, that same telepathy was slowly, inexplicably killing him. His body was failing without any warning, the cause a mystery no doctor could solve. They had told him he had 5 days at most. His face contorted in a mask of rage and pain. He repeated her order back at her, screaming for her to get lost. He clutched the bedsheets, his knuckles white, his entire body trembling with the effort of his performance. 5 days he thought was enough. It was enough time for two people to act until this bitter end. Tears streamed down Haohao's face as she tried to reason with him, her voice pleading. She told him Susie's medical knowledge was so advanced he didn't have to get an amputation. His legs couldn't be cured at home, but they could definitely be cured abroad. She begged him not to lose heart. She wiped at her tears, her voice growing stronger with conviction. Even if the worst happened, she told him he could still stand up. There were so many options for artificial limbs, and it wouldn't affect his ability to play basketball. She reached for him, her touch gentle, her heart breaking for him. She asked him to let her stay by his side. She wouldn't break up with him. She would be with him. If he wanted to study abroad, she would go with him. His voice was sharp, cutting through her desperate pleas. He asked if she was pitying him. His eyes, narrowed and filled with a cold fire, met hers. The look on his face was one she'd never seen before, a stranger wearing the face of the man she loved. He told her to say no more. He really wanted to be with her, he admitted, his voice a low, painful rasp. She was so nice, supportive, and caring. But then, the final brutal blow, he told her that now, he didn't like her anymore. He pulled his hand from her grasp, breaking the connection between them. He turned his back on her, his shoulders slumped. He told her to think of all the stupid things she'd done as a way to kill the old him. They should just part as friends, he said, telling her not to make it awful by saying anything more. A gut-wrenching pain seized her heart, a physical manifestation of her heartbreak. But she couldn't give up. She confessed that she really liked him, that she could stay by his side. She knew she'd done a lot of bad things, using him to get revenge, but she promised she wouldn't disturb his life. He could do whatever he wanted, she just begged him not to make her leave. His response was a single, dismissive "oh." He turned back to her, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, and asked if whatever he wanted included having sex. The question was a slap in the face. His voice rose, laced with a venom she didn't recognize. He declared that her doing this the biggest disturbance to him. When he was in love with her, she disliked him. Now that he was over her, she kept badgering him. He demanded to know if she wanted to ruin his whole life. He grabbed a pillow, his patience completely gone. He screamed at her to get out, to stay away from him, warning her not to make him hate her. He shoved the pillow into her, pushing her away with a force that stole her breath. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his chest. He gasped, stumbling back. He clutched his shirt, his face pale and slick with sweat. He was too emotional, he thought. His failing heart couldn't stand this anymore. Susie, he whispered, the name a painful reminder of his brother. The phone on the bed began to ring, shrill and insistent. He wondered what was wrong, why Haohao wasn't leaving. He didn't want her to see him in this pitiful state. Haohao watched in alarm as his condition worsened. The insistent ringing of the call bell echoed through the hallway as nurses burst into the room. "What's wrong, Mr. Su?" one of them asked, rushing to his side. They tried to guide him back to bed, telling Haohao to get out. Pushed out into the hallway, Haohao stared at the closed door, a terrible realization dawning on her. Su might not want her to see his weak side. That must be it. It was his last shred of pride. The clock on the wall ticked past 3 in the morning, each second an eternity. She lay in her own hospital bed, her mind racing. Susie had completely broken free from the original plot, so he must hate her a lot. Or was it because he didn't want her to see his injured legs that he deliberately hurled those insults at her? In any case, she couldn't leave him behind for now. Even if she had to hide in the darkness, she wanted to see Su accept treatment abroad. Sleep was impossible. She slid out of bed, her bare feet touching the cool floor. No, she thought. She still wanted to see Susie. It was 3 a.m. He must be asleep by now. If she just peeked at him from the outside, she reasoned she shouldn't get caught. She crept down the silent, sterile hallway, her heart pounding a nervous rhythm. But when she peered through the glass window of his room, her blood ran cold. The bed was empty, the sheets neatly made. Where was Susie? Why wasn't he in the ward? Was he discharged? Where had he gone? Panic seized her. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers trembling as she tried to call him. She rushed towards the elevator, her head spinning. Leaning against the wall, she pressed a hand to her forehead, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Was it because she ran too fast? The elevator doors chimed open with a soft ding, and a familiar figure stepped out, calling her name. Haohao, it was Chonglei. He explained that he'd just seen she wasn't in her ward, so he rushed here, and sure enough, there she was. He looked at her with concern, his brow furrowed as he took in her pale face and wide, frightened eyes. He asked what was wrong, why she looked so pale. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice cracking as she grabbed his arm. She told him Susie was gone. He wasn't in the ward. Her mind flashed with the fear that Susie was going to leave her, just like Jiu had. Wiping her tears, she looked up at Chonglei with desperate hope. He calmed her down, telling her not to rush. He gently guided her, promising to take her back to her ward and call Susie to ask about the situation. She could only nod, numbly agreeing. Once she was settled, Chonglei stepped into the hall and made the call. He asked for Susie, wanting to know how he was doing and if he'd been discharged. On the other end of the line, Susie's voice was weary. He confirmed that he had said goodbye to Haohao as Sui. Lying in a different hospital bed, his body weak, he explained that there was no need for him to stay in the hospital. Anyway, he couldn't be cured. He could hear Haohao crying so sadly. He told Chonglei to let her come to meet him at his home the next morning. He was sorry, but he knew he still needed to hurt her. He admitted he had originally wanted to wait until she left the hospital, but he couldn't hang on. His life was short, he thought, but he had been through what he should. He liked Haohao Hutch. Her appearance had lit up his life. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. His only regret, he whispered into the phone, was that their story had to end in such an ugly way. He pleaded with Chonglei, asking him if possible, not to tell Haohao that it wasn't his original intention to treat her this way. He wanted Chonglei to ask her not to hate him and to ask Susa for being too harsh on her. His voice broke, thick with unshed tears, as he made his final, heartbreaking confession. If this world could start all over. The line went dead, leaving Chonglei standing in stunned, heartbroken silence. He returned to Haohao's room, his expression carefully neutral. He told her he had just spoken to Susie. He relayed the fabricated story, telling her that Susie was just discharged and that she shouldn't worry. He continued the lie, explaining that Susie had just gotten on a plane to go abroad, that the Su family had already contacted a doctor, and that he would be treated with the best resources. Haohao, desperate for any shred of hope, latched onto his words. She asked Chonglei if he knew when Susie would be back home, which country he was going to for treatment. She vowed to go there herself once she was discharged. Chonglei shook his head, saying he didn't know, Susie hadn't said. But he told her that Susie had said she could go to the Su family's house at 9 the next morning. A flicker of hope ignited in her chest at the thought of seeing Susie, but a seed of doubt had been planted. She recalled that, by the way, before she met Susie at the hospital, she had been talking with Susie on the phone. Susie had said he was in the hospital. When she went to meet Susie and made such a scene, Susie never showed up. It was all so strange. Chonglei noticed her distracted expression and gently touched her forehead, asking what was wrong, what she was thinking. She brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He urged her to get some sleep. He promised to wake her up and take her to the Su family's house in the morning. She agreed, closing her eyes, though her mind was anything but at rest. The next morning, they arrived at the grand Su family mansion. A maid led them through the opulent foyer, asking them to take a seat, and there he was. Susie sat on the sofa, looking completely different from the one she knew before. He was proud, aloof, distant. This was the aura of a true male lead. She couldn't help but smile faintly. It was so nice, she thought, that Susie and Susu really seemed to have awakened. Gathering her courage, she looked at him and asked if they couldn't anymore. His reply was a devastating word, no. He didn't even look at her. A sad smile touched her lips as she told him she understood. She gave him her blessing, telling him she couldn't witness the glory that would belong to him and Susu anymore. She explained that when she met Susu yesterday, she had been thinking that as long as he nodded, whether he retaliate or be with her, she would stay by his side. But he had rejected her with such determination. At first, she didn't get it. His legs were injured because of her, and she felt she must be responsible for him. But his attitude made her understand there was no point in badgering him. Her biggest worry was Susie's health, and she knew his problem could be addressed for sure. Since he didn't reject her company for health problems, he must just hate her. And if that was the case, she wouldn't badger them anymore. It was better for them all this way. She thanked both him and Susu for their inclusiveness and care and apologized for giving them an awful dating experience. She told him that he and Susu would meet their girls in the future. Once Susu could stand up again, she asked him please let her know, reassuring him that she wouldn't bother them. She just wanted to feel at ease. With a final polite smile, she announced they were off and said goodbye to Susai. As she turned to leave, his hand shot out, his fingers wrapping around her wrist. The sudden touch sent a jolt through her. He looked at her, his expression unreadable, and whispered a goodbye to Haohao. She pulled her hand away, forcing a bright smile. She promised they would be fine in the future. As she walked away, he watched her go, his own farewell a silent thought. Bye, Haohao. Maybe we'll not meet again. The moment she was out of sight, his composure shattered. He collapsed, falling to the floor as the staff rushed to his side, crying out his name. His last conscious thoughts were of her. Haohao could be educated so well, he mused. She must be a happy girl. He pictured her surrounded by loving parents, doting seniors, and good friends. She was spiritually rich and mentally healthy. Love wasn't indispensable for her. She even thought it would only hinder her from spending time with her family. And so, for 2 lives, no matter how good they were, they only wanted her to go home. What they had done was probably a heavy shackle for her. He was sorry, he thought, his consciousness fading. He was sorry they hadn't seen things from her perspective until now, and that what they gave her wasn't what she truly wanted. A few days later, the sterile, antiseptic scent of the hospital was finally behind her. Haohao stepped out into the bright sunlight, a breath of fresh air filling her lungs, but her heart felt heavy. She never expected it would be Gingland who came to pick her up. He walked silently beside her, pulling her small pink suitcase, the wheels a soft rattle on the pavement. An awkward tension hummed between them, a remnant of that morning in the hospital when she had woken to find both him and Gingland at her bedside. They had all seemed to avoid each other. Unspoken agreement. A flicker of disappointment went through her. It seemed Gingland wouldn't be appearing today. As they walked, Gingland's hand came to rest gently on her head, a surprisingly warm and comforting weight. He asked softly if she had made a decision on which university she wanted to go to. The question pulled her out of her melancholy thoughts, forcing her to look toward a future that felt uncertain and daunting. She nodded, her voice steadier than she felt. Yes. Her top option, she explained, was a medical university. She wanted to study medicine. The words tasted like a vow on her tongue. Deep inside, the image of C's legs was a constant, painful reminder of her responsibility. She knew she couldn't start learning medicine right away and make a difference, but this was the only way she could feel like she was working towards something, towards atonement. The familiar sight of the Mu family's house came into view, a welcome sanctuary. A bright voice called her name, and she saw her friend Kin, waving from the doorway. Haohao's face broke into a genuine smile as she waved back, Gingland pausing beside her. Kin laughed, saying she had just been about to call, figuring Haohao wasn't home yet. The 2 girls rushed to each other, their hands clasping in a warm, familiar grip. Kin's laughter was infectious as she apologized for keeping Haohao waiting, explaining she had just gotten back herself. Haohao turned to Gingland, a polite but clear dismissal in her tone, telling him that she and her friend were going to fill out their application forms together. He nodded graciously, saying he had things to do anyway and would get out of their hair. With a quick okay, he turned to leave as Kin excitedly pulled Haohao towards her room. Inside the cozy sanctuary of Haohao's bedroom, they sat in front of the computer. Kin's curiosity finally bubbled over, and she asked who the handsome guy who had dropped her off was. Haohao felt a flush creep up her neck, quickly explaining that he was just a friend of her brother's who had been asked to send her home. Kin looked thoughtful, remarking that he seemed familiar somehow. Desperate to change the subject, Haohao quickly asked Kin about her university choice, commenting that she had thought Kin would go to a university in the capital with the twins. The question hung in the air, and Kin, ever direct, turned it right back on her. She asked Haohao how things were with her and the twins, wondering how she would ever choose between them in the end. The lighthearted atmosphere in the room evaporated. Haohao's smile faltered, her expression turning somber. Her voice was quiet, hollow, as she stated the simple, brutal truth. They had broken up. Kin's eyes widened in shock. Haohao continued, the words tumbling out, each one a fresh wound. She explained that Susie and Susie had gone abroad, and they didn't even want to be her friends anymore. The finality of it was suffocating. Seeing the pain in her friend's eyes, Kin didn't hesitate. She wrapped Haohao in a tight hug, murmuring reassurances that everything would be okay. Held in her friend's comforting embrace, Haohao pushed the pain down, shaking her head slightly. She told Kin she didn't want to talk about it. To steer them back to safer ground, she asked again about Kin's university choice. Kin, sensing her friend's fragility, let the subject drop. She explained brightly that she was going to sign up for a university in an adjoining city. She said, they could still be close and hang out on weekends. She suggested they fill out the forms together, and Haohao readily agreed. Grateful for the distraction, they spent the rest of the day together, trying to recapture a sense of normalcy, posing for selfies and laughing under the warm sun. As evening fell, Kin grew concerned, asking if it was safe for Haohao to go home alone so late. Haohao waved off her worries, saying her home was right ahead. Then a small lie slipped out as she added that her brother's friend had called and was coming to pick her up. She held up her phone with a practiced smile, telling Kin to go on home while she waited. After they said their goodbyes, the smile slid from Haohao's face. She was alone again. She found a nearby bench and sat down, the cheerful drink in her hand doing nothing to lift the profound loneliness that settled over her. One by one, they had all left. Jiu, Susei, and Susi. A silent roll call of the people she had lost. Now only Gingland and Shen Tinglin remained. A bitter realization washed over her. She had always treated them like characters in a novel, pieces in a story she was directing. But now that they were gone, the melancholy she felt was undeniably real. It was like waking from a long, vivid dream to find your world empty. They had left so neatly without any fights or messy arguments, a clean break. But that clean break felt more like an erasure. She knew that they didn't want to contact her anymore, that they saw a kind of dreadful monster. A voice suddenly cut through her desolate thoughts, calling her name. Haohao. She looked up. It was Gingland landing before her like an apparition. From her seat on the bench, he seemed impossibly tall, a solid presence in her crumbling world. In that instant, a new, desperate plan formed in her mind, sharp and cruel. If she was a monster, then she would play the part. She would become so dramatic, so insufferable that she would max out Gingland's evilness meter. She would make him loathe her, force him to break up with her. After all, he must have very few feelings for her now anyway. It was time to start acting out. He asked gently if she wanted to go home. She looked up at him, her eyes wide and sad, the first act of her performance beginning. She told him in a pathetic little voice that she didn't feel like walking anymore, complaining that her feet hurt. Without a moment's hesitation, he offered to carry her on his back. He crouched down in front of her, his back a silent, sturdy invitation. Surprised by his immediate compliance, she climbed onto his back. The warmth of his body seeped through her clothes, a dangerous comfort she had to ignore. She wrapped her arms around his neck and launched the next phase of her plan, suggesting sweetly that she help him with his work during the summer break. She could be his assistant, she offered, to gain some experience and earn pocket money. Inside, her thoughts were cold and calculating. Gingland was an orphan, but he had assets. He needed a good, supportive wife. Her plan was simple. She would show him she was nothing but a spoiled, troublesome girl who would only hinder him. He would never tolerate that. From his back, she gave a mischievous wink that he couldn't see. He warned her that being his assistant was hard work, that she'd have to keep up with his pace and work late. He said he didn't think she could stand it. She scoffed, protesting that she had just survived a tough senior year, waking at 5 and sleeping at 12. Of course she could stand it. He just chuckled, a low sound in his chest. He told her fine, he would agree, but only if she agreed to his condition. Her heart leaped. "Name it," she said eagerly. "I won't say no." As long as she could get into his office and cause trouble, she would agree to anything. His condition came swift and shocking. He told her she would have to move in with him temporarily to keep up with his pace. Only then could she be his assistant. Without thinking, the words, "Yeah, deal," flew out of her mouth. The moment they did, her eyes went wide with horror. A hot, uncontrollable blush flooded her face, and she buried her head in his back. Move in with him? They were going to live together. When they arrived back at her house, he set her down gently. The night was quiet as he told her to go in and get some sleep. He rested a hand on her head, and she looked up at him, her voice small and hesitant. She asked if she moved in with him, would she sleep in the guest room? Her heart pounded as she waited for his answer. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable, and simply said, yes. Relief washed over her in a dizzying wave. So he didn't mean live together in that way. She wasn't afraid then. Her confidence surging back, she told him to wait right there. She was going to pack some clothes and tell her brother. She practically skipped up the steps to her front door, her villainous plan back on track. Gingland watched her go, the gentle expression on his face hardening into one of grim determination. He thought to himself, I still want to have a try. A memory of a Chillingston morning flashed in his mind. The aura of the world was insufficient. The male lead's protective shields were collapsing. He had to deal with the target as soon as possible. The message was vague, offering no consequences for failure, which was somehow more terrifying. But at this point, he was determined to keep trying. A silent challenge was issued in his mind. He would see who would win this battle of wills, her attempt to make him clear her evilness meter, or his attempt to make her soften for him. Later that night, they stood in the doorway of a guest room in his sleek, modern house. He told her she could sleep here for the weekend. Since he had to work the next day, she could pick out a new style for the room and he would have it redecorated to her taste. She started to refuse, feeling like an intruder. But then she remembered her mission. She was here to annoy him. This was the perfect opportunity. She put on her most haughty expression, declaring that, of course, she would pick the decor herself. The current style was tedious, she said with a sniff, and she didn't like it at all. To her immense frustration, he didn't get angry. He just smiled a little. He agreed easily, telling her to take her time. And he added, while the room was being renovated, she would have to sleep in his room. The words sent a jolt of pure panic through her. She immediately backpedaled, laughing nervously and insisting that actually the room was lovely, so grand. All it needed was a few throw pillows, no need for a big renovation at all. She let out a forced, high-pitched laugh. He just smiled gently, saying that was fine, if it made her happy. Her cheeks burned. He was good at this, she thought, really good. She had foolishly thought he had become gentler, but she was so wrong. He was a master strategist. Later, alone in the grand, tedious room, she plotted. Her goal was to break up with him as soon as possible. Since big mistakes were so easily countered, she would have to annoy him with 1,000 small ones. A wicked smile touched her lips at the thought of his perfect, handsome face frowning in dismay. She felt like a little bunny who was finally getting the chance to bite back at the big wolf. The next morning, harsh sunlight flooded the room as Gingland pulled back the curtains. Haohao mumbled from under the covers, wanting to sleep a little longer. His voice was firm. Get up. Before she could protest, he ripped the blanket clean off her. She gasped, exposed in her lacy nightgown. She shot up, demanding what he was doing and reminding him she didn't have to go to school anymore. He grabbed her arm, his face close to hers. He informed her that this was his rule. As his assistant, she had to adjust to his schedule, which meant she couldn't get up later than him. The alternative, he offered with a smirk, was for her to change her role and come to his office as his girlfriend instead. The fog of sleep finally cleared, and she remembered where she was. This was his house. This was the game. She pouted, arguing that it was Saturday. An assistant could sleep in on the weekend? He replied coolly that that was why he was asking her to get up, not to resign. He informed her that her training was starting now, and that from tomorrow on she would not be sleeping late. Indignant, she jumped out of bed, arguing that it was impossible that none of his assistants ever slept late. He wasn't a god, he couldn't dictate their lives like this. He calmly explained that there were two types of assistants, work assistants and life assistants. His life assistant, he said, to get up earlier than him and finish work later than him. Her eyes widened as she realized he'd set. She had just declared herself his life assistant. He pressed his advantage, asking if she'd rather be an office assistant. If so, she'd have to start at the bottom and wouldn't even be allowed in his office. Her plan to wreak havoc was crumbling. He added that since she was only working for 2 months, she probably wouldn't even pass probation. Defeated, she swore tactics, clinging to his arm and whining that she was his girlfriend. Couldn't he bend the rules for her? He looked down at her, unimpressed, reminding her that allowing her to be his assistant at all, given her high school diploma, was already a massive privilege. She doubled down on her whining, determined to make a fuss. But as she pulled on his arm, he smoothly her leg behind hers, sending her tumbling back onto the bed. He loomed over her, a predatory smirk on his face. He murmured that it seemed she didn't really want to be an assistant after all. In that case, she should just be his girlfriend. He would give her whatever money she wanted, whatever office she liked. A spark of defiance flared in her chest. No, she insisted she would make her own money. She would be his life assistant, and he had to start teaching her right now. A triumphant smile crossed his face. He agreed, but said that first she needed to brush her teeth. Before she could react, he scooped her up and carried her into the ensuite bathroom. He set her down in front of the sink and presented her with her toothbrush, already loaded with a purfil of toothpaste. She stared at it, dumbfounded. Was this part of the job too? The sheer absurdity of it, the condescending gesture, was the final straw. A new, perfect reason to lose her temper had just been handed to her on a silver platter. Her eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated rage. She glared at him, her voice shaking with fury as she yelled that he was going too far. She was completely, utterly pissed off. A smug, self-satisfied smile plays on Gingland's lips as he holds up the toothbrush, a perfect swirl of toothpaste already applied. His voice is a low, proprietary murmur, meant only for her ears, declaring that this small, intimate service was only for his girlfriend. He gently presses the brush into her hand, his tone shifting to a soft command, telling her to be good and brush her teeth, reminding her that Brex was getting cold. Haohao pouts, her cheeks puffed with a mixture of annoyance and a reluctant warmth that blooms in her chest. It seemed, she thought with a sigh, that she had failed again to get the upper hand this morning. Later, at the breakfast table, the silence is thick with unspoken things. She pushes her plate away, announcing she was full, and with a feint of duty, she dabs her lips with a napkin and asks if she should do the dishes. He dismisses the offer with a wave of his hand, coolly stating that someone would take care of it. Her curiosity is piqued. She presses him, asking if he truly had a life assistant, since she'd never seen anyone. He confirms it, explaining that this person handled everything, including choosing his wardrobe for every occasion. He wipes his own mouth with a napkin, his eyes unreadable, explaining that since she didn't come to his place often, it was only natural she'd never met his assistant. That was all the prompting she needed. A mischievous spark ignites in her eyes as she leans across the table, her voice laced with playful suspicion. She asks if this life assistant was a man or a woman. He answers smoothly that it was a woman, because women had more advantages and she barely made mistakes, which he found reassuring. A knot of something unfamiliar and tight forms in Haohao's stomach. She pushes further, her tone dripping with saccharine sweetness, asking if this oh-so-perfect female assistant also smeared toothpaste on his toothbrush for him. Her words are a direct challenge, a reminder of his earlier declaration. She continues her interrogation, painting a vivid picture of this other woman adjusting his tie, putting on his watch, perhaps even changing his clothes for him. She watches as his eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. He leans back, a slow, predatory spreading across his face, and tells her he could cooperate if she wanted to try. The challenge hangs in the air, electric and heavy. She quickly backs down, forcing a light laugh. She thanks him for the offer but insists she doesn't feel like trying. Changing the subject, she asks about their plans for the day, wondering if she was going to spend the entire learning how to be a life assistant. She stands, ready to move on. He tells her to get used to the schedule first, explaining that she couldn't possibly pick up content so quickly. He proposes that she can follow his life assistant on Monday and observe her duties. As simple as her only reply, but behind her placid expression, her mind is racing. A new resolve hardens within her. She had to find out just how difficult it was to be a life assistant. Monday arrives with the jarring ring of an alarm at 6:30 a.m. Haohao groans, buried under the covers, the tendrils of sleep still clinging to her. But the thought of her mission jolts her awake. She tells herself it was time to get up, freshen up, and start learning. The first task on her mental checklist was to go to Gingland's cloakroom. Dressed in a chic purple striped blouse and a sleek black skirt, she pushes open the door to his massive walk-in closet. The sight that greets her stops her in her tracks. A woman with short, neat brown hair is already there, professionally sorting through racks of designer suits. She was beautiful with a quiet, elegant competence that was immediately intimidating. Haohao's heart gives a small, anxious flutter. This be her, she thought, Gingland's life assistant. Taking a deep breath, Haohao steps forward and introduces herself as Haohao, Mr. G's new assistant, explaining that he had asked her to learn from her starting today. The woman looks up, her expression shifting from surprise to a flicker of panic. She stammers that Mr. G hadn't told her anything about this, her mind immediately jumping to the worst conclusion, that she had done something wrong, that he was unsatisfied with her work. Haohao rushes to reassure her, waving her hands dismissively and telling her not to overthink it. She explains it was just a temporary arrangement for her summer break and that she would leave once school started again. Relief washes over the other woman's face. She smiles warmly and introduces herself as Jiang Jihuan, but a flicker of doubt remains in Jiang Jihuan's eyes. She remarks that she has worked for Mr. G for years and had never met her, finding it strange that he would agree to take on an intern. Haohao is momentarily speechless, unsure how to answer without revealing the complicated truth. Just then, Gingland's smooth voice cuts through the tension. He has entered the cloakroom, perfectly composed, and asks how their learning is going. Both women turn towards him. Jiang Jihuan replies that they have just started. He gives Jiang Jihuan a simple instruction to teach Haohao these days, which she readily accepts. With an air of practiced efficiency, Jiang Jihuan pursuit she has selected for the day, her gaze on Gingland soft and filled with an unmistakable admiration. Haohao doesn't miss it. The look in that woman's eyes was so obvious. She likes him. The realization sends an unexpected blush creeping up her own cheeks. Gingland instructs Jiang Jihuan to take the clothes and follow him, but the assistant politely says she will leave Haohao, handing the clothes over. As Haohao and Gingland walk out, Jiang Jihuan watches them go, a pensive look on her face. Who was this Haohao? She seemed too young, too fragile. She and Mr. G were from completely different worlds. Jiang Jihuan reassures herself that a man like Mr. G could never have such a girl. Inside his bedroom, the air feels charged. Haohao holds out the clothes, announcing she'll just leave them there and see herself out. But before she can turn, his hand shoots out, his fingers wrapping firmly around her arm, stopping her. His voice is low and demanding. He tells her to help him get changed. Her head whips up, her eyes wide with shock. What? She stammers, asking if this was also part of an assistant's duties. He leans in, his gaze intense and unwavering, and declares that this was something his girlfriend should do. She tries to pull away, her face burning, insisting that she can't and telling him to do it himself. But he's stronger. He pulls her into his arms, his body caging hers. He tells her to just learn then, murmuring that he's reserved half an hour specifically for this lesson. She struggles against him, protesting that she won't learn such a strange thing, that she came here to be a life assistant, not this. Her glare is fierce, but it only seems to amuse him. He whispers her name, his tone soft and coaxing, telling her to be good, that she would have to learn sooner or later. He holds her tighter, his brushing against her ear as he explains that with him, he could never treat her as just an assistant. He tells her not to compare herself with Jiang Jihuan because she was different. How, he murmurs, could he ever treat his Haohao as a mere employee? In his mind, he smirks. He had twisted her words on purpose, turning her request to be an office intern into this life assistant role. All part of his plan to tame her, bit by bit. He pulls back just enough to look at her, asking her to just try. The proximity, the intensity in his eyes, it's all too much. No, she whispers, her voice trembling slightly as she tries to wrench her hands from his grasp, telling him to let go. To her surprise, he does. He steps back, his expression unreadable, and says, "Then don't." He offers an alternative. She doesn't have to be his life assistant. He'll just take her to his office and she can play on her phone while he works. The offer makes her pause. Her mind flashes back to the painful breakup with the twins, a wound still raw and fresh. She can't let this end with Gingland awakening and hating her. If that happened, her entire family could be in trouble. A wave of resignation washes over her. "Fine," she says, her voice tight. She'll give it a shot. Her resolve is firm. But her inner mission is completely different. She has to break up with him before he awakens. Her new plan: cause as much trouble as possible, max out his evilness meter, and then get out. It was time to act out. She holds up the fresh shirt and tie, asking him where to begin. He watches her, a slow smile spreading across his face, as he instructs her to start by taking off his clothes. Her jaw drops. A tiny version of herself inside her head screams at him to do it himself, complaining that he's far too tall for her to manage. He simply agrees with a placid okay. And then he does it himself, unbuttoning his pajama top to reveal a stunningly defined chest and abdomen. Her breath catches in her throat. She quickly looks away, a furious blush creeping up her neck. She'd seen his body before, but seeing it up close like this still made her feel flustered and embarrassed. Steeling herself, she steps forward, her small frame dwarfed by his. Her fingers tremble as she fumbles with the buttons on the crisp black shirt, her mind a complete blank. He leans down, his warm breath ghosting over her hair as he points out that she's misbuttoned it. That's the last straw. She yanks her hands back as if burned, her frustration boiling over. She accuses him of deliberately making things difficult for her, declaring that she's done and that he can dress himself. She spins around to leave, but his arm snakes around her waist, pulling her flush against his warm, hard chest. He won't let her escape. "Do it again," he commands, his voice a low rumble. "Start from the top." He whispers against her temple, telling her there's no rush, to take her time. Defeated, she turns her attention to the tie, her fingers fumbling with the silk fabric. She swallows hard and glares up at him, warning him not to move again. Her hands grip the tie in a white-knuckled clench. He simply says, "Okay." A gentle, amused smile touches his lips as he watches her struggle, his eyes full of warmth. A minute later, the tie is finally, miraculously done. She lets out a shaky breath, stammering that it's finished and that he can deal with the rest himself. Announcing that she's going out, her face is the color of a ripe tomato. She practically flees the room, a whirlwind of embarrassment and flustered energy. He watches her go, a deep, satisfied chuckle rumbling in his chest. He'd let her off the hook this time. The sight of her flushed face, he thinks, is unbelievably cute. Jiang Jihuan is just returning to the cloakroom when Haohao bursts in. She immediately notices Haohao's scarlet face and asks what's wrong. Haohao just stammers that it's nothing. Jiang Jihuan looks on, confused. Just then, Gingland appears behind Haohao, now impeccably dressed in a handsome three-piece suit. He calls her name softly, telling her it's time for breakfast. He casually drapes an arm around her shoulders, pulling her against his side in a gesture of easy intimacy. She looks up at him, muttering under her breath about how he got dressed so fast after making it so difficult for her. He feigns ignorance, a questioning "huh?" on his lips. He gently rubs her still flushed cheek with his thumb, a teasing glint in his eye. From the side, Jiang Jihuan watches the scene unfold, her hand clenching into a tight fist. Mr. G looked so sophisticated, so handsome, and so taken. She finally understood. This was his type. A wave of despair washes over her. There was no chance for her. She could never get between them, and she wouldn't dare to try. Gingland turns to her, his tone all business again, and informs her that Haohao will be learning from her for the next few days. With a bowed head, Jiang Zihuan can only agree. Later that evening, they drive under a sky full of stars. Reflecting on the day, Haohao tells him that she learned a lot from Ms. Jiang, admitting that being a life assistant was a real, time-consuming job. But her internal monologue tells a different story. The truth was, Gingland was an absolute workaholic. She'd barely seen him all day at the office. She realizes that they had spent very little time alone. He was almost always working. It was just his overbearing, imposing presence that left such a deep impression, making it feel as though he were always by her side. She sighs internally. He wasn't just a workaholic. He was also completely bankrupt when it came to creative date ideas. It was a good thing the original female lead in the novel appreciated his brand of humor, she muses. Otherwise, he'd have a very hard time finding a girlfriend. Lost in her thoughts, she doesn't realize she's gone quiet until he turns to her, his brow furrowed slight with concern, and asks what's wrong. The silence in the car was heavy, thick with unspoken thoughts, as the grand estate of the G family loomed into view under the pale light of a crescent moon. Inside the opulent foyer, the air was just as tense. Haohao, her shouldering with a wariness that went deeper than just physical exhaustion, told Gingland that she was going back to her room for a sleep. She turned her heavy on the grand staircase, but before she could ascend, a firm, warm hand wrapped around her wrist, stopping her cold. His grip was an undeniable anchor, a silent command. With a sudden sharp tug, he pulled her back, and a small gasp escaped her lips as her balance faltered. In one fluid, breathtaking motion, he swept her off her feet, cradling her against his chest as if she weighed nothing at all. The world tilted, her heart hammering against her ribs, the scent of his cologne sandalwood, and something uniquely him filling her senses. He started walking, carrying her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He remarked on her new skill, mentioning that she seemed to be getting pretty good at wearing a tie after her lesson that day. His voice was a low rumble against her ear as he added that Jihuan had told him she learned even faster than she did. He carried her into a bedroom, the soft carpet silencing their arrival. One of her slippers fell to the floor with a soft thud, leaving her foot bare. He looked down at her, his eyes glinting with a playful challenge, and suggested that she help him loosen his tie backwards, this time to demonstrate just how much she'd learned. His gaze was intense, a silent invitation that made her breath catch in her throat. The heat rising to her cheeks was undeniable as she found herself pinned by his confident, handsome stare. Her hands, slightly, rested on his chest as she fumbled with the knot of his tie. A low smirk played on his lips as he murmured that this should be easy for her. With a newfound determination, her fingers worked deftly, loosening the silk. She looked up, a triumphant looming on her face, ready to declare her success. But her words died in her throat. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, his head dipping down as he captured her hands in his. His lips met hers, a startling, electric shock that sent a tremor through her entire body. He pulled flush against him, his hand sliding to the small of her back, deepening the kiss until her world narrowed to the single point of contact. Her mind reeled, a frantic cascade of confusion and panic. What did he mean? The only answer that screamed through her thoughts was a resounding no. She couldn't have heard him right, she thought desperately, but whatever he was suggesting, it couldn't be good. She couldn't agree. Seeing the panic in her eyes, a slow, knowing smile spread across his face, and he called her his good girl. He then clarified his devious trap. He had just asked if she wanted to stay in the guest room, since she had so clearly indicated she didn't want to stay there. Then he would simply move all of her things into his room for tonight. The realization hit her like a physical blow. A hot blush of humiliation and anger spread across her face. Damn him! She cursed silently, admitting with a sinking heart that she could never, ever beat him when it came to scheming. 2 hours later, she was still burning with embarrassment, lying stiffly in his bed. They lay side by side, each tucked under their own separate blanket, a wide, chested space between them. She mumbled that she was going to sleep now and wished him a good night. He replied with a simple, quiet good night of his own. She let out a soft breath of relief, reassuring herself that he was behaving well. Nothing would happen tonight. With that thought, she drifted off into a deep sleep, a soft snore escaping her lips. Gingland, however, remained wide awake, watching her. He thought about her favorimeter, currently sitting at a mere 40. It was slightly better than friends, but still a daunting 20 points away from love, and a staggering 60 from deep affection. It was still a long way to go, he mused, and he couldn't afford to play hardball with her. He had to make her fall in love with him willingly. He reached out, his fingers gently tracing the curve of her cheek as he whispered into the quiet room, asking what he should do to make her fall for him. He carefully pulled her sleeping form closer, wrapping his arm around her. He whispered that if she found him too tedious, she could even like Shentinglan instead. He wouldn't even mind. A shadow of pain crossed his face as he held her, thinking it was a pity he had realized his feelings far too late. He wished her a good night one last time, his voice thick with unspoken emotion. As the hours of the night ticked by, she began to stir in his embrace. Mumbling in her sleep, she complained that she was so hot. He was holding her so tightly. He woke instantly, soft with concern as he asked what was wrong. She murmured that she was thirsty. He told her to stay in bed, promising to fetch her some water. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, but as he moved to get up, she added she was also a little bit hungry. A tender smile touched his lips. He suggested they go to the kitchen, offering to make her some food himself. Without another word, he scooped her into his arms once more. He carried her downstairs, her head resting against his shoulder. 5 minutes later, the gentle sizzle of dumplings frying in a pan filled the quiet kitchen. Gingland stood at the stove, his focus entirely on the meal he was preparing for her. Watching his broad back, a strange loomed in Haohao's mind. At that moment, she finally understood why the original female lead had married Gingland. Of all the male leads, he was the only one who would get up in the middle of the night to cook for her. The others would have just ordered delivery. He turned, placing a plate of perfectly golden dumplings in front of her, telling her to eat while they were hot. But this was her chance. She put on a pout, declaring that she wasn't hungry anymore. He had cooked too slowly, she whined, and now she didn't feel like eating. Inside, she fought against a crushing wave of guilt. She had to keep this up, she told herself. She had to keep acting up so that he would finally get fed up and break up with her. To her utter shock, he didn't get angry. He simply smiled, scooped her back into his arms, and said that if she wasn't hungry, they should just go back to sleep. She stared at him, bewildered. Give his infamous temper. How could he let this go so easily? As he carried her back to the bedroom, she couldn't help but ask if he was mad. He glanced down at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and asked why he would be. She pressed on, her voice small, explaining he had spent so much effort cooking, and she hadn't even touched the food. All his effort was in vain. Wasn't he mad? He laid her gently on the bed, his touch incredibly tender. He leaned over her, his eyes soft, and told her it didn't matter. He wasn't mad. He explained that his girlfriend must be pampered. She could be as stingy as she wanted, do whatever she wanted, because he would always have her back. She was left utterly speechless. A small notification pinged in her mind. The favor meter for Haohao had increased by 1, bringing the total to 41. As he lay down beside her, Gingland watched her conflicted expression and thought to himself what a silly, innocent girl she was. Did she feel guilty? Was she really this uneasy over such a trifle? He was certain she couldn't possibly be evil-hearted. The next morning, he emerged from the closet, asking with a charming smile if she would do him the honor of putting on his tie for him today. A mischievous idea sparked in her mind. She would deliberately tie it crooked, making him look foolish. Then, when he inevitably noticed and demanded she fix it, she would refuse, hoping to finally provoke his anger. She finished her handiwork, leaving the tie noticeably askew. He looked down at it, then back at her, a knowing glint in his eye. Then he simply told her to kiss him. She gave him a quick, dutiful peck on the cheek, but he leaned in, murmuring that she shouldn't touch his tie. She agreed, and he captured her lips in a proper, lingering kiss. They arrived at the towering G Group building, walking in side by side and turning every head. An employee, Ji Huan, stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock. She hurried over, stammering Mr. Ji's name, her gaze fixed on something about him. Haohao, however, was happily telling Ji Huan about her progress, boasting that she could now recognize all the major male brands and asking when Ji Huan would teach her how to match clothes. Ji Huan leaned in close, whispering urgently to Miss Mu that Mr. Ji's tie was crooked. Haohao just beamed, proudly declaring that she knew because she was the one who tied it. Ji Huan's mind reeled with a mix of shock and admiration. Mr. Ji was known for his flawless, proud image. Walking around with a crooked tie, all to please a girl. Haohao, oblivious, simply asked what he didn't mind. Later, Haohao told Ji Huan not to worry if she learned slowly, but Ji Huan instead Miss Mu was a fast learner. Haohao then called out to Gingland, telling him she'd be able to match his clothes for him tomorrow. He turned back, a warm smile gracing his lips, and replied that he would be waiting. Haohao watched him walk away, a secret, smug smile on her face. Her brilliant idea was working perfectly. He hadn't even noticed his crooked tie. Inside the meeting room, Gingland brought the session to a close. One of his subordinates stared, debating internally whether he should point out the state of his boss's tie. Was it a hint? Was it crooked on purpose? The entire room was filled with the same silent, awkward staring. Just as the silence became unbearable, Gingland spoke. He announced calmly to the entire room that his girlfriend had put his tie on for him that morning. He continued, his voice steady, explaining that it was her first time, so she was a bit rusty. He informed them that from now on, they would inevitably see him wearing his tie in various crooked ways. He then issued a command, hoped they would take it in stride and never mention his crooked tie to his face. Because, as he put it, it's not easy to cheer up a sad girl. With that, he dismissed the stunned meeting. A wave of hushed, excited whispers filled the room as he left. The employees couldn't believe how lovey-dovey their fierce boss was, or that he had managed to find such a soft girlfriend. He strode out of the room, his expression unreadable. Haohao and Ji Huan were waiting for him. He told her the meeting was over, and she finally noticed that his tie was still, unbelievably, crooked. A knot of confusion tightened in her stomach. How could he be so composed? Did seriously no one in that entire meeting say a word to him about it? Deciding she had to come clean, she stopped him, asking him to promise he wouldn't be angry before she told him something. He told her to say it. She confessed in a rush, admitting that she had tied his tie crookedly on purpose that morning because she still couldn't do it well. She explained that she had wanted to say something, but it was the first time she'd ever tied a tie for someone, and she wanted it to be memorable. She apologized for letting him sit through an hour-long meeting looking like that. A slow, infuriatingly handsome smile spread across his face. He revealed that he had known it was crooked ever since they were at home. It wasn't a big deal, he said, telling her that as long as it felt good to him, that's all that mattered. She stared at him, completely floored. He knew the whole time, and he just left it like that? Just then, Ji Huan interrupted, reminding Mr. Ji about his upcoming ribbon-cutting ceremony. She pointed out that there would be media and officials present and tactfully asked if he needed help adjusting his tie. He waved a dismissive hand, saying it didn't matter. The media could just cut all of his scenes, and if that didn't work, he would simply skip the entire activity. Panic seized Haohao. Skip the event? Absolutely not. She rushed forward, insisting that he had to get his tie adjusted, declaring that she would tie it again for him, properly this time. 3 days later, Haohao stood by the window, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. She had been causing all sorts of accidents and mishaps him, but he never got mad. Instead, her own guilt was growing with each failed attempt. Her moves were too insignificant. It was time, she decided grimly, to play her trump card. Checking his schedule, she saw he was attending a high-profile party that night. A sly, determined glint entered her eyes. That was it. She found Ji Huan in the massive walk-in closet and announced that since she'd been learning to match clothes for a few days, she should be the one to pick out his outfit for the party. Ji Huan's cheerful demeanor vanished. She looked at Haohao with a serious, searching gaze and asked a question that cut right through the air. Did Miss Mew dislike Mr. G? Haohao was stunned into silence. Jihuan continued, her voice trembling slightly, saying that she just felt sorry for Mr. G. He was so incredibly nice to Haohao, so why did she seem determined to make a fool of him all the time? Haohao had to agree that he was, indeed, really nice to her. She looked at the earnest, pained expression on Jihuan's face and thought that Gingland was so good and worthy of being liked. She was happy that an amazing girl like Jihuan was here looking out for him. A deep blush colored Jihuan's cheeks as she confessed that she liked Mr. G. She added she also wanted to help Haohao, she just didn't know how. A gentle, knowing smile touched Haohao's lips. She took Jihuan's hands in her own, her plan was clicking into place. She told Jihuan to just let her match his clothes for tonight. As a backup, she suggested Jihuan could prepare another, more suitable outfit. That way, she could show off her own capability against the backdrop of Haohao's foolish choices. Jihuan looked at her, moved and confused by the offer. Haohao's internal monologue was resolute. This was it. Then, Gingland would finally see that a good, capable girl like Jihuan was far more suitable for him. The sleek, imposing facade of the G Group building glittered under the evening sky, a silent testament to the power held within. Inside, Gingland extended a pristine white gift bag towards her, his voice smooth and commanding. He informed Gingland, no, he informed her, Mu Haohao, this was the outfit he had prepared for the party, urging her to hurry and put it on. She simply agreed. He then clarified her role for the evening. She would attend the party as his date and was to go with the stylist immediately. She gave a small, meek nod, a sweet smile playing on her lips as she agreed once more. As she turned to leave, a genuine, warm smile spread across Gingland's face, his eyes crinkling at the corners. His thoughts were a soft whisper in the quiet office. Haohao was just so cute. Alone, Haohao stared at the dress. The original Mu Haohao had picked it, and she had to admit, it was perfectly suitable for the occasion. But a wave of discomfort washed over her. It was too young, so far from her own style that it felt like a costume. She worried that others wouldn't get used to this sudden change in her. With a sigh of resignation, she steeled herself. She would just have to act up again. A tiny, furious version of herself stomped its feet in her mind. It was a maddening tightrope walk. The original Haohao wanted to act out, to be rebellious, but she was also terrified of truly embarrassing herself if she pushed the boundaries too far. It felt so trivial, so childish. And yet, there was a strange consequence to this act. Every time she forced herself into this role, a suffocating wave of guilt followed. And paradoxically, Gingland's favor meter would rise. It was already at 45. Meanwhile, Gingland, now dressed in a sharp, tailored tan suit, stood waiting by the window. A shadow of uncertainty his features as he wondered, with a sudden pang of anxiety, if she would truly be determined him once her favor midair finally reached the sea. The soft clatter of the door opening pulled him from his thoughts. She stood in the doorway, her voice a gentle melody as she called his name. She was a vision. The dress was a delicate, off-the-shoulder powder blue, cinched at the waist and adorned with a large, elegant bow at the bodice, its soft fabric cascading down her legs. For a moment, he was utterly captivated. A slow smile spread across his lips as he stepped forward, his voice low and laced with adoration, calling her his little princess and announcing it was time to go. As she slipped her arm through his, a jolt of surprise shot through her. He had matched his outfit to hers. His tan suit was the perfect complement to her blue dress, and he was absolutely beaming, a radiant smile on his face. A hotch crept up her neck. Didn't he think it looked ugly? The thought was mortifying. He must have felt her tense, because he glanced down, his browing slightly as he asked her what was wrong. She shook her head quickly, assuring him it was nothing. Just then her friend Jiang Jinfen approached. Haohao turned to Gingland, a hopeful glint in her eye, and suggested they ask Miss Jiang to join them. To her relief, he agreed without hesitation. He mused internally that it was hardly surprising. Haohao had been spent days with Jiang Jinfen, learning from her, and it was only natural she'd want her friend along. The Gu family's estate was a breathtaking sight, a sprawling traditional house glowing under the soft light of the moon, its elegant architecture a whisper of old money and deep-rooted power. As they stepped into the lively party, Gingland leaned in, his voice a low murmur against her ear. He explained that their hosts, the Gu family, were a prestigious literary family. Mr. Gu had retired from politics years ago, but still commanded immense respect. The entire event, he said, was to celebrate the birthday of the family's youngest daughter. They moved through the glittering crowd, a handsome couple turning heads. A woman with striking, short lavender hair and a bold, figure-hugging red dress glided towards them, a confident smile on her face as she greeted Mr. G. This was Gu Xinrui, the birthday girl, looking every bit the powerful heiress. Gingland offered a polite nod, and she thanked him for coming, informing him that her father was waiting inside and gestured for them to follow. Haohao watched her, a sense of awe bubbling within her. So this was Gu Xinrui, the famed Iron Woman of the Gu family. She was even more beautiful and impressive in person, her diplomatic and capable of radiating from her. She was Haohao, the female equivalent of Gingland himself. Gu Xinrui seamlessly shifted from hostess to businesswoman, turning to Gingland to ask opinion on a recent acquisition case. The conversation immediately flew over Haohao's head. Business. She couldn't contribute a single intelligent word. A familiar feeling of being in a place crept in, and she thought it would just slip away, to let them talk without her being a silent, awkward accessory. She began to gently withdraw her arm from his, but his grip tightened instantly, a firm, possessive hold that sent a shiver down her spine. He didn't even look at her, his gaze fixed on Gu Xinrui as he smoothly explained that his girl was shy around strangers. He claimed he would worry if he left her alone. The words were a clear, public declaration. Gu Xinrui's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before she recovered, apologizing for her thoughtlessness. She then called out, announcing Misty's arrival to her father. Gu Changfeng, the patriarch of the Gu family, appeared, his sharp eyes behind his glasses assessing Gingland. He stated that he had something to discuss with Gingland and invited him to his study. Gingland nodded and turned to Haohao, telling her they were going to the study. Panic flared in her chest. This was a private business meeting. She hesitated, her voice barely a whisper as she questioned him. Gingland addressed Mr. Gu directly, his tone firm. He explained that his girl had only just graduated and rarely attended such formal occasions, stating plainly that she would only feel at ease if she remained by his side. Gu Xinrui, ever the diplomat, stepped in with a silken, smooth offer. She could show Miss Mu around the estate, she proposed, promising to stay close by. She looked at Gingland, a challenging glint in her eyes, and asked if that would be acceptable. Mr. Gu dismissed the idea of business entirely, insisting that today was his daughter's birthday. He offered to visit Gingland another day if he wished to drink tea, but Gu Xinrui persisted, suggesting her father truly did have something important to discuss. She proposed they all go to the study together. She tempted them with the promise of famous calligraphy and paintings, assuring Gingland that she would keep Miss Mu entertained so they could talk. A flash of understanding, cold and sharp, went through Gingland. This was a setup. Mr. wanted to matchmake him with his daughter. He had deliberately brought Haohao and made his position clear, yet they were refusing to back down. Sensing the escalating tension, Haohao spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady. She told Gingland they should go, adding that she was quite interested in paintings herself. She had to de-escalate this. She didn't want to cause a scene or, worse, negatively impact Gingland's career. This wasn't the time or place for drama. A flicker of surprise, then something softer, crossed his face. He looked down at her and agreed. She squared her shoulders. Whatever the Gu family was planning, they were a respected literary family. Surely they would do anything too drastic at their own party. Gu Xinrui smiled triumphantly, saying it would be her pleasure. As they walked, she and her father exchanged a subtle, knowing glance. The rumors were true. The formidable Gingland was unexpectedly obedient to this young woman. All their carefully crafted arguments had been useless, but a few simple words from her had changed his mind instantly. Soon, the four of them were seated in a quiet, elegant room around a low table. Gu Xinrui poured Haohao a cup of herbal tea. Haohao took a delicate sip, her eyes closing briefly in appreciation of the fragrant brew. She thanked her hostess, remarking on how good the tea tasted. Mr. Gu then instructed his daughter to show their guest around. Gu Xinrui gracefully rose, offering to show Haohao the paintings, and Haohao readily agreed. As the two women left the room, a sinister plot was revealed in the minds of the hosts. The incense burning softly in the corner was laced with a filter. Both father and daughter had already taken the antidote, which was also conveniently mixed into the tea Haohao had just consumed. Gingland watched them go, his expression unreadable. He knew Haohao had just ingested the cure. Now, all he had to do was wait and see how she would perform. Gu Xinrui's plan was simple and ruthless. If Gingland to marry her, the tea he was about to drink would be the cure. If he refused, then she herself would become his cure. The small, innocent-looking teacup sat on the table, steaming gently. A sinister gurgle echoed in the quiet room. Mr. Gu offered the cup to Gingland, presenting it as the finest new tea of the year. Gingland inclined his head slightly but refused. He thanked Mr. Gu for the offer but stated plainly that he didn't like tea. To him, it was no different than plain water. Mr. Gu's smile tightened. He mused that Gingland, a tea lover himself, should find a partner who shared his hobby. He launched into a lecture about the impatience of youth, contrasting them with daughter Xinrui, who had apparently mastered the art of tea-making. He likened Gingland's presence to drinking tea despite disliking it, a necessary concession to old-fashioned people like himself. The point, he said, was that a superior's personal preferences were irrelevant. What truly mattered was suitability. In another part of the house, Gu Xinrui was giving Haohao a similar lecture, using the herbal tea as a metaphor. She explained that while herbal tea might be pleasant, like a new client, It was ultimately not presentable for serious business. She looked Haohao in the eye, her tone condescending, saying that someone with Haohao's vision should understand that one doesn't discuss important matters over something so frivolous. Back in the study, Gingland's patience had worn thin. He cut Mr. Gu off, his voice dropping to an icy calm. He didn't know about others, he said, but for him, preference would always trump suitability. A dangerous light entered his eyes. He argued that if a behaved high status but still couldn't live as he pleased, his life must be pathetic. And his own greatest virtue, he declared, was that he never forced himself to consume something he disliked. And with a deliberate, shocking movement, he overturned the teacup, splashing its contents across the polished wooden table. His eyes were like chips of ice. He informed Mr. Gu that in his world, he was the only one who forced others to do things. Mr. Gu stared, utterly silenced by the blatant disrespect. Gingland continued, his voice ripping with contempt, advising that if the older generation didn't understand the world of the young, they shouldn't try to flaunt their seniority. He stood, bidding a curt goodbye as he turned to leave. Haohao, who had just returned, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. Shira sighed, asking if they were leaving now. He paused only to fix Gu Shinrui with a final, chilling glare. He called her smart and stated that, because it was her birthday, he would let this go. But he warned her never to bother him again, and he would pretend this entire charade never happened. He took Haohao's hand, his grip firm and unwavering, and led her out, leaving Gu Shinrui frozen in place. A gasp escaped her lips. She whirled around to face her father, panic finally breaking through her composure as she cried out about the incense. She reminded him that it contained the filter, and Gingland hadn't taken the cure. But her father remained calm, waving a dismissive hand. He told her it was fine. Gingland made his position clear, and they would simply drop the matter. As for the drug, he was with Haohao now. He would be fine. Outside the grand house, the cool night air felt like a relief. Haohao remembered their friend, realizing Zinfen was still inside. Gingland pulled out his phone, saying he would call her. He gestured towards the car, noting the wind was picking up and suggesting they wait for her inside. 5 minutes later, Zinfen hurried out, apologizing for the delay. Before she could reach the car, a young man intercepted her, breathlessly introducing himself and telling her how much he liked her. He pressed his business card into her hand, begging her to call him. From inside the car, Gingland let out an impatient cough. Flustered, Zinfen started to stammer an explanation, but Haohao cut her off with a light-hearted smile, telling her to get in the car and remarking that the young man certainly had good eyes. The car pulled away from the curb, leaving the party and its dark undercurrents behind. Silence filled the vehicle. Suddenly, Gingland gasped. A deep, unnatural flush spread across his face, his eyes widening in alarm. A strange, overwhelming urge was coursing through his body, a heat that had nothing to do with anger. What was happening? He clutched his stomach, the horrifying realization dawning on him. The incense, the tea... Damn them! He could see Gu Shinrui's smug face in his mind. He barked at the driver, his voice strained, ordering him to get to the hospital. The driver nervously reported that the nearest hospital was 20 minutes away, but Gingland just roared at him to hurry up. Haohao stared at him, her heart pounding with a terrible suspicion. She asked what was wrong, reminding him he had perfectly fine just moments ago. Then she saw the sheen of sweat on his brow, the feverish look in his eyes, and the pieces clicked into place with sickening certainty. Why did he look exactly like someone who had been drugged with a filter? He turned his head towards her, his breathing ragged. He managed to force out a reassurance, telling her not to be afraid. The drug was taking hold far too quickly. He could barely think straight. He knew with what little clarity he had left that he couldn't lose control. Not in front of her. Not with her. In order to protect her, he had to do this. With a surge of willpower, he pressed his thumb hard into a pressure point on his own neck, grunting from the effort before his eyes rolled back and he slumped into unconsciousness. Haohao stared in pure panic. What was she supposed to do? Her first instinct was to call his brother, Jingxi. He would know how to handle this. But before she could dial, Jiang Xinfen's sharp voice cut through the tension, ordering the driver to stop the car. The driver glanced back, confused. Haohao turned to her friend, demanding to know what she was doing. Jiang Xinfen's face, of desperate resolve. She took a deep, shuddering breath and leaned forward, her voice trembling but firm. She told Miss Mu that she could help him. She reminded Haohao of her feelings for Mr. Ji, of the promise Haohao had made to help her. This, she pleaded, was her one and only chance. Since Haohao didn't even like him, she begged her to just let her have him this one time. She would do what was necessary, and she would accept whatever consequences came after he woke up. The unspoken offer hung in the air, thick and shocking. A hot blush spread across Haohao's skin. Zinfen was offering to be the cure herself. The car screeched to a stop by the side of the road. Zinfen announced she would excuse herself for a moment, getting out of the car with the driver give them privacy. Gingland, barely conscious, felt a wave of relief. If he just let Zinfen do this, the problem would be solved. Haohao looked from Jiang Xinfen's retreating back to Gingland's unconscious form, her mind racing. A cold, calculating thought pushed through the panic. If she let this happen, then when Gingland woke up, No matter what he felt, hatred, disgust, or twisted contractual relationship would finally, definitively be over. This was her chance, her escape. The car is a cage, and freedom is just one word away. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, desperate escape. I've been trapped in this world for 2 lifetimes, a ghost in someone else's story, and the itch to go home is a physical pain, a constant, gnawing hunger. All I have to do is agree. Just one word, and I can walk out of this car, away from him, and a step closer to my real life. My hands tremble in my lap, knuckles white as I clench the fabric of my dress, stealing my resolve. From the front seat, Jiang Jihuan's voice is a desperate whisper, her eyes wide with panic as she pleads with me. But a cold certainty settles over me, extinguishing the flicker of temptation. My gaze hardens, my voice firm and unwavering as I tell her I can't agree. This isn't my business to decide. I explain that while I promise to help Gingland, I have no right to make this kind of decision, especially not now. He's unconscious, in a feverish delirium, and to agree to her scheme would be a profound betrayal. It's a completely different thing from simply helping her out. The last of my patience snaps. I order her to get out of the car, my voice sharp as glass. I will drive him to the hospital myself. A wave of terror washes over her face. I can see the conflict in her eyes, the desperate, unspoken fear that if she stays in this car with him, she won't be able to contain the forbidden feelings churning inside her. I don't care about her feelings, I just want her gone. I repeat my command, my tone leaving no room for argument. She must get out now. The demand hangs in the air, crackling with an almost violent intensity. Finally, the door clicks open and she stumbles out, the door slat with a deafening bang that seals me inside with him. Through the window, I see her standing alone on the dark, moonlit road, a solitary figure abandoned by the side of the road. She knows the driver is gone. And Gingland now? The next day in her own apartment, Jiang Jihuan was lost in a spiral of anxiety. Mr. Zhiji hadn't fired her yet, but after her confession, he had to know how she felt about him. She sat at her small dining table, staring at her phone, her stomach in knots. She had been too embarrassed to go to work for days, but how could she possibly call him to resign? As if summoned by her thoughts, her phone buzzed, startling her. The screen lit up with the name Luke Swikai. A complicated feeling washed over her. Swikai was a rich guy she'd met who had pursued her relentlessly. She hadn't been able to resist his charm, and now they were in what she thought was a sweet relationship. Answering the call, she asked what was the matter. His voice was smooth on the other end, telling her it was nothing, he just missed her. Then his tone shifted slightly as he mentioned he had a favor to ask. Seeing an opportunity, she told him she was thinking about quitting her job and asked if he could help her find a new one. His voice immediately filled with concern. He questioned why she would suddenly quit, asking if she was in some kind of trouble. Without waiting for an answer, he demanded to know where she was, declaring he would come to her right now. True to his word, her doorbell rang just half an hour later. She opened it, surprised at his speed, and invited him in. The moment the door was closed, he pulled her into a tight hug. Flustered, she tried to pull away, asking what he might like to drink. In an instant, the warmth vanished, replaced by a terrifying coldness. He slammed the door shut with a deafening bang and shoved her hard against it. His face was dark, his eyes holding a chilling intensity she'd never seen before. He commanded her to ask Gingland out, right now, no matter what it took. He pinned her there, his hand planted firmly on the door beside her head, trapping her. Terror seized her. Tears welled in her eyes as she stammered, asking what was wrong with him, if he'd met someone else. He snarled, cutting her off, his voice a furious roar. He demanded to know if she couldn't hear him as he shoved her again, sending her sprawling to the floor. She cried out in pain, scrambling backward. She tried to explain, her voice a pathetic whisper, that she was only a life assistant, that she couldn't possibly ask him out. He loomed over fallen form, a predator cornering his prey. He sneered that he didn't want to hear it. He didn't care about the process. He only wanted the result. His eyes glinted with a terrifying menace as he leaned down, his voice a venomous hiss. He warned her that if she didn't ask him out, he would beat her to death. His mind was a storm of dark thoughts, a plan years in the making finally reaching its climax. Jiang Jihuan was the breakthrough he'd been waiting for. He had to seize this chance to approach Gingland and kill him. His mind flashed back to the past, to the source of his all-consuming hatred. His father had worked for Gingland's father, but after a power shift, his father had chosen the wrong side and was silenced, killed for his mistake. To survive, his mother had become the mistress of a director at Lu's pharmaceutical group. The memories were acid, burning through him. He saw himself as a small boy, cowering in a corner while his mother was beaten. The shadow of the man a monster on the wall. That man and his mother had abused them every single day. The rage exploded from him in a violent blow, his fist connecting with Jinhuan's face. He struck her again and again, each blow fueled by a lifetime of pain and resentment. His inner voice screamed that it was all Gingland's fault. If it weren't for him, his father wouldn't be dead, and he and his mother wouldn't have suffered years of torment. Jinhuan lay on the floor, sobbing him to stop. Through her tears, she choked out that she had an idea. She knew Gingland adored his girlfriend Haohao, she explained frantically. She proposed that they could ask Haohao instead. Once they had her, they'd use her to threaten Gingland, and he would agree to any demand. Suikai's eyes blazed with a manic fire. He screamed her to ask her out now. With trembling hands, Xinhuan dialed Haohao's number, her heart pounding a frantic prayer for her to please pick up the call. When Haohao's voice came through the line, Xinhuan forced a bright, cheerful tone. Despite the blooming bruise on her cheek, she identified herself and launched into her fabricated story, explaining that she'd been thinking a lot about her and Mr. G. She claimed she believed Mr. G was aware of her feelings for him, and so she was planning to quit her job. On the other end of the line, Haohao listened, a skeptical frown on her face. She thought to herself that she didn't dare confess to him. She was terrified of him. She cut to the chase, asking Xinhuan why she was calling her. Xinhuan's voice took on a pathetic, pleading quality. She said she just wanted to pour her heart out to someone before she resigned. Haohao's deepened. She found it incredibly strange, questioning whether it was appropriate to confess her feelings for a man to his own girlfriend. Xinhuan began to cry, begging Miss Mu for pity. She spun a tale of having a crush for years, only to have to leave miserably without ever confessing. She pleaded for a chance to just say something. With a weary sigh, Haohao relented, agreeing to meet at a coffee shop. Xinhuan quickly refused, insisting there was no need. She invited Haohao to her home, mentioning a new coffee machine, and claiming she was afraid she'd make a scene outside. She offered to send her address. An hour later, Haohao arrived. Xinhuan, her face carefully made up to hide the bruises, greeted her at the door. She offered Haohao a seat and served her a cup of freshly brewed coffee and a slice of cake. Haohao thanked her and took a sip, while Xinhuan watched her with an unnerving, nervous intensity. The strange atmosphere was palpable. Haohao lowered her cup, asking Miss Jiang what was wrong. Xinhuan's composure shattered. Her face crumpled in guilt and terror as she apologized profusely, sobbing that she couldn't help it. She confessed that if she didn't do this, she would be beaten to death. Before Haohao could process the horrifying words, a sudden, overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over her. The world tilted and spun. The coffee cup slipped from her nerveless fingers, shattering on the floor as she slumped, unconscious, onto the sofa. From the shadows, Suikai emerged, a triumphant smirk on his face. He remarked that the drug worked well. The girl wouldn't wake for at least 2 or 3 hours. He turned his cold gaze on the trembling Xinhuan and ordered her to contact Gingland now. Her fingers shaking, Xinhuan texted Mr. G a carefully crafted lie. She told him she had called Miss Mu to discuss her resignation, but that Miss Mu was in a bad mood, had some fruit wine, and had gotten completely wasted. She sent a photo of the peacefully sleeping Haohao as proof. Gingland replied almost instantly, stating he would come take her back. Xinhuan sent her address, telling him Haohao was at her home. In his office, Gingland read the messages, a faint smile on his lips. He was surprised, thinking that in 2 lifetimes, he'd never known Haohao to drink. He imagined she must just fallen asleep, meek as always. When the doorbell rang, Xinhuan opened it to find Miss G standing there. Her face was pale with terror. Before she could utter a word, Suikai shoved her aside. Stepping into the doorway, he raised a gun, pointing it directly at Gingland's chest, a twisted, victorious smile spreading across his face. He spat out a final curse, telling Gingland to go to hell, and then the world exploded in a deafening bang. Xinhuan screamed, a raw, piercing sound of pure horror. Gingland staggered backward, a dark, wet stain blossoming on his crisp suit jacket, right over his heart. Suikai threw his head back and laughed, a wild, unhinged sound, screaming that he had finally gotten his revenge. But through the searing pain, Gingland's eyes were shockingly clear, blazing with a cold, lethal fury. In a movement so fast it was a blur, he lunged, twisting the gun from Suikai's grasp. He slammed the younger man against the wall, the impact rattling the frame of the door. His voice was a low, dangerous growl as he demanded to know who had sent him. Suikai, though Pin just laughed, he taunted him, asking if he was surprised. Xinhuan, sobbing hysterically, tried to explain. She told him the man's name was Suikai, a manager whose father was on the board at Lu's Pharmaceutical. She whimpered that he had been normal until he showed up and suddenly turned violent, demanding she lure Mr. G here. She confessed she had no choice but to use Miss Mu to get him to come, apologizing over and over. With a sickening crunch, Gingland slammed Suikai's head against the wall, knocking him unconscious. His thoughts were chillingly clear. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Xinhuan had dared to use Haohao as a pawn. For that, he couldn't let her live. His gaze shifted to the unconscious man, and a murderous intent hardened his features. He pressed the cold muzzle of the gun to Suikai's temple. He hissed that if Suikai wanted to live, he would explain everything. He gave him 2 minutes. Suikai, now fully terrified, slumped to the floor and confessed everything. He revealed he was the son of Lu Zhen. Gingland's mind raced, connecting the dots. Lu Zhen, a man who had been a thorn in his side after his father's death. A man who had backed the wrong faction and paid for it with his life. It didn't make sense. Such an insignificant man shouldn't have been able to orchestrate this. Then a sudden, dawning horror struck him. The male character shield is fading away. He finally understood what it meant. Suikai, mistaking his silence for consideration, asked with a flicker of hope if he would be allowed to go now. The only answer was a second, final bang. Gingland stood over the body for a moment, his expression grim. Then, the adrenaline that had been holding him together receded, and the white-hot agony in his chest returned with a vengeance. He stumbled, his vision blurring. He braced himself against the back of the sofa, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His gaze fell upon Haohao, still sleeping on the cushions, an angel in the midst of hell. He whispered her name, his voice thick with pain and love. He reached out a trembling hand, blood staining his fingers, and gently, so gently, stroked her cheek. A trickle of blood escaped his own lips, a devastating thought clawed at him. He had no time left. No time to become the man she deserved. For the first time in his life, Gingland was afraid of death. He was so close, so agonizingly close to having a lifetime with her, and he did not want to die. Not like this. The phantom words echoed in his fading consciousness, a final, cruel verdict. The male character shield is fading away. He couldn't believe this was how his life would end. The sterile quiet of the Mu family house is shattered by the insistent buzzing of a phone on the coffee table. Mu Chonglei picks it up, his brotherly concern turning to ice as he hears the strained, broken voice on the other end. It's Gingland. He's asking Chonglei to come and pick up Haohao, his voice a ghost of its usual confident tone. But then the words that follows Chonglei's heart cold. Gingland, his voice thick with a despair that feels ancient and suffocating, confesses that he doesn't want to die, but he is dying. The confession hangs in the air, a final, terrible truth. From his own private hell, Gingland's mind is a vortex of grim thoughts. He thinks of the 3 others who have already died by his hand, and wonders with a chilling resignation if it is finally his turn. He never understood why Go and the twins had to die, a question that will now follow him to his grave. But in his last moments, his only thought is of her, of Haohao. He resolves that he must leave the deepest possible impression on her, something so indelible that she will have to remember him forever. He sits on the cold floor, his body racked with pain, his gaze fixed on her beautiful, sleeping form on the couch, completely oblivious to the tragedy unfolding around her. But as he looks at her, profound, heartbreaking clarity washes over him. He realizes that at the very end, the only thing he can truly do for her is to let her go, to help her get what she truly wants. Whether she stays with a man who is still alive or returns to the so-called reality she came from, all that matters is that she can live the rest of her life in peace, unburdened by the guilt of his fate. Half an hour later, the gentle hum of a luxury car is the first thing that penetrates Haohao's hazy consciousness. Her eyes flutter open, heavy and unfocused. A voice, cool and familiar, asks if she's awake. Her vision clears and her breath catches in her throat. Gingland is sitting opposite her, his handsome face an unreadable mask. Her mind is a fractured mess, struggling to connect the dots. She remembers going to Jiang Xinhuan's home, having a coffee, and then a dizzying sensation as the world tilted and went black. She murmurs their names, a question hanging in the air. Gingland simply states that he knows. He then lays out the sordid truth with a chilling detachment. He explains that Jiang Xinhuan wanted to use her to get to him, that she had been coaxed over, drugged, and hidden away as part of a ploy to force him into bed with Jiang Xinhuan for her own twisted benefits. Haohao listens, her mind reeling. It doesn't sound like the Jiang Xinhuan she knew, but the facts are undeniable. She was indeed knocked out. A faint, cruel smirk touches his lips as he calls her by her full name, Mu Haohao, telling her she is simply too innocent. The condescending tone in his voice pricks at her, and she asks why he sounds so sarcastic. His next words shatter her world into a million pieces. His eyes, once so full of warmth for her, are now cold, distant voids. He tells her flatly that they should break up. The air is stolen from her lungs. He continues, each word a perfectly aimed dagger, informing her that she is not qualified to be Mrs. G. He tells her that her brother is on his way, and they need to get this over with before he arrives. He admits that he once liked her innocence, but now he sees it for what it is, a gullibility that never learns. He says he's come to realize his taste in women is truly bad. She could be a good lover, he muses cruelly, but never a good wife. He declares that he could never hand the vast assets of the G family over to someone like her. He's fed up, he says, it's over, and she is never to call him again. Tears spring to her eyes, hot and stinging. But behind his mask of cruelty, his own heart is breaking. This is what he wanted, what he planned, but a single, traitorous tear escapes his eye, a silent testament to the lie he is telling. Swallowing her agony, Haohao wipes her own tears away with a trembling hand. She agrees, her voice miraculously steady, telling him she won't hold him back and that he can go. He adds one final, brutal twist the knife, ordering her not contact him anymore, because seeing her would only remind him of how stupid he once was. He hopes she won't even attend a university in the same city, claiming that the very thought of sharing the air with her makes him feel sick. A raw scream of pain is torn from her throat as she calls him a bastard. She throws the car door open and stumbles out into the night, slamming it shut behind her. A familiar figure rushes toward her, and she collapses into Mu Chonglei's arms, her composure shattering as she sobs his name. He holds her tight, murmuring that it's okay, that he's here for her now. He tells her he'll take her home. As their car pulls away, Gingland is left alone in the suffocating silence. A racking cough shakes his frame, and he whispers a final, unheard farewell to the woman he loves. He had always fantasized about their future, a beautiful wedding where she smiled in a cascade of pink flowers. But reality is a bitter pill. He smiles a sad, broken thing as a trickle of blood stains the corner of his lips. In the safety of Chonglei's car, Haohao's mind is a storm of confusion and hurt. She can't understand why everything turned so ugly. It felt calculated, as if they were all afraid she wouldn't let go. When she had tried to break up with them, they fought to keep her. Now, discard her with such surgical neatness. She replays his cruel words, calling him a jerk in her mind. Just recently, he had been so intimate with her, and now he can't even stand to live in the same city. A fleeting, comical fantasy of revenge plays out in her head, but she quickly shakes it off, telling herself she can't cry anymore over such a scumbag. As she wipes her eyes, a strange thought surfaces. Something is wrong. She realizes with a jolt that since she got into the car, Chonglai has been completely silent, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his expression tense and anxious. She calls his name softly. She asks what's wrong, if something happened at work. He hesitates, first denying it, then admitting that yes, something tricky came up. Seeing they are almost home, she tells him to drop her off so he can get back to work. But he reaches over, his touch gentle as he caresses her hair. He tells her softly that he makes money for her, and that nothing is more important than she is. His kindness is a soothing balm, and she thanks him, a fragile smile gracing her lips. Back in her room, the feeling of being home is a welcome comfort. But it's not enough to silence the nagging feeling that she has overlooked something vital. Suddenly, she sits bolt upright in bed. It's Chonglai's reaction. That's what was so wrong. Her mind races. Chonglai and Gingland have always been like oil and water, clashing every time they met. Yet this time, when she came back heartbroken and in tears after being dumped, Chonglai didn't say a single bad word about him. It's completely out of character. A dreadful suspicion begins to form in her mind. Could something terrible have happened to Gingland? It all starts to click into place. Chonglai must have known something, which is why he rushed to pick her up without starting a fight. And it wasn't just Gingland. Ji-u Suche Susai. They all broke up with her abruptly and then vanished from her life. She had always rationalized it as their in-game characters awakening, changing their personalities. But what if it was something else? Even if they grew to hate her, why go to such extreme lengths to avoid her for the rest of their lives? Something is deeply, terrifyingly wrong. Galvanized by this chilling realization, she gets out of bed and marches downstairs. Chonglai is waiting, and he immediately asks where she's going. Without breaking her stride, she announces that she's gonna find Gingland. He grabs her arm, his voice tight with panic, asking why. She lies, claiming she left something at his place. He tells her there's no need, a fake smile plastered on his face as he offers to buy her a new one, no matter what it is. He pleads with her not to go, and his desperation only fuels her suspicion. Why is he so terrified of her seeing Gingland? Deciding to force his hand, she puts on a show. With tears in her eyes, she begs Chonglai and get justice, claiming Gingland bullied her. When he asks how, she drops a bombshell, her face blushing as she lies that he made her sleep with him. A flash of pure fury crosses Chonglai's face. She presses her advantage, begging him to confront the man who wronged her. But his response is all wrong. He places a comforting hand on her shoulder and calmly states that Gingland already told him about it and even offered several properties as compensation. Compensation? She shrieks, her feigned anger turning real. She wants justice, not a payoff. She tries to storm out, but he holds her back, his grip like iron. His reaction is just too bizarre. He's pleading with her, telling her he's too weak to stand up to a man like Gingland. As he speaks, her heart plummets. She looks him dead in the eye and asks the question that has been clawing at her. Did something happen to Gingland? She begs him, her voice breaking, to take her to see him, even for just a moment. He tries to deflect, reasoning that Gingland is powerful and untouchable, and that he accepted the compensation because he was too incapable to fight for her honor. It's a plausible story, one that fits Gingland's arrogant persona, but it doesn't feel right. She tells Chonglai that she'll sleep on it and go back to her room. But as she walks away, her mind is already spinning a new plan. She is still worried. Tomorrow, when Chonglai leaves for work, she will go to the G Group headquarters herself and wait. Unseen by her, Chonglai remembers the final, desperate phone call from a dying Gingland, who begged him to look after his brother and keep his death a secret from the board to prevent chaos. Chonglai's plan had been simple: hide the truth from Haohao at all costs, even if it meant finding a body double to impersonate Gingland at the company and his home. 2 days later, Haohao is crouched behind a tree, her binoculars trained on the entrance of the G Group building. She's seen no sign of him, and an anxious knot is tightening in her stomach. Then, familiar car pulls up to the curb. A man gets out and her heart leaps. It's him, it's Gingland, looking perfectly fine. A wave of immense relief washes over her. He's okay, that's all that matters. As she watches him walk in the building, she realizes that with this worry lifted, her mission is almost complete. It's at 80%. Now all she has to do is deal with Shen Tinglan. A week later, the sun bathed a lavish estate in a warm, golden glow. On the balcony, Haohao stretched her arms towards the sky, a contented smile gracing her lips as she took in the beautiful day. The summer was drawing to a close, a bittersweet thought that spurred her into action. Leaning against the ornate railing, she dialed her friend, her voice bright with anticipation. She told her friend that with college military training just half a month away, they absolutely had to hang out with Kin before the summer break ended. The call buzzed on a small, elegant nightstand, a persistent vibration in the quiet room. A groggy hand reached out, and a sleepy voice answered. On the other end of the line, Haohao's cheerful voice was a stark contrast to the dim, still bedroom where Kin was just waking up. She sat in bed, the light blue silk of her nightgown slipping from her shoulders, revealing a constellation of angry red marks across her skin. Haohao teased her, asking if she was really still sleeping when it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Kin, blinking the sleep from her eyes, mumbled a confirmation that it was her. A wave of embarrassment washed over Kin, and she covered her mouth with her hand, asking what was going on. Haohao simply said she wanted to hang out, a final hurrah, before their summer freedom was over. Kin readily agreed, though she complained that it was far too hot to go out now, suggesting they meet at the mall at dusk instead. As evening fell, the mall was a symphony of light and sound. They spotted each other across the plaza, their names echoing in happy shouts. They ran into each other's arms, a whirlwind of laughter and affection in a tight, joyful hug. But as they pulled apart, Haohao's playful expression shifted to one of scrutiny. She looked at Kin, who was beaming with a soft, radiant happiness that was entirely new. The question tumbled from Haohao's lips before she could stop it. She asked if Kin was seeing someone. Kin's eyes widened in surprise, a blush creeping up her neck as she asked how Haohao could have possibly known. With a mischievous grin, Haohao pointed towards Kin's collarbone. She clicked her tongue, declaring it was so hot, no wonder Kin had slept in until the afternoon. Kin's face turned deep crimson, and she swatted at Haohao's hand, telling her to stop. Leaning inconspiratorially, Haohao asked for details, asking who the lucky man was and if she knew him. With a shy, flustered sigh, Kin confessed it was Ji Qingxi. Her voice softened as she explained that he hadn't been so wild before, but things had become a little crazy lately. Haohao's playful demeanor sharpened slightly. She recalled Ji Qingxi's brother and asked what had happened between them, but Kin's face clouded over with worry. She admitted that she felt Ji Qingxi had been under an immense amount of stress recently. Haohao prompted her to explain. Kin's words tumbled out, painting a picture of him on the edge. She said he's so busy, barely contacting her when he used to ask her out all the time. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she recounted calling him the day before, only to hear the unmistakable sound of him crying on the other end. Of course, he denied it, blaming it on the crushing pressure from his brother and the overwhelming affairs of the company. He'd even praised his brother, calling him awesome for shouldering so much responsibility. But the memory of their last meeting haunted Kin. She told Haohao how he'd spoken so strangely, saying that she was all he had left. A deep, gut-wrenching feeling told her that he was about to collapse. As Kin spoke, Haohao's expression became unreadable, a cool calculation flickering in her eyes. She mused aloud, wondering why his brother would suddenly force him to learn so many things at once. She then clarified her own connection, explaining that she wasn't actually close to his brother. It was their older brothers who were business partners, which was the only reason they knew of each other at all. Kin accepted the explanation with a simple nod. Soon after, they said their goodbyes. Kin climbed to a waiting taxi, waving as she promised to see Haohao around. As the taxi disappeared into the flow of traffic, a sleek, expensive car pulled up to the curb. A knowing, triumphant smile spread across Haohao's face as she watched approach. But the smile froze, then shattered. Inside the car, in the driver's seat, was Shen Tinglan. And next to him sat another woman. The air punched out of Haohao's lungs, her world tilting on its axis. His name was a choked whisper on her lips. Shen Tinglan. A cold dread seeped in her bones as she stared, her mind racing, wondering who the girl sitting so intimately beside him could possibly be. The car pulled away, a gleaming blur of metal and glass, leaving her standing alone on the sidewalk, a forgotten statue in the bustling city. For a long moment, she just stood there under the newly risen moon, the city's neon lights reflecting in her wide, vacant eyes. Then, slowly, a new expression formed on her face, calculating smile. Was already working, piecing it all together. She didn't know who that girl was, but her position in the front passenger seat spoke volumes. They had to be close. A wave of relief, cold and sharp, washed over her. It looked like she only had to wait for this last male lead's evilness meter to finally hit 0. It had been 2 lifetimes, and she could finally go home without a single worry. Inside the car, Song Yinyan's gaze lingered on the world outside the window. Shen Tinglan noticed, his voice calm as he asked what was wrong, why she kept looking out. She turned to him, her smile delicate and knowing. She told him she'd just seen a pretty girl staring at him, adding lightly that it wasn't surprising, it was perfectly normal for someone to be stared at by others. Her smile sharpened. She pointed out that he had, just now, suddenly pulled over, made her sit in the front passenger seat, and deliberately rolled down the window. It was all an act, wasn't it? It was all meant for that girl to see them together. Shen Tinglan said nothing, his face an impassive mask. They arrived at his luxurious apartment building in silence. He showed her to a guest room, his tone purely professional. He told her she would stay here before the hearing and that he would get her an assistant if she needed anything, but under no circumstances was she to leave the apartment. She agreed without hesitation. He turned and walked away, leaving her alone in the sterile, unfamiliar space. She called out after him, her voice filled with a desperate gratitude. "Mr. Shen," she said, "thank you so much." Her mind reeled with the memory of her struggle. After her brother's death, she had approached dozens of law firms, but every single one had refused her the moment they learned she intended to sue Shi Yu, the powerful young master of the Shi family. Shen Tinglan was the only one who had been willing to take her case. She knew it wouldn't be easy. She knew that even if they won, Shi Yu's punishment would be light, but she didn't care. If she could just see him imprisoned, even for a single day, it would be enough. From the hallway, Shen Tinglan's voice was steady and reassuring. He promised he would do his best to win the case and told her to get some rest. Later that night, under the cold light of the kitchen, Shen Tinglan twisted the cap off a bottle of water. He knew Song Yinyan must be confused. She couldn't possibly understand why he would take on a case that meant offending the Shi family, the infamous despots of the neighboring city. He was fully aware that no matter the outcome, their wrath would be swift and merciless. But that, he thought with a grim finality, was exactly what he wanted. He was the only one left now, the last man standing after the selfish, overbearing, and masterful Gingland was gone. A memory echoed in his mind, Ji Gingland's voice on the phone, pleading with him for one last favor. He had asked Shen Tinglan not to let Haohao know about his death. He had chosen to grant her wish, to let her leave this world without the weight of his death on her conscience. He had asked them all to help conceal the truth. A vision of Haohao, ethereal and beautiful, flickered in his mind's eye. He wasn't afraid of death. He knew with an aching certainty that no matter how deeply he loved Haohao, he had to let her go now. He could not allow the deaths of the other 4 men to become the foundation for his own happiness, not even when he was just one step away from success. A phantom image of their wedding day, her in a beautiful white gown, filled his thoughts. He knew that if he guided her to the truth, if she learned that the others were all dead, the guilt would consume her. She would feel obligated to stay, to give up her reality and spend the rest of her life in this false world with him. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. The vision of their perfect life together it into a million pieces. It was better this way, he reasoned, better to let her have her wish, to let his evilness meter clear so she could finally return home. But the universe had other plans. After Ji Gingland died, the evilness meter in his mind became uncontrollable. A series of cold, impersonal stem warnings had sealed his fate. The world would fall apart if he didn't win her favor. His values were frozen. And the most devastating blow, with only one evilness meter left, it could never be fully eradicated. Haohao couldn't go back. She had to stay here with him forever. It was after this revelation that he had spent a long time thinking, finally figuring out the cruel loophole in their destiny. This world required 2 streams of spiritual energy to exist. Therefore, Haohao could not leave on her own. But if were to die, the evilness meter would vanish along with him. And then she would finally be free. Taking Song Yian's case was his suicide plan. He knew the Shi family were psychos who would not hesitate to have him assassinated. This, he realized, was the tragic destiny of the 5 of them. A bittersweet of them all surrounding a smiling Haohao appeared in his mind. It was either all 5 of them possessing her together, or all 5 of them letting her go, and meeting their own ruinous ends. He had planned everything perfectly. All that was left was to find the right moment to break up with her. That way, his death would be his own, completely disconnected from her. She would feel no guilt, no sorrow. She would just be free. He stood alone in his kitchen, a solitary silhouette against the glittering cityscape, resigned to his fate. Half a month later, Haohao was folding clothes into a suitcase, a sense of melancholy settling over her. The summer had flown by, and soon she'd be off to college for military training. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen. Shen Tinglan. A strange feeling stirred within her. It felt like ages since they had last spoken. She answered the call. In his office, Shen Tinglan stared at a photograph of the 2 of them, a soft smile on his face. He asked if her college was starting soon. She confirmed that she was leaving for registration the next day. He paused, the silence on the line stretching, becoming heavy. She sensed the shift in his tone and asked him what was wrong. He took a breath, the words catching in his throat. He told her there was something he needed to say. Then, his voice flat and devoid of warmth, he uttered the words he had practiced 1,000 times. He told Haohao that they should break up. His face was a mask of cold control, betraying none of the storm raging within him. On her end, Haohao's hand clenched around her phone. A beat of stunned silence passed before she responded with a single word, okay. Her immediate acceptance seemed to surprise him, asking if she wasn't going to ask why. Her voice was hollow as she repeated the question back to him. Why? He started to answer, but the reason felt like ash in his mouth. He cut himself off, telling her it didn't matter anymore. He had prepared himself for this moment, but the pain was still a physical, wrenching agony in his chest. The silence between them was deafening. It was he who broke it, his voice strained as he asked why she hadn't hung up. She reasoned internally that Gingland was a rational man. He wouldn't do something without a purpose. He must have more to say. She told him she thought he hadn't finished talking. A harsh, broken laugh escaped his lips. He called her the most ironed person he had ever met. His voice cracked with a pain he'd no longer conceal, confessing that she was the greatest obstacle he'd ever faced. He had swallowed his pride, his very esteem, to share her with other men, and even then he had failed. He ran a hand through his hair, his composure finally crumbling. He lamented that his only failure in life would be falling in love with her. Now that the others were gone, he'd wanted to prove himself, to win. But with no one left to witness his victory, the triumph was utterly meaningless. Haohao listened, each word a physical blow, and she bit her lip to keep from making a sound. His voice grew cold, final. He told her it would be better if they never met again. He couldn't bear to look at the greatest failure of his life. He commanded her to treat it as if they had never known each other at all. With that, he ended the call. He stared at the dark screen of his phone, a sad, resolute smile touching his lips. It was the last thing he could ever do for her. Haohao stood frozen, the dial tone buzzing in her ear. This again. The thought was a bitter echo. They all broke up with her the same way, telling her to never see them again. She desperately called out to her system, asking Sheepy for the status of the evilness meter. The tiny sheep-like creature materialized before her, its expression mournful. It apologized profusely, reporting that Gingland's evilness meter was, inexplicably, still not fully cleared. Confusion warred with frustration on Haohao's face. She demanded to know why it wasn't zero. He had broken up with her. The task should be complete. Sheepy could only whimper, guessing that perhaps he was still angry about everything. With a sigh of weary resignation, Haohao scooped the little creature into a tight hug. She supposed all she could do now was wait for the meter to fade on its own. After all, Gingland was a rational man. It wouldn't take him long to move on. As she squeezed her system tighter, Sheepy let out a muffled squeak, complaining that its master was making it hard to breathe. A few days later, the sun beat down on the college training grounds, the air thick with the disciplined shouts of military drills. A stern officer finally dismissed the students, thanking them for their hard work and announcing that the morning's training was over. Relief washed over the students as they broke rank, collapsing onto the bleachers. Haohao let out a long, weary sigh, her body aching from the exertion. The military training was utterly exhausting. As she rested, the chatter of her classmates drifted to her ears. Two girls nearby were whispering, one asking if the other had heard about the Shi family's case, commenting on its dramatic twists that felt more like a novel than real life. Her friend agreed, mentioning a girl named Song Yinyan who was lucky to have found a good lawyer to help her get justice. The other girl swooned, remarking how handsome the lawyer, Gingland, was, so handsome he could be an idol. The name Haohao like a bolt of lightning. Gingland? Another girl chimed in, asking what had happened to him. The first girl seemed surprised her friend didn't know, quickly summarizing that a girl named Song Yinyan had been bullied by an influential family, and Mr. Shen had stepped in to seek justice for her. She explained that the case had been a massive hit online lately, and that they could find out all the details just by searching for it. Later, back in the quiet solitude of her college dorm, Haohao sat hunched over her laptop, the screen's glow illuminating her concerned face. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she dove into the chaotic world of online news forums and social media threads, all buzzing about the case. The comments were a flurry of opinions. People pitied Song Yinyan, begged Gingland to join the showbiz industry, hailing him as a beacon of justice. The entire firestorm had been ignited by a single piece of evidence, a recording. It involved two people. Shi Yu, a man known in B City as a lunatic gentleman, and Song Yinyan, a maid of the Shi family. In the recording, their voices were sharp with anguish and fury. Song Yinyan could be heard screaming at Shi Yu to keep his hands off Yishu, her only brother. Shi Yu's voice was a venomous retort, asking what made her think he would ever forgive her, vowing he'd ever forgive her for his entire life. He claimed it was an accident, that it had been raining so he couldn't see clearly. But it was murder, and because Shi Yu was famous, the incident exploded into the headlines. The Shi family's PR machine launching a campaign to clarify the situation by belittling and slandering Song Yinyan. They spun a tale of two orphans, Song Yinyan and her brother, who had been bullied since they were young. They claimed the siblings had fled to meet Shi Yu out of pity, allowed them to stay in his home Song Yinyan as an observant and her brother as a servant. Because she was around his age, Shi Yu had supposedly treated her as a playmate. He taught her piano, a picture of innocence and kindness. But as she grew older, the Shi family's story went, she became ambitious and dissatisfied. She developed feelings for Shi Yu, repeatedly trying to seduce him. One night, she confessed her love, throwing herself at him in a desperate attempt to win his affection. The Shi family, however, never accepted her. Their narrative painted her as a conniving woman who, in a twisted plot to force Shi-yu to marry her, staged an accident causing his car to hit her brother, Song Yishu. A chilling image of her sinister, smiling face flashed across the screen, the embodiment of their accusations. Her goal, they claimed, was to make Shi-yu marry her out of guilt. The family even asserted that Song Yishu hadn't died, but that Song Yinyan had used a dog to replace him in the accident, pointing to dog's hair found at the scene as their proof. Haohao eyed in shock, her mind reeling from the viciousness of the accusations. But the story took another sharp turn. A golden lawyer, the renowned Shen Tinglan, had entered the fray. His firm, Mingsen Law, had taken Song Yinyan's case, suing Shi-yu for murder. In front of the cameras, Song Yinyan told a completely different, horrifying story. She tearfully declared that she was not Shi-yu's playmate, but his plaything. With her face buried in her hands, she confessed that Shi-yu had not only assaulted her but had also killed her brother, and she could provide proof. She had challenged Shi-yu directly, daring him to disclose the data recorder from the car that hit her brother. The Shi family, however, couldn't produce it, and their PR department fell silent, cowering in response to her demand. Reading through the comments, Haohao's heart grew heavy. People whispered about Shi-yu, calling him a paranoid and crazy man. A knot of dread tightened in her stomach. Now that Shen Tinglan had taken a case against such a powerful and unstable man, he would probably be in grave danger. She felt an overwhelming urge to call him, to ask him about it, but her memory stopped her. The last words she had spoken to him echoed in her mind, cold and final. She had told him it would be better if they never met again, that the greatest sight in her life would be him gone. She had warned him to never come to her again, to just take it that they'd never met. Her hand hovered over her phone, her thumb tracing the screen, but she couldn't bring herself to press the call button. A part of her tried to rationalize it. Shen Tinglan never did things rashly. If he took on such a high-profile case, he must be well prepared. She put her phone down, the conflict warring within her. A few more days passed, and the grueling military training finally ended. Haohao collapsed onto her bed, vowing to rest well for the next 2 days. Her roommates were buzzing with energy, stretching and laughing, one suggesting they go shopping, but the conversation quickly turned back to the sensational case. One of her friends exclaimed how crazy the Shi family was, wondering if they really thought they were the kings of B City just because they were rich. She declared that she never believed it was an accident for a second. Suddenly, another friend gasped, staring at her phone. She asked Haohao what was wrong, her voice laced with panic, and then asked what had happened to Mr. Shen. Her friend thrust the phone into her view, her finger trembling as she pointed at the screen. It was a breaking news headline. It stated that Shen Tinglan and his assistant had gone out to obtain proof, but they'd had a car accident, falling off a viaduct with the car. Haohao's world tilted on its axis. Her blood ran cold, her purple eyes wide with sheer terror. What? Her roommate asked where she was going. Haohao, already pulling on her shoes, mumbled that she was just going out for a night run. Outside the dorm building, under the pale moonlight, she finally stopped running, her chest heaving. Her mind was a frantic mess. Why didn't I call? Why did I let my concerns stop me? I knew he was in danger now. What did anything he said before matter anymore? With a trembling hand, she dialed his number. The phone beeped, each ring an eternity. She pleaded silently, desperately, for Shen Tinglan to pick up the call. As long as she could make sure he was safe, what others thought didn't matter at all. A voice answered, quiet and familiar. He asked if this was Haohao. Tears immediately welled in her eyes, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a sob. In a low, shaky voice, she told him she saw the news and asked which hospital he was in, begging to see him. He replied calmly, explaining that he wasn't injured. That morning, he had gone back to the firm on an impulse. It was his assistant who had gone out alone and gotten into the car accident. He let out a soft sigh, adding that his assistant's injuries were a bit serious, but thankfully his life wasn't in danger. He then asked if she was also paying attention to the news. Haohao confirmed that it had become a heated topic, with people at her college discussing it every day. An icy silence hung between them before he spoke again, his tone clipped and distant. He told her that if there was nothing else, he had to go. Just as he was about to end the call, she cried out his name, stopping him. She took a deep, shuddering breath. With tears streaming down her face, she asked him, her voice barely a whisper, if they could not break up. On the other end of the line, Shen Tinglan was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Haohao rushed to explain, her words tumbling out in a torrent of regret. She told him about seeing him by accident with Song Yinyan in the passenger seat of his car. She had thought they were together, which is why she had agreed to break up. But after the whole story about Song Yinyan and Shi-yu was disclosed online, she realized she was wrong. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, were filled with a desperate hope. She asked him, her voice trembling, if he broke up with her because he was worried she would be implicated in this dangerous case. His voice came back, laced with a cool amusement. He told her she was flattering herself. He picked up a framed photo of her from his desk, haze softening for a fraction of a second before hardening again. He told her that Song Yinyan was pretty and not inferior to her, and completely obedient, a favor Haohao absolutely couldn't grant him. He knew Haohao well, he said, and he wouldn't let her sit in the passenger seat of his car, so there was nothing for her to get between. Haohao's heart sank. She protested, her voice tight with disbelief, saying it was impossible. He had a professional code. Song Yinyan was his client. She knew him too well to believe that. He countered her coolly, stating that it was all her guess. He asked what she could possibly do if he disagreed to get back with her. A surge of defiance coursed through her. She declared that if he disagreed, she would badger him, she would hold on to him regardless. Her cheeks flushed with determination. The line went dead. Beep, beep, beep. He had hung up on her. She stood frozen for a moment, the phone still pressed to her ear, the silence deafening. Then a fierce resolve settled in her eyes. She whispered his name to the night air, vowing that she would go to him. She steeled herself, her thoughts racing. Rather than worry about him and learn what was happening from one-sided reports, she would prefer to badger him herself. She decided it would be fine even if he loathed her and expelled her, as long as she could make sure he was safe. The next morning at 8:30, she stood outside the Mingson law firm, clutching a beautifully wrapped gift box. She figured Gingland must have arrived by now. Just then, her eyes caught sight of him. Her heart leaped. He was walking out of the building, and beside him was his client, Song Yinyan. He spotted her, his expression unreadable as he murmured her name. Haohao stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. In a low voice, she offered him the box, telling him she had made breakfast for him. Gingland's gaze was cold, his internal struggle hidden behind a mask of indifference. He thought about how carefully Haohao was trying to please him, but he knew he had to reject her. He had to do this. He told her he didn't want to repeat what he'd already said. He told her to give up. Without another glance, he turned and walked away, Song Yinyan following silently behind him. Haohao watched his back retreat, the festive red ribbon on the box feeling like a cruel joke. She had been rejected. A sad, small smile touched her lips as she stood there, utterly defeated. Inside his office, Gingland sat at his desk. Song Yinyan entered and placed the very same gift box on his desk. She explained that it was a token of Haohao's affection, and that she couldn't bear to see her heart broken. So, when she saw Haohao give it to him, she had taken it. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips as he asked if his feelings were that obvious. Song Yinyan confirmed that they were. As she left, she peeked back through the door, cheekily telling him to take his time since Haohao couldn't see him anyway. Alone now, Gingland hesitantly reached for the box. As he opened it, a series of soft beeps echoed in the silent room. A small device inside was automatically dialing a number. A voice came through the speaker. It was Haohao asking if it was Gingland. He was momentarily stunned, wondering what was going on. From her end of the line, Haohao explained that G.O. had made an app for her. It could be triggered by the light sensor in the box, automatically dialing a number when it was opened. He asked where she was now. A small, triumphant smile graced his lips. He hadn't expected Haohao to play a trick like this. She told him she was still downstairs, about to call a taxi. He cut her off, his voice soft as he told her to come up here. Her cheerful okay was immediate, and she promised to be right there. A genuine smile finally broke through his stern facade as he opened the meal box. Inside was a thoughtfully prepared meal, with pasta, meatballs, and even sausages cut into little octopus shapes. He thought to himself that she was quite thoughtful. He picked up a small biscuit and took a bite. It tasted good. A soft knock came at the door. He wiped his mouth and told them to enter. Haohao peeked her head in, calling his name tentatively. She stepped inside, looking radiant in a pale green dress. His composure, the self-control he was so proud of, completely crumbled. He felt it was always vulnerable in front of Haohao. She didn't even anything. Just by standing in front of his mind became a mess. He had lost again. He couldn't resist this heartless girl's conciliatory policy. He ordered her to close the door. He reasoned with himself that she still didn't know the truth. The other guide spent time with her alone before they died, fulfilling their dream. Why couldn't he? He beckoned her closer, telling her to come here. He vowed to be careful, promising himself he wouldn't let the efforts of the other 4 men go down the drain. He would let Haohao leave without any scruples, and she would never know the truth. She ran to him, a brilliant cat-like smile on her face, and threw her arms around his neck. He held her close, burying his face in her hair, his voice a low murmur against her ear. He asked why she had come to him now, after telling him to break up with her all this time. She gasped, flustered, and started to stammer out an explanation. But he didn't let her finish. He captured her hand.